At last, the long-awaited awakening ceremony has finally arrived, and the entire academy is buzzing with pressure, pride, and expectation. Students have come pouring in from every corner of the continent, each one representing a famous and prestigious noble bloodline, all eager to show off their strength, crush the competition, and prove they deserve to stand above the rest. The test itself is brutally simple. Any student who can leave a large, noticeable mark on this enormous steel wall, a wall built to be ridiculously thick and unbelievably sturdy, will earn a proper score. The more damage they cause, the better their evaluation becomes. No excuses, no complicated rules, just pure destructive power. The first one to step forward is a student from a lower-ranking family, clearly hoping this is his chance to make a name for himself. He tightens his grip, gathers every bit of strength in his body, and throws it all into one desperate strike. But after all that effort, all he manages to carve into the surface is one tiny, miserable scratch that barely even looks like damage. After him, the real monsters begin to move, the elite students from the highest ranks of the continent's noble society. These are students blessed with enormous reserves of mana, and one after another, they step up with full confidence and unleash everything they have. Even then, the results are nowhere near overwhelming. For all their talent and pride, the steel wall only takes shallow damage. Still, everyone watching understands one thing very clearly. An ordinary student would not even have the right to imagine standing on the same level as elite talents like these. And yet, this is exactly when our boy walks in with the nerve to enter a stage where, on paper, he should be completely outclassed. This is Theo Ragnar, the illegitimate son of the powerful Ragnar noble family, a bloodline said to carry the legacy of dragons. But because Theo was born outside the proper line of succession, his pure-blooded siblings have spent their lives looking down on him and treating him like he was worth less than dirt. In their eyes, Theo is nothing more than background noise, a useless weakling sitting at the very bottom of the family. That is exactly why his brothers, sisters, and all the other spectators are already convinced he is about to embarrass himself in front of everyone. But Theo does not show even the smallest flicker of doubt. Without slowing down or lowering his gaze, he strides straight into the arena like he already knows how this is going to end. The confidence around him is so intense that he looks less like a failure and more like the main character finally stepping into his moment. Then Theo reaches for his sword, walks calmly toward the towering steel wall, and draws his blade into a clean, controlled slash. The cut is so sharp, so exact, and so perfectly placed, that the steel parts beneath his sword as easily as butter melting under a heated knife. That single display of overwhelming strength makes the entire crowd freeze, their mouths dropping as if they cannot believe what they just witnessed. It is the kind of impossible flex no one saw coming, a moment so absurd that it instantly crushes every expectation they had about him. And honestly, their reaction makes perfect sense, because Theo was not always the kind of terrifying powerhouse who could make nobles stare in disbelief. For more than 1,000 years, the mighty Ragnar clan had stood as the empire's northern shield, holding the line like an unbreakable wall. Their strength came from a special physique that, according to old rumors, had been passed down from dragons themselves. Every true member of the clan was born with extraordinary magical power, incredible stamina, and a natural gift for swordsmanship. Those blessings were supposed to belong to every Ragnar by blood. But there was one painful exception. Theo, the main character of this story. Because he lacked both talent and the abilities expected from his family. Everyone branded him as nothing more than a bastard and treated him like trash beneath their feet. Even the sword teacher who was supposed to guide him looked down on him, and then one day, disaster struck when the Ragnar estate came under attack. When chaos erupted around him, Theo was too powerless to protect anyone or change anything. By the time he was left mortally wounded, bleeding and barely clinging to life, he finally understood who was behind the attack. It was Rendon. The very master who had trained him was the one who had betrayed him. Rendon looked down at Theo and laughed, saying he had watched him train every single morning. All those exhausting efforts, all those painful struggles, every desperate attempt Theo had made to improve had been completely meaningless in Rendon's eyes. No matter how desperately Theo struggled, no matter how much strength he tried to force into his broken body, he was never going to escape from this place. Then Rendon moved without a shred of hesitation, swinging his sword in a brutal arc and slicing clean through Theo's arm. A rush of blood burst out from the wound, spilling everywhere as the pain hit him all at once. Theo's body gave out immediately, and he dropped hard to the ground, screaming until his voice nearly tore apart. Rendon stepped in without mercy, grabbed Theo by the head, and yanked him up like he weighed nothing at all. Holding him there, Rendon made him listen as he said that every single thing happening right now was Theo's fault. He forced Theo's gaze toward the burning Rose Palace, making him watch the flames swallow everything, then told him his family was dying because he was too weak to protect them. And then, As if that cruelty still was not enough, someone dragged over the lifeless body of Theo's mother and threw her down right in front of him. Rendon looked down at Theo with cold, empty eyes and told him that even her death was something he had brought upon himself. Even after being shattered completely, Theo still refused to just lie there and accept it. With trembling hands and what little strength he had left, he reached out and gripped his sword again. Then, fueled by rage and despair, he forced himself forward and charged straight at Rendon. But before Theo could even get close enough to strike, another man hurled a sword right at him, driving it straight through his body. The impact blasted Theo backward, sending him flying through the air before he crashed violently onto the ground. As Theo lay there, unable to move, his strength drained away beneath him. The world around him began to blur and fade, and while his vision darkened, the only thing left in his mind was the bitter regret of how weak he had been. And then, just like that, everything before his eyes sank into complete darkness. But for Theo, death was not where the story truly ended. Instead, he was thrown back into the past, carrying hidden traits and skills that had not existed for him before. Theo's eyes suddenly opened again, as if he had just been ripped out of that nightmare. And the first person standing right in front of him was none other than that same bastard, Rendon. From the wooden training weapon in his hand and the space around them, it looked like they were right in the middle of sword practice. Rendon tried to snap Theo back to his senses, clearly irritated that he was standing there in a daze instead of focusing. But Theo still had no idea what was happening, and his mind could not keep up with the situation in front of him. He wondered if this was some kind of flashback from his life, but the fact that the first face he had to see was Rendon's annoying mug made it feel like the universe itself was mocking him. Then, out of nowhere, a glowing system window appeared right in front of Theo's eyes, leaving him staring at it in total confusion. The message on the window gave him a tutorial quest, and the instruction was absurdly simple: punch Rendon in the face. At that point, Theo was more lost than ever, wondering what the hell was going on and whether flashbacks were even supposed to feel this strange. He quickly realized something even stranger. Rendon did not react to the window at all, which meant he could not see it. Still, considering what the quest was telling him to do, Theo definitely was not about to complain. He let his training stick fall from his hand, clenched his fist tight, and with every ounce of force he could gather, drove a solid punch straight into that bastard's face. But when Theo's fist landed, Rendon's expression barely changed, as if he had no idea why this idiot student had suddenly tried something so ridiculous. Meanwhile, Theo could not help smirking to himself, because every part of this felt far too real to be an ordinary memory. Rendon's anger finally flared, and he struck back with a heavy blow that sent Theo crashing backward across the training ground. Theo grimaced in irritation, annoyed that even inside what he thought was a flashback, he still had to feel pain this clearly. Rendon only sighed like he was dealing with a hopeless student, saying he understood why Theo might be frustrated with the awakening ceremony coming up and his progress still going nowhere, but that did not mean he could forgive a student for striking his own master. The moment Theo heard the words awakening ceremony, his thoughts froze, because that event should have happened almost 10 years before the day he died. Rendon kept scolding him, throwing more criticism at him as if Theo's confusion did not matter at all. Then he turned away and walked off, coldly saying that he would see Theo again at the next lesson. Around him, the other clan members began snickering, whispering among themselves that this idiot was blaming his master when he was the one with no talent. As those insults kept raining down from every direction, Theo slowly began piecing together what was really happening. He lowered his hand to the ground and scratched at the dirt, feeling the rough texture clearly beneath his fingertips. Then he looked at the injury Rendon had just given him, and the sharp, realistic sensation finally struck him with full force. Right at that moment, another system window appeared in front of Theo, glowing clearly in the air. The message congratulated him for completing the tutorial quest successfully, confirming that the ridiculous punch had actually counted. As his reward, Ragnar's talent had now been activated within him. A faint arcane energy began to shimmer from the center of Theo's chest, pulsing like something hidden inside him had finally awakened. At the same time, the system confirmed that the reward had been properly received. It also declared that from this point on, all of Theo's stats would begin rising at an incredible speed. Arcane energy continued glowing in the middle of his chest as the system repeated the confirmation, making it clear that his reward was real and that every one of his stats would now grow at a terrifying pace. Back at the Rose Palace, that same filthy bastard was sitting calmly across from Theo's mother, acting perfectly polite while sharing tea with her. Rendon reported to her with a smooth face, saying he had never seen anyone as lacking in talent as her son. But then his mouth stretched into a wide grin, and he added that this was exactly why he had come. As Theo's true teacher, Rendon claimed he would do everything he could to make Theo strong enough for the awakening ceremony in 5 months. The Lady of the Rose Palace, Cecilia Ragnar, accepted his words with complete trust, and said she would gladly leave Theo in Rendon's capable hands. She even handed him a heavy bag filled with gold coins, asking him to give Theo just a little more attention. Rendon took the money without hesitation, keeping up his respectful act as he assured her there was no need to worry. But Cecilia simply answered that she was not worried at all, because she truly believed in her Theo. A little later, Rendon walked alone down the corridor, the bag of money dangling in his hand while a smug grin spread across his face. He was thrilled, because he was being paid such a generous amount while planning to teach Theo absolutely nothing useful. The more he thought about it, the more he smirked to himself, silently mocking both mother and son as complete fools. Not only was he receiving money to train someone from Ragnar's direct line, but he was also expecting another reward from his other master for leaking Theo's secrets and secretly ruining his growth. To Rendon, this was the kind of perfect opportunity he had never been given before. Then Theo suddenly appeared in the corridor, sprinting as fast as his legs could carry him, and he shot right past Rendon without even slowing down. His so-called master only clicked his tongue and sneered after him, calling him an idiotic loser as Theo raced by without paying him any attention. Theo was running straight to see his mother, and the moment he got close enough, he called out to her with urgency in his voice. When Cecilia turned around, the first thing she saw was Theo standing there completely out of breath, his chest rising and falling from the run. Without saying a single word, Theo rushed into her arms and hugged her tightly, tears spilling out as the overwhelming reality of seeing her alive finally crashed over him. At that instant, the painful memory surged back into his mind, dragging him back to the moment when Rendon had forced him to stare at his mother's lifeless body, making him watch the cruel proof of everything he had failed to protect. But now she was right there in front of him, alive and warm in his arms, and that alone filled Theo with a happiness he could barely contain. From that moment on, Theo made up his mind that he would change the future, no matter what it took, for his mother's sake. If that mysterious system window was truly real, then he knew he had a path forward, because Ragnar's talent trait could help him grow stronger than before. He was certain that, with enough time and effort, he could become powerful enough to stand his ground in that damned war for the throne. And above everything else, Theo swore that he would build enough strength to take revenge on that piece of shit Rendon with his own hands. Soon after, the second tutorial quest appeared before Theo, ordering him to push his body all the way to its limit. It was still early in the morning, so early that the sun had not even risen yet, but Theo was already outside, throwing himself into training. Every movement was driven by the thought of getting revenge on Rendon, and that anger kept his body moving. Theo understood better than anyone that he had to become stronger as quickly as possible. In his previous life, he had belonged to an intelligence agency called Black Snow, but because he lacked real combat ability, he had been pushed into information work and never trusted with any major role. He never imagined the knowledge he gathered back then would become useful in a moment like this. One thing he clearly remembered was a potion known as the Bloody Sword Emperor Elixir, something capable of greatly strengthening the body. Its true value would only be revealed far in the future through the secret manuals, but Theo already knew what it could become. More importantly, he remembered the brutal training method he had once abandoned because his old body had never possessed the talent to endure it. But now that Ragnar's talent had awakened inside him, Theo was sure that if he kept working hard, real strength would finally be within reach. His face twisted with excitement when he noticed his running speed steadily increasing, and right on cue, the system window appeared to show his progress climbing. Other clan members had begun gathering in the training halls as well, and they could only stare in confusion as Theo kept running without seeming to tire. Some of them started wondering under their breath whether he had always been this physically fit. After that, Theo moved on to sword practice, and with every swing, he could clearly feel that his blade was moving faster than it ever had before. A few days passed like that, with Theo refusing to slow down. Then, deep in the middle of the night, he was still there, practicing alone while everyone else should have been asleep. Someone quietly watched him and thought about how he had been training for days without properly sleeping, pushing himself far beyond normal limits. Seeing that kind of relentless effort, she could not help wondering whether Theo was really the talentless fool everyone kept calling him. She kept watching him through the darkness, reflecting again on how he had continued training day after day without rest. And the more she saw, the more she questioned whether the rumors about his uselessness had been wrong from the very beginning. As for Theo, his body was so exhausted that he felt like he might collapse at any second, but the sight of that progress bar slowly climbing higher kept his spirit from breaking. At last, he managed to push the progress all the way up to 90%. But the very moment he paused, the number suddenly slipped back down to 89. All it took was that brief moment of rest, and the system punished him by lowering his progress. He had just barely reached 90% after so much effort. Yet right before his eyes, that hard-earned number dropped back to 89 again. Just because he allowed himself a tiny bit of time to breathe, the progress bar refused to stay where it was. Even so, Theo somehow gritted his teeth, forced his aching body to keep moving, and finally managed to push through. All the sweat pouring down Theo's face finally started to mean something, because his desperate effort was beginning to pay off. Right before his eyes, he finally saw the 3-digit number he had been chasing for what felt like forever. Somehow, even with his body pushed past its breaking point, Theo managed to force himself through one final stretch. Every drop of sweat, every aching breath, and every painful step finally turned into a result he could actually see. At last, the number he had been craving appeared in front of him, reaching that long-awaited 3-digit mark. After that final push, Theo was completely drained and could barely pull air into his lungs, but even then, there was still one last % left to reach. Somehow, Theo dug even deeper, pushed past the exhaustion crushing his body, and finally watched all his effort pay off as the 3-digit number he had wanted for so long appeared before him. Some time later, Theo was lying in a quiet room, far away from the training ground where he had pushed himself so brutally. The moment his eyes slowly opened, he looked around in confusion, trying to understand where he had ended up. That was when Evelyn appeared beside him and calmly reassured him that he was in the break room of training ground 4, before reminding him that there had been no reason to push himself that hard. But before Theo could even focus long enough to read through all those tempting details in front of him, his body finally gave out, and he collapsed into unconsciousness from sheer exhaustion. While he lay there completely out cold, the system window continued hovering above him. Its glowing message asked whether he wanted to receive his reward. Right now. A little while after that, Theo was seen resting inside a room again, his body still recovering from the training that had pushed him too far. As soon as he opened his eyes and took in his surroundings, his gaze moved around the room in confusion. Evelyn then appeared in front of him and explained that he was inside the break room of training ground 4, gently reminding him once again that there had been no need to drive himself to such extremes. The moment Theo accepted the reward from the system, a brilliant blue light suddenly wrapped around his entire body. The hall manager could only stare in disbelief as that strange power surged through him and his body began undergoing a visible power-up. Sometime later, Theo found himself in a room, and as soon as his eyes opened and he looked around, Evelyn was there to reassure him that he was in the break room of training ground 4, reminding him that pushing himself that hard had never been necessary. When Theo noticed her, he recognized her immediately, and that reaction surprised Evelyn enough that she properly introduced herself as the manager of the 4th training ground. She explained that Theo had lost consciousness while training alone earlier that morning, so she had brought him here to rest until he recovered. Theo thanked her for helping him, and Evelyn handed him some water while calmly reminding him that, within the Ragnar clan, opening one's mana hall before the official awakening ceremony was strictly forbidden. Theo did not understand why she suddenly brought up such a serious rule, but he still nodded and said he knew about it. Evelyn's eyes sharpened as she asked him why, if he already knew the rule, he had chosen to break it. Theo still looked uncertain, unable to follow her accusation, and asked why she was questioning him like that. What Theo had received from the system, as it turned out, was the dragon heart. And because he had cleared the quest early, he had also gained an additional bonus: the magic power of 10 of his past lives. With a dangerous look in her eyes, Evelyn demanded to know whether he had opened his mana hall, leaving Theo completely lost at first, until the memory of what happened right before he passed out finally came back to him. He remembered now that the reward had given him the dragon heart, along with the bonus magic power gathered from 10 of his past lives. The realization left him speechless, because obtaining a dragon heart was not some simple reward anyone could casually get their hands on. A dragon heart was special for one major reason: it could contain a mana hall inside it. When a mana hall was placed in the heart, it could function far more efficiently. But unlike dragons, humans normally had to place their mana halls in the lower abdomen, because a human heart could never withstand that level of power. That was exactly why every warrior, especially those from the Ragnar clan, dreamed of having a dragon heart, since it was the fastest path to overwhelming power without needing to place the mana hall in the abdomen. The problem was that humans had never managed to overcome the natural limits of their own hearts. And now, because Theo had been given a dragon heart as a quest reward, he had suddenly landed himself in a very awkward situation. The rewards were undeniably incredible, but there was no denying that they had also placed him in a dangerous and complicated position. To make things worse, the person sitting right in front of him was Evelyn Nareville, a high-ranking swordswoman who had retired after losing her left arm and now served as the manager of the training grounds. Evelyn had once been the commanding officer of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, and her skill was so extraordinary that even the demon dragon respected her. She was famous for her fierce principles, and she was not the kind of person who cared about status or raw strength. What she could never tolerate was dishonesty or cowardice. At one point, because she found Theo too inflexible, she had even given up her position as his direct master. In other words, if Evelyn discovered the truth about his dragon heart and mana hall, Theo could very easily lose his head. But instead of panicking, Theo let a faint smile rise on his face, because a plan was already forming in his mind. As long as she could not actually catch him, there was no real reason for him to be afraid. Theo fired back at her accusation with a sharp, almost cheeky response, asking how she could talk about executing him based on nothing more than a gut feeling, and whether she was truly prepared to take responsibility for those words. Evelyn fell silent for a moment, unable to immediately answer the question he had thrown back at her. Theo pressed even harder, reminding her that he was still an heir of the Ragnar clan, and that if her suspicions turned out to be baseless, accusing him like this could be treated as an insult against the Ragnar name itself. Evelyn admitted that he was right, acknowledging that those were indeed the rules. With a darker, more threatening look on his face, Theo then asked her if she knew what punishment awaited someone who humiliated an heir. Evelyn answered without flinching, her voice steady and confident as she said the punishment was execution. Theo was pleased that Evelyn understood the weight of her own words, and he coldly told her to think carefully before speaking next time. Evelyn, however, was left stunned by the sharpness in his tone, wondering if this was truly the same Theo she thought she knew. Even so, Evelyn could not shake what she had sensed earlier, because she was certain that the power she saw had been a mana wave. Because of that, she decided she needed to look into the matter more carefully instead of letting it pass. Even if Theo carried Ragnar blood, Evelyn believed rules were still rules, and if he had broken one, she fully intended to make him answer for it. But after checking him more closely, Evelyn soon realized something unexpected. Theo did not actually have a mana hall. Her expression quickly sank, and the confidence in her accusation faded as she began to understand that she might have been mistaken. Theo, meanwhile, could not help feeling a little cocky, and he looked at her as if to ask whether she was finally satisfied. Following the clan's rules, Evelyn lowered herself at his feet without the slightest hesitation, bowing her head as she told him to execute her, saying she would repay her wrongdoing with her own lowly life. As Evelyn's head sank lower and lower, Theo silently knew the reason she had failed to find anything. A dragon heart was different from an ordinary mana hall, because its very existence functioned like a mana hall that the user could control freely. In other words, Theo could conceal his mana whenever he wanted. On top of that, the fact that humans could possess dragon hearts would not be discovered until several years later, so Theo was confident that no one in this era could accuse him of having one. Instead of actually ordering her death, Theo placed a calm, reassuring hand on Evelyn's back and told her there was no need to go that far. Then he began walking away, saying she had simply done her duty, and that very few people would risk their own lives to demand the truth from an heir, which was why he respected her sense of righteousness. But deep down, Theo's real reason was much more practical. He had no intention of killing someone as strong as Evelyn. Keeping her alive would benefit him later, and as he left, he explained that the ban on opening mana halls before the awakening ceremony existed to prevent dangerous overflow. Still, he was glad to see that she had been concerned enough to question even someone like him, a bastard of Ragnar. And with those words hanging in the air, Theo left Evelyn sitting there quietly, alone with the weight of what had just happened. Theo walked away with absolute confidence, feeling like the world had finally tilted in his favor, as he remembered that he not only possessed the dragon heart, but had also gained 10 years' worth of magic power from his past life. A few days later, that same shithead appeared again, shouting at Theo from across the training ground. Rendon barked at him to swing a little farther to the right, acting like every word out of his mouth was some priceless lesson. Theo seemed to be pretending to remain weak, but the more Rendon kept insulting him at every chance, the harder it became to keep quietly enduring it. Theo also started noticing that this bastard was not merely being incompetent. He was subtly and deliberately teaching him strange, twisted sword techniques. That made Theo even more certain that someone else was pulling Rendon's strings, and he became convinced that the person who landed the final blow in his previous life had to be the true mastermind behind it all. So Theo decided it was finally time to uncover who that mastermind really was. A smirk slowly spread across his face as the answer came to him, and he realized exactly what he needed to do next. While Rendon kept yelling, Theo suddenly snapped the training stick in his hand clean in two and told that jerk he could not listen to his endless yapping anymore, because his lessons were complete trash. Then Theo pushed even further, asking how someone with skills that pathetic had ever managed to become a mid-rank swordsman in the first place. Of course, Rendon swallowed the bait immediately, his face twisting with fury, but Theo did not back down for even a second. He stood his ground, matching Rendon's rage with a fearless stare of his own. As expected, Rendon was completely fuming by now, but Theo remained just as firm, refusing to retreat or soften his words. Theo strode straight toward the older man and made it painfully clear once again that Rendon's swordsmanship was pathetic. Theo's real plan was to provoke Rendon so badly that he would resign from his position. And if the situation with Rendon became serious enough, Theo was certain this bastard would reach out to the mastermind behind him. The setting then shifted to Camellia Palace, where a man burst into a pub with a huge grin plastered across his face. He loudly called out to someone named Axion and announced for everyone to hear that the bastard of Ragnar was going to duel his own master next week. The man he was speaking to, Axion, remained seated in silence, so still that he did not even lift his glass from the table. Meanwhile, the excited man kept running his mouth, saying Theo had blamed his instructor for his own lack of talent, and confidently predicting that Theo would be left disabled after the duel. Suddenly, the glass in Axion's hand smashed straight into the loud man's face, knocking him unconscious with a single brutal hit. Axion was visibly furious, and he made it clear that he did not care in the slightest whether some bastard ended up half-disabled. Of course, that cold attitude made sense because he was also a Ragnar, one of the four hounds of the north, the Dark Tiger, Axion Ragnar. The man standing beside him was Remington Narcio, another of the four hounds of the north, known as the Silver Lion. Just then, another man entered the pub, and this worried-looking figure was Ed Troyvin, the Nine-Dragon Sky Dragon. Unlike the others, he looked uneasy and warned that things could go wrong if they let their guard down. But Axion dismissed his concern, saying that kind of danger only applied to people with talent, so there was no reason to worry about Theo, who was nothing more than a muddle-headed nobody. Ed, however, pointed out that this was still the Ragnar clan, and inside that family, even the smallest possibility could lead to something completely unprecedented. Axion answered that Theo trying to mess with Rendon was actually a good thing. After all, that meant the instructor should be more than capable of dealing with Theo before anything troublesome could happen. 1 week later, a crowd began gathering at Training Ground 4. And this was not just a small group of ordinary clan members coming to watch. Several important figures had also shown up, turning the duel into a much bigger event than Theo had expected. In the center of the arena stood Theo, looking noticeably anxious as hundreds of eyes locked onto him from every direction. He cursed himself inwardly, remembering that all he had wanted was to humiliate the shithead enough to get him fired, but now the whole situation had spiraled completely out of control. Then his mind flashed back to the moment when he had confronted Rendon directly about just how pathetic his skills really were. Theo cut him off without the slightest hint of mercy, making it painfully clear that Rendon was finished. As far as Theo was concerned, the man had already lost his position, and now all that was left for him to do was disappear and get out of his sight. Right then, the system message appeared, cold and direct, confirming Theo's third tutorial quest. This time, there was no vague objective or easy way around it. He had to face Rendon in combat, fight him head-on, and come out as the winner. The moment pulls us back to when Theo first stood before Rendon and openly challenged him. With disgust written all over his face, Theo called out Rendon's useless teaching and pathetic ability, then told him straight to his face that he was fired and could leave. Rendon immediately tried to argue back, insisting that their contract still had time remaining, and that Theo couldn't just end things whenever he pleased. But Theo didn't give him any room to breathe, calmly pointing out that if the employer himself had dismissed him, then there was nothing more to discuss. Deep down, Theo wanted nothing more than to drive his fist straight into that bastard's face and shut him up for good. But even with all that anger burning inside him, he still couldn't fully trust his own strength yet. Rendon, on the other hand, was in no position to simply accept being thrown away. He still hadn't achieved the real purpose that brought him there in the first place, so losing his role now would ruin everything. As Rendon stepped closer to Theo, trying to smooth things over and talk his way out of it, a system window suddenly flashed right in front of Theo's eyes. The command was impossible to ignore. He had to fight Rendon and he had to win. Theo was completely caught off guard by the sudden message, his thoughts freezing for a moment. And right at that same instant, Evelyn Nereville entered the scene, urging him to settle the matter the Ragnar way, through strength, where the stronger side decides everything. According to Evelyn, there was no need to drag this conflict through some formal tribunal. A sword match would settle the dispute cleanly, and once the duel ended, everyone would simply obey the will of the victor. Rendon's eyes lit up the moment he heard that suggestion. The old bastard immediately saw his opening and quickly agreed, acting as if this was the most brilliant and fair solution to the problem. That left Theo standing there, unsure of how he was supposed to respond, while Evelyn kept pushing the idea as though it were the perfect answer. Her confidence only made the pressure on him feel heavier. But Theo still couldn't feel completely certain. No matter how much he hated Rendon, he knew his own current level, and he didn't believe he was ready to defeat that bastard just yet. Even so, the situation kept moving forward until Theo eventually found himself standing directly across from Rendon, sword in hand, with no way left to back out. All around them, the watching crowd began smirking and whispering among themselves. To them, Theo looked like a joke, and they were already enjoying the humiliation before the match had even truly begun. They muttered that Theo couldn't even swing a sword properly, laughing under their breath as if the result had already been decided. In their minds, he wasn't just going to lose today, he was probably going to leave crippled. After all, there was no way someone like Theo could defeat a mid-rank swordsman. Rendon, filled with confidence, looked down on him and smugly offered one last chance, saying that if Theo apologized now, he would pretend none of this had happened, since pride wasn't worth risking his life over. But Theo wasn't about to bow his head. Instead, he fired right back with sharp confidence, telling Rendon that he was the one who should apologize. Then he warned the old bastard that unless he wanted to end up as a one-armed swordsman, he should accept his dismissal and leave quietly while he still could. Rendon only answered with a wide, ugly grin, completely convinced that the duel was already under his control. In his mind, this was the perfect chance to kill Theo and simply pretend it had been an unfortunate accident during the match. Then Theo suddenly rushed forward, lifting his sword high as he charged straight at Rendon. The crowd's reaction was instant. Their jaws nearly dropped as they watched him dash in so recklessly, like someone throwing himself into danger without a single thought. To them, it looked even worse because Theo didn't seem to know how to swing his sword properly at all, making his charge look painfully amateurish. Theo came charging in with his blade raised, and the entire crowd stared in disbelief. From the outside, he looked like an idiot rushing headfirst into a fight he didn't understand, unable to even handle a proper sword swing. Rendon moved first with several sharp sword strikes, cutting toward Theo one after another. But somehow, Theo managed to protect himself, blocking and avoiding the attacks just enough to stay safe. Even then, Rendon didn't slow down. The old bastard kept pressing forward, unleashing another wave of swings as he tried to overwhelm Theo completely. It gradually pushed Theo back and forced him into a corner. Rendon felt certain that this was exactly how things were supposed to end. In Rendon's mind, the result was obvious. Theo wasn't even a low-ranked swordsman yet. He was still nothing more than an apprentice swordsman. Maybe his movements had improved a little, but Rendon was convinced that it was nowhere near enough. He admitted to himself that if Theo had at least reached the level of the Four Hounds of the North, then perhaps things would be different. But against him, this foolish boy from the Ragnar clan had no chance of winning. The story then shifts back a few days earlier, where Theo turned toward Evelyn and questioned her directly, asking what in the world she had been thinking when she suggested that sword match. Evelyn answered without much hesitation, saying she had only been trying to help him. If Theo truly wanted to remove Rendon, then he needed to be smart about it because she was convinced that Rendon had someone backing him from behind. Simply firing him would never solve the deeper problem. Theo narrowed his eyes and asked how she could possibly know that much. Evelyn replied that it had been obvious from the start, especially after seeing the strange and suspicious sword style Rendon had been teaching him. Because of that, Evelyn had someone investigate Rendon in secret, quietly digging into his background without letting him notice. Theo was stunned when he heard this. In his previous life, Evelyn had never bothered to catch Rendon, yet now she was actively trying to expose him, all because Theo had caught her attention after the Manor Hall incident. Evelyn then revealed what her investigation had uncovered. Every trace connected to Rendon eventually led back to Camellia Palace. For Theo, that answer wasn't shocking at all. If anything, it lined up far too well with what he already knew. Still, he quickly pushed down the anger and irritation that rose inside him, forcing himself to keep his expression under control. Instead of showing too much of what he really felt, Theo simply said that he was surprised Evelyn had managed to deduce that much on her own. Theo swallowed back his annoyance and kept his voice steady, choosing not to let his anger spill out. Then he admitted that it was impressive she had figured out so much from the clues in front of her. After that, Theo honestly explained the problem. With his current skills, he feared he still couldn't defeat Rendon, so he asked Evelyn what she intended to do from here. Evelyn didn't hesitate. She told him that he could beat Rendon, and then warned him not to keep underestimating his own potential so much. Back in the present fight, Rendon continued launching strike after strike, throwing out one attack after another. But Theo kept defending against every blow, handling them with a calmness that made the attacks look far less threatening than they should have been. That made Rendon's confidence begin to crack. He couldn't understand what had happened to this brat, because the Theo standing before him was clearly not the same Theo Ragnar he remembered. Before anyone fully realized it, the flow of the battle had completely shifted. Now Rendon was the one being pushed into difficulty, forced to struggle against the very opponent he had looked down on moments earlier. The crowd could feel the weight of Rendon's possible defeat creeping into the air, and the smug whispers began to fade. Even the hooded man in the seating area, possibly Remington, looked shaken in his corner, as if the fight was turning into something far more dangerous than he expected. Meanwhile, Evelyn looked like she was enjoying every second of it. Watching Theo hold his ground seemed to fill her with real satisfaction, and for some reason, she looked almost proud of him. The story moves back into the past again, revealing that during that single week before the duel, Evelyn herself had personally trained Theo. Evelyn admitted that, technically, helping him like that went against the rules. But in her eyes, Rendon was such a rotten teacher that he didn't deserve to keep the position anyway. Hearing that was enough to put a knowing smirk on Theo's face. A rush of excitement ran through him, mixed with a strange thrill he couldn't quite hide. At that moment, Theo felt completely convinced that having Evelyn owe him a debt had turned out to be worth it after all. Still, one question continued to bother him. Theo wanted to know why Evelyn was going this far for him, so he asked whether her real reason had something to do with what happened last time. Evelyn admitted that he wasn't entirely wrong, and that last incident was part of the reason. But then she added that there was someone she knew who would probably take an interest in Theo, because that person had an obsession with gathering talented people. Back in the present, the duel keeps raging with no sign of slowing down, and Rendon's composure begins to crumble little by little. Every exchange makes him more frantic, as if the confidence he had at the start is being stripped away with each clash of steel. A disturbing thought starts creeping into Rendon's mind. He wonders if this brat had been fooling everyone from the very beginning, acting helpless and stupid on purpose while hiding his real ability all this time. Then, right in the middle of their fight, Theo suddenly throws out a question, asking Rendon who exactly is standing behind him. That question instantly makes the old bastard snap, and he lashes out, demanding to know what Theo is even talking about. But Theo doesn't back down at all, reminding him that he already knows Rendon had been teaching him worthless garbage on purpose. Theo stops dancing around the subject and cuts straight to the heart of it, bluntly asking whether Rendon has been working together with Camellia Palace. The moment those words leave Theo's mouth, Rendon freezes. For just a brief second, the old coot looks genuinely stunned, as if Theo has touched the one secret he never expected him to know. And that tiny reaction is all Theo needs. Rendon's face, his silence, and that flicker of shock tell him clearly that his suspicion is right. With the truth confirmed, Theo wastes no more time. In the very next instant, he swings his sword cleanly through the air and severs the old man's hand. Severed hand spins away through the air, blood trailing behind it, and the entire crowd is left frozen in complete disbelief at what they just witnessed. The fake teacher's face twists in horror as the reality of what happened finally catches up to him. A pained cry tears out of Rendon's throat, raw and ugly, as he clutches at the wound and staggers back. Between his gasps, he starts cursing under his breath, his voice shaking with pain, rage, and humiliation. Theo walks toward that miserable bastard with steady, confident steps, and for the first time, he can truly feel it in his bones. He really has become stronger. As he closes the distance, Theo brings up the very words Rendon once used against him in his previous life, making sure the old man hears them clearly. He tells Rendon that if the Ragnar clan truly lives by the law of the strong, then strength is the only thing that matters here. And someone as weak as Rendon never should have dared to set foot in this place to begin with. Theo raises his sword with a chilling pressure, then throws those same words right back into Rendon's face, making it clear that the weakest person standing here was never Theo, it was him. He repeats that under Ragnar's belief in the rule of strength, a weak man like Rendon had no right to come here and act as if he stood above anyone. Then Theo brings his sword down in one final merciless swing, and Rendon's head rolls across the ground as blood sprays out, shocking the battlefield into silence. Almost immediately after the battle ends, the system window appears in front of Theo, congratulating him for successfully completing Tutorial Quest 3. He didn't merely win the fight. He went beyond what the objective required, and because of that, the system announces that he has earned an extra reward. The system then asks whether he wants to receive the reward right away, and honestly, there is no mystery about what Theo is going to choose. Meanwhile, the spectators are completely shaken. The arrogance from earlier has vanished, replaced by pale faces and stunned silence. After all, they just watched an apprentice swordsman cut down a mid-tier swordsman right in front of them, and that kind of scene is almost impossible for their minds to accept. As for Theo, he can't help thinking that Rendon was far weaker than he remembered. In fact, he feels almost embarrassed that someone like this had ever made him suffer so much in his past life. But this time, things are already changing. The system then reveals his reward, activating an ability called Observation. And on top of that, as an added bonus, Theo gains 1 full year of magic power. Before Theo can fully process the reward, a man suddenly comes crashing down from the sky, slamming into the ground with the force of a falling meteor. Theo barely has time to react before the man looks straight at him, breaks into a huge grin, and shouts his name with booming excitement. The man who appears is none other than Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon himself and the commander of the white armored dragon cavalry. Theo is left completely stunned when he recognizes him. He can hardly believe Julius is actually standing there, and his mind immediately starts racing, wondering how long this man has been watching the fight. The crowd also erupts into chaos the moment they realize who he is. This is the commander of the white armored dragon cavalry, a figure far beyond ordinary rank, and everyone starts panicking over why someone like him would appear here at all. Then the scene catches Evelyn's reaction, and she looks absolutely devastated as she stares at the shattered flooring Julius destroyed just by landing there. Julius, on the other hand, gives off the presence of a living beast, massive and overwhelming just by standing still. His terrifying appearance makes Theo break into a nervous sweat, leaving him frozen and unsure of what he should do next. But Theo's fear turns out to be unnecessary, because Julius simply throws his head back and laughs, flashing a broad, almost carefree grin. Despite his frightening build, Julius somehow comes across like a friendlier, larger-than-life version of Brutus from Popeye the Sailor Man. Then Julius bursts into another loud laugh, his voice rolling over the stunned crowd. He steps right up to Theo and gives him a heavy pat on the shoulder, as if they are already familiar with each other. And without wasting any time, Julius casually throws out an offer for Theo to join the white armored dragon cavalry. Still laughing, Julius says he is honestly surprised to find someone carrying this much talent. He admits that killing one's teacher is a little disrespectful, but even he has to acknowledge that Rendon brought every bit of it on himself. Then, with another booming laugh, Julius claps Theo on the shoulder again and openly invites him to become part of the white armored dragon cavalry. Evelyn seems to have expected this outcome from the start, but the crowd can only stare with their mouths hanging open. They can barely believe that the infamous Julius Ragnar has personally scouted someone so inexperienced to join the elite white armored knights. At that moment we catch sight of Remington again. He turns to a man nearby and asks whether he has ever heard of an apprentice swordsman being scouted before even going through the awakening ceremony. The man beside him looks unsure, clearly struggling to find an answer, before finally admitting that he has never heard of anything like that happening. Of course, Remington already knows that answer before he even hears it, because in the entire history of their world, there has never been a case like this before. Meanwhile, Theo quietly thinks through the situation. In his mind, it should be impossible to judge someone's true potential while their mana hall is still closed. Even if their swordsmanship looks impressive, their magic power might still be lacking, so no matter how incredible Julius Ragnar is, he shouldn't be able to know for certain whether Theo has real potential. And yet, Theo can't help wondering if the demon dragon Julius is somehow able to see that hidden potential inside him anyway. But after only a brief pause, Theo flatly refuses the offer to join, his expression steady and his voice showing not even the smallest trace of hesitation. Julius stood there with his grin wiped clean off his face, looking as if he had just bitten into something painfully sour. For a man who had arrived with so much confidence, Theo's instant rejection clearly hit him in a way he hadn't expected. The crowd was just as stunned. Their mouths hung open as they stared at Theo, unable to believe he had turned down such a powerful and prestigious figure with that much cold, effortless calm. For a brief moment, the entire hall fell into a strange silence. No one seemed ready to speak, as everyone tried to process the unbelievable scene that had just unfolded in front of them. As the day went on, word of the incident began spreading through the clan like wildfire, passing from one mouth to another until almost everyone had heard some version of it. People couldn't stop talking about young Master Theo, the boy everyone had mocked as an imbecile. He had destroyed his own teacher, and when the demon dragon himself tried to scout him into the white armored dragon cavalry, Theo had actually turned the offer down. Naturally, everyone had their own opinion. Some believed Theo was simply being modest, while others thought he had become arrogant enough to reject an honor most people would kill for. The focus then shifts to Camellia Palace, where a woman sits seething with anger. Rendon's death has clearly ruined the flow of their plans, and the irritation on her face makes it obvious that everything has gone badly off course. This woman is none other than Amel Ragnar, the lady of Camellia Palace. A man steps in and tries to calm her down, telling her there is no need to be overly concerned. In his eyes, Rendon was nothing impressive to begin with, and the only reason he had been assigned was because of his miserable level of skill. Amel brushes that part aside without much emotion, making it clear that Rendon's death itself isn't the real problem. The man speaking with her is her brother, Sky Dragon Ed Troyven, the same man who had appeared before at the pub. Amel explains that the demon dragon personally approached Theo, and what bothers her even more is the rumor that Evelyn was the one who arranged it. Because of that, they can no longer interfere by forcing a new master onto Theo. And if Theo begins drawing attention, taking control of the Rose Palace will become much more difficult. Just then, Axion enters the room with a relaxed attitude, casually asking why the two of them are acting so worried. He tells them there is no way the clan head would take a serious interest in something like this, so there is no reason for them to panic. As far as he is concerned, their original plan can continue exactly as intended. Amel turns her attention to him and asks whether he truly understands the situation. If they want to seize the Rose Palace without offending the clan leader, then the safest path is for Theo to remain weak and powerless. Her son acknowledges her words and says he already understands. He is certain that Theo is still powerless because in his mind, someone like Theo couldn't have changed that much so quickly. Axion believes Evelyn and the demon dragon have always had a strange interest in underdogs, so he sees no reason to treat this as a serious threat. But Ed Troyven clearly doesn't like how casually his nephew is treating the matter. His expression hardens as he warns Axion not to underestimate what is happening. That is when Axion pulls out a letter, a sly grin spreading across his face. Since his mother and uncle are so concerned, he says he will play with Theo a little and remind him exactly where he belongs. Later, the setting moves to the training grounds, where Evelyn is watching Theo finish a solid practice session. She praises his effort and Theo thanks her in return, admitting that training under a proper master like her really does feel completely different. Evelyn then brings up the offer from earlier, saying it probably would have been better if Theo had joined the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. She looks at him with curiosity, wanting to know why he refused such a rare opportunity. Theo pauses and thinks it over before answering. Deep down, he knows it would be a lie to say he has no regrets, because joining the White Armored Dragon Cavalry had once been one of his dreams in his previous life. Even so, a faint smirk crosses his face as he reminds himself that accepting the offer now would actually hold him back more than help him. There's no reason for him to lock himself into one path this early. Once he thinks about the privileges and influence he could gain by reaching the top after the awakening ceremony, joining the White Armored Dragon Cavalry no longer feels like the greatest prize available. So Theo simply smiles and says he did not want to receive special treatment. He claims he still doesn't feel ready yet, and for now, he is satisfied with training under Evelyn as he prepares for the awakening ceremony. Evelyn reminds him that the commander will probably feel disappointed after being rejected so directly. At that moment, Theo decides to test his newly acquired observation ability for the very first time. He focuses on Evelyn and reads her abilities in detail, immediately confirming what he already suspected. Without question, she is a high-ranking swordswoman. The information also reveals something more personal. Evelyn admires Theo's humility and character, and teaching him has given her a sense of energy and purpose she hasn't felt in a long time. It even shows that she misses the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Theo feels a rush of excitement when he realizes just how valuable this observation skill really is. The ability gives him more than simple strength readings. It lets him glimpse the truth beneath people's words. Then his eyes narrow slightly as he focuses on the last detail, the part about Evelyn missing the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. That line catches him off guard, and he can't help finding it surprisingly meaningful. Just then, a man enters the training grounds and introduces himself as Sybil Dree. He says he has come from the Southern Inspection Post and has something important he needs to discuss with Theo. Theo immediately feels a little uneasy around him. Sybil's presence is intimidating enough to make Theo wonder what kind of conversation this is about. So Theo quietly activates observation again, and the information he receives is unexpected. Sybil carries a powerful desire to spar with him. That revelation makes Theo break into a nervous sweat. The idea of crossing swords with someone who has such a frightening face is enough to make him feel genuinely anxious. Right on cue, the system notification appears and reveals the fourth tutorial quest. This time, his main objective is to cast aside the title of Imbecile of Ragnar, and the system shows that he has already made nearly 28% progress. Sybil Dree is surprisingly direct about why he came. Without hiding anything, he declares that he wants to follow young Master Theo. He admits honestly that he had once been among the many people who ignored Theo because he seemed untalented. Back then, Sybil truly believed the title of Ragnar's imbecile suited him perfectly. Theo appreciates the honesty, but even so, he can't stop himself from feeling a little irritated as he listens. After all, Sybil is practically insulting him without fully realizing how harsh his words sound. But Sybil explains that his opinion changed when he learned that Theo had been coming out every morning and training harder than anyone else. On top of that, Sybil says he felt honored to personally witness the results of all that effort during Theo's fight against the fraud, Rendon Harvey. Sybil was completely captivated by the sight of Rendon's head flying through the air. Watching Theo's unbelievable growth with his own eyes left him truly amazed. And the image of Demon Dragon Julius Ragnar personally inviting Theo into the White Armored Dragon Cavalry had burned itself deeply into Sybil's memory. From that moment on, Sybil says Theo became his idol. He had nearly given up on himself after being mocked as the idiot of the Southern Inspection Office, but seeing Theo changed something inside him. Now all he wants is one chance to cross swords with the person he admires. His blunt sincerity is so direct that it catches Theo off guard. Normally, Theo would be suspicious of anyone approaching him so suddenly. But thanks to observation, he can see the young man's true nature more clearly. Sybil Dree truly respects Theo, and at his core, all he wants is a sparring match. Everything Theo sees through observation points to him being genuine. It is definitely not what Theo expected. Even so, he feels pleased. After defeating Rendon and having rumors spread that Lord Julius had taken notice of him, Theo had assumed people with painful inferiority complexes would come crawling out to challenge and test him. But instead, he finds someone who admires him and wants to follow him willingly. That means there are still people out there who carry Ragnar's pride in their blood. This could actually work out perfectly for Theo. If he wants to become the clan head of Ragnar one day, he will need people he can trust around him, and he will also need capable subordinates who can stand beside him when the time comes. On top of that, Theo realized the situation could help him push forward with the final tutorial quest, the one tied to casting away that humiliating title of imbecile. In his previous life, that name had clung to him like a curse he could never escape, but now, with the system opening new paths before him, he was determined to tear that shameful label off completely. Theo then turned toward Evelyn and asked for permission to accept a spar. His new master gave her approval without hesitation, looking almost pleased as she urged him to go ahead and show everyone what he could do. Holding his blade up in a formal salute, Theo introduced himself with proper dignity as Theo Ragnar, an apprentice swordsman of the Rose Palace, currently awaiting the awakening ceremony while training under the guidance of Master Evelyn Nereville. The one-armed swordmaster watched him with a satisfied smile, clearly approving of both his posture and the way he carried himself. Sibaldry hurriedly returned the salute in his own awkward way, then introduced himself as an apprentice swordsman from the Southern Inspection Post. He explained that he had inherited the swordsmanship of the Kurai clan, with his main focus placed on the quicksword. At last, the spar began, and Sybil launched himself off the ground with explosive speed. For the very first movement, he looked almost like a madman, rushing in with the intensity of someone aiming to kill right from the opening strike. Theo met the first attack head-on, blocking it cleanly as their blades slammed together and sent bright sparks scattering from the collision. The so-called idiot of the Southern Inspection Post was undeniably fast. If there was one thing Sybil had absolute confidence in, it was the speed of his sword. But after just that first exchange, Sybil could already feel it for himself. Young Master Theo's skill was not a rumor, not an exaggeration, but the real thing. Meanwhile, Theo found himself wondering why someone like Sybil had ever been branded an idiot in the first place. If Theo had faced him back in his previous life, he probably would have struggled just to survive a few exchanges. But the Theo standing here now was no longer the helpless version of himself from before. Theo immediately shifted into offense, swinging his blade with enough force to send Sybil flying like a ragdoll and knock the sword right out of his hand. To the current Theo, handling this level of spar felt almost effortless. Poor Sybil took the impact straight to the solar plexus, and the force was so intense that he nearly coughed up everything inside him. His body finally crashed hard against the stands surrounding the training area, bringing his charge to a brutal stop. Thankfully, the blow had not left him gravely injured. Sybil still forced himself to rise, even through the pain, and praised young Master Theo's sword mastery before immediately admitting defeat with sincere gratitude. Theo accepted the victory with grace. He raised his sword in salute toward Sybil and calmly told him that it had been a good fight. As Theo held his sword in that salute, his eyes caught his own reflection gleaming across the bright surface of the blade. Then an idea suddenly crossed his mind. If observation could read other people, maybe he could also use it on himself. When he activated it, Theo discovered that the skill worked perfectly. His talents appeared before him, including observation, player, Ragnar, and several more that were still beyond his current access. He was shown as a level 1 swordsman with balanced stats, along with an unusually high magic power value of 190. Now that Theo had finally gained the ability to perceive stat points clearly, those values would appear as numbers from this point onward. Under the talent section, his abilities were displayed in full detail. And judging by the locked slots still waiting there, Theo realized he could unlock at least 4 more talents if he kept completing quests. Being able to check his own stat values whenever he wanted was an incredible discovery, and Theo immediately understood just how useful that would be moving forward. Theo guessed that his strangely high magic power had something to do with the magic from his previous life and the dragon heart beating inside his chest. What bothered him, however, was the ugly number sitting beside his luck stat, -49. He stared at that miserable value and wondered if he had actually been cursed with such unbelievably terrible luck. Maybe all the disasters and misery he had suffered in his previous life had been tied to this rotten luck all along. If that was the case, then Theo knew he needed to find a way to raise it as quickly as possible, but he was so absorbed in the sparring and in checking his own status that he completely failed to notice the crowd of young men who had gathered around the arena, quietly watching him from every side. After all, Theo had beheaded Rendon, the fraud who had posed as his teacher, and even received recognition from a respected commander. So the appearance of these young swordsmen around the training grounds was only natural. Theo understood that no matter how weak and worthless his former instructor had truly been, Rendon had still been considered a mid-rank swordsman in name. Because Theo had taken down that fraud and earned the approval of such a respected commander, it made sense that young swordsmen would begin appearing around him, drawn by the rumors and the spectacle. Under Ragnar's law of strength, people would only respond to Theo in one of 2 ways. They would either grow jealous of him, or they would become completely fascinated by him and offer their admiration. As for the young men gathered around the arena, Evelyn could tell their stance at a glance. They clearly belonged to the second group, because their eyes shone with amazement now that they had seen the rumors about the young master were true. Respect and approval were written plainly across their faces. Each of them imagined standing in Sybil's place during that spar, and each quietly wondered whether they would have been able to block Theo's sword at all. That thought only made their desire burn even stronger, pushing them to want a chance to cross blades with the young master themselves. Among those young swordsmen was Addict Nalen. Theo swept his gaze across the gathered crowd and felt satisfied when he saw the way they were reacting. Then Theo singled out Addict Nalen by name, catching the young man completely off guard. The young master called him forward and invited him to step into the arena for a spar. Addict Nalen gave a firm salute and introduced himself as the third son of Viscount Nalen, a swordsman specializing in double ascension swordsmanship. Theo returned the salute with calm ease and casually wished him a good fight. Without wasting any more time on formalities, the two fighters took their stances and immediately began clashing in the center of the training ground. With every strike and every ringing collision of steel, Theo's proficiency in basic swordsmanship steadily continued to rise. Addict, however, was far from weak. He moved quickly and fought with enough intelligence to slip in a sharp slash that seemed to leave Theo with no immediate way to counter it. In that instant, Theo felt as if the entire world had slowed around him. He adjusted his grip on the sword, shifted the angle of his blade, and met the incoming attack with a perfectly placed block. That single defense was enough to knock Addict's sword clean out of his hand and send it flying away. That crucial block raised Theo's proficiency in changing heart swordsmanship. With Addict disarmed, the match was completely decided, and the young man accepted his defeat without argument, offering Theo his full and lasting approval. To Theo's surprise, earning Addict's approval also caused his luck to increase. Seeing that change, he began to wonder if luck might somehow be connected to his reputation. If that connection was real, then Theo had just discovered a possible way to fix the miserable luck stat that had been dragging him down all this time. All he had to do was keep fighting, keep earning recognition, and little by little, he might actually be able to turn his rotten luck around with his own hands. The next young swordsman to step forward was Banat Ramiro, but for Theo that match barely turned into a challenge. He dealt with him cleanly and took another easy win. And with Banat's approval added to the list, Theo's luck rose by one more point, confirming that this strange method really seemed to be working. After that came Eric Moran. He managed to put up a decent fight and force Theo to move a little more seriously, but in the end, it was still only a struggle before another defeat. Next, Theo earned the approval of Manfred Nonbert, and without letting the momentum slow down for even a moment, he kept pushing forward through one spar after another. Then he completely overwhelmed Manuel Noir, sweeping him aside so decisively that it looked like Theo was simply clearing the floor of anyone standing in his path. Before long, Theo was fully absorbed in the rhythm of battle, his focus sharpening with every exchange as he continued his winning streak against Daniel Riemann. Still riding that momentum, Theo called out for the next challenger to come forward. But this time, no one immediately stepped up to face him. By the time he had gone through most of the young swordsmen gathered there, Theo was tired, but his fighting spirit was still hungry for more. He called again for the next challenger, yet the arena stayed still, with no one willing to be the next person to step onto the stage. Theo had fought so many matches that his body was nearing exhaustion, but when he checked the progress of his quest to escape the title of imbecile, it had only increased by 1%. He guessed that the slow progress might be because these people already acknowledged him. Maybe he needed stronger opponents, or maybe he had to prove himself in front of those who still looked down on him. Either way, Theo knew he needed something different. Just then, a man pushed through the crowd and pointed out that Theo looked exhausted. Theo argued that he would rest when he truly needed to, but for now he could still fight. And since he claimed he was still able to continue, the armored man known as the Silver Lion stepped forward before everyone's eyes. That man, Remington Narcio, formally requested a sparring match with Theo. Neither Theo nor the young swordsman gathered around the arena had expected someone so esteemed to appear there and ask for a match. After all, Remington was one of the four Hounds of the North. The four Hounds of the North were Hulkus Lanka, Ray Ragnar, Remington Narcio, and finally, Axion Ragnar from Camellia Palace. Together, they were known as the four strongest members of the current awakening ceremony generation under the Ragnar clan. Remington Narcio explained that he had come early because he wanted to observe the young lord's swordsmanship before the awakening ceremony began. With a smile on his face, Remington gave a respectful salute and thanked Theo for accepting his request. The Silver Lion was known as a gifted sword genius, blessed with sharp senses and backed by an exceptional work ethic. During the formal exchange, Theo stood tall and introduced himself properly as the 31st son of the Great Guardian of the North, Kyle Ragnar. Theo Ragnar returned the salute with pride, making his identity clear as the 31st son of the Great Guardian of the North, Kyle Ragnar. Theo had never expected to meet Remington like this, let alone cross swords with the famous sword genius. In his past life, Remington had been someone he genuinely respected. So when Theo said he was honored to spar against the renowned young deputy clan head of Narcio, those words were not empty flattery. He meant every bit of it. After so many non-stop fights, Theo was completely swept up in the intoxicating heat of battle. More than anything, he wanted to show Remington what he could do, and both of them looked ready for an unforgettable match. Then Theo watched as the Silver Lion's aura erupted with terrifying force, and for the first time in a while, he wondered whether his current self could truly defeat Remington. The two fighters charged at each other at the same time, their blades crashing together as sparks burst between them. This was the moment Theo would learn just how strong one of the four hounds of the North really was. Every collision between their swords shook the stage violently, sending tremors through the arena with each heavy exchange. Theo kept his eyes locked on victory, even as fragments of steel scattered across the arena from the force of their repeated clashes. Remington smiled as he pressed forward as well, clearly enjoying the intensity of the duel just as much. After enduring too much damage from the fierce exchanges, one of their swords was finally cut clean through. Evelyn watched without letting her gaze drift for even a second, following every movement with sharp attention. The young swordsman who had already fallen to Theo stood speechless, unable to look away from the outcome unfolding before them. In the deathly silent arena, the sound of the broken blade hitting the ground rang out clearly, echoing through the stillness. It was Theo's sword. In one clash of pure strength, Remington had sliced through his blade cleanly, stopping his own attack only inches away from cutting off Theo's head. To everyone watching, the result looked painfully obvious. Young Master Theo had lost. Sybil couldn't accept that his idol had been defeated so quickly, but even he had to face the truth in front of him. No matter how much Theo had grown, defeating one of the four hounds was still an almost impossible task. They were called the strongest of the current generation for a reason, and Remington had just proven why. Even so, Sybil insisted that the fighting spirit Theo had shown was already more than worthy of admiration. But then, to the shock of everyone standing there, the Silver Lion suddenly declared that the duel was his loss. Remington saluted Theo with flawless form, lowering himself respectfully as he thanked the young lord for the duel. He explained that Theo's sword had already been badly worn out before their match even started, and on top of that, Theo had been exhausted from fighting multiple opponents in a row. Theo answered that, on a real battlefield, no enemy would ever give him that kind of consideration. Because of that, he had already accepted his own defeat the moment he lost his blade. Remington responded with a calm, understanding smile, clearly appreciating Theo's way of thinking. Then the Silver Lion and the so-called imbecile reached out and shook hands in front of the watching crowd. From that brief but meaningful exchange, a deeper respect formed between the two unlikely opponents. Remington sincerely hoped they could have a proper duel under better conditions next time, and Theo felt exactly the same way. Everyone around them stared in open surprise as one of the four hounds personally acknowledged Theo. In that moment, the looks on their faces said it all. They were starting to realize that this young master truly was cut from a different cloth. After his duel with Remington, Theo's quest progress shot all the way up to 35%. Considering how difficult that kind of recognition was to earn, that single jump was massive. From the sidelines, Evelyn finally let out a quiet breath of relief. The tension in her shoulders eased, because as far as she was concerned, this result could not have played out any better. For the first time, Theo had been given a real, tangible measure of just how powerful the hounds truly were. And it was all because Remington had revealed even a glimpse of the strength he carried. Through his quests, Theo had gained talents, secret manuals, and enough power to become almost unrecognizable compared to his former self. But the instant he crossed blades with the White Lion, he felt the weight of true strength pressing against him. That brief clash forced him to remember something important. Despite all his growth, there were still far too many areas where he was painfully lacking. It was disappointing that the duel had to fade out because of his current condition, but even that short exchange had given him plenty. His luck rose by 10, and more importantly, his reputation had taken a dramatic leap forward. As for the quest itself, Theo was still nowhere near completing it in one sweep. If he wanted to push it further, he would have to start searching for other ways to earn approval. What he needed now was a proper stage, somewhere he could make people acknowledge him on his own terms. That was when Remington admitted that he had not come all this way simply to challenge Theo to a duel. His real purpose was to personally hand Theo an important letter. The letter turned out to be a formal invitation, and it was addressed to him from none other than the so-called Scaled Dragon Society. The moment the name Scaled Dragon Society was spoken, every young swordsman nearby felt their blood rush with excitement. It was a gathering of high society elites, famous for its strict and exhausting selection process. And this was not just any invitation either. Remington himself had come forward to invite the young master. For any rising talent, receiving an invitation to the Scaled Dragon Society was an honor that could instantly raise their standing. Theo, keeping his expression modest, asked whether someone like him could truly be allowed to join such a club. The White Lion quickly reassured him, almost as if the answer was obvious. Theo was more than qualified, and besides, Remington insisted that the group was not nearly as serious or intimidating as people made it sound. According to him, most of its prominent members simply treated it as a social circle for talented peers waiting for the upcoming awakening ceremony. Theo could not tell whether Remington had some hidden motive behind the invitation, but he did know one thing: the Scaled Dragon Society currently revolved around his half-brother, Axion. It was a gathering packed with snakes who would look down on him with contempt, mockery, and ridicule. And for that exact reason, it was also the perfect place for Theo to push his quest forward. On top of that, entering the society would give him a valuable chance to investigate Axion and the Camellia Palace from much closer range. With no good reason to refuse, Theo accepted the invitation letter and politely thanked Remington for taking the trouble to deliver it in person. He promised that he would attend, fully aware that he was agreeing to step straight into the den of his enemies. Remington happily took Theo's hand and shook it, clearly pleased to have drawn in another rising star. He also told Theo not to hesitate if he ever needed to ask him anything. The meeting was set for 2 weeks later, which meant Theo had only that much time to prepare and put a plan together. Nearby, Evelyn took a slow drag from her cigarette, her gaze lingering on Theo with a hint of worry for her new disciple. Not long after that, word that Theo had been invited to the high society gathering made its way back to the Rose Palace. Theo's mother, Cecilia, burst into his room with a bright, excited smile spread across her face. Theo had actually been planning to deliver the news to her himself, but judging by her expression, that was no longer necessary. Cecilia had already summoned the palace's entire grooming team straight into his room, ready to prepare him from head to toe. Since this was the first time Theo had been invited to take part in something so important, his mother could not hide her excitement. After all, this was a club that included Axion, the son of that cunning Amel, along with brilliant talents such as Remington. The young people involved were influential enough to draw attention from the council itself. Cecilia understood perfectly that everything about Theo would be watched closely, from the way he dressed to the way he carried himself in front of others. Without wasting any time, she pulled out a tape measure and began taking Theo's measurements herself. Cecilia knew her son would never embarrass himself when it came to etiquette. But clothing, presence, and outward demeanor were matters of their own. Thankfully, this was one part of high society that Cecilia could personally guide him through. Before becoming Theo's mother, she had once been a successful actress. More than anything, she was simply happy to be involved, to finally stand beside her beloved son and help him in a way only she could. Theo knew that his mother had always carried the burden of being a commoner concubine who gave birth to an illegitimate child. Cecilia had lived with the guilt of believing she had given her son such a shameful label, even though none of it had ever been her fault. In the cold world of the Ragnar clan, where strength mattered more than anything else, Theo could only imagine how painful it must have been for her in his past life, when her child had been seen as weak. Cecilia might have looked excited and cheerful on the outside, but deep down, she was simply a mother worrying about her son's well-being above everything else. She wrapped her arms tightly around Theo and gently assured him that his mother would always believe in him, no matter what. In her eyes, he was capable of achieving anything. The warmth of his mother's embrace slowly melted the coldness that had been sitting deep inside Theo's heart. Theo returned the embrace, holding his mother close with quiet, heartfelt love. This time, he was determined to push himself harder than ever so that his mother would no longer have to spend her days worrying about him. While Cecilia was happily thinking about her son joining the Scaled Dragon Society, Theo's thoughts were fixed on something far darker, crushing that entire nest of snakes to pieces. 2 weeks passed, and at last, the night of the society banquet arrived. Remington personally came to the Rose Palace to pick Theo up, arriving in a lavish carriage fit for someone of his standing. The moment Remington saw the young man step out, he felt as if he were looking at a completely different person. Theo was no longer wearing his usual training clothes, thanks to his mother and the palace staff. He had been dressed in an exquisite outfit that gave him an entirely new air. Rather than looking like a warrior fresh from training, Theo now gave off the polished air of a young aristocrat, as if he had stepped straight out of a noble portrait. Remington took one look at Theo's new appearance and immediately commented on it. But Theo only gave a faint reaction, assuming the White Lion was teasing him. But Remington was not joking at all. His eyes held genuine admiration, because Theo's transformation was impressive enough to make even him pause. Theo himself had to admit that his body had changed dramatically. He had grown taller, his muscles had filled out with clean, balanced strength, and all of it came from only 2 weeks of relentless, focused training. During those 2 weeks, Remington had unexpectedly shown up every single day to train alongside him. After spending so much time clashing blades and talking between sessions, the two had grown surprisingly close. Theo had also started gaining a rather solid group of followers, with Sybil and the others becoming more and more drawn to him. Because of that, Evelyn found herself stuck teaching what felt like an entire battalion of Theo fanatics, even though she had only agreed to train the young master for a short period. To say those 2 weeks of training had been lively would honestly be putting it mildly. Even now, Theo still felt worn out from constantly dealing with so many enthusiastic people crowding around him. And today, after all that preparation, he was finally heading to his very first formal banquet. Remington tried to ease his nerves by telling him there was no reason to worry, but before they arrived, the White Lion still left him with one important warning. He explained that his friend Axion had a mischievous side that could be difficult to predict. In fact, Axion was the one who had requested Theo's invitation, claiming that he wanted to meet the new rising star himself. On top of that, this entire banquet had apparently been prepared with Theo in mind. Hearing all of that definitely changed the situation for Theo, though not in a way that made things worse. If anything, this development was even better for him. Theo was already looking forward to being openly mocked and insulted from every possible direction. Meanwhile, inside the banquet hall, the Dark Tiger, Axion Ragnar, had already begun leisurely sipping from a glass of expensive liquor. He was feeling rather excited at the thought of turning the so-called imbecile of Ragnar into his newest plaything. Before long, the carriage rolled to a stop in front of a lavish palace, making it clear that they had finally reached the banquet's venue. Remington stepped down first, and Theo followed after him, leaving the carriage behind. The moment his feet touched the ground, the young lord calmly swept his gaze across the area. He was about to enter the Camellia Palace, the home territory of the scum who had once pushed Rendon into interfering with his growth. In his previous life, this place and the people behind it had devoured him, his mother, and the entire Rose Palace without a trace of mercy. Those dark thoughts of vengeance were cut short when Remington called to him and invited him to head inside. The ever-lively Remington had received word that Axion would personally come out to greet them, and by now, he should already have been waiting near the entrance. Theo could see exactly why that bastard Axion had invited him in the first place. The fool must have thought that since the imbecile of Ragnar was starting to stand out, it was his job to crush Theo's momentum. But Theo had not willingly walked into the snake's nest without preparing his own plan. Tonight, he would make Axion understand exactly who he was trying to toy with. As they approached the palace, Theo suddenly stopped in place when something caught the corner of his eye. High above, on an upper floor of the Camellia Palace, the strange blue glow of a system quest called out to him. For a brief moment, his attention shifted toward that possible quest inside the palace, and because of that distraction, he failed to notice something dropping rapidly toward his position. Remington reacted at once and tried to pull him away from the unknown object, but before he could reach Theo, it burst apart, exploding into a cloud of white powdery smoke. Panic flashed across Remington's face as he hurriedly called out Theo's name. Fortunately, Theo was unharmed. The thing that had been launched at him from above was nothing more than a sack of white flour. Remington was furious at such a childish prank. Theo, however, calmly recognized that he would not have been able to dodge it in time, and if this had been his previous life, the outfit his mother had worked so hard to prepare would have been completely ruined. At first, Theo wondered whether Remington had been part of the stunt, but judging from his reaction, that clearly did not seem to be the case. The White Lion looked both confused and genuinely angry at the sudden mess. Apparently, throwing flour at him was the most creative welcome those idiots upstairs could come up with. And the ones foolish enough to think of something so immature had to be those smug young nobles peering down from the palace windows. Then a familiar voice cut through the group of nobles, making them part aside as it casually claimed that this was only a small greeting between friends. A basic courtesy, as he put it. But Remington was not buying that excuse for even a second, and his anger was plain to see. At last, Axion revealed his smug face, insisting with a relaxed smile that he was merely offering a fun greeting to his brother, Theo. Theo immediately activated his observation skill and assessed the Dark Tiger in front of him. Axion's talents included madness, psychopathy, and an overwhelming potential for swordsmanship. Right now, Axion was practically brimming with anticipation, thrilled that he had found a new toy to play with. Theo simply smiled and thanked him, a response that instantly left his psychopathic brother confused. He went on to say that with such a warm welcome from Axion, he could only feel grateful, and now he was very much looking forward to enjoying today's party. Axion's confusion lasted only a moment before it twisted into delighted amusement. This brother of his had clearly become far more entertaining since the last time they met. Finally, Remington and Theo stepped into the banquet hall, where every member of the promising noble society had already gathered. It was an extremely private event, reserved only for a carefully chosen few who had been invited to drink, dine, and exchange words with other talented young peers. Naturally, everyone's attention turned toward today's special guest. Most of them could not understand why Axion would invite someone they considered a useless bum. Even Theo came from a direct line of Ragnar blood. His reputation as the imbecile was still deeply rooted in everyone's minds. For most of the nobles, seeing that kind of trash brought into the Scaled Dragon Society was an unpleasant surprise. Still, even they had to admit that his outfit looked ridiculously sharp, though most of them already understood that Axion was simply playing with his newest toy. The nobles did not even bother lowering their voices as they mocked him, making the insults impossible to ignore. Remington, clearly uncomfortable beside him, apologized to Theo and insisted that these gatherings were not usually this disgraceful, while Theo simply stood there and let them spit out every bit of trash talk they wanted. In truth, the more they insulted him, the better it was for Theo. Every sneer, every careless word, and every arrogant laugh would only make it that much more satisfying when he crushed them later. On top of that, Theo noticed that the source of the blue quest light was somewhere close by. He was certain it had to be important, but for the moment, he still had no natural excuse to move toward it. Then Axion, the host of the banquet, slowly descended the staircase and approached with a relaxed smile, asking his brother whether he was enjoying the party. Theo forced his emotions back under control, keeping his face calm as he decided to follow the plan he had already laid out in his mind. He smiled politely and thanked Axion once again for inviting him. Axion, wearing that same mocking expression, sarcastically apologized for the flower incident from a few minutes earlier and playfully admitted that he might have gone a little too far. In the next instant, Axion closed the gap between them so quickly it was almost a blur, grabbing Theo firmly by the shoulders as he pressured his brother to accept the apology in front of everyone. Remington immediately looked ready to step in, but before he could move, Theo cut in and said that Axion had nothing to apologize for. He calmly repeated Axion's own excuse back to him, saying that the prank had only been a greeting between brothers. For once, the psycho had no words ready. Theo was far too calm, far too composed, and far too difficult to shake. Axion burst into laughter and patted Theo on the back like a proud older brother. He said he had never realized the kid had this much nerve, and that Theo had changed quite a lot from the timid child he remembered. The more Axion looked at him, the more entertained he became, and strangely enough, he started liking this new version of Theo more and more. The surrounding nobles watched Theo smile and play along with Axion's whims, then began whispering that he looked like Axion's obedient little dog. Some even dragged his birth into it, comparing Theo's illegitimate background to the noble blood of Troyvan. To them, Theo and Axion might have been half-brothers, but they were not even close to standing on the same level. Both carried Ragnar blood, yet Axion came from the Troyvan clan, the great swordsmanship powerhouse of the East, while Theo's mother was dismissed as some nameless woman from the middle of nowhere. Theo only smiled as he listened to the nobles throw those blatant insults at him, letting each word sink in and feed the cold flame burning inside his chest. Still, there was one thing the nobles could not quite understand: why Remington seemed so close to the so-called imbecile. Soon, their insults began spreading toward Remington as well, with some calling him an illegitimate son of the Narcio family. The White Lion had already been tense since the moment they entered the banquet, and now that tension sharpened dangerously. The instant those nobles touched on a forbidden subject, Remington looked like he was about to snap right there in the hall. Theo quickly realized that if this continued for even a few more seconds, Remington might lose control and steal the spotlight from him completely. He had planned to watch quietly and gather more insults for a little longer, but with Remington on the edge, that approach would no longer work. So before Axion could lead him upstairs, Theo suddenly stopped in place. Since he had only just arrived, Theo said that it was only proper for him to greet his new friends as well. With that, he walked toward the banquet table where the snickering nobles had gathered, and every pair of eyes immediately fixed on the imbecile of Ragnar. Theo quietly reached out and picked up a bottle of wine from the table. He then walked straight toward the noble who had been running his mouth about Remington's lineage and made a small gesture as if he were about to pour wine into his glass. The noble smirked smugly and asked whether he had said anything wrong. Theo shifted his grip on the bottle without warning, then swung it down and shattered it across Blondie's head without the slightest mercy. The sudden violence froze the entire room, leaving Remington stunned and even the psychotic Axion visibly shocked by the unexpected turn. Blondie clutched his head in agony as blood began running through his piss-colored hair, staining it in ugly streaks. Theo stood over him with a cold expression, still holding the broken bottle now slick with blood. Even after taking that blow, the bastard still dared to push himself up and curse at Theo for humiliating him in front of everyone. But before he could launch into the usual arrogant noble rant, Theo drove a kick straight into his face and broke the bastard's jaw. Theo's simple and brutal plan had finally begun, and his eyes turned cold, sharp, and almost crazy. He insisted that he had only offered Blondie a little greeting, yet somehow received such a hurtful response in return. The other nobles stopped dead where they stood, too frightened and confused to understand what was happening. At the same time, Theo's quest progress began climbing again, rising all the way to 43%. Remington had trained beside the young lord for 2 straight weeks, so he knew Theo was not some hot-headed thug who lashed out without reason. Watching this unfold, he wondered whether Theo might actually be doing it for his sake. As Blondie continued bleeding across the palace floor, Theo calmly declared that this was simply his own version of a welcome greeting. Then Theo stepped over Blondie's arm and positioned the noble's limp body across a raised platform, slowly applying pressure as he spoke. Since he had already said hello, it was time to say goodbye. Blondie panicked and desperately shouted for Theo to wait, begging him to stop whatever he was about to do, but his pleas had no effect at all. Theo brought his foot down on the bastard's arm and completely shattered Blondie's bones, sending a sickening crack echoing through the banquet hall. The same nobles who had been freely running their mouths just minutes earlier were now frozen in stunned silence, unable to say a word after witnessing such ruthless punishment. That single act of breaking Blondie's bones pushed Theo's quest progress even higher, raising it to 58%. Blondie finally lost consciousness from the shock and pain. His limp body sprawled out as drool stained the palace carpet beneath him. Theo tossed the unconscious body aside like the trash it was, then turned his gaze toward the crowd and asked if anyone else wanted to say hello. The sheer intimidation in his actions drove the quest progress up once more, pushing it to 66%. Suddenly, knights who had been concealed in the shadows revealed themselves and moved in, surrounding Theo from every direction. They drew their blades in unison, their focus locked completely on neutralizing the threat standing before them. For swords closed around Theo, pinning him in place. The knights demanded payback for the sin of harming their young master and declared that such a vile act deserved only one punishment: death. Theo smiled, because from his point of view, his plan was only becoming more useful with every passing second. He calmly asked the knights who the guy he had just beaten was. They answered with pride that Blondie was the 3rd young master of the Hanavi clan, young master Ian Hanavi. Theo looked amused by how confidently they said it. The Hanavi clan was one of the 6 snow clans that supported Ragnar. He had already known that the bodyguard knights of these spoiled nobles would never be able to keep watching forever. They always looked down on the imbecile whenever he dared to act out. So Theo asked them what the problem was if he roughed up their young master. With unmistakable pride weighing down every word, Theo looked at the knights and asked whether the dogs of one of Ragnar's bannerman clans truly had the nerve to demand his death. Could they really bear the responsibility of threatening someone who carried Kyle Ragnar's blood? After all, the bloodline of Ragnar was not something that tolerated open disrespect. The moment Theo's threat reached their ears, the knights felt their grips weakening, their fingers loosening around the hilts of their swords. The fury they had felt after watching their young master get ruined was quickly swallowed by a deeper, older fear, the instinctive terror they held toward the Ragnar clan itself. On top of that, the aura pressing out from Theo's body felt suffocating, almost crushing the air around them. This was not the imbecile of Ragnar they knew, nor the weakling they had casually mocked so many times before. Now that the knights were forced to think clearly, they remembered that Theo was also a direct descendant of Ragnar with a legitimate right of succession. And beyond that, Ragnar stood as the Lord of the North, the overseer who ruled above the 6 snow clans. Declaring death upon the blood of the dragon was not something any sane person should ever dare to do. It was the kind of sin where even wiping out an entire insignificant snow clan would not be considered an unreasonable punishment. For far too long, that protection and prestige had not seemed to apply to Theo because everyone saw him as a useless descendant. Most people had simply forgotten what his blood truly meant, but that mistake could no longer continue. All 4 knights understood at once that they had made a colossal blunder, and that they needed to lower their heads and apologize immediately. But before they could do so, Theo had already given a kill order to a mysterious presence hidden nearby. A sharp flash of steel tore through the hall, moving so fast that it seemed to blind everyone who saw it. In the very next instant, 4 severed heads were already flying through the air, while dark blood spilled across the palace floor. Theo remained perfectly calm, standing like the eye of a storm as the blood of his enemies scattered and swirled around him. The mysterious figure who had slaughtered the knights at his command landed steadily on the carpet, moving with a grace that made the killing look effortless. It was none other than his master herself, Evelyn Nareville. With even more blood spreading across the banquet hall, the arrogant nobles finally felt the threat hanging directly over their heads. This was no longer some cruel joke or harmless game. Theo's quest to escape the title of the imbecile of Ragnar had reached 70% completion. Axion could only stand there and watch as his own banquet was completely stolen from him, turned into Theo's personal display of force and dominance. Evelyn looked toward her disciple and asked when he had realized she was following him. To Theo, though, the answer was almost obvious. He did not know exactly why she had followed him all the way to the Camellia Palace, but thanks to her presence, he could turn the tables on these fools without holding back. As the entire crowd stood frozen in silence, everyone seemed to be waiting for Theo's next move. The night before the banquet, Commander Julius had secretly visited Evelyn. He had come to tease her about refusing to take in any more disciples while still diligently training her new student every single day. By now, Evelyn seemed used to this brute sneaking into her quarters whenever he pleased, because she did not even bother entertaining his little games. Recently, Julius's only real joy in life had apparently become tormenting his former comrade. The torment included helping himself to her expensive wine stash as if it belonged to him. But tonight, Commander Julius truly wanted to know what Evelyn had seen in the kid. Evelyn knew there was no point trying to pry the bottle out of that brute's hand anymore, so she simply answered that Theo had exceeded her expectations. When it came to his attitude toward honing his craft and refining his talent, Theo was genuinely among the best students she had ever taught. And considering that even Axion had once passed through her hands, that was not a claim she made lightly. Evelyn did not soften her words at all. Judging from Theo's potential, she could say with confidence that he surpassed even young Master Axion, and she sincerely insisted that she was not saying it just to flatter him. Julius had always trusted Evelyn's eye for talent. After all, she had 2 eyes while he only had 1. Still, Julius reasoned that no person could change so drastically overnight. The most sensible explanation was that Theo had been hiding his strength all this time for some unknown reason. Of course, even Julius had to admit that it was strange to believe someone would conceal themselves for that long, only to suddenly begin showing off now. As a trainer, Evelyn believed that anyone who rushed too recklessly with their steps was bound to trip and fall sooner or later. But what she saw in Theo felt different. It was as though he was being chased by something invisible, pushing himself forward not out of arrogance, but out of fear. That was also why she felt uneasy about him attending the Scaled Dragon Society gathering. Julius finished off the bottle of wine and concluded that the Axion brat was definitely someone worth worrying about. He was also the one who suggested that Evelyn follow the kid, just to be safe. Commander Julius had a feeling that something would happen at the banquet. It might not be the same thing Evelyn was worried about, but he was certain something was bound to occur. As a Ragnar himself, Julius knew from first-hand experience what happened when wolf cubs hungry for blood gathered in one place. They started fighting to establish a hierarchy. Then Commander placed a uniform on the table and urged Evelyn to try tempting Theo into joining his unit once again. But it was not only the kid Julius wanted. He wanted Evelyn herself to return to the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, and he clearly had no intention of giving up on her. He did not want her to retire simply because she could no longer ride a dragon. In his eyes, she still had to come back and take responsibility for what she had started. After saying his piece, Julius left Evelyn's quarters, casually thanking her for the delicious wine on his way out. Evelyn had lost an expensive bottle that night, but in exchange, she may have just recovered a sense of purpose she thought she had lost. Back in the present, inside the Camellia Palace, Evelyn began piecing together everything that had just unfolded. She figured Theo must have noticed her following behind him and deliberately shaped the situation around that fact. Maybe he had joined the Scaled Dragon Society aiming for this exact scenario from the very beginning. If that was true, then perhaps her worries had been unnecessary. Still, she could not help wondering at what point on the way to the palace he had sensed her presence. In truth, Theo had noticed his master quietly tailing him from the moment he stepped into the carriage. Thanks to his dragon heart, he could release his energy perception into the area around him, letting it function almost like a sixth sense. But none of that was the most important thing now. What mattered was that the stage for his revenge had finally been set. Theo turned toward Evelyn and explained that most of the nobles in the banquet hall had openly disrespected a successor candidate of the Ragnar clan. Then he asked what punishment was appropriate for such a terrible crime. The guilty nobles nearly fainted where they stood, because every one of them knew exactly what that punishment could be. Evelyn, strict as ever when it came to the rules, stated that depending on clan law, the immediate execution of the guilty parties could be enforced. A dark, knowing smirk spread across Theo's face. He had set the trap perfectly, and now it was time to spring it. Evelyn stepped forward, ready to execute his unspoken commands flawlessly. Pretending to be a merciful and generous master, Theo casually addressed the crowd, claiming that these young offenders were nothing more than foolish children who hadn't even passed their awakening ceremonies yet. With a wave of his hand, he announced that he would be satisfied by taking just a single arm from each culprit to wash away their sins. The moment the words left his mouth, Evelyn moved like lightning, transformed into an unstoppable whirlwind of flashing steel, unleashing a precise and merciless assault directly upon the arrogant, panicking young nobles of the Scaled Dragon Society. The second son of the prestigious Byron clan desperately tried to dodge the incoming blade, but his movements were far too slow. With a clean, swift strike, his right arm was completely severed from his shoulder. A blood-curdling shriek echoed through the hall as the eldest son of the Red and White Mercenary Corps clutched at his side, bright red blood spurting violently from the raw, open stump where his arm used to be. Even the delicate, slender arm of the fourth daughter of the Ceres Merchant Guild found no mercy under Evelyn's ruthless blade, falling instantly to the cold floor. Panicking, the third son of the Clark clan turned on his heel and tried to flee for his life. But outrunning a seasoned warrior like Evelyn was an absolute impossibility. As the eldest daughter of the Howard clan was brutally brought down and reduced to a one-armed cripple, a system notification flashed before Theo's eyes, showing that his hidden quest progression had suddenly leaped up to 79% completion. Terrified and bleeding, one of the pathetic nobles dragged themselves across the floor, desperately crawling toward Axion, or Axe, as his inner circle called him, begging and crying out to him for salvation. But Axe just stood there, impassively staring down at the miserable sight. He simply parroted his brother's earlier words, coldly stating that he couldn't possibly intervene since this entire bloody display was merely a unique form of high society greeting. The crawling noble caught a sudden, terrifying glint of steel in the corner of his eye. Before he could even scream, a blade flashed downward, slicing his arm clean off and spraying a crimson arc of blood that barely missed staining Axion's pristine clothes. While the heir of the Purink family writhed and twisted on the ground in pure, unadulterated agony, Axion ignored the screams and turned his sharp gaze toward his former teacher. Ellen casually met his intense stare, her expression entirely unbothered as she gave him a small, cold nod of acknowledgement. Axion had never imagined he would cross paths with his former combat instructor in the middle of such a horrific, blood-soaked massacre. Evelyn offered him a crisp salute with her dripping blade. Scanning the ruined banquet hall, Axion quickly realized that Evelyn had precisely targeted only those specific individuals who had dared to openly insult Theo's lineage. Theo had orchestrated the entire situation with such calculated precision that even though Axion was a fellow candidate for succession, he lacked any legal or social authority to halt the ongoing slaughter. It took Evelyn a mere matter of minutes to move through the crowd, efficiently carving off the right arms of 14 high-ranking individuals under Theo's cold, unyielding directives. Given their high status and wealth, these nobles could easily rush their severed limbs to a powerful priest and have them magically reattached. But their future prospects as swordsmen were permanently ruined. Everything had played out exactly according to Theo's master plan. Meanwhile, Axion's mind raced, far more intrigued by how on earth Theo had managed to sway both Remington and Evelyn to his side. Theo Ragnar, the man who was once universally mocked as the ultimate fool of the Rose Palace, had suddenly transformed into something utterly terrifying. Deep within Axion, his sadistic, psychopathic nature began to stir with wicked delight. Looking at his brother, he felt an overwhelming, burning desire to utterly crush this sudden rival beneath his heel. Now that he had thoroughly achieved his goals and exacted his price, Theo calmly called out to Evelyn and Remington, signaling that it was time for them to exit the premises. The trio slowly walked out of the grand palace, their footsteps echoing through a heavy silence as the terrified, trembling gazes of the remaining nobility locked onto Theo's retreating back. Before parting, the two brothers locked eyes, their intense gazes clashing in the air. Neither of them needed to utter a single word to know exactly what the other was thinking. Just as he was about to step away, Theo suddenly reached out and grabbed Axion's arm, clamping down with a powerful vice-like grip that heavily creased the expensive fabric of his brother's suit. After holding him there for a tense, fleeting second, Theo let go with a smirk. He offered a casual wave of farewell, mockingly telling Axion that he had experienced an absolute blast at this bloody banquet. At that exact moment a system chime rang out. The final tutorial quest, demanding he shed the reputation of the Ragnar family's greatest fool, was finally and officially completed. Axion stood there, absolutely fuming with quiet rage. He wanted nothing more than to draw his weapon and retaliate right then and there, but a small sliver of rationality reminded him that making a scene now would be incredibly foolish. Unable to contain his explosive fury any longer, the unhinged young lord stormed completely out of his own estate, tearing through the grounds and screaming Theo's name at the absolute top of his lungs into the night sky. Now that every single one of his tutorial quests had been successfully cleared, the realm would never again dare to mock Theo as the useless idiot of the family. The opening tutorial phase of his new life had officially come to an end, but his grand path of true, absolute revenge against those who wronged him was only just beginning. As a reward for completely shattering his negative reputation and flipping public perception on its head, he received an experience elixir, a powerful tonic capable of instantly raising a user's level by 5, provided they were currently below level 30. Word of the horrific bloodshed and the sudden massacre at the banquet spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the ears of the masters residing in the other royal palaces. Absolutely anyone would be paralyzed with shock upon hearing the unbelievable news that Axion's highly prestigious Scale Dragon Society had been completely dismantled and torn apart, both politically and quite literally. Meanwhile, Theo was in an incredibly triumphant mood after successfully flexing his overwhelming authority over those arrogant nobles. Eager to celebrate his flashy, blood-soaked debut into high society, his loyal subordinates escorted him straight to a local pub to toast their victory. Every single one of his dedicated followers had gathered together for the occasion, and even the usually stoic Evelyn made an appearance, sitting down to enjoy a few well-earned drinks with the crew. Lounging with his drink, Theo couldn't help but amusedly wonder how the remaining members of the Scaled Dragon Society were coping after being utterly humiliated by the very man they used to call a worthless fool. Deep within the elegant halls of the Camellia Palace, Lady Emil Ragnar sat in utter bewilderment and disbelief. She had just received the report that her faction had not only handed Theo the perfect legal justification for his violence, but that the boy had actually severed the arms of their allies right in front of Axian's face. When Axian sullenly confirmed that the report was entirely true, Emil's frustration boiled over. The entire situation felt completely absurd to her, and she angrily reminded Axian that she had explicitly warned him beforehand not to treat Theo so lightly. She voiced her deep disappointment, furious that instead of pressuring the boy into submission, they had inadvertently handed him total, absolute authority to run completely wild. Desperate to defend his tarnished pride, Axian quickly argued back, explaining that if Theo were to gain official recognition from the family, conquering the Rose Palace would become infinitely harder, urging her not to panic just yet. However, Emil wasn't having any of his excuses. She coldly cut him off, telling him to leave her presence and deeply reflect on his massive blunders, refusing to listen to another word out of his mouth. She sharply pointed out the sheer gravity of his mistakes, emphasizing that his reckless behavior had almost completely derailed the grand, long-term plans they had been working so hard to establish. Realizing there was no arguing with her in this state, Axian reluctantly bowed his head to her wishes and quietly exited the chamber. Left alone with her advisor, Emil let out a frustrated sigh, wondering aloud who Axian could have possibly inherited such an obnoxious, stubborn attitude from. Standing nearby, Ed Troyven offered a sly smile, replying that the young lord actually looked exactly like Emil herself back when she was young. Emil shot him a sharp look, making it perfectly clear she was in no mood for witty banter. Ed quickly bowed to apologize, changing his tone to reassure her that this recent incident might actually not be worth losing sleep over. He began to explain the deeper political layout, noting that because the Rose Palace belongs to the clan head's personal harem, securing official, direct ownership over it has always been an incredibly complicated matter. He reminded her that even though the palace had long been ignored by the clan leader because it was viewed as a dumping ground for worthless riffraff, it technically still carried the sovereign protection and backing of the clan leader himself. Ed then laid out his cunning counter-strategy, explaining that all they ever truly needed was a solid, undeniable excuse to act. Fortunately, since Theo had caused a massive, violent uproar right in the middle of a high-profile Dragon Society gathering, the boy was rapidly cementing himself as the sole representative and figurehead of the Rose Palace. By leveraging this violent, high-society disaster as their primary justification, they could now easily use the clan's formal, legal procedures to completely suppress and trap the rising young master. Hearing this, Emil fell silent, her mind spinning as she processed the brilliant strategy. Up until now, her fear of Theo's growth stemmed from the worry that if the clan leader began favoring the Rose Palace, the boy's authority and influence would expand uncontrollably. But now she realized they could use Theo's newfound prominence against him. By utilizing the legal framework of the clan, the Camellia Palace could entirely lock him down, leaving the Rose Palace with absolutely no choice but to bend the knee and bow before the power of the Troyven bloodline. A cruel smile returned to her face as she realized the plan was practically foolproof. Turning her eyes back to Ed, she eagerly demanded to know how long it would take to get everything ready for the trap. Ed offered a confident, sinister bow, assuring her that all the necessary arrangements had already been covertly finalized. He promised that by the time she opened her eyes tomorrow morning, the first thing she would hear would be excellent news. Gently breaking the heavy silence, he speaks to Amel in a soothing, comforting voice, assuring her that she can finally let her guard down. He tells her to wash away the stress of the day with a warm, relaxing bath and get a peaceful night's rest, adding with a warm smile that he has specially prepared a rare aromatic candle sourced all the way from the South Akron volcanic region just for her. Looking up at him, Amel feels a deep sense of relief wash over her, deciding in that moment to truly lean on her dependable older brother, and she softly expresses her heartfelt gratitude for his warmth. Meanwhile, across town inside a bustling, dimly lit tavern, Remington slams his cup down, completely overwhelmed by emotion as he loudly confesses just how profoundly shocked he was today, slurring that he never truly realized Theo cared so deeply about their friendship. Theo just sits across from him, looking completely bewildered by the sudden outburst, unable to comprehend what his friend is getting so emotional about, finding it absolutely hilarious to watch Remington act incredibly drunk when he has only been drinking sweet orange juice all evening. Gazing into his cup, Remington heavily notes that even when Theo was enduring cruel insults thrown directly at his own face, he didn't blink an eye. Yet, the very second those thugs shifted their toxic words toward his companion, Theo didn't hesitate for a single moment to strike back. Remington looks down, thoroughly embarrassed and filled with bitter regret for failing to stand up and do anything to help. Remington looks up, staring intently at the young master with wide, awestruck eyes, suddenly hit by the realization of how much hidden pain Theo must have endured during all those years when the entire world looked down on him, cruelly dismissing him as a talentless, completely useless child. And yet, despite the crushing weight of everyone's low expectations, the boy refused to break, choosing instead to grit his teeth, defy his fate, and silently build up his strength until he became truly powerful. Even when standing face to face with overwhelming opponents against whom he shouldn't have had a single shred of hope, Theo displayed an unyielding, ironclad willpower to seize victory, daring to wage open warfare against the mighty Camellia Palace, an absolute authority that absolutely no one else dares to defy. With a profound sense of respect, Remington openly acknowledges that Theo possesses the true, unhesitating courage required to draw his blade at a moment's notice, deeply moved by the fact that his friend put everything on the line just to protect him. As Remington's eyes well up with thick, dramatic tears of gratitude, Theo can only stare blankly back at him, a cold sweat breaking out as he realizes his overly emotional friend has completely and utterly misunderstood the entire situation. Suddenly, the emotional youth abruptly stands up from his seat, looking straight at our main character as he declares with fierce determination that, regardless of whatever strict orders his own clan dictates, he is choosing a completely different path, one where he dedicates his life to following Theo's lead. The sudden, passionate declaration instantly erupts across the room, causing the nearby patrons who had been watching them to burst into loud cheers and applause, praise echoing through the tavern as everyone shouts about how incredibly amazing the two young warriors are. Panicking slightly from all the unwanted attention, Theo opens his mouth to hurriedly clear up the massive misunderstanding, but Evelyn's voice suddenly echoes directly inside his mind via telepathy, sharply telling him to hold his tongue and just let his emotional friend ride the wave. Glancing over toward her corner, Theo catches her eye as she casually explains that this particular misunderstanding isn't a bad thing at all. In fact, seeing how inspired everyone is, it looks like the entire crowd is practically begging to get on his good side now. Hearing her amusement forces a faint, quiet smile onto Theo's face, though deep down inside, he maintains a cold, grounded clarity, knowing full well that there is nothing naturally special about him, since every ounce of his current strength is entirely derived from the power of his status window. Pulling up his glowing blue interface, he stares intently at his current stats, fully recognizing that everything he has achieved so far is a direct gift from this system, momentarily remembering how, in the very beginning, he had foolishly assumed this magical window was merely a manifestation born from the lingering regrets of his past life. However, as his eyes scan the incredibly intricate details, numbers, and perfect structural breakdowns before him, he realizes with absolute certainty that this status window is something far more mysterious and profound than a mere psychological fragment. A strange, fleeting sense of déjà vu briefly brushes against the edges of his mind, but he quickly shakes the eerie feeling off, deciding it isn't worth overthinking right now since the system is actively providing him with the exact tools he needs to rapidly grow stronger. Now that the chaotic incident involving the Scaled Dragon Society has fully drawn to a close, the prompt flashes before his eyes, alerting him that his level has successfully increased. He notes that with every level up achieved, the system grants him precious stat points that he can freely distribute to elevate his physical attributes. With a smirk growing on his face, Theo realizes he now possesses the terrifying ability to manipulate and skyrocket his own attributes at will, feeling a dark thrill at the thought of what a monster with limitless potential like himself will do to the future. Sitting across from him, Evelyn catches a glimpse of his sinister, villainous smile and shivers, a look of pure concern crossing her face. Quickly pulling his thoughts back to the reality at hand, Theo decides his immediate priority must be preparing a solid defense against the inevitable, brutal retaliation of the Camellia Palace, prompting him to lean in closer and ask Remington if he's ready to assist him with a certain task. Without a single moment of hesitation, his loyal friend straightens his posture and firmly reassures him, giving his word that he is completely ready to do whatever Theo asks of him, no matter what it is. Though beneath his confident stance, Remington is caught slightly off guard, a faint blush of surprise coloring his cheeks upon hearing Theo address him so casually and affectionately by his nickname, Remy. Reaching into his coat, Theo pulls out a securely folded object, and as he slides it across the table into Remy's hands, his tone turns deadly serious, explaining that the bloody war for the Grand Throne between himself and Axion is about to officially ignite, meaning they must immediately begin laying down the groundwork before the storm hits. Remy falls completely silent, the weight of the moment pressing down on him as Theo stares at him, silently recalling memories of his past life where Remington eventually rose to become the undisputed head of the Narcio clan, commanding forces so incredibly formidable they could openly clash with the Ragnars themselves. Staring at the young man before him, Our main character knows exactly how monumental this moment is, recognizing that pulling a future powerhouse like Remy permanently onto his side right now will completely rewrite the balance of power in his favor. He firmly presses the piece of paper into Remington's hand, and the young warrior grips it tightly, looking Theo dead in the eyes as he fiercely promises that since he has already bound his loyalty to him, he will unleash every ounce of his power to ensure this mission succeeds. A genuine look of appreciation crosses Theo's face as he softly voices his thanks, but before another word can be exchanged, the heavy wooden doors of the tavern are violently slammed open, a booming voice screaming Theo's name and shattering the atmosphere. The entire tavern freezes in absolute shock as a heavily armed squad of elite knights marches into the room, their armor clanking loudly as the lead officer steps forward, aggressively proclaiming that by the supreme authority of the Sword of Law, Theo is officially under arrest for the crimes of assault, issuing lethal threats, and unlawful intimidation. Hearing the ridiculous charges, Evelyn slams her hands on the table, her face flushing with rage as she barks out that this entire situation is complete and utter garbage. But Theo calmly raises a hand to hold her back, stepping forward with a completely unbothered expression to demand a look at the arrest warrant. Inspecting the official document held before him, his eyes narrow slightly as he confirms the seal is legitimate, noting with amusement that the black ink on the parchment hasn't even fully dried yet, a blatant sign that his desperate enemies rushed this paperwork through in a panicked frenzy. Knowing exactly how to play this card, he decides to cooperate completely without raising a fist, extending his wrists forward in a calm, relaxed manner as the anxious knights quickly and securely snap the heavy iron handcuffs around his wrists. As the guards tightly grip his shoulders and begin escorting him out into the street, Theo casts a casual glance back over his shoulder, flashing a reassuring, confident smile toward his companions to signal that he trusts them implicitly to manage everything perfectly while he's gone. Left standing in the middle of the disrupted tavern, Remington and Evelyn can only stare at the empty doorway, their faces pale and paralyzed in a state of absolute, breathless shock. Snapping out of his daze, Remington looks down at his trembling hands, forcefully redirecting his entire focus toward the tightly folded piece of paper that Theo had securely handed him just moments before the chaos broke out. It doesn't take long for the explosive news of the young master's sudden arrest to ripple through the estate, reaching all the way to the elegant halls of the Rose Palace, where Theo's mother, Lady Cecilia, goes completely pale upon hearing that her beloved son is being dragged away to the high tribunal, her legs giving out beneath her as she collapses onto her knees in sheer terror. Her loyal personal servant rushes to her side, his voice trembling with deep concern, but she quickly waves him off with a weak gesture, insisting she is fine while desperately demanding to know on what absurd grounds they could possibly take her boy away. The servant bows his head low, revealing the grim truth that it stems from the destruction of the Scaled Dragon Society, and her son is now being formally accused of inciting a violent rebellion. Her breath catches in her throat, her eyes widening in pure disbelief as she tries to process the gravity of the words, asking with a trembling voice if they truly intend to put her young son through a full, hostile trial. With a heavy heart, the servant lowers his gaze even further, quietly admitting that given how thoroughly and utterly Theo obliterated the Scaled Dragon Society, the powerful factions pulling the strings will make sure he cannot easily escape this carefully laid trap. Cecilia closes her eyes, never imagining that a simple invitation would unravel into such an incredibly dangerous mess. Yet as she takes a deep, steadying breath, a flicker of maternal pride returns to her eyes. She firmly believes that her son will undoubtedly shatter this trial, because she knows exactly what kind of resilient, extraordinary child he truly is. Clasping her hands tightly against her chest, Cecilia looks out the window toward the distant courtyard, sending out a silent, heartfelt prayer that her boy will endure the coming storm and return home to her completely unharmed. Meanwhile, the heavy wooden wheels of an armored carriage rumble loudly against the stone pavement as our main character is transported under heavy guard toward the intimidating grounds of the tribunal. As the carriage finally screeches to a halt at their destination, Theo looks out through the iron grates, a cold wave of familiarity washing over him as he realizes it has been an incredibly long time since he last stood before this ominous place. Reflecting on his recent actions, Theo knows full well that because he completely wiped the Scaled Dragon Society off the face of the earth, his enemies won't settle for a simple slap on the wrist. They are going to throw the entire book at him, forcing him to face a grand trial designed to ruin him. He understands the political game perfectly, since he carries the blood and title of a legitimate successor of Ragnar. This entire tribunal isn't just about a broken law. It's a calculated trap to ruthlessly interrogate and dissect his legal qualifications to inherit the throne. The heavy carriage doors slam open as the armored knights loudly command him to step down, and as his boots hit the cold stone floor, Theo walks forward with a steady, unhurried pace, fully aware that his enemies are aiming to crush his existence into dust. Yet a sharp, knowing smile forms on his lips, because every single piece on the board is moving exactly according to his own grand design. Marching him up to the massive, ornate entrance of the high court, the leading knights strike the ground with their spears, boisterously announcing to the guards inside that the high-profile prisoner, Theo, has been successfully escorted, waiting a brief moment before receiving official permission to bring him into the main chamber. Stepping through the threshold, the main character's eyes scan the immense, towering room, a dark thought crossing his mind that if he is finally going to unveil the overwhelming power and preparations he has secretly accumulated so far, there is no better stage in the world than a grand spotlight of this immense magnitude. As he is led to the center of the floor, he stops before a raised dais where several legendary, imposing figures sit looking down at him, the sheer weight of their collective aura and piercing gazes causing even someone as composed as Theo to feel a sudden spike of nervous tension in his chest. Glancing across the panel of judges, his eyes first lock onto the terrifying form of Julius Ragnar, the notorious demon dragon captain who commands the elite white armored dragon cavalry, before shifting toward one of the fabled 9 dragons tasked with protecting the entire Ragnar bloodline, the formidable sky dragon Ed Troiven. Theo silently admits to himself that if this were his previous life, the crushing pressure radiating from these living legends would have completely overwhelmed and broken his spirit on the spot. His eyes narrowing as he notes that the legendary sword dragon lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, Osa Ragnar, alongside the venerable elder dragon head counselor himself, Wolfgang Ragnar, are all gathered in one room just to break him. Wolfgang's gaze landed on Theo, and the moment their eyes met, Theo quietly realized just how long it had been since the last time they stood face to face. Of all the places he might have expected to run into Wolfgang again, this was definitely not one of them. Theo knew very well what kind of man Wolfgang was. To someone who placed so much weight on pure bloodlines, an illegitimate half-blood like him probably looked like something filthy that should never have existed in Ragnar at all. And Wolfgang did not even bother pretending otherwise. The disgust was written plainly across his face. With a cold fixed on him, Wolfgang asked Theo whether he understood why he had been called there in the first place. This was not some casual summons. Theo had been brought before them to answer for the crimes they believed he had committed. Wolfgang then laid out the consequences one after another, his voice growing heavier with each name. Because of Theo's reckless actions, the Byron clan, the Ceres Merchant Guild, the Red and White Mercenary Corps, and even the Hanavi clan were all severing their connections with the main family. His anger finally broke through. Wolfgang snapped at Theo, calling him a bastard and demanding to know whether he truly understood the scale of the damage he had caused. In his eyes, Theo had dragged Ragnar's honor through the mud, and for that, he made it clear that Theo would be forced to take responsibility. But Theo did not deny it. Instead, he calmly agreed with Wolfgang, lowering the tension in the room for just a moment as he admitted that, yes, he had been far too careless. Then Theo's next words cut through the air like a blade. He said that if he had truly been careful, he should not have stopped at taking their limbs. He should have cut off their heads instead. The room instantly froze in shock, but Theo kept going without hesitation. He reminded them that those clans were all subjects under Ragnar. Their lands and their honor had been granted by their lord, and in return, it was the duty of those subjects to offer Ragnar their loyalty, their service, and even their lives. That, Theo said, was the very foundation of chivalry. And yet, even while knowing that duty, they had still dared to defy the lord they were supposed to serve. Theo's frustration sharpened as he spoke. If he had known they would behave with such arrogance and disrespect, he said, then he would have severed their heads without hesitation. Turning his words directly toward Wolfgang, he insisted that people like them should be punished properly in order to restore the principles of chivalry. After all, Theo said, how could he simply stand aside and watch Ragnar's honor be trampled? This was an honor that had been upheld for centuries, and he refused to let it be dragged down before his eyes. For a moment, no one knew what to say. The entire room fell silent under the weight of Theo's argument, while Julius looked at him with quiet admiration. In Julius's mind, that justification was impressive enough that Theo would probably receive a fairly ordinary punishment. Wolfgang, however, saw it differently. To him, Theo was twisting words and mocking everyone with clever sophistry. But then Osa Ragnar calmly stepped in, showing that she understood Theo's point, and admitted that he was not wrong. Wolfgang's expression shifted in surprise. He had not expected Osa to support Theo, and seeing her take his side clearly caught him off guard. Osa explained that Ragnar was undeniably powerful, but power alone did not make them truly great. If they wanted to remain worthy of that name, they still had to listen to the voices of their vassals and knights. In her eyes, a clan that tried to rule the world through strength alone would eventually collapse. Wolfgang took in her words and understood what she was trying to say. Though his expression remained stern, he decided that he would keep her warning in mind. Theo quietly observed Osa from where he stood. She was the first wife of the clan head, and also known as the strongest swordsman in the north. Fortunately for him, she did not seem hostile. In fact, she appeared to be standing on his side. That only made Theo more confused. He had not expected Osa to act in his favor, and he could not understand what had pushed her to support him in front of everyone. Osa then turned her attention back to Theo, hoping he understood one thing clearly. Even if she acknowledged his reasoning, the punishment he was about to receive was still justified. Theo asked what that punishment would be, and Wolfgang gave him the answer in a flat, unforgiving voice. He would be placed under 3 months of probation. Theo immediately stated that he wished to participate in the ceremony, and Wolfgang's temper flared again, taking it as Theo daring to talk back. But OSA chose to consider his request instead, and in the end, she allowed Theo to take part in the awakening ceremony the following year. Ed silently understood what that meant. The children Theo had injured were already expected to participate next year, so the decision had essentially been settled. Still, because of the demon dragon's interference, Theo had gotten away with a lighter punishment than expected. Ed was satisfied with how his plan was unfolding, because delaying the awakening ceremony would still bring dishonor onto Ragnar. And since Theo was the one representing Rose Palace, forcing him to carry that disgrace would give Camellia Palace the perfect chance to advance over Rose Palace. Ed's lips curled into a quiet smile as he believed his plan had finally started moving. From here on, Theo would be unable to do anything but accept defeat. Ed also knew one more thing. If Theo chose to appeal the decision, he would be walking straight toward death. But Ed did not think Theo would be foolish enough to do something that reckless. Then Theo shattered that assumption in front of everyone. In a calm, steady voice, he announced that he wanted to appeal, and the entire room, including Ed, was instantly taken by surprise. Ed had to hold himself back from smiling. Inwardly, he mocked Theo as an enormous fool, convinced that there was truly no limit to his arrogance. As things began turning even more favorable for him, Ed could barely hide his satisfaction. Meanwhile, Julius looked at Theo and asked whether he truly understood what it meant to make an appeal. Theo answered that he understood perfectly. He knew this was not the sort of issue that could simply end with 3 months of probation, which meant the demon dragon had clearly pulled some strings behind the scenes. Even so, Theo decided to move forward with his own plan and declared that within the strong and proud Ragnar, an appeal meant war. Theo had no intention of accepting even the lightest slap on the wrist. In Ragnar, he said, the truth was ultimately spoken only by those strong enough to prove it. Then he pushed even further, saying that rather than being punished, he believed he should be rewarded for what he had done. Once again, everyone around him was left completely speechless. Meanwhile, far away at the hidden northern branch of the Ceres Merchant Guild, the entire place was swallowed by roaring flames. Amid the burning chaos, Evelyn pushed through the last remaining enemy, cutting down the final resistance in front of her. Remington looked over the scene and realized that this had truly been their hiding place. Just as Theo had said, the enemy had been concealed right here all along. After smashing through the hideout and reducing the place to ruin, Remington and Evelyn finally discovered something hidden within the wreckage. Back at the trial, Ed's eyes gleamed with delight. From his perspective, Troyvin of Camellia Palace was finished now, and the situation had turned exactly the way he wanted. With Theo standing before all the important figures gathered there, Wolfgang questioned him sharply. Was he truly planning to take a matter that could be settled by waiting only 3 months and turn it into an all-out war? Wolfgang called it pure arrogance. Then he pressed Theo even harder, asking whether he was really confident enough to face the combined forces of 15 clans all by himself. Theo did not flinch. He simply answered that this was something he had to handle. In a case where the difference in strength between the two sides was so overwhelming, Theo understood that appeal through a proxy battle was considered a normal method. Theo knew exactly what an appeal meant in Ragnar. It was not just a complaint or a request for reconsideration. It meant deciding who was right and who was wrong through battle. However, when a direct war was impossible to win because the gap in power was too large, each side could choose a representative instead. The final decision would then be settled through a one-on-one sword duel. That was how a proxy battle worked. And in this situation, Theo would be standing as his own representative. Julius understood the danger immediately. There was a very high chance that the plaintiff's representative would be Axion, and if things continued in that direction, Theo's defeat was practically guaranteed. He looked at Theo and wondered whether there was some plan hidden behind that calm expression. If Theo believed someone would step forward to fight in his place, Julius thought, then he was going to be disappointed. Theo then formally requested that the proxy battle be held in 1 week, exactly as the rules allowed. Ed believed he could see straight through Theo's intentions. In his mind, Theo was probably hoping that Julius or Evelyn would act as his representative. But no one would agree to that, which meant Theo would have no choice but to step into the fight himself. Ed decided he would send Axion as his own representative. That way, Axion could crush Theo personally and make him understand exactly where he stood. Ed was just about to announce his chosen representative when, all of a sudden, a voice interrupted the room. The moment everyone heard it, they froze in complete silence. Someone walked in with an air that instantly changed the atmosphere, praising Theo for the cleverness of his plan. As he looked at Theo, he remarked that the boy had changed quite a lot since the last time they met. The man who had appeared before them was none other than the clan head himself, Kyle Ragnar. The moment Kyle Ragnar stepped into the trial room, the entire atmosphere changed. Every person present lowered themselves in respect, and Theo also dropped to his knees, bowing his head as he greeted the incarnation of the great dragon god. Right then, without warning, a system window appeared before Theo's eyes. A new quest had been issued, ordering him to take over Camellia Palace and expose the hidden secrets buried within it. Theo's eyes narrowed as he stared at the message. This was his first real quest after clearing the tutorial, and he immediately wondered whether it had something to do with the blue light he had seen earlier. Only then did Theo realize that he had completely pushed that strange light out of his mind. With everything happening around him recently, he had forgotten that something unusual had definitely been there. But Theo quickly pulled his thoughts back before they could wander any further. Right now, he could not afford to get lost in questions. His father was standing in front of him, and the present situation came first. He had to deal with what was happening right in front of him, because the king himself had appeared. That single unexpected variable was enormous enough to shake the entire flow of Theo's plan and possibly ruin it completely. Keeping his posture controlled, Theo looked toward his father and asked why he had come all the way here. Kyle told him to rise. Then, with everyone listening, he said he had already heard about the situation and understood that Theo was trying to make an appeal through a proxy battle. Theo confirmed that was exactly right. Kyle then pointed out that it would be difficult for his son to enter the battle personally, and he asked who Theo intended to choose as the representative for his proxy battle. Theo immediately understood that his father was testing him, so he answered without trying to hide behind anyone, saying there was no one who could stand in his place. Naturally, that meant he was thinking of stepping forward and acting as his own representative for the appeal. Kyle believed that if Theo fought himself, he would lose. But Theo did not accept that judgment so easily, thinking that his father had no reason to decide the result before he had even been allowed to try. At that moment, Theo's resolve hardened. No matter what stood in front of him, he had no intention of lowering his head or bending his will for anyone. After hearing those words, Kyle suddenly burst into loud laughter. His voice echoed through the trial room as he turned to the others and asked whether they had heard what his son had just said. Kyle seemed genuinely impressed. Theo's refusal to bow before anyone was exactly the kind of spirit he expected from Ragnar, and to him, that attitude captured the clan's nature better than anything else. With satisfied expression, Kyle praised his son openly, calling that fierce attitude remarkable. Theo felt a wave of relief and gratitude, and a faint smile started to form on his face. Everything was still moving according to his plan. The proxy battle had only ever been bait, and since he did not actually need to fight, it felt incredible to speak so boldly without holding anything back. He thought back to the task he had entrusted to Remington and Evelyn. Once they secured the evidence of Camellia Palace's treasonous conspiracy, Theo's victory would become absolute, and he would not even need to swing a sword. Then Kyle decided to offer his son a chance. Speaking as the master of Ragnar, he announced that he wanted to test Theo himself with a single strike. Theo's expression shifted in shock as Kyle told him to forget about the trial for the moment. If Theo could endure just one blow from him, then every charge against him would be cleared without any punishment. Kyle ordered Theo to step forward, but before Theo could move, Ed shouted out in an attempt to object. Ed instantly understood what this meant. If Kyle personally tested Theo with a single strike, then that alone showed a level of approval. And if Theo somehow managed to endure it, he would gain recognition directly from the clan head himself. Ed was certain Theo would never survive such a blow, but even the slightest chance made him uneasy. He tried to object and stop Theo from appearing favorable in Kyle's eyes, questioning how vassals and bannermen could dare speak on the blood of the clan leader's son, while also bringing up the rules surrounding the proxy battle. But Kyle Ragnar cut him off with a sharp command to shut his mouth. He made it brutally clear that if a vassal dared to speak against the Ragnars, then the answer was simple: they only needed to get rid of him. Ed had no choice but to obey the clan leader's will and fall silent. Kyle then turned his attention toward Julius, asking whether he had anything to say, since he had been quietly giggling for a while. The demon dragon responded lightly, saying he was only surprised. After such a long time, seeing the king show interest in someone again was simply unexpected. Kyle did not drag things out any further. He looked straight at Theo and asked whether his son was willing to accept the challenge. Theo understood that the entire situation had suddenly taken a massive turn. This was not what he had expected at all, but after a brief pause, he smiled and chose to accept the challenge head-on. Still, Theo spoke up and told the clan leader that this condition was far too heavy. Comparing a single strike from the clan leader himself to a proxy war against vassals and bannermen was completely unreasonable. Kyle asked whether Theo was trying to refuse him, but Theo denied it immediately. He said he only wanted a fair exchange, since the trial had suddenly become much harsher than before. Then, with a cheeky smile tugging at his lips, Theo added that if the risk had increased, then his compensation should naturally increase as well. Kyle asked what Theo wanted. Theo turned his gaze toward Ed, letting the meaning of his words sink in, and said he wanted something along the lines of Camellia Palace. Watching all of this unfold, Ed was left completely speechless, unable to immediately respond to Theo's outrageous demand. Ed's frustration surged, while Wolfgang reacted with open disbelief. To him, suggesting such a deal directly with the clan leader was complete madness. Wolfgang believed someone needed to put this bastard back in his place. After all, agreements were supposed to be made between two sides standing on equal ground, and Theo had no right to act as if he were Kyle's equal. Wolfgang assumed Theo's arrogance would only lead to failure. But to his shock, the clan leader did not reject the demand. Instead, Kyle agreed with Theo. Kyle thought that if Theo truly intended to become the successor, then he needed at least this much courage and boldness. Anything less would not be worthy of Ragnar. Kyle then asked whether the Sky Dragon had any objections. The man answered that everything belonged to his lord Kyle, so he would not dare comment on the clan leader's decision. Pleased with that response, Kyle immediately ordered them to prepare a stage, because he wanted to test his son personally. Theo showed a slight hesitation, but before long he stood facing his father, Kyle Ragnar. Around them, the vassals moved to the sidelines, silently watching the confrontation about to begin. Ed was burning with frustration. The trap he had carefully prepared to capture Theo had somehow transformed into a stage that might actually favor him. Even so, Ed forced himself not to panic. No matter how much stronger Theo had become, there was no way he could withstand a single strike from the clan leader. Even high-ranking swordsmen would struggle to accomplish such a feat. Ed convinced himself that Theo would die right there. But Theo had already seen through Ed's intentions, and thanks to the reward he had received from clearing the tutorial, he was confident that death would not come for him so easily. Kyle noticed that something about his son had changed. He wondered whether Theo had secretly consumed an elixir without anyone realizing it. Even then, Kyle knew an elixir alone should not have been enough to create such a dramatic transformation. But in the end, he decided it did not matter how Theo had grown this strong. Theo realized that his father had seen through him almost instantly. Even the 9 dragons had failed to notice that he had taken an elixir, yet Kyle had sensed it with ease. Kyle looked at Theo and asked whether he had warmed up enough. Theo answered that he was ready. Kyle then remarked that he would normally use his greatsword, but since Theo did not even know how to use mana yet, he would go easy on him and use a rusty steel sword instead. Then he asked whether Theo had any objections. Theo said he had none. In the next moment, Kyle's expression sharpened, and the relaxed air around him disappeared as he prepared to begin the fight. A massive aura suddenly spread through the area as Kyle stepped forward. The pressure filled the space around them, and Theo felt anxiety rise inside him despite his resolve. Theo watched the overwhelming force pouring from his father's fighting spirit alone. Kyle seemed pleased as he praised him, surprised that Theo was still managing to remain standing under that pressure. Theo, however, stayed confident. After receiving the experience elixir as his reward for clearing the tutorial, his strength had nearly tripled. The elixir had granted him 5 levels, and Theo had poured every single stat point into strength. With that much power flowing through his body, Theo felt a kind of freedom he had never known before. He was no longer trapped in the realm of the weak. He had finally stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. Theo stood firm, believing that even if it was only by the smallest margin, he could endure at least one blow from his father. And the moment Kyle Ragnar unleashed his strike, the entire clan fell into stunned silence. No one could even find the words to react, while Ed watched with cold certainty, convinced that this attack would be the end of Theo. Theo poured every bit of concentration he had into defense, shutting out the noise around him as his eyes locked onto the incoming attack. Instead of freezing in fear, he followed the movement with sharp focus, clearly seeing the strike as it came crashing toward him. A massive red beam of light dropped from above like judgment itself, slamming into the ground with enough force to tear the entire stage apart. Dust and smoke exploded everywhere, swallowing the area whole. But when the haze finally began to clear, Kyle Ragnar smiled, because standing before him was the son he had finally deemed worthy. Theo was still on his feet, and the sight left everyone around them completely shaken. Through pure willpower and unbending determination, Theo proved that he had not been lying. His innocence was not defended with excuses or pleas, but with the strength to stand tall even after facing his father's terrifying strike. After Theo successfully endured that single blow, the trial finally came to an end. At the same time, the system appeared before him, confirming that the sudden quest single strike from Kyle Ragnar had been completed successfully. As a reward for everything he had accomplished, Theo received access to an inventory. Along with it, a mysterious blue key appeared, glowing with a strange importance that made it clear this was no ordinary prize. Sometime later, Theo slowly opened his eyes, his mind still hazy as he tried to understand his surroundings. The first thought that crossed his mind was simple confusion, and he quietly wondered where he had ended up. The moment Cecilia saw her son awake, relief washed over her face. She looked genuinely overjoyed as she told him that after everything that happened, he had fainted while still standing upright. Cecilia could no longer hold back her tears. She clasped Theo's hand tightly, her voice trembling as she confessed how terrified she had been when she learned that the clan leader himself had challenged him. Her eyes moved over him with worry, and she urgently asked if he had any other injuries. If there were fractures, dislocations, or even the slightest sign of something wrong, she promised she would call a physician immediately. Theo gently reassured her that he was fine, but his gaze still wandered around the unfamiliar room. Even though his body seemed all right, he could not recognize the place he had woken up in. Just then, Julius entered and explained the situation. By direct order of the clan leader, the Lady of Camellia Palace, Axion, and even the Director of Intelligence had all been forced to vacate the premises. Hearing that, Theo's expression brightened with realization. He finally understood where he was, and the thought filled him with quiet satisfaction. They were now inside Camellia Palace. The system then updated Theo on his current situation, showing him that the next part was already within reach. Now that he had entered Camellia Palace, all that remained was to uncover the hidden secret waiting inside. Out in the garden of Camellia Palace, Imel was making a loud scene. Her frustration spilled out openly as she demanded to know why she was being forced out of what she believed was her own property. The servants gathered around her in a panic, trying desperately to calm her before the situation got worse. With anxious faces, they begged her not to cause such a commotion in the middle of the palace grounds. Meanwhile, from a distance, Ed watched the chaos unfold with a cold and calculating stare. Without hesitation, he turned to Axion and gave him a deadly order. Theo Ragnar had to be killed. Axion responded by laying out his plan for the awakening ceremony, implying that there was already a method in place to deal with Theo when the right moment came. But Ed was not satisfied with a slow or uncertain plan. His voice hardened as he told Axion to cut off Theo's head and end him for good, leaving no chance for Theo to survive. Axion looked closely at Ed's eyes and immediately understood the depth of his hatred. Those eyes were burning with an intense desire for revenge, sharp enough to make it clear that Ed would not rest until Theo was dead. Once everything at Camellia Palace finally settled down, Theo quietly reviewed what had happened. Even though the situation had gone against his original plan in several ways, the results he gained were far better than anything he had expected. He had managed to obtain Camellia Palace without even using his trump card, which alone was already a major victory. And as if that were not enough, he had also gained another form of authority on top of it. Curious about his new power, Theo activated the inventory skill. A moment later, he reached inside and pulled out an item as if he were taking something from a hidden space only he could access. Theo casually munched on the apple he had taken out, still wondering how something like this inventory could even exist. The whole thing felt unbelievable, but even as he questioned it, he could not deny how incredibly useful it was. Then Theo took out the blue key he had recently received from the inventory. As he studied it in his hand, he became more certain that this key was connected to something important hidden within Camellia Palace. When Theo focused his attention on a nearby door, the keyhole suddenly began to glow. The strange light appeared as if the door itself was reacting to the blue key in his possession. Theo decided to use the key and carefully unlocked the door. But when it swung open, he froze for a moment in surprise, because beyond it was not an ordinary room, but a deep tunnel stretching into darkness. The system immediately informed him that he had discovered a dungeon for the first time. As a reward for this first discovery, any experience he earned inside the dungeon would be doubled. Seeing an actual cave hidden inside Camellia Palace, Theo assumed this had to be another kind of quest. Since he had no intention of passing up double experience, he decided that clearing the dungeon was worth the risk. But before stepping inside, Theo caught himself and remembered that charging into a dungeon unprepared would be reckless. Instead of rushing forward, he paused and made sure he was properly ready first. After some time passed, Theo returned fully prepared, his inventory now packed with weapons. Once he was satisfied with what he had gathered, he finally decided it was time to investigate the dungeon. As Theo moved deeper into the tunnel, he suddenly noticed a massive wolf staring straight at him from ahead. Its size alone was enough to make him realize this was no normal animal. It was large enough to be considered a demonic beast. The wolf monster lunged at him without warning, closing the distance in an instant. Theo reacted quickly, raising his shield just in time to block the attack before it could tear into him. The impact made Theo feel just how powerful the wolf really was. Even so, he braced himself, gathered his strength, and managed to shove the creature back before it could overpower him. Theo refused to lose when it came to raw strength. With his feet planted firmly and his grip tightening, he made it clear that he would not be pushed around by this monster. As Theo faced the wolf head-on, the beast let out a fierce scream and charged toward him again. Its huge body rushed forward with terrifying force, filling the narrow space with pressure. Theo swung his sword quickly and slashed at the wolf, but the blade failed to leave any real damage. In that moment, he realized its hide was far too thick, and with the wolf's speed added on top of that, half-hearted attacks would never be enough to win. Theo understood that this creature was no ordinary wolf. Judging from its strength, toughness, and movement, it might truly be on the level of a demonic beast. He admitted to himself that defeating this wolf would not be easy. Before he could settle on a plan, the monster rushed in again, raising its claws as it tried to tear him apart. In that dangerous moment, Theo thought back to the ray of light he had witnessed when he faced his father's single strike. If only he could recreate even a fraction of that power, this battle might turn in his favor. He remembered how incredible that strike had been and tried to release a pure white arc of his own toward the wolf. But the attempt failed, and Theo quickly accepted that copying his father's move would not be nearly that simple. The name single strike was really just a simple way to describe an attack that carried certain death. It was not about appearances or flashy movement. It was a blow meant to end everything in one decisive moment. Theo finally understood what he had been missing. To imitate his father's attack, he needed to gather every ounce of his strength and pour it all into one single sword strike. Theo cast aside his shield and shifted his thoughts toward sharpening his swordsmanship. He remembered the secret sword arts Evelyn had taught him, techniques that depended on speed rather than brute force. Then Theo rushed straight at the wolf, moving with sudden speed as he drove his blade into one of its eyes. The monster let out a pained scream and staggered backward, forced to retreat from the unexpected attack. Seeing the wolf react, Theo realized that his plan was starting to work. Confidence rose in him as he attacked again, believing that this time he really could win. 2 months later, at the training ground, Addict looked around and noticed that the crowd had grown much larger than before. Sybil agreed with his observation, realizing that with so many people gathering there now, they might need to change training locations. Lately, a rumor had been spreading through the clan that the clan leader himself had taught young Master Theo a single strike. Because of that story, more and more people had begun showing up, eager for a chance to spar with him. While Sybil was talking about Theo, someone suddenly approached from behind and interrupted him with a mocking tone. The person casually addressed him as a lackey, instantly souring the atmosphere. The one who appeared was Henry Morris from Plum Blossom Palace. With a smug attitude, he asked when their so-called incredible young master was finally going to show up, pointing out that 2 whole months had already passed. Morris sounded disappointed as he said he had assumed Theo never missed even a single day of training. Henry Morris then sneered and called Theo a coward. In his eyes, Theo had only run away because the fake story about him had spread too far, and now he was too afraid to appear in front of everyone. Sybil's expression darkened with anger, but Henry kept running his mouth without the slightest hesitation. He sneered that the entire rumor might have been nothing more than a complete lie, especially since there had been no witnesses to prove it. In his mind, Theo must have simply exaggerated the story until everyone started believing it. Henry even went so far as to assume that the destruction of the Sacred Dragon Society was probably fake news as well. But that was the final straw for Sybil. His patience snapped completely, and without holding back, he drove his fist into Henry with all his strength, smashing his face so badly that the mocking look vanished in an instant. One of the other men from Plum Blossom Palace immediately flared up in anger and started hurling insults at Sybil, calling him nothing but a dropout. But the moment those words left his mouth, the atmosphere across the training ground shifted, and everyone nearby turned their eyes on him with sharp, hostile glares. Sybil glared right back and called him a shitface without a trace of hesitation. Then he made his stance painfully clear. No one standing there, especially not anyone from Plum Blossom Palace, had the right to compare themselves to their young master. Addict stared at Sybil in surprise, thrown off by how confidently his friend had insulted someone else's looks. With Sybil making that kind of face himself, hearing him call another person ugly was almost too ridiculous to process. Sybil then let out the frustration he had been holding in for far too long. He said he had already been irritated by the people from Plum Blossom Palace constantly showing up just to stir trouble, and he made it clear that he would never stand by while anyone disrespected their young master, Theo. With their anger now fully ignited, Sybil and his comrades drew their swords. The steel flashed in the training ground as they openly declared war on the men from Plum Blossom Palace. The men from Plum Blossom Palace were just as eager to crush the dropout losers and put them back in their place. But right as both sides were about to clash, someone suddenly stepped between them, and in the next instant, every weapon in their hands froze solid. Everyone froze in shock at the sudden intervention, their eyes snapping toward the person who had appeared. Sybil recognized him almost immediately. It was Ray Ragnar, one of the 4 hounds. Before the tension could settle, another person joined the scene as if this whole confrontation was nothing more than entertainment. A burst of laughter rang out, cutting through the frozen silence. The one laughing was Hulchu's Lanka, another member of the Four Hounds. His arrival made the situation feel even more dangerous than before. Sybil could hardly believe what he was seeing. Two members of the Four Hounds had suddenly appeared at the training ground at the same time, and while everyone was still trying to understand why, Hulchus looked around and noticed that one person was missing. Hulchus turned toward one of the men from Plum Blossom Palace and asked where the Luster Tiger was. The question immediately confused the man, who clearly had no idea what Hulchus was talking about. Hulchus grew more fired up, his voice rising as he questioned whether everyone there had suddenly gone deaf. He made it clear that he was not asking for just anyone. He was looking for the true master of the training ground. Then Hulchus announced his purpose without any more hesitation. He had come there to challenge Theo Ragnar himself. Meanwhile, far away from the commotion at the training ground, Theo was still inside the dungeon. His body had been pushed to its limit, and even the sword in his hand finally gave out, shattering from the pressure of endless battles. Just then, the system appeared before him with a new notification. After everything he had endured, Theo had leveled up once again. More system windows began popping up one after another, each one showing his rising stats. The numbers confirmed just how far he had come, and among them was the staggering count of demonic beasts he had already hunted, 170. Theo sat surrounded by the corpses of the monsters he had defeated, his exhausted body resting atop the proof of his survival. The system then displayed the remaining count, showing that only one monster was left. Theo lifted a healing potion and drank it down, letting it restore some of his drained strength. As the effects spread through his body, he remembered how many times he had nearly died in this place, and each time, those healing potions had been the only thing that pulled him back from the edge. At the beginning, every monster had been incredibly difficult for him to bring down. But as his level continued to rise, the battles gradually became easier to handle. Still, Theo could not help feeling surprised by how quickly time had passed, because he had already spent 2 full months inside the dungeon. The system reminded him once again that only a single demonic beast remained. After all the fighting, only the final enemy was left between him and the end of the dungeon. Theo immediately understood what that meant. When he noticed the stairs ahead of him, he realized the last remaining beast had to be the boss monster waiting deeper inside. With that thought in mind, Theo stepped forward and began making his way down. Soon, he entered the 5th floor of the dungeon. He looked down at his broken sword and knew there was no way he could rely on it anymore. Since the blade was beyond saving, Theo activated his inventory and prepared to pull out another weapon. But when he searched through what remained, he found only one sword left. Theo realized it was his final weapon, and as he recognized it, he remembered that this was the sword his mother had given him as a birthday present. The sight of that sword pulled Theo back into memories from his previous life. Back then, he had been constantly clashing with his mother as the awakening ceremony drew near, so he had tossed the sword aside in his room and let it go unused. Now, as he examined the ceremonial blade more carefully, he realized it was actually a fine weapon forged from white snow steel. Theo fell silent, weighed down by the memory of how he had treated it before. In that memory, his mother had burst into his room with a bright expression, wishing him a happy birthday. She happily told him she had been waiting for midnight just so she could shower him with gifts the moment the day arrived. But instead of accepting her kindness, Theo had snapped at her in anger. He told her he had no desire to waste his time on birthday presents when the awakening ceremony was already so close. Back then, Theo had expected more from his mother and lashed out with bitter disappointment. He made it painfully clear that no matter how good the equipment was, it would never change the bloodline he had been born with. He remembered asking his mother to leave him alone, pushing her away when she had only wanted to celebrate him. But now, standing in the dungeon with that sword in hand, Theo resolved that he would not repeat the same mistakes from his previous life. Soon after, Theo found the entrance to the boss room. The system immediately warned him to stay cautious, alerting him that an especially powerful demonic beast was about to appear. Inside the boss room, Theo came face to face with the final monster. There, resting quietly as if it had no reason to fear anything, was a dragon taking a nap. Theo felt a wave of relief when he got a better look at it. It was not a true dragon, but a lesser drake, which at least made the situation feel slightly less impossible. Even so, Theo could not help questioning why the final boss of this quest was a draconic creature. After all, the Ragnars were said to be descendants of dragons, so the connection felt far too strange to ignore. For a moment, Theo wondered if it was nothing more than coincidence. But he quickly pushed that thought aside, because whether it had meaning or not, he could not leave the dungeon unless he defeated the boss monster in front of him. The system displayed the quest scenario once more, along with the number of monsters remaining. The message made the situation clear. This last enemy was the final obstacle he had to overcome. A doubtful voice questioned whether Theo could truly win this fight. Even if it was only a lesser drake, He was still facing a creature connected to dragons, and that alone made the battle terrifying. Theo steadied his breathing and sharpened his focus. With his mind locked onto the enemy, he decided to use single flash. He remembered how many times he had practiced that technique against the wolves he faced throughout the dungeon. It might not yet be equal to his father's dragon flash, but Theo still charged toward the drake with determination, believing that if he pushed his dragon heart to its limit, he should be able to land a powerful blow. Theo drove his sword straight into the monster's eye, piercing through and successfully wounding it. The lesser drake let out a furious scream of pain as blood and rage erupted from the injury. In the next instant, the drake whipped its tail toward him in a sudden counterattack. Theo dodged it with ease, but disappointment flickered through him when he realized his strike had not been strong enough to pierce all the way into its brain. The wounded drake roared even louder and prepared to kill him for real. But Theo's eyes remained steady as he began seeing the possible paths in front of him, and with growing confidence, he charged at the drake again, believing there was still a chance to win. Theo landed several strikes against the monster, not expecting them to finish it right away. For now, his goal was to distract the drake with ordinary attacks while searching carefully for the weak point that could decide the battle. Then, without warning, the lesser drake released another terrifying scream. The sound rolled across the boss room, and a heavy wave of fear began spreading over the battlefield. Theo's entire body froze under that fear, locking him in place even though he could clearly see the attack coming toward him. Unable to dodge in time, he forced himself to raise his sword and block the blow head-on. The impact sent him flying backward, and his body slammed hard into the rocky wall behind him. Pain shot through him as he realized just how overwhelming the boss monster's strength really was. Theo admitted to himself that he could not keep fighting like this for long. Still, he pushed himself back onto his feet and moved to attack the massive monster coming toward him, hoping he could strike its weak points quickly and end the fight before he ran out of strength. Theo already knew that a dragon's weak point was its reverse scale. With that in mind, he leapt onto the lesser drake's body, moving across it while dodging each attack that came after him. At last, Theo found the reverse scale and drove his sword into it with all the force he could muster. The blade pierced through, and blood burst from the monster's body, gushing out as the lesser drake reeled from the wound. He keeps driving his attacks into that exact weak spot over and over again, and the moment each blow lands, the creature lets out a sharp, agonized scream as pain tears through its body. For a second, Theo is convinced his strategy has finally worked, thinking the lesser drake is about to collapse right in front of him. But instead of falling, the monster stays on its feet, and that sudden resistance catches Theo completely off guard. Meanwhile, back at the training grounds, Hulkus is already losing his temper with Ray. His face tightens with frustration as he makes it very clear that he has no intention of stepping aside, because he wants to be the first one to fight the young master. Ray looks at him with open contempt and calls him a loser, bluntly telling him to stay out of the way. But Hulkus refuses to swallow the insult, and he immediately fires back, reminding her that the only time he lost was 3 years ago. Since the defeat, Hulkus has spent every single day pushing himself and sharpening his skills. In his mind, 3 full years of relentless training is more than enough time to close the distance between them. But Ray does not take a single word he says seriously. She brushes off his confidence like it means nothing and calls him a loser all over again, which only makes Hulkus's anger flare even hotter. At that point, Hulkus decides words are useless and challenges her to a duel instead. He declares that whoever wins this fight will earn the chance to face Theo Ragnar personally. Without holding back, Hulkus swings his massive weapon straight at her with crushing force. But Ray barely reacts, stopping the attack with such ease that it looks like the blow did not shake her at all. Sybil and Henry stand nearby, completely confused by how everything spiraled into this so quickly. But once they realize members of the Four Hounds are actually about to clash, their confusion turns into fear. Just as the two of them move in to attack each other, Remington suddenly steps right between them. With a cold, firm presence, he tells them to take their fight somewhere else, because this place belongs to young Master Theo. Remington makes his stance unmistakably clear. No matter who they are, he will not allow anyone to stir up trouble or create chaos in his master's domain. Instead of backing down, Hulkus actually lights up when he sees Remington standing there. He admits he has wanted to fight him too, but Remington calmly tells Hulkus to listen carefully and understand what he is saying. Then, without warning, a crushing pressure spreads across the entire area. Everyone feels it at once, and even Remington grows tense as he questions where such dangerous killing intent could possibly be coming from. The moment they sense that terrifying presence, everyone turns their heads toward the entrance. And there, stepping into the training ground, is Theo himself. Remington is stunned by the heavy pressure pouring off Theo's body. As he watches the young master approach, he cannot help wondering what exactly happened during Theo's secluded training. Ray and Hulkus, on the other hand, react with pure excitement. The moment they see Theo appear, their eyes sharpen, because the young master they have been waiting for has finally arrived. With a single step into the area, Theo overwhelms the entire training ground using his newly gained skill, Lesser Drake's Fear, and the atmosphere instantly turns suffocating. Earlier, inside the dungeon, Theo had finally pierced through the Lesser Drake's reverse scales. After taking that fatal blow, the monster eventually died, and the system immediately congratulated him for successfully hunting it down. The moment Theo touched those reverse scales, the Lesser Drake completely lost control. Its body thrashed wildly, and the creature began rampaging like it had been driven into madness. Theo honestly thought he was going to die right there, but after several desperate minutes, the monster exhausted itself, proving that those reverse scales truly were its most critical weak point. Once the battle ended, the system notified Theo that he had obtained 2 valuable materials from the Lesser Drake: its tooth and its claw. The tooth could be used as an enhancement material for weapons, while the claw had its own special purpose, allowing a weapon's sharpness to be strengthened even further. After looking over the rewards, Theo decides he should use them to repair the sword he already carries. After all, that blade is a gift from his mother, and losing it is something he does not want to accept. But the rewards do not stop there. Theo also receives a new ability called Lesser Drake's Fear, and the moment he sees the skill appear, he is visibly taken aback. He quickly checks the details and realizes what the skill can do. If the target is weaker than him, Lesser Drake's Fear can force that opponent into fear. That discovery shocks Theo even more, because in his understanding, this kind of ability is not something just anyone can wield. He had always believed only a small number of chosen ones were capable of using skills like that. Still, Theo is pleased that he may get a chance to test it soon. As he places his belongings back into his inventory, he wonders whether this skill will actually be useful for him in Ragnar, especially when the place is already filled with powerful people. With the Camellia Palace dungeon finally cleared, Theo steps out at last, having completed the quest to uncover the hidden secrets buried within the palace. For successfully clearing Scenario Quest 1, Theo receives another reward from the system, an item called a Nest Compass. Theo studies the strange item, but he has no idea what it is supposed to do. He can only wonder whether this compass will become important during the next quest. For now, Theo stores the Nest Compass in his inventory and decides that the first thing he needs is rest. After everything he has gone through, his body is completely worn out. But before Theo can return to his room, a maid suddenly rushes toward him in a hurry. Breathless and alarmed, she tells him there is an urgent matter he needs to handle immediately. The maid notices the wounds covering Theo's body and hesitates in concern. But Theo brushes it off without making a big deal out of it and simply asks her what the problem is. The maid quickly explains that a brawl has broken out in Training Ground 4, and the situation is already serious enough that someone needs to intervene. After hearing that, Theo heads straight for the training ground. The moment he enters, his new skill, Lesser Drake's Fear, spreads through the area and completely dominates everyone present. Theo's patience is already gone. With anger in his voice and exhaustion weighing on him, he tells everyone to get lost because he desperately needs rest. The overwhelming aura is so intense that some people immediately lose consciousness. But Hulkus reacts in the exact opposite way, growing excited at the sight of such terrifying killing intent before charging straight at Theo to find out who is stronger. Hulkus swings his sword with full force, aiming directly at Theo. But Theo meets the attack calmly and overpowers him with a single swing, leaving everyone around them frozen in shock. The impact sends Hulkus staggering backward, and for a moment he can barely process what just happened. He cannot believe his own strike was deflected so easily. Even Theo is surprised by how much his body has changed after the dungeon training. But Hulkus refuses to back away, his fighting spirit burning even harder than before. Hulkus has always been known as the weakest member of the Four Hounds of the North, mostly because he is reckless, simple-minded, and never bothers to broaden his fighting style. Even so, he rushes Theo again and challenges him to block the next blow. But even if Hulkus is called the weakest, no one has ever looked down on his raw physical strength. That is why Theo is genuinely surprised to realize he can now keep up with him, and with one clean slash, he counters Hulkus's attack and defeats him. Theo feels an incredible rush from how much stronger he has become after leveling up. Meanwhile, Hulkus coughs up blood. His body finally gives out, and he collapses unconscious onto the ground. Seeing Hulkus fall, Theo immediately realizes he may have been too careless and should have held back more. Still, he feels relieved that his opponent was Hulkus, someone famous for his toughness and ability to endure heavy hits. Theo soon notices that Hulkus has only fainted, not died. Sybil stares in surprise, while the entire training ground erupts into cheers for the young master, who defeated the Black Bear of the Four Hounds with a single strike. Theo quickly reassures everyone that Hulkus is still alive, making it clear that the frightening blow did not actually kill him. But then Theo's own sword suddenly breaks as well. The sight immediately disappoints him, because that weapon was not just any blade. It was the precious gift his mother had given him. Even so, the crowd keeps cheering wildly for Theo. To them, the broken sword only makes the moment look even more impressive, and they praise him for shattering his weapon with one overwhelming strike. Theo looks at their excitement in confusion, unable to understand why everyone is celebrating so happily when his mother's sword has just broken in his hands. Meanwhile, as Ray silently watches everything unfold from the side, the sight of Theo standing there causes an old memory from her past to rise in her mind. Back when Ray was still just a little child, Theo happened to find her wandering alone through the freezing cold. Seeing her dressed in almost nothing despite the biting weather, he looked at her in confusion and asked why she was walking around like that in the middle of the snow. Theo then took off his own scarf and wrapped it around Ray to help warm her up. But even after that, she still looked terribly cold. So he decided to bring her back to his house for the time being and gently told her that once the snow finally stopped, he would take her home. After that old memory comes back to her, Ray's expression softens without her even realizing it. A small smile appears on her face, and with that quiet warmth lingering in her eyes, she turns away and leaves the battleground. Remington notices the change immediately. Seeing Ray smile like that, especially in this situation, leaves him genuinely surprised for a moment. A little while later, inside the Camellia Palace, Theo sits there looking visibly embarrassed as the maids gather around him with bright expressions, happily congratulating him for earning a brand new title, Luster Tiger. One of the maids beams with pride, clearly delighted to see all of Theo's hard work finally producing real results. She encourages him to keep pushing forward and tells him to hold onto this momentum all the way until the awakening ceremony. She tells Theo that she truly believes he can do it. But before the moment can settle, his mother suddenly appears beside him and starts forcefully feeding him a newly prepared abalone dish. Theo tries to stop her at first, clearly flustered by the sudden attack of food. But his mother does not slow down at all, continuing to stuff more into his mouth while he helplessly begs her to stop. As Theo keeps eating, memories from his past life begin to surface in his mind. In that quiet moment, surrounded by his mother's care, he starts to feel a deep sense of gratitude. Theo then tells his mother that the food is truly delicious, and his words seem to please her. But almost immediately afterward, her eyes fall on the broken sword he has with him. The moment he notices the sword's condition, shock spreads across her face. Theo instantly stiffens, sweat forming on him as nervous tension takes over. Theo quickly explains that the sword broke while he was training. He starts apologizing right away, knowing that the blade was not just any weapon, but a precious birthday gift his mother had given him. Instead of blaming Theo, his mother becomes furious at the person who swore the sword would never break. After all, it was supposedly made with white snow steel and ebony steel wood, so it should have been far stronger than this. Theo asks if she means the steel wood that comes from the southern jungle, and she confirms it without hesitation. She explains that it is an extremely rare and valuable material, but seeing the sword broken like this leaves her deeply disappointed, because if that person had been telling the truth, the blade should never have snapped so easily. Only then does Theo fully understand just how valuable the materials in his sword actually were. He stares in surprise, realizing that he had never expected his mother's gift to be worth that much. That thought makes Theo wonder even more. He cannot help questioning how his mother managed to obtain such a rare and impressive sword in the first place. His mother then decides she will go directly to the maker and demand a proper explanation. Not only that, she intends to force them to forge a better sword this time, one truly worthy of her precious son. Theo tries to calm her down, assuring her that it is fine and that he can simply use another sword. But she refuses to accept that idea, telling him that people are finally beginning to recognize his true strength, which means he has to be more careful now than ever before. With the awakening ceremony right around the corner, she makes it clear that she will never allow Theo to attend such an important event while carrying some shabby old sword. Theo feels a quiet happiness seeing just how much his mother cares about him. But then Cecilia suddenly says they should get going now that the conversation is over, leaving Theo confused about where she plans to take him. Cecilia reveals that they are heading to the greatest workshop in all of Winterra, a famous place known as the Basque Workshop. The Basque Workshop is counted among the top 3 manufacturing workshops in Winterra, and part of its reputation comes from its massive scale, large enough to rival an entire factory. But even with its enormous size and impressive reputation, the most remarkable thing about the workshop is not the building itself. It is the master who runs it. That master is someone ranked as a special class individual by the intelligence agency, and she holds the title of Master Craftsman, a rare honor shared by only 2 other artisans within Ragnar. When Theo finally sees her, he is stunned. Standing before him is the elf known as the incarnation of capitalism itself, the feared and famous demon craftsman, Kurson. Theo never imagined he would meet such a powerful tycoon in person, and he immediately wonders how his mother could possibly have connections to the demon craftsman. But before he can make sense of it, Cecilia angrily asks why her mother is still smoking. The instant Theo hears Cecilia call Kirsten her mother, his mind goes blank. He stands there speechless, completely unable to process what he just heard. Kirsten immediately tells Cecilia not to call her mother, insisting their relationship is not exactly that of a parent and child. Theo remembers being told, back when Cecilia ran away, that his mother was an orphan with no family in the world, so learning that she is connected to the high elf Kirsten leaves him completely stunned. Then another realization hits Theo. If Cecilia is connected to a high elf, that means the reason he looks so handsome might be because he is actually a quarter elf. Kirsten asks why Cecilia has suddenly decided to visit her after all this time. Instead of answering gently, Theo's mother throws the broken sword back at her and declares that it is a defective product. Kirsten refuses to believe it at first and immediately gets angry. After all, hearing her own daughter call it a defective sword is insulting enough, especially when Kirsten personally forged it with her own hands. But when Kirsten pulls out the sword and examines it for herself, she finally sees the truth. The blade is actually broken. Cecilia presses her right away, asking if Kirsten still wants to claim it is not defective. Faced with the broken sword in her hands, Kirsten is left completely speechless. The high elf then asks who the person wielding the sword was. Cecilia answers directly, telling her that Theo was the one who used it. Kirsten glances toward the boy behind Cecilia and asks if she means that kid. Cecilia instantly tells her mother to watch her mouth, proudly declaring that Theo is a genius who will one day rule over Ragnar from this point on. Theo steps forward and politely introduces himself to the high elf. With proper respect, he expresses his gratitude for the chance to meet the renowned master of the Basque workshop in person. Kirsten seems to remember who he is and even praises Cecilia for raising such a child. Then she asks whether Theo was the only one who used the sword, and Theo answers that he was. Cecilia still believes the sword itself was defective, but Kirsten grows visibly surprised after hearing Theo's answer. Realizing this is going to take more than a brief conversation, she invites them inside. They all begin walking into the workshop. Theo turns to his mother with curiosity and asks whether she is truly related to the demon craftsman. Cecilia admits that he is right. Theo then becomes even more curious and asks if Kirsten is her real mother, but Cecilia tells him he would not know much about it because she has barely spoken of that part of her past. She explains that even though it was only for a short period of time, Kirsten once took her in and acted as her foster mother. Cecilia then says that Kirsten has always loved anything she finds beautiful, whether it is music, jewels, theater, or even people. According to her, that was the reason Kirsten took her in as a foster child. Kirsten cuts in and tells them to stop bringing up the past, brushing it off as something pointless that does not need to be discussed. Cecilia quietly thinks Kirsten is lying, while Theo grows even more interested and asks how his mother ended up leaving this place. Kirsten answers instead, revealing that Cecilia left because she wanted to marry the leader of the Ragnar clan. Kirsten admits she never expected her daughter to willingly go to such a miserable place. In fact, she seems almost surprised that Cecilia managed to survive there for this long. Cecilia, however, does not look ashamed at all. She says she simply could not resist the clan leader's manliness and handsome looks, especially since he loved her so dearly. Kirsten looks disappointed as she recalls how Cecilia ran away from home, only to come back last year and start begging her to forge a sword as a gift for Theo. Kirsten calls Cecilia shameless for doing that, but Cecilia immediately gets annoyed, clearly unhappy that Kirsten would say something like that in front of her son. The two of them soon begin arguing back and forth, and Theo watches them with a small smile. He has never seen his mother speak this way before, and as he listens, he remembers how in his previous life he never tried to learn anything about her, realizing just how ungrateful he had been as her son. Theo quietly wonders if, in his previous life, he had been so blinded by his obsession with the clan that he never noticed anything else. Looking at Kirsten now, he can clearly tell she cares deeply about his mother too, and that only makes him question why she never stepped in back then. After walking deeper through the workshop, they finally arrive at their destination. Kirsten stops in front of one room and casually tells them that this is where she lives. Cecilia immediately frowns and asks why Kirsten dragged them all the way into such a deep part of the workshop. Then, without holding back, she demands that Kirsten make the finest sword possible for Theo to properly make up for what happened. But instead of answering Cecilia directly, Kirsten suddenly tells her to wait outside. Then she grabs Theo, pulls him into the room with her, and quickly shuts the door, leaving Cecilia completely cut off on the other side. Inside the room, Kirsten pays no attention to Cecilia calling after her from outside. She shuts out the noise completely and turns her focus straight to Theo, clearly intending to get to the heart of the matter immediately. Without wasting any more time, Kirsten looks Theo directly in the eye and asks him whether he possesses a relic of the primordial dragon. Theo is taken aback by the question and asks if she means the ancestor of the guardian dragon that protects the clan. He explains that he has only heard the old legend about treasures scattered throughout Winterra for the descendants of Ragnar. Kirsten immediately makes it clear that this is not some empty legend. Her expression grows sharper as she asks Theo again whether he truly does not have any kind of relic with him. Kirsten's eyes begin to tear up as frustration overtakes her. She cannot understand how Theo managed to destroy the sword she forged with her heart and soul, because in her mind, that blade should not have broken unless it struck something on the level of a relic. She asks if he has any idea how precious that sword really was. Theo tries to apologize while remembering that the sword was damaged during his battle with the Lesser Drake. He still does not understand anything about relics, but Kirsten eventually gives up on explaining it with words and decides it would be faster to show him directly. Kirsten brings out a casket that has been completely sealed shut with heavy chains wrapped tightly around it. Then she asks Theo if he can notice anything unusual about it. As Theo stares at the casket, a faint blue glow begins to appear before his eyes. He immediately wonders if this is connected to a quest, because the light looks exactly like the glow he saw on the dungeon door inside the palace. Kirsten admits that she herself cannot see anything special, but from the way Theo reacts, she can tell that he has noticed something she cannot. She then starts dragging the sealed casket forward and explains that she has tried countless times to open it and claim the item hidden inside, but no matter what method she used, every attempt ended in failure. Kirsten sets the sealed casket down in front of him and finally mentions what lies within, calling it a relic of the primordial dragon. She tells Theo the old story behind it, explaining that the primordial dragon once removed one of its own fangs and forged it into a blade. That legendary weapon became known as the monster sword, the White Moonlight Blade. Kirsten then offers Theo a dangerous deal. If he can break the seal on the casket and open it successfully, she will hand over the sword inside, the weapon known as the White Moonlight Blade. Theo looks slightly confused by how serious she sounds. That is when Kirsten reveals the real risk, warning him that if he fails to open the casket, he may lose his life in the process. Kirsten asks him if he still wants to try after hearing that. But instead of backing away, Theo's lips curl into an excited smile, and he makes it clear that from this moment on, that sword already belongs to him. At the same time, the system appears before Theo and reveals the next scenario of the quest. This time, he must be chosen by the primordial dragon's relic, the White Moonlight Blade. The White Moonlight Blade is not just any sword. It is the weapon of the leader of Black Snow, one of the 9 dragons, known throughout the shadows as the Black Dragon. Very few people even know the truth about this sword, because nearly everyone who has ever seen it or spoken about it has either died or vanished without a trace. Theo recalls a mysterious man from the past who noticed him and seemed surprised that Theo could actually see him. By sheer coincidence, Theo had once seen the true form of the sword, yet even now he still does not understand why the Black Dragon allowed him to live. That is why Theo is so shocked to learn that the Black Dragon's White Moonlight Sword is sitting right here in front of him, and even more than that, it is an actual relic of the primordial dragon. He remembers encountering the Black Dragon 4 years ago, and that memory makes him realize something important. Even back then, Kirsten must have already been in possession of this sword. Kirsten looks at Theo and asks him one more time if he truly wants to open it, making sure he understands what he is about to face. Theo's smile only grows wider as his determination hardens. No matter what danger is waiting inside that casket, he tells Kirsten with absolute confidence that the sword is already his. As Theo studies the sealed casket more closely, he begins to notice something strange about its structure. The way it feels and responds reminds him very strongly of the Camellia Palace. Following that instinct, Theo brings out the blue key and tries using it to open the casket, trusting the connection he senses between the two. Kirsten watches in confusion as Theo begins unlocking the casket right in front of her, something she had failed to do no matter how many times she tried. Then, from inside the casket, something strange begins to stir. A mysterious light slowly starts to shine out from within, spreading through the room in an eerie glow. Suddenly, Kirsten's expression shifts with concern as a black, unnatural fog coils around Theo and starts pulling him toward the casket. Theo struggles to break free, trying to pull himself away from the force dragging him in. But no matter how hard he resists, he cannot escape, and he is swallowed into a mysterious place. When Theo finally opens his eyes again, he finds himself somewhere completely unfamiliar. He looks around in confusion, unable to understand where he has been taken. Then he recognizes it. Before him stands the Rose Palace, but everything around it is engulfed in raging flames. Theo cannot understand why he is being forced to witness this again. As memories from his past unfold before him, he realizes just how completely he had forgotten how weak he used to be. That painful reminder only sharpens his desire for power. He needs enough strength to defeat Rendon and crush the Camellia Palace. But as that thought takes hold, a griffin begins twisting his mind, grabbing him as if it is ready to devour him whole. But just when it seems like Theo is about to be swallowed, he snaps awake and moves. His hand shoots up and clamps down on the griffin's beak, catching the monster completely off guard. In that instant, Theo understands what the creature is doing. It is trying to invade his mind by using his hunger for power against him, and he finally realizes why this weapon is called a monster sword. The mysterious griffin growls at him, calling him insolent as it twists and struggles, trying to break free from his grip. But Theo does not flinch. With complete confidence, he tells the beast that the despair it is trying to show him is something he conquered long ago. Then he questions whether it really thought he would be tempted by such useless power, especially after everything he has already seen through countless quests. The griffin seems confused by his reaction, and Theo takes that moment to look at it more carefully. That is when he notices the creature looks very different from the griffin in his memory. The monster keeps trying to pull itself free, but Theo refuses to let go. He remembers the griffin being at least 10 meters tall, yet right now the two of them are almost the same height. Theo wonders if the griffin shrank because it had been sealed away for so long. But after a moment, he decides the reason does not really matter. With a dangerous look in his eyes, Theo declares that the moonlight sword belongs to him now. Then he draws back his fist, ready to punch the griffin with no mercy. The monster quickly changes its attitude and tries to talk things out with him, clearly desperate to avoid getting hit. Meanwhile, outside that strange inner space, something else is happening. Back inside Kirsten's room, Cecilia screams in panic the moment she sees her son, lying unconscious in front of her. She rushes to Theo's side and desperately tries to wake him up, calling out to him again and again, but no matter what she does, he does not respond. Cecilia's fear finally spills over, and tears start running down her face as she turns on Kirsten, desperately asking why her son has collapsed unconscious like this. Kirsten is left speechless when she sees Cecilia crying in front of her. Cecilia's voice trembles as she says she never asked Kirsten to put Theo through something like this. She only wanted a proper sword for her son. Kirsten studies Theo's condition more carefully and realizes something terrifying. A monster's energy is connected directly to Theo's bloodstream, and even with all her experience, this is something she has never seen or even heard of before. The reason Kirsten had allowed this to happen was because she believed Theo would be fine if he already possessed a relic. She had assumed that alone would be enough to protect him. But Celia's expression hardens through her tears, as she warns her mother that if anything terrible happens to her son, she will never forgive Kirsten for what she has done, no matter what explanation she gives afterward. Then, all of a sudden, Theo's hand moves, and he firmly grabs hold of the moonlight sword. At that very moment, a strange, mysterious light begins gathering around his chest, glowing as if something inside him has awakened. Cecilia becomes even more worried when she sees the light surrounding him, and she desperately tries to wake Theo up, calling to him with panic in her voice. Finally, after all that fear and silence, Theo slowly opens his eyes. The moment Cecilia sees him awake, she throws her arms around him and hugs him tightly, unable to hold back her tears any longer. Still clinging to him, Cecilia tells Theo how terrified she was, making it clear that she had been worried out of her mind. Theo gently reassures her and tells her not to think too much about it, because despite everything that just happened, he is completely fine. Right then, the system appears and congratulates Theo for successfully hunting the griffin and completing the quest. As his reward, Theo officially becomes the owner of the white moonlight sword, claiming the legendary blade as his own. Theo understands that he survived partly because luck was on his side. The griffin had only just been unsealed, so its power was still weakened enough for him to defeat it. On top of that, the monster's psychological attacks had no real effect on him, because the fears and temptations it tried to use were things he had already overcome. The system then informs Theo that he has observed the monster energy of the white moonlight sword, and because of that, his magic power has increased by a tremendous amount. His magic power rises past 200, reaching a level far beyond what it had been before. At the same time, Theo's entire body begins to glow, as if that overflowing power is shining out through him. Theo learns that his magic power has even begun to take on divinity, and that its level has now reached the standard of a high-ranking swordsman. But instead of being completely happy, Theo feels a little disappointed. Even with this power in his hands, he cannot use it freely yet, because he still needs to restrain himself until the awakening ceremony. Kirsten admits that Theo's success truly surprised her, and she congratulates him for pulling it off. Theo immediately asks whether she will keep her promise, and Kirsten assures him that elves do not lie. Even after receiving the sword, Theo can feel that the blade is not behaving obediently in his hand. He grows slightly anxious and wonders if the sword still has not fully acknowledged him as its master. But Kirsten tells him not to worry, explaining that the sword is only acting this way because it has been trapped for 400 years. Now that it is finally back in the outside world, it wants to release all the frustration it has been holding in. Kirsten then suggests that Theo should try swinging it at the wall with everything he has. Theo hesitates and asks if that would really be all right, but Kirsten immediately mocks him for worrying so much. In her mind, even if the sword is legendary, a single swing from an inexperienced brat who has not even gone through his awakening ceremony could never damage the Basque workshop. Theo feels a little unsettled hearing her say that, but he still decides to test it. Since he knows he can hide his dragon heart whenever he wants, this becomes the perfect chance to try out the legendary sword he has just obtained. He walks toward the wall and begins gathering all of his magic power. Then, in a polite but serious tone, Theo gives a brief warning before making his move. Theo removes the cover from the legendary Moonlight Sword, revealing the blade as he prepares himself to unleash a single swing. Kirsten watches him closely, but as she observes the way his power begins to gather, her expression suddenly shifts with concern. Realizing something is wrong, Kirsten tries to stop Theo before he can complete the swing. But she is too late, and Theo unleashes an attack known as Single Flash. The slash tears forward with terrifying force and completely destroys the wall of the workshop. Cecilia stands there astonished by the sheer power of the attack, while Kirsten's eyes fill with anxious tears as she stares at the destruction in front of her. Everything Kirsten had assumed about Theo's strength is shattered in that single moment. Just one swing of his sword, Theo literally splits the building's wall in half, even though he had not been aiming to destroy it. Kirsten can only sink into despair at yet another costly loss caused by him, especially after the sword he had already broken. Even Theo himself realizes that the result was far beyond what he expected. The attack was massive overkill, and now he is nearly drained because the sword consumed all of his magic power to release that devastating slash. Right then, Kirsten quickly begins pouring mana into Theo to help stabilize him. She moves so fast that Theo does not even notice the exact moment she reaches his side. As Kirsten supports him, she is startled to realize that Theo truly has no control over his magic power at all. But regardless of that problem, when she looks back at the huge crack carved through the 10-foot-thick wall, Kirsten becomes certain of one thing: this boy is an undeniable genius. A strange pride begins to rise in her chest at the thought of having a grandson like him. But at the same time, that greedy sparkle in her eyes makes it obvious that her mind is already calculating how to profit from Theo's talent. Kirsten places a hand on Theo and declares that from now on, she will become his patron. All Theo has to do, according to her, is spread his wings and show the entire world what he is capable of. In other words, Kirsten is planning to turn him into a living advertisement for her workshop, using his talent to make the Basque name shine even brighter. And Theo notices it immediately, because the ambitious glint in Kirsten's eyes is far too obvious to miss. Theo does not even bother hiding what he thinks. He bluntly tells Kirsten that he can practically see the dollar signs sparkling in her eyes as she looks at him. Later that night, as the darkness outside grows deeper and the workshop slowly quiets down, Theo and his mother prepare to leave the Basque workshop. After everything that happened, they exchange their final goodbyes with Kirsten at the entrance. Once those farewells are finished, Theo and Cecilia finally part ways with her and leave the workshop behind. After they are gone, Kirsten is left holding the fangs in her hands, and it turns out Theo had given them to her as payment for repairing the wall he destroyed. Kirsten is absolutely thrilled to receive materials taken from a drake. In her mind, Theo must have gotten his hands on this loot while obtaining the relic, which only makes the prize seem even more valuable. At the same time, a sense of pride rises inside her as she thinks about Cecilia. After all, her daughter managed to raise a truly incredible son. Just then, someone suddenly appears and greets her by her famous title, Demon Craftsman. The moment Kirsten hears that familiar voice, her body freezes for a brief second. Kirsten slowly turns around and asks why he has come here. But the mysterious crow of Rober Ragnar only stands there in silence, his eyes glowing with a sharp red glint, refusing to answer and leaving the entire moment hanging in heavy suspense. 5 days pass after that night, and at last, the long-awaited day of the awakening ceremony finally arrives. As usual, Evelyn and Theo are spending the morning in the middle of a sparring match, their blades moving quickly between them. After trading several blows with Theo and feeling the force behind each strike, Evelyn can immediately tell that his swordsmanship has improved again. His movements are sharper, his attacks are faster, and his overall strength has clearly risen. Theo flashes her a pleased grin and says he is genuinely happy to hear that, especially because he never imagined someone like Evelyn would actually praise him. The people watching nearby are, as always, left sweating nervously, because standing beside Theo makes them feel painfully weak by comparison. Only half a year has passed since Theo began to change, yet Evelyn is amazed by how quickly he has grown. He has already reached the point where he can push her back during a sparring session. And if Theo awakens his magic today, Evelyn knows that it could mark the birth of a true monster. After their spar continues for a while, Evelyn finally gives him proper recognition. She tells him he has done an excellent job and even says he may be able to aim for the top position at the awakening ceremony. She adds that her prayers are with him, offering him sincere support before the important event begins. Theo responds with a broad, confident smirk and thanks her for the kind words. Then he jokes that if he becomes valedictorian, he will be sure to mention her name in his speech in front of everyone. Evelyn immediately gives him a tired, unimpressed look, silently wondering whether that is really necessary at all. Meanwhile, Theo's companions quickly gather around him, excitedly asking him to mention their names in the speech as well. Theo cannot help feeling a little proud, thinking that being popular is such a troublesome burden. Evelyn, however, only stares at him with a creeped-out expression, clearly thinking he is getting far too full of himself. The scene then shifts away from the training area and moves toward the central headquarters. There, Theo makes his entrance with a calm and confident presence. When he reaches the guards, he introduces himself properly as Theo Ragnar of the Camellia Palace. Once Theo steps inside, the first thing he notices is the massive crowd gathered for the ceremony. It makes sense, because the awakening ceremony is the most important yearly event held by the Ragnar clan. Every participant has come here hoping to produce impressive results. For the swordsmen of Ragnar, this ceremony is their first real chance to gain recognition, honor, and a place in the clan's eyes. With so many members of the Ragnar clan watching from all sides, and with the clan head himself, Kyle Ragnar, present among them, the pressure in the air is incredibly intense. Even some of the most powerful figures have come to witness the event, including members of the Nine Dragons, as well as the former clan head from 2 generations ago, Hilda Ragnar. The more Theo looks at Hilda, the harder it is to believe she is actually 150 years old. Still, regardless of her appearance, he feels relieved to see her attending the ceremony once again. Then the conductor strikes a drum, the heavy sound echoing through the area and drawing everyone's attention at once. The man standing before them is Vanna Ragnar, the judge in charge of the ceremony and a swordsman of the Dragon Gate. Vanna snaps the crowd to attention and announces that the preliminary examination will now begin. The test is simple in appearance. Each participant must take one of the swords placed on the ground, step onto the platform, and leave a mark on the steel wall. However, he reveals that the wall is forged with a mixture of white snow steel, meaning ordinary steel blades will not even scratch its surface. But that changes if the participants are able to channel magic power into their attacks, turning a normal slash into something capable of cutting the wall. To help them awaken that power, Vanna decides to distribute Soma to every participant. Each Soma pill contains the power of 10 years' worth of magic, making it an elixir meant to help open their mana halls. Vanna instructs the participants to swallow the Soma and focus on opening the mana hall located in the Dantian. Only after successfully doing that will they be able to cut into the white snow steel wall with their swords. Their results will be judged by how deep a cut they manage to leave behind. Vanna then raises his voice and announces that from this point on, the participants whose names are called must step forward, take a Soma, and climb onto the platform. The first name called is Theo Ragnar, and he is ordered to come forward. Theo steps out without hesitation, and as he receives the pill, he thinks back to his previous life, remembering that Axion was the one who became valedictorian back then. After taking the Soma, Theo reaches down and picks up one of the swords prepared for the examination. Then he walks toward the white wall with quiet determination, firmly resolved that this time, things will not play out the same way as they did in the past. As Theo moves forward, a system window suddenly appears before him, revealing Scenario Quest 3. Become the valedictorian of the awakening ceremony in order to clear the quest. Meanwhile, the 150-year-old Hilda turns toward Kyle and asks if this boy is the one he mentioned before. Kyle answers with a confident, positive reaction, then turns the question back on her, wondering if he has managed to catch her interest as well. Hilda admits that, after hearing so many rumors and stories about this boy, she can't help but feel curious. Now, she wants to witness it with her own eyes and see just how capable his descendant truly is. Theo rolls his shoulders and stretches out the tension in his muscles, but even as he tries to loosen up, a nervous feeling quietly creeps through him. At that moment, the Judge Vanna appears without delay, looking straight at him as he reminds Theo that it is time to swallow the Soma. Theo immediately places the pill in his mouth, and as he does, memories from his past life flash through his mind. Back then, he had swallowed the Soma too, but he failed to control the mana properly and ended up badly damaging his Dantian. This time, however, he is determined that the same disaster will not repeat itself. The instant the pill passes down his throat, a powerful surge erupts inside his body, rushing through him like something had suddenly been awakened. Then the mana begins spilling outward, scattering wildly through the surrounding area and stirring the air around him. Vanna stares in complete bewilderment, unable to believe that this brat is creating such a massive mana wave. The sheer size of it makes him worry that Theo may not be able to control the power properly. After all, swallowing Soma is never something that can be handled carelessly. For the mana hall to safely settle into the Dantian, especially for talented Ragnars who already carry enormous amounts of mana. The process requires extreme caution. If they make even one mistake, they could end up permanently disabled. Because of that, Vanna is already convinced that this brat is finished. Then, against all expectations, Theo steadies himself almost immediately and brings the unstable power under control. A wave of happiness rushes through Theo as he realizes the truth. He now possesses both a dragon heart and a mana haul. Compared to the struggle and pain of his past life, it almost feels disappointing how smoothly everything is going this time. But none of that matters now. From this moment forward, he is officially allowed to use mana, and he no longer needs to suppress the immense power stored inside his dragon heart. Theo gathers himself, focusing his body and mind as he prepares to move. Then, with a sharp burst of force, he launches himself into the air. And in that next instant, he lets everything loose without holding back. His mana takes shape before everyone's eyes, forming into the fierce image of a dragon. The dragon of mana surges forward, flying straight toward the white wall with overwhelming momentum. In one blinding flash, it slams directly into the wall. A massive crack tears across the surface, leaving behind a mark so huge that no one can ignore it. Vanna is left completely stunned by what he has just witnessed, and without the slightest hesitation, he announces that Theo Ragnar has undoubtedly passed. The spectators are just as shaken, staring in disbelief after seeing such an explosive display of power. Right then, a system window appears in front of Theo, informing him that the curse of bad luck that had been affecting him has finally come to an end. At the same time, word of his name and his performance begins spreading across the world. A sincere, joyful smile spreads across Theo's face, because at long last, he has reached the same starting line as everyone else. The system continues, revealing that many people have now become interested in him after witnessing his remarkable performance. Osa Ragnar Plunus wants to take him in as a disciple, while Julius Ragnar feels displeased by the amount of attention suddenly gathering around Theo. Meanwhile, Rober Ragnar keeps his guard up, watching Theo with caution instead of simple admiration. And finally, Hilda Ragnar has also taken an interest in him. Theo is thrilled to know that both the Black Dragon and the Sword Dragon are paying attention to him, but realizing that he has also caught Hilda's eye makes him even happier. After all, Hilda possesses the heart of Garuda, and Theo can't help thinking how incredible it would be if he could somehow obtain that power for himself. After Theo's overwhelming turn, the other contestants step forward one after another to try their luck against the white wall. One contestant manages to leave behind only the smallest scratch, a mark so thin it looks no wider than a single strand of hair. Seeing that tiny result, he cries out in frustration, realizing just how far he still has to go before he can even come close to Master Theo. Ray Ragnar steps up as well and gives the challenge his own attempt. Hulkus Lanka also takes his turn, facing the wall with everything he has. Then Remington Nacrio follows, trying to prove himself just like the others. Each of them pours in their full effort, but not one of them manages to come anywhere near the enormous cut Theo left carved into the wall. One poor contestant is left absolutely crushed, because all four Hounds of the North have produced monstrous results. And yet, even with all of their strength, not a single one of them has created a mark greater than young Master Theo's. At last, it is Axion Ragnar's turn to step forward. As he begins walking toward the wall, the crowd starts whispering among themselves. Some say that, at this point, the whole contest has turned into a battle between the Luster Tiger and the Dark Tiger, while others are not so sure Axion can reach Theo's level. Hearing people speak about Theo in that way only makes Axion's anger burn even hotter, pushing his irritation past the limit. With sword gripped in his hand, Axion strides toward the white wall with a fierce, determined presence. Then, once he swallows the Soma pill, his entire body seems to ignite with fighting spirit. Mana begins crackling around him, flickering violently through the air as his power starts to rise. The energy coils fiercely around him, and from that blazing surge, something massive begins to emerge in a flash of red. A gigantic crimson dragon bursts out from his mana, roaring forward as it slashes straight toward the white wall with terrifying force. The raw power behind the strike leaves Vanna completely speechless, because never once did he expect to be shocked this many times in a single day. A huge crack spreads across the wall, the mark carved deep enough for everyone in the arena to see. Without wasting a moment, Vanna raises his voice and announces that Axion Ragnar has also passed the first stage. The crowd instantly loses control, shouting in excitement because Axion's slash has left behind a crack that looks just as enormous as Theo's. Now the entire arena is tense, because everyone understands that the final precision grading will decide who truly stands above the other. As dusk slowly begins to fall over the arena, Vanna steps forward and declares that the first stage of the awakening ceremony has officially come to an end. This year he is especially pleased, since so many participants have managed to raise their scores by a remarkable amount. He tells every candidate who passed to begin preparing themselves, because the second stage of the awakening ceremony will begin in 4 days. Then, at long last, the rankings everyone has been waiting for are about to be revealed. And among those results is the name of the valedictorian for the first stage of the awakening ceremony. Every person in the arena falls silent and holds their breath, waiting for the announcement of the first stage valedictorian. The two clear frontrunners, Axion and Theo, stand at the center of everyone's attention, each one waiting and hoping to hear his own name called. In the end, it is Theo Ragnar who manages to seize the victory for himself. Theo is left stunned for a moment, while the entire arena erupts around him with thunderous cheers. Vanna Ragnar announces with clear satisfaction that Theo's performance earned a perfect 10 out of 10 from the judges. Whether it was technique, magic power, control, or speed, every single part of his attempt was judged flawless. While Theo's followers burst into celebration, most of the other candidates struggle to accept that the Flash Tiger has taken first place over Axion. Then it comes out that the depth of Theo's sword mark was close to the record once held by young Master Thorkel. That single detail sends the crowd into an even greater uproar. After all, Thorkel Ragnar is an enigma, one of the 5 major candidates of Ragnar, and many believe he may be the closest to the line of succession. The salutatorian award goes to Axion Ragnar, but the displeasure on his face is impossible to hide. He also received a perfect 10 out of 10 score. Even so, he is pushed down into second place because his sword mark is just slightly shorter than Theo's, and that single difference makes his blood boil even hotter. Remington Narcio secures third place, Ray Ragnar takes fourth, and Hulkus Lanka claims fifth, leaving the Hounds of the North firmly locked into the top ranks. Meanwhile, the idiot of the Southern Inspection Post and Theo's very first follower, Sybil Dree, barely manages to scrape into the final passing spot at 87th place. The second stage of the awakening ceremony is set to begin in 4 days at the dangerous Winter Mountains, and all 87 examinees who passed are advised to prepare as thoroughly as possible. With that final announcement, everyone is dismissed, and the first day of the ceremony comes to a close in a far more unexpected way than anyone imagined. That night, Theo's faction wastes no time heading straight to the tavern to celebrate their success. The whole place shakes with cheers for the first and second placers, filling the tavern with loud voices and excitement. Everyone feels completely vindicated now that the true strength of training ground number 4 has been shown to the world. Praise and applause for their very own Sir Theo and Sir Remington flow freely, right alongside the liquor. Theo thanks his men for standing by him, but deep down, he knows better than anyone that the trials are far from over. His real goal is for every single one of them to pass the second stage together. He pulls his close friend Remington in beside him, and with confidence in his voice, he announces to everyone that the two of them will aim to become the final valedictorian and salutatorian of their batch. Evelyn is swept up in the festive mood as well, and she truly believes that somehow, those two can actually make it happen. Remington personally congratulates the young master for the brilliant display of power he showed earlier. Watching Theo's hard work finally bear fruit fills everyone there with genuine pride. But at the same time, Remington can't stop a heavy feeling of shame from settling in, because he feels as though he has fallen far behind his friend. Theo smiles at Remy and gently reassures him, saying that he only got a little lucky this time. Besides, ranks and titles like that should not matter between friends. Those words clear away the useless worries clouding Remington's mind, letting him finally relax. The two of them raise their glasses of orange juice in a toast, promising each other that they will give everything they have in the coming second stage. Some time later, Theo finds himself walking alone through the nearby snowy mountains. Now that he is finally away from the noise and the crowd, he starts to truly process what it means to have taken first place in the awakening ceremony. In his past life, this was the kind of achievement he would never have even dared to dream about. Even though it was not an actual battle, he still defeated Axion fair and square. He can barely believe just how far he has managed to come in such a short amount of time. Theo clenches his fists with anticipation and declares to himself that this is only the beginning of his story. Defeating and beheading that treacherous fraud Rendon is nowhere near enough, because that man is nothing more than a lackey serving the real players behind everything. Theo's true enemies are the insane Axion and the cunning Sky Dragon supporting him from the shadows, and Theo is ready to use every tool he can get his hands on. No matter how long it takes, he is determined to achieve his ultimate revenge in the future. For now, however, there is another important matter he needs to deal with. The nest compass he received as a reward. That mysterious artifact is pointing directly toward the Winter Mountains, the very same place where the next trial is about to be held. During the second stage, Theo will finally get the chance to discover exactly what the compass is guiding him toward. But while he is standing there, buried deep in his own thoughts, he suddenly senses something strange nearby. His instincts react at once, and his body shifts into defense mode, ready to deal with whatever presence is hiding close by. Someone has been following him, and Theo absolutely despises being watched. The hooded spy freezes in surprise as the target in front of him suddenly disappears like smoke. A heartbeat later, the spy feels the cold edge of a blade flashing dangerously close to the back of his neck. Theo demands to know who he is, and the man quickly tries to talk his way out of danger, desperately insisting that he is not Zeus. The man introduces himself as Gatsby Jotun from the famous Gale Sword platoon. According to Gatsby, his captain sent him after witnessing Theo's impressive performance during the first test of the awakening ceremony. Theo keeps his face completely unreadable, staring at the man with a sharp gaze that seems to look right through him. It appears the scouting offers are coming much earlier than he expected. Gatsby then explains that his captain is willing to give Theo the opportunity to take an admittance qualification test, and that offer catches Theo completely off guard. Theo feels insulted that the Gale Sword platoon would offer him some pointless test instead of a proper invitation. Gatsby, however, proudly boasts about the platoon's prestigious reputation, claiming that even getting the chance to take that test is an honor most people could never reach. Or the man can keep running his mouth, a fiery voice cuts straight through his words, calling the Gale Sword platoon a bunch of complete morons. A woman with a great sword strapped across her back steps forward, addresses Theo as young master, and immediately offers him a deal far better than whatever the fools from the Gale Sword platoon brought. This fierce woman is Ian Saucily, known by many as the Fire Goblin and the vice commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. She has come in person to give Theo a direct invitation to join their ranks. The moment Gatsby sees who has arrived, he starts stumbling over his own words. Anyone who recognizes the name Fire Goblin knows very well that angering her is never a good idea. But before Ian can get any closer to Theo, several scouts from other factions reveal themselves from hiding, clearly afraid that such a promising candidate might be recruited before they can make their own offers. They rush in all at once, shouting out their ridiculous proposals. One claims that the Black Sword platoon is willing to promote Theo to squad leader within 3 years. The Swords of Law and the Security Bureau also jump into the competition, eagerly throwing their own offers into the chaos. Annoyed by the bidding war breaking out in front of her, the Fire Goblin snaps in anger. These scouts are supposed to tempt the young master with promises that could help advance his career. Yet here they are, fighting and bickering among themselves like fools. Theo simply watches from the side as the idiots curse at one another and trade verbal jabs. At that point, he figures it would be better to quietly slip away before they bother him even more. But his plan to leave comes to a sudden stop. Pink plum petals begin drifting through the area, slowly filling the air as a seductive voice, backed by an overwhelming aura, silences everyone at once. The newcomer knows people may criticize her for being too greedy, but she cannot bring herself to stay away. If slightly staining her flawless reputation means gaining an extraordinarily talented individual, then that price is more than worth it. The Lady of the Plum Blossom Palace, the Sword Dragon herself, Osa Ragnar Plunas, has entered the scouting war, and her arrival shocks everyone into complete silence. Ian is the only one bold enough to question what business the clan head's first wife has in a place like this. Lady Osa calmly admits that she has come here for the same reason as everyone else. She has gone out of her way to meet Theo Ragnar personally. And while Theo is trapped in this absurd situation, the salutatorian is releasing his frustration somewhere else by cutting people's heads off. Calling Axion Ragnar a sore loser would honestly be putting it far too lightly. He is slaughtering his own men without restraint, using their lives as a way to vent his frustration before his anger completely explodes. Axion weaves through the training ground, maneuvering between young swordsmen and slashing them down one after another, treating them like nothing more than disposable training dummies. Axion Ragnar wants blood, and right now, blood is exactly what he is getting. With every dash and every slash, he remembers Theo's smug face after leaving behind that bloody, armless mess at the Scaled Dragon Society banquet. The sight of Theo unleashing such intense draconic aura during his first slash in the trial has burned itself deep into Axion's twisted mind. The fact that he lost by only a few inches makes the defeat even more unbearable. The only thought pounding through his head is the desire to kill Theo Ragnar and tear him open. Until he can do that, killing his own men will have to be enough. By the end of his rampage, Axion has completely abandoned his blade and switched to an even more brutal, hands-on way of releasing his rage. When he finally begins to calm down, the training ground is already littered with the lifeless bodies of young swordsmen, who thought they were only coming here to spar with their young master. Then another person steps into the arena. Axion's eyes immediately snap in that direction. Without even checking who has arrived, he picks up his sword again and moves as if he is ready to attack. He hurls the entire blade with deadly accuracy, sending it straight toward the intruder's head. But for someone like the Sky Dragon, stopping such a simple outburst is nothing difficult. He casually catches the sword by the tip right out of the air. Ed Troyven curses his nephew for acting so pathetically, telling him that taking his rage out on random people will not change anything. Once Axion finally gets a clear look at his uncle, a little of the madness in him begins to settle. The Sky Dragon advises him that in moments like this, Axion needs to cool his head and come up with a proper plan. Ed Troyvin has already set certain things in motion, and all Axion has to do is follow along. Together, the wicked uncle and nephew are determined to turn the second stage of the awakening ceremony into Theo Ragnar's funeral. Back in the snowy woods, the scouts step aside for Lady Plum Blossom, moving out of her path with a mixture of fear and respect. They all understand that whatever they plan to offer Theo will seem meaningless if she is now competing for him as well. Just as they are about to complain about how unfair this is, before anyone can voice their complaints, the space between Theo and Lady Osa is suddenly cut off from the outside world, sealing the two of them inside a domain that belongs only to her. Ian immediately understands what that means, because creating an isolation zone in a situation like this can only point to one thing. Inside that swirling mass of energy, Lady Osa may be planning to personally pass down some of her teachings to the young Ragnar. From the outside, the isolation zone looks like a small enclosed space, but once Theo is inside, it stretches endlessly, expanding so wide that the horizon seems to go on forever. Theo recognizes it at once as one of Lady Plum Blossom's signature techniques. She can freely create a perfectly sealed space, completely severed from the world beyond it. He had only heard stories about this move before, yet now he is standing inside it himself, and it makes him realize just how quickly his growing reputation is catching up to him. Lady Plum Blossom laughs softly at Theo's reaction. She is certain the demon dragon will be furious once he learns what she is trying to do, but if she decides to give Theo a gift, then no one has the right to stop her. And when calls it a gift, there is only one thing it could possibly mean. She slowly draws her blade from its sheath, and as the steel comes free, she begins speaking about the fierce intensity of the clan head's swordsmanship. That swordsmanship is like dragon fire falling from the heavens, a destructive force that burns, crushes, and incinerates everything in its path. But Lady Plum Blossom's sword could not be more different. Rather than overwhelming everything with a single destructive force, her style embraces endless shifts, variations, and possibilities within every movement. Theo looks around and realizes that the snowy trail he had been walking on just moments ago has transformed into a peaceful field filled with bright, blooming plum trees. Lady Plum Blossom steps forward with a calm rhythm, and each graceful stride sends gentle ripples spreading across the still water beneath her feet. This is the form of the dragon she pursues, not one of simple destruction, but one filled with constant change and infinite variation. As the sword dragon begins moving forward at a slow and steady pace, her blade starts to flow through the air. With each swing, plum blossoms begin to bloom around her, and countless petals drift down softly like a quiet rain. Her sword glides gently through those falling petals, moving together with them as though the blade and blossoms are dancing as one. The flow of her movements is strange and beautiful, bending in ways that look almost impossible to follow. She slashes, thrusts, and chops in an unusual rhythm, each motion carrying a tempo that feels both delicate and deadly. By the time the demonstration comes to an end, she slowly lowers her sword, and the petals spiral along the edge of the blade before settling beautifully onto the ground. For Theo, the sight is breathtaking, so beautiful and overwhelming that he can only stare as if his eyes have been treated to something priceless. What makes it even more absurd is that the entire sequence happened within a single breath. What she has shown him is celestial flower rain, the first full-bloom technique of the plum blossoms, and when the First Lady opens her eyes, her deep gaze turns directly toward Theo. Theo is left completely speechless, his heart pounding loudly in his chest after witnessing something truly beyond ordinary swordsmanship. In that one continuous movement, he counted 120 circles and variations, proving why people say that when it comes to pure swordsmanship, she may even stand above the clan head himself. If Theo can absorb even a small part of what he just saw and apply it to his single flash, his power will rise explosively. With genuine humility, he asks whether he truly deserves to receive such an incredible gift. Lady Plum Blossom gives a light laugh and gently tells him that it is fine, as long as he enjoyed watching it. At last, Lady Plum Blossom releases the isolation zone. The peaceful field of plum trees fades away, and the cold snowy woods return around them. Before leaving, she tells Theo that if he ever wishes to see what comes after the first technique, he may come find her at any time after the awakening ceremony. Such an open and direct offer leaves every scout nearby completely stunned. The First Lady simply wants Theo to become a fresh new wind in this desolate place, and after saying her piece, her body scatters into a beautiful cloud of plum petals drifting away. Theo knows better than anyone that he has just received something far too valuable. Even someone like him would find it difficult to act shamelessly and show no gratitude toward the First Lady. Now, however, his situation has become complicated. He figures it would be far too greedy to become Lady Plum Blossom's disciple while also joining the White Armored Dragon Cavalry at the same time. 3 days later, the second phase of the trial finally begins in earnest. All 87 qualified candidates gather at the Winter Mountains near the northern Great Wall, ready to face the next challenge. This dangerous location is perfectly suited for the trial ahead. The Winter Mountains stretch across an enormous distance, reaching from their homeland of winter all the way toward the Demon Sea. Here, in this frozen and hostile land, the Ragnars have protected humanity with everything they have. For more than 1,000 years, they have waged war against the cursed land beyond the Great Wall, constantly cutting down the countless demonic fiends that ravage the Demon Sea. High-ranking swordsman and second-stage exam overseer Jackie Ragnar warns everyone that the new generation will one day inherit that duty, which is exactly why Winter Mountain is the ideal testing ground for them. However, since the examinees are still apprentice swordsmen, they are forbidden from crossing into the Demon Sea, and the exam area will be limited to the inner side of the Great Wall. The rules of today's exam are simple on the surface. For the next 15 days, they must hunt down the demonic monsters roaming the Winter Mountains and retrieve the bells fastened around their necks. There are 7 different colored bells scattered out there: red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet, matching the colors of the rainbow. The point value of each bell rises in that exact order. Of course, a higher point value means facing a stronger demonic fiend. Overseer Jackie makes sure to emphasize just how dangerous the violet bell fiends are, warning that those abominations are far beyond the level of any apprentice swordsman. Even so, the violet bells are worth an enormous number of points. As for how they hunt, that choice is left entirely to the examinees. The method does not matter at all, as long as they bring the bells back to be counted before the exam ends. Everyone understands what the overseer is really implying. If any method is allowed, then stealing another person's prey or snatching their bells is permitted. In fact, it is practically being encouraged, as if the exam itself is designed to sow conflict among them. But that is simply another reflection of the Ragnar clan's law of the jungle way of doing things. As a final warning, the overseer explains the totems placed throughout the mountains, which are designed to repel demonic fiends. Near these safe zones, supplies have been buried for the examinees to find, and everyone is encouraged to use them as effectively as they can. With every rule laid out, Overseer Jackie formally gives the signal for the second trial to begin. The moment Overseer Jackie dismissed them, several candidates shot off in different directions without the slightest hesitation. Most of them were thinking the same way as Sybil. With the exam lasting 15 full days, supplies would be the key to survival. Before chasing points, they first had to secure resources and then move according to their own plans. The trial had only just begun, but Hulkus Lanka was already enjoying every second of it. Out here in the wild, surrounded by danger and opportunity, he looked completely in his element. Axion, on the other hand, entered the exam with revenge burning in his chest and a far more malicious goal already planted in his mind. His Sky Dragon uncle had warned him again and again that he must follow the plan with absolute precision. As long as Axion plays his assigned role properly, Theo will eventually fall. Axion charges ahead with his mind fixed on that single purpose, moving at breakneck speed, but he fails to notice that someone is quietly following behind him. The one tailing him is none other than the ever-mysterious Ray Ragnar. With everyone already spreading out into the mountains, Theo also starts walking toward the woods, ready to begin his own part of the trial. But before he can get very far, a familiar voice suddenly calls out to him from behind. Remington hurries over to his side and asks if Theo remembers saying that the two of them were friends. Over the past 3 days leading up to the trial, the Silver Lion has thought deeply about those words. And now, it seems he has come to see Theo not only as a friend, but also as a true rival. With that realization, a new desire has taken root in his heart. It is the desire to one day surpass young Master Theo in strength. At first, the young dragon is visibly surprised by that confession. But after a moment, Theo's expression softens into a delighted grin. He understands exactly what Remington is feeling. Ever since the two of them first crossed swords back at the training ground, a genuine respect had quietly bloomed between them. Theo feels the same way as the Silver Lion. To him, Remington is both a dear friend and a rival worth recognizing. Hearing that, Remington lets out a hearty laugh of relief, because he had been worrying that the feeling might only be one-sided. With his heart finally clear, Remington boldly declares that he will try to defeat Theo during the second stage. Theo accepts that challenge with sincerity and genuinely wishes him luck in reaching that goal. Then, without wasting another precious second, Remington bursts forward with incredible speed and disappears deep into the Winter Mountains. Theo stands there for a brief moment, letting the feeling settle in. Someone as incredible as Remington has chosen him as a goal, someone he wants to surpass. That realization sends a thrill through Theo unlike anything he has felt before. He is finally becoming someone truly strong, and the feeling is almost intoxicating. Opening his inventory, Theo pushes those warm emotions aside for later, knowing that the trial still comes first. He takes out the nest compass and officially begins his search for the dragon's nest. The compass needle points toward a general direction, giving him just enough guidance to start moving. Along the side of one of the dangerous cliff faces, the familiar blue glow of the system shines from within a hidden cavern. Following the nest compass, Theo is led toward the treacherous outskirts of the Winter Mountains. But when he arrives at what should be his destination, he stops in confusion, because there is nothing around him that looks especially suspicious or important. The compass needle has turned downward, pointing directly at the ground, so Theo figures that has to mean something. Maybe he is supposed to start digging here until he uncovers whatever the compass is trying to show him. If that is really the case, then he definitely should have brought a shovel. After all, using the white moonlight blade to dig through snowy soil would be a ridiculous misuse of a legendary weapon. While Theo is still considering what to do next, his instincts suddenly flare again, warning him that something is nearby. He calmly draws his sword from its scabbard, then spins around in an instant, his sharp eyes locking onto the unwelcome presence hidden behind him. When the wind refuses to do its job, sometimes a person has to take matters into their own hands. Theo sends out a wide sweeping strike, and the force of the slash mows down everything in its path. The trees are carved away in a straight line, and the ground itself is torn apart by the impact. Letting a trace of killing intent spill toward whoever has been secretly tailing him, Theo's voice turns heavy as he orders them to come out. A few unpleasant figures begin emerging from the woods, clearly confused as to how Theo noticed their carefully concealed presence. The moment Theo sees the man's face, he is taken aback. But it is not only one man, there are three of them. In Theo's previous life, he knew these monsters as the three scoundrels of Vuk Mountain: Hyde, Cow, and Rune. Those scoundrels truly lived up to their filthy reputation. They were absolute trash, widely known for slaughtering civilians during missions and disguising the massacres as accidents. They were the kind of cancer born from the Ragnar clan's brutal rule of the strong. Theo especially can never forget the massacre they carried out in Vuk village. Back when he worked in Black Snow, he was personally assigned to clean up the aftermath left behind by those bastards. He knows better than anyone what kind of horror these three will eventually unleash upon the world. According to the public records, that single incident claimed 761 lives, with another 220 people listed as missing. The most horrifying part was that not a single corpse could be identified, because their method of killing involved completely destroying their victims' heads for their own amusement. Theo had already expected their rotten nature to cause trouble down the line, so he had planned to deal with them eventually. But he never imagined he would encounter them this early. Since they were skilled enough to tail him so carefully, Theo asks whether Axion sent them to assassinate him or something. One of the scoundrels only laughs at that assumption, making it clear that they are not the kind of men who take orders from mere kids. Naturally, they were hired by someone far higher up, someone Theo would supposedly never even imagine as the one behind the attack. But the young dragon quickly narrows the culprit down to a single person with certainty: the head counselor. The scoundrel's reaction gives everything away, and Theo realizes he has guessed their employer correctly on the very first try. Considering how openly they kept bringing up bloodline and heritage, it was not difficult for Theo to figure out what was really going on. And with no exam proctor anywhere in sight, the answer became even clearer. Whoever was supposed to be watching this area had either turned a blind eye or worse, had already been pulled into the conspiracy. Theo's sharp instincts were becoming a serious headache for them. He had caught on far faster than they expected, but even then, those lowlifes did not look worried. In their minds, the outcome had already been decided, and no matter how sharp Theo was, they were convinced this job would still end exactly the way they wanted. The leader of the group twisted his mouth into a nasty grin and said there was nothing he enjoyed more than smashing in a handsome face like Theo's. At that point, it almost sounded less like a threat and more like he was obsessing over Theo's looks while pretending to be intimidating. But the Flash Tiger did not flinch at their words for even a second. His eyes stayed locked on the three men in front of him, calm and focused, refusing to let a single one of them slip out of his sight. Theo did not even give the loudmouthed thug the chance to keep barking his childish insults. In the next instant, his sword flashed through the air, and with the force behind his strike, the towering image of an ancient dragon seemed to rise and roar around him. The scoundrels had not even managed to step close enough to attack. Before they could close the gap, before their weapons could properly threaten him, they were already standing on the edge of death. Theo's blade moved 3 times in rapid succession, each cut clean, sharp, and perfectly controlled. With that flawless rhythm, he unleashed the technique he had just created, Triple Dragon's Claw, sending one deadly strike toward each of the 3 scoundrels. Theo was never the type to hesitate when violence became necessary. But even so, he had no desire to sink to the same level as the trash standing before him, men who reveled in cruelty as if it were something to be proud of. In the end, they had tried to punish him for a crime he would not even commit until years later. So Theo decided he would do the exact opposite of what those scumbags had done. He would answer them on his own terms. Only their heads would be left behind. The force of Dragon's Claw was that terrifying, strong enough to crush and mangle a human body into an unrecognizable mess while somehow leaving the head preserved in place. Theo had not merely defeated them. He had overwhelmed them so completely that it felt like he was showing them just how far beneath him they really were, giving those criminals the punishment they had earned. Even he was a little surprised by how quickly they collapsed under his blade, though perhaps that was because, in this point of time, they were still young and far weaker than the monsters they would become. This newly born technique was possible thanks to the celestial flower rain that Lady Plumblossom had briefly passed on to him. That fleeting lesson had left something deep behind in his swordsmanship. For the past 3 days, Theo had taken that style apart piece by piece, studied its structure, and built it back up in a form that suited him. After all that effort, he finally discovered a way to chain 3 single flashes together without breaking the flow. Drawing curved slashes through circles and arcs was far more difficult than it looked. Each movement demanded precision, and with it, an entirely new world of variations and applications began opening before him. Of course, reaching the level of the First Lady, who could complete those transformations 120 times in a row, was still far beyond him. Theo quickly gathered up the severed heads, and the expressions on the scoundrels' faces were still frozen in place. Their pain, shock, and disbelief remained clearly visible, as if they had never understood what had happened until the very end. Then, without a hint of attachment, he tossed the evidence over the edge of the cliff, leaving it for the beasts below to devour. Once that was done, his thoughts immediately returned to the real problem in front of him, finding a way underground. But just as the heads dropped a few meters down the cliffside, Theo heard a dull, unexpected thud. The sound was too close, too solid, and it instantly made him narrow his eyes in surprise. When he looked more carefully, Theo realized what had been hidden there all along. An invisible staircase was winding down the side of the cliff, concealed from normal sight, and now its unseen steps had been marked by the blood of those scoundrels. With that discovery, the hidden task of finding the unseen stairs and exploring the blue cave had finally begun. The path that had been concealed from everyone else was now open before Theo. Theo's excitement rose at once, and he leapt down from the cliff without hesitation, heading straight toward the treasure he had been searching for. But while he moved forward, completely unaware, a strange bird watched him quietly from far away. Meanwhile, back at the palace, the officials began receiving the first results from the opening hours of the test. At the top of the rankings stood Axion Ragnar, who had already collected 41 demon bells while cutting through the exam with 20 men under his command. In second place was Ray Ragnar, holding his position firmly behind Axion as the results continued to come in. But there was one name everyone at the table was truly curious about. How was Theo Ragnar doing? The messenger had to keep turning through the report, scrolling all the way down to the final page before he finally found Theo's recorded progress. At that moment, Theo had collected exactly 0 demon bells. On top of that, he was moving completely alone, without any team behind him. The safest guess was that he had chosen to act quietly, or that he was hiding somewhere in ambush, waiting for the right moment. Of course, those guesses could have been confirmed easily if the proctors were available to report what was happening. Around the table, everyone could clearly sense Lady Plumblostom's growing impatience. The head counselor calmly argued that performing exceptionally well in the first stage did not guarantee the same level of success in the second. He even suggested that Theo's heart might not be ready for true combat, where hesitation could mean death. In his eyes, that was even more likely because Theo was a so-called natural child, not a pure Ragnar by blood. While saying this, the head counselor quietly assumed that his own men must have already handled Theo, and perhaps even faster than he had expected. Then, without warning, the old councilman received a telepathic transmission from Ed Troyven. Ed's voice pressed into his mind, asking whether he had done something behind the scenes. The head counselor did not even try to deny it. If anything, he seemed more disappointed that he had not been able to inform everyone in advance. Still, from his point of view, the situation appeared to be working out, and that was all that mattered. Even the Sky Dragon was taken aback by the old man's shameless attitude. The way he spoke about an impure child of the throne was so brazen that it left no room for subtlety. Ed was furious. This fanatical old elitist had moved without permission, without warning, and without even thinking to consult him first. Worse, his reckless action might interfere with the plans Ed had carefully been trying to set in motion. After Camellia had been taken from his family, the Sky Dragon had pushed for a chance to gain control over the Rose Palace. But no matter how thoroughly he searched, he had never been able to locate the primordial dragon's relic. Because of that, Ed Troyven had formed a new theory. Somewhere, somehow, Theo might be holding a clue connected to the hidden relic of the Rose Palace. The Sky Dragon could feel it deep in his bones. That boy, Theo, was not moving through all of this empty-handed. He was certain Theo had some kind of clue about the relic with him. Theo had grown too much and had already proven that he could become a real threat. So Ed used telepathy once again, forcing his message into a guard's mind and ordering him to hurry Axion along. Lady Plumblossom could tell that the head counselor and the Central Intelligence Director were plotting something. They clearly believed they were being subtle, but to her eyes, their scheming was painfully obvious. Because that, the group supporting Theo might need to prepare their own safeguards as well. If their enemies were already moving, then they could not afford to simply sit back and watch. It was a reasonable thought, but Julius Ragnar strongly rejected the idea. As the demon dragon, he truly believed that Theo was not the kind of person who would break down just because a challenge had been placed in front of him. Julius trusted his instincts. As far as he was concerned, Theo was still safe, merely caught in some situation that none of them could see or understand yet. Besides, Julius still had not let go of the fact that Lady Plumblossom had secretly met Theo without telling him. When he pressed her about it, the First Lady simply played innocent and laughed it off with a teasing smile. Back in the Winter Mountain, Theo finally reached the point where he could see exactly where the hidden stairs were leading him. The path had brought him to a place buried away from ordinary sight. Inside, the cave itself was not especially complicated. Its structure was relatively simple, but the area near the outskirts was crawling with troublesome skeletons, lingering there like unwanted guards. Those skeletons attacked again and again, and the cave had a fairly powerful mental trap set up inside it. Most people caught in that kind of assault would have their minds shaken until they broke down. But after surviving the harsh test of the White Moonlight Blade, Theo barely considered this level of mental attack worth worrying about. More importantly, Theo kept his attention on the compass needle. Following its guidance through the cave, he finally managed to discover something hidden within. To check what was happening around him, Theo spread his senses outward through the area. The moment his awareness swept across the surroundings, the nearby wildlife panicked and scattered, fleeing as if a predator had suddenly appeared among them. At times like this, his special divinity skill was almost unfairly useful. With it, Theo could sense far beyond what his eyes could see, even catching what was lurking behind corners before it had the chance to reveal itself. Pushing those thoughts aside, Theo continued onward. In the end, he was the first to arrive at this hidden place, and because of that, he would be the first one to face whatever test awaited there. At last, Theo found the hatchling's lair. He knew that if things continued toward the future he remembered, then 3 years from now this place would look very different. In that future, Black Snow would end up killing the hatchling and uncovering a priceless legendary item hidden within this place. As Theo walked deeper into the cavern, he quietly apologized to the future Black Snow in his heart. He knew he was about to take something that would have become part of their historic record, but he had no intention of stepping away from it now. Beyond that gate waited the Amon Grimoire, a treasure so rare and powerful that calling it valuable would be an understatement. It was the kind of one-of-a-kind item that could completely change the direction of a person's fate. The moment Theo stepped through the gate, his entire body came to a sudden stop. He froze where he stood, eyes widening as the overwhelming sight in front of him swallowed every thought in his head. Piled before him were literal mountains of gold, shining so brightly that the chamber seemed to glow from within. Legendary weapons, priceless gems, strange ornaments, and glittering trinkets were scattered everywhere, as if someone had gathered the wealth of whole kingdoms and simply thrown it into one place. One thing became obvious almost immediately. Whatever this place was, it was definitely not the simple nest of a hatchling. The scale, the treasure, and the atmosphere were far too grand for that. At the very center of that enormous chamber, resting on the endless sea of gold coins, lay a sleeping draconic beast, an ancient dragon using the treasure beneath it like the most extravagant bed in the entire world. When Theo looked a little more carefully, he could tell the creature was sunk deep in sleep. It showed no concern for the outside world at all, its massive body remaining still among the glittering piles of treasure. Theo was not foolish enough to lie to himself about the danger. If that thing opened its eyes and decided to attack, then the relic, the gold, and every legendary treasure in this chamber would instantly become meaningless, because he would be dead before he could claim any of it. For a moment, Theo could not help questioning everything he knew. Were Black Snow's reports wrong? Why was there a fully grown dragon here instead of a hatchling? Maybe he had been misled by bad information, or maybe the real problem was that he had arrived 3 years too early. Either way, this unexpected situation forced Theo to think very carefully about his next move. The danger in front of him was so overwhelming that he seriously considered turning around and leaving without touching a single thing. It was disappointing, but he told himself he could always return a few years later, before Black Snow arrived again. Unfortunately, that option vanished the instant the dragon's eyes slowly opened. When Theo turned around, his breath caught for a moment as he realized the creature was no longer asleep. In the next instant, Theo found himself staring directly into the eyes of one of the most ancient beings in the world. The air between them tightened, and neither side looked away. To Theo's surprise, the ancient dragon Lodbrok spoke in a human tongue, her voice carrying through the chamber as she called him the first selector to arrive in a very long time. Despite her terrifying size and presence, the giant beast was strangely calm. There was no immediate hostility in her tone, and she even introduced herself as if this meeting were nothing more than a long overdue conversation. Lodbrok explained that the Ragnar clan knew her as the guardian dragon and the true owner of Winter Mountain. Anyone who had grown up anywhere near the clan would have heard the name Lodbrok at least once. Not wanting to show even the slightest disrespect, Theo immediately dropped to his knees. Lowering himself before her, he paid proper respect to the being he had always known as an ancestor. Lodbrok's interest sharpened when she heard that word. The fact that this young human had called her his ancestor clearly caught her attention. After all, Theo had been taught his entire life that the guardian dragon Lodbrok had been the companion of Sigurd, the progenitor of the Ragnar clan, and that she was also the mother of Friedreif. The ancient beast immediately dismissed that idea, saying Friedreif, that bastard, must have been spreading ridiculous nonsense out in the world. Lodbrok admitted that she and Sigurd had indeed been old companions for a time, but to her, that bond was simply a mark of respect toward a contractor who had sold his soul to dragons. There had never been much emotional closeness between them. In the first place, she made it clear that humans and dragons could not mate at all. That answer left Theo wondering whether the Ragnar family truly carried dragon blood, or whether the whole story had simply been grand propaganda created to raise the clan's name even higher. Lodbrok corrected that doubt right away. The claim itself was not false, because through the long-term contract between her and Sigurd, a portion of her dragon blood had indeed been shared. Just as Theo was about to press further and ask more about the hidden history of his family, Lodbrok cut him off, making it clear that the pleasant conversation was over. From this point on, she would fulfill her duty as the guardian dragon who watched over the selectors. According to the covenant formed at the beginning of the clan, Lodbrok would now uphold her ancient promise. Any selector who passed her test would be granted the right to ask 3 questions. Theo could finally breathe a little easier and silently thank the gods, because this no longer seemed like a situation that would be decided by battle. Since his goal was to one day stand at the very peak of the clan, understanding the hidden lore of his family was essential. With only 3 questions available, he had to choose carefully and draw out as much useful information as possible. Outside, the second phase of the awakening ceremony was still raging on. Axion continued to dominate both the leaderboard and the beasts roaming the snowy region, and his 1,000 dragons roar had already become powerful enough to wipe out most enemies in a single strike. A white tiger beast collapsed onto the snow, its body bloodied and lifeless. As the creature fell still, Axion calmly walked toward it without the slightest sign of hesitation. His eyes were fixed on the green bell hanging from the poor beast's neck. That small prize was the only thing he cared about as he closed the distance. With that bell secured, Axion's confirmed kill count rose to 57. His points were piling up at a frightening speed, pushing him further ahead with every beast he slaughtered. Even so, killing monsters was never his real priority. Axion was far more eager to find Theo, but every scout he sent out kept returning with the same irritating report. Theo was nowhere to be found. One of Axion's followers, Orion Gardner, smirked as he remarked that Theo must have gotten scared now that the exam forced him to risk his life against real monsters. Orion had already decided he would cling to Axion's entourage for the entire test, no matter what happened. He feared Axion's madness, but at the same time, he believed deeply in the terrifying strength that madness carried. But Orion's mouth carried him a little too far. He admitted that Theo had indeed grown stronger, but then added that the guy had lived like an idiot for far too long. Before he could take those words back, Orion's eyes filled with tears, and his breath came out in broken, desperate gasps. Axion's hand had closed around his throat, slowly crushing his windpipe in a merciless chokehold. Looking down at him coldly, Axion decided that this worthless follower clearly did not understand one simple truth, probably because he had never been strong himself. Within the clan, true power meant never needing to fear anything. The Dark Leopard was already teetering on the edge of a mental collapse, yet his cruelty and paranoia remained as sharp and dangerous as ever. Orion struggled to force out an apology, each word barely escaping between his frantic gasps for air. That ugly outburst might have gone even further if another messenger had not arrived with a message from Ed Troyvin, the director of the Central Intelligence Bureau. The message itself was simple and blunt. Ed was reminding Axion to hurry up and carry out the plan. Axion tossed Orion aside like a piece of garbage and turned his attention to the messenger. Then he told him to send a reply to his uncle, making it clear that Ed needed to stop pestering him. Axion did not need anyone reminding him of the goal. In this entire world, no one wanted to kill that punk Theo more than his own psychotic half-brother. Meanwhile, Theo was still deep within the dragon's den, far removed from Axion's rampage. He stood there quietly, thinking over what kind of question would give him the greatest amount of information. After taking his time and weighing his options, Theo finally settled on his first question. Lodbrok let out a long yawn, clearly relieved that the young man had finally made up his mind. The silence had dragged on so long that boredom had nearly pulled her back into another deep sleep. Theo kept the question direct and simple. For his first question, he asked why the guardian dragon was still here. Lodbrok immediately saw through his approach. He was asking a basic question on the surface, but what he really wanted was to uncover the hidden background behind it, and she praised him for choosing his words carefully. As for why she remained in this place, Lodbrok said the reason was actually quite simple. At the very edge of the world, there existed a monster beyond ordinary understanding. Its body stretched across the seas, vast enough to become a presence that people came to call the Nameless Monarch. For roughly the past 1,000 years, Lodbrok had remained in her lair, lying in wait without leaving her post. Her mission was to protect the world itself, and that duty was the reason she had stayed here all this time. Winter Mountain and even this vast dragon's den were nothing more than an outpost. When Lodbrok revealed that truth, Theo fell completely silent, standing there as he tried to absorb the weight of what his ancestor had just dropped on him. And Theo was certain of one thing. What he had sensed in that brief instant had not been a mistake, nor was it something his imagination had created. For just a fleeting moment, hidden deep within Lodbrok's ancient eyes, Theo had caught something that looked almost impossible to believe. He had seen fear. Who could have imagined that a being like Lodbrok, an ancient dragon with power close to that of a god, could still be shaken by terror? The realization made the air around Theo feel even heavier. Somewhere out there existed a presence terrifying enough to frighten a deity-like dragon who had ruled and endured for more than 1,000 years. Whatever the Nameless Monarch truly was, Theo could already tell it had to be an absolute monster beyond common sense. Theo wanted badly to keep asking about it. He wanted to dig deeper, peel back more of the hidden history, and understand exactly what kind of threat could make Lodbrok react that way. But before that, there were more urgent things he needed to uncover. So for his second question, Theo chose to ask about the ancient dragon relics he had kept hearing about. He needed to know what they really were, not just the vague rumors and fragments of information he had picked up until now. Lodbrok answered that there were roughly 3 relics known in the world. She admitted that even she did not understand every detail about them, but judging from Theo's situation, she could sense that the young selector had been unusually fortunate. Of the relics Lodbrok knew, 2 were the dungeon beneath Camellia Palace and the White Moonlight Blade. But when it came to the final one, the matter was not so simple. That last relic, Lodbrok said, belonged to the ancient dragon Papnir. It had been born from the soul of a great ancient dragon, a soul so powerful that it shattered and fragmented into 31 separate pieces. Those fragments were then given to humans with a clear purpose. They were meant to protect humanity and help resist the terrifying existence known as the Nameless Monarch. But ancient dragon relics did not always appear in one fixed form. Some became physical items. Others existed as experiences. And among the rarest cases, a few even turned into strange, intangible phenomena that could not be held in someone's hands. The moment Theo heard that last explanation, something inside his mind began to click. Piece by piece, the scattered clues started lining up in a way he had never fully considered before. At last, Theo understood. The final relic had been with him all along, hidden not as a weapon or treasure, but within the very miracle that had happened to him. Everything he had experienced after returning to the past flashed through his mind at once, rushing before his eyes like fragments of a life he had already lived. Living through 20 years, reaching the edge of death, and then being thrown back through time to that desperate moment was as strange a phenomenon as anyone could ever experience. His regression had to be another form of an ancient dragon relic. That meant Theo himself was carrying the relic, and somewhere within him, he had been granted one of the fragments of Papnir's soul. But one detail still refused to fit. Every relic was supposed to have a dragon guarding it, yet when it came to his regression, there had been no guardian dragon anywhere in sight. Then, as that contradiction settled in his mind, Theo realized something. With that realization, he finally decided on his third and final question. Theo lifted his gaze and looked straight into Lodbrok's piercing eyes. Without backing down from her overwhelming presence, he asked why he had been chosen. Why would the hand of fate choose someone like him, a man once mocked as Ragnar's imbecile, someone considered talentless, to stand against a being as terrifying as the Nameless Monarch? Lodbrok stared back at him with a fierce, unblinking gaze. Then, instead of giving a simple answer, she decided to respond to his final question with a question of her own. She asked Theo why he believed he was the only one out there who had been chosen. That simple reply struck Theo harder than he expected. In that instant, he realized he had been looking at everything from far too narrow a perspective. There was no guarantee that he was the only person selected by these powerful relics. In fact, the truth might be much larger and far more complicated than he had assumed. Sky Dragon Ed Troyvin, Demon Craftsman Kurson, and even the Black Dragon all knew about the existence of relics. They were not merely aware of them either. They actively searched for them and tried to gather them. If that was the case, then there was a real chance that they had also been chosen by some form of Papner's soul fragment. And if that possibility was true, then even more disturbing questions followed. Were they seeing the same mysterious messages he had seen? Had any of them also gone through regression and returned to the past? These answers brought Theo one step closer to the hidden truth of the world, but at the same time, they made everything feel far more tangled than before. The path ahead was no longer as simple as gathering power and changing his fate. What he had learned could be boiled down to something terrifying. A nameless monarch lurked at the farthest edge of the planet, powerful enough to frighten even an ancient dragon, and there might be other regressors besides Theo himself. Now that Lodbrok had answered all three of his questions, the trial was complete, and Theo was finally entitled to his reward. But he had been so absorbed in the meaning of everything he had just learned that, for a moment, he almost forgot he had originally come here to obtain the Amon Grimoire. But now that his understanding of the world had expanded so drastically, Theo's desire had changed. He no longer wanted just one powerful item from the treasure hoard. He needed something far greater, something that could not be compared to any ordinary treasure in this chamber. As the reward for completing the trial, Theo was granted the right to choose and take anything he wished from the ancient dragon's collection. Lodbrok spoke with pride as she boasted about the sheer scale of her hoard. Over the long years, she had gathered treasures from every corner of the world, and the variety before Theo was almost absurd. There were glittering gems, mysterious relics, rare elixirs, and countless other treasures shining among the piles. Skill books, weapons, armor, and every kind of precious object imaginable were all there. If Theo could think of it, Lodbrok seemed to have it somewhere in that endless stockpile. No matter what Theo chose, it would be a fortune beyond anything most people could even dream of. Lodbrok urged him to choose carefully, making it clear that once he named his desire, she would provide it. At that moment, Theo's lips slowly curved upward. A sly smile spread across his face as if he had already settled on an answer no one would expect. When the ancient dragon asked him to speak his desire, Theo Ragnar raised his head and declared with complete confidence that what he wanted was Lodbrok herself. That answer was so far beyond what Lodbrok had expected that, for a moment, even the ancient dragon seemed caught off guard. To the Dragon Queen, Theo's words sounded like a bold joke, and she reacted as though he was simply trying to test her patience. But she was done playing around and told the Ragnar descendant to state his real choice. Theo, however, did not retreat from what he had said. He stood firmly by his words and declared that he had already told her exactly what he wanted. For a brief moment, Lodbrok paused. Then her gaze sharpened, and she asked him again, making sure he truly understood what he was saying and whether he was actually serious. Once Theo confirmed that he meant every word, the ancient dragon released a terrifying aura that crashed through the chamber. The ground beneath Theo's feet began to tremble as the pressure rolled outward like a storm. Lodbrok unleashed the overwhelming force of dragon fear, her presence pressing down on him with crushing weight. She judged his words as disrespectful and struck back at him for daring to overstep the boundaries between them. Theo felt the full weight of that dragon fear slam into him, but even as his body screamed under the pressure, he forced himself to stay upright and hold his ground. A single roar from the dragon carried enough power to make blood spill from every crevice of Theo's face. Still, instead of backing down, he answered with his own lesser drake's fear, throwing what little pressure he could muster against her overwhelming might. Of course, as an attack, it was completely useless in every possible way. Even Lodbrok looked at him as if he were an idiot for trying to challenge an ancient dragon's roar with such an immature and inadequate imitation. Planting his feet firmly against the trembling ground, Theo raised his voice and shouted his request once more. He reminded the guardian dragon that she had told him he could choose any treasure from her nest, and by her own words, there had been no condition saying he could not choose Lodbrok herself as the treasure he desired. His voice sounded confident, but Theo understood better than anyone just how reckless this gamble was. This was not some clever little trick with no consequences. He was putting his life on the line for a single chance, and he knew one wrong step could end with him crushed where he stood. Guardian Dragon Lodbrok was not merely some powerful beast hidden in the mountain. Alongside the progenitor Sigurd, she had helped establish the Ragnar clan itself. If Theo could become her partner, then it would prove that he was not just a discarded fool, but a legitimate warrior worthy of the Ragnar name. To prevent the horrors of that dark future from happening again, Theo was willing to throw away even his own life for this opportunity. If this was the path that could change everything, then he would not back down from it. With every bit of resolve he could force into his voice, Theo demanded that the guardian dragon surrender herself to him, just as she had promised. If her words held any weight, then she had to honor the choice he had made. But beneath that bold demand, there was also desperation. His voice ached as he pleaded for her aid, not as someone playing around with the dragon's pride, but as a warrior begging for the strength to face what was coming. At that moment, the guardian dragon saw something behind him. For a brief instant, Theo's figure seemed to overlap with the shadow of a legend, Sigurd himself. As Lodbrok watched that image linger behind Theo, her ancient eyes sharpened, as if the past had suddenly stepped into the present right before her. Then Lodbrok released a thunderous roar that shook the treasure-filled chamber and, against all expectation, accepted Theo's request. Theo was left completely stunned. For all his determination, even he had not truly expected the ancient dragon to agree. Only a few seconds later, the overwhelming presence before him began to shift. The enormous dragon's form condensed and changed, gradually taking on a smaller shape that looked far closer to human. Even in that new form, her sharp golden eyes remained terrifyingly intense, staring down at Theo as if they could see straight through him. Lodbrok admitted that Theo had impressed her, and because of that, she was willing to give him a chance. She stood before him in a majestic, almost unreal beauty, carrying the dignity of an ancient dragon even in her human-like form. Several seconds, Theo could not find a single word. He simply stared, caught completely off guard by the sight of her standing there. Lodbrok quickly reminded him that she was more than 2,000 years old, so whatever ridiculous thoughts had just crossed his mind were not worth entertaining. Once Theo regained himself, he addressed the guardian dragon again. He lifted his hand and pointed toward her chest, though not for the reason some shameless minds might immediately assume. His focus was not on her appearance, but on something far more serious. He was pointing at the hollow wound left behind by a battle 50 years ago. Lodbrok had lost her heart in that fight, and from that moment onward, she had simply been waiting for death. At most, she only had about 3 years left before her life finally ran out. That was also the reason she could not leave her nest. No matter how powerful she was, her condition meant she would not be able to help Theo directly in the outside world. Because of that, Lodbrok offered him the choice one more time. She wanted to know if he still truly intended to choose her as his desired treasure, even after learning that she could not move freely and had so little time remaining. Theo simply smiled, as if the answer had never changed in the first place, and confirmed that his mind was still made up. He said he still wished to choose Lodbrok as his reward. Under any other circumstances, those words might have sounded completely outrageous, but in that moment, Theo meant them with absolute seriousness. At that instant, the selection was acknowledged, and the guardian dragon was formally chosen as Theo's reward. Lodbrok called it a foolish decision, but there was no real rejection in her voice. If anything, she seemed to think that kind of reckless choice was simply another part of what made Theo the chosen one. Theo was then granted new titles: the guardian dragon's significant other, and the descendant of the clan's progenitor. Those names carried a weight that tied him even deeper to the origins of the Ragnar clan. Theo promised that he would grow stronger and climb to heights far beyond where he stood now. He also declared that he would obtain the remaining relics of the primordial dragon Fafnir. A soul link was then established between the guardian dragon and the warrior, binding Theo and Lodbrok together in a way that went far beyond a simple reward. Through that connection, Theo promised that he would search for something capable of replacing Lodbrok's lost heart. After all, among the relics of an all-powerful primordial dragon, Theo believed there had to be at least one miracle powerful enough to save her. As a result of completing the trial and forming that bond, Theo also gained experience and leveled up, feeling the change settle into him. To Theo, doing at least that much was only natural if he was going to carry the title of the guardian dragon's significant other. Lodbrok answered him with a faint smirk, saying she looked forward to being in the care of her new partner. Still, Lodbrok reminded him that she could not leave her domain for now. Until she entered hibernation, Theo would have to find his own way forward and solve the problems waiting outside without relying on her direct strength. Then she added that she had something else for him. What appeared before Theo was an ancient book, old and heavy with a presence that immediately felt anything but ordinary. Lodbrok explained that for a true soul to synchronize properly with her, Theo would need to read that artifact and awaken his mind gate. In her estimation, he should be able to accomplish it within about a month, and she advised him not to rush, but to take his time while studying through it. Then Theo was informed that he had received an additional reward. The reward was a grimoire called Amon. As Theo inspected its properties, he was genuinely impressed to discover that it contained magical principles reaching all the way back to the beginning of time. It was a special book overflowing with knowledge about the universe itself, and he was relieved that he had managed to get his hands on something this valuable. But what truly bothered him was the amount of time Lodbrok had just mentioned. Theo asked what she meant by 1 month, and the guardian dragon explained that awakening a person's mind gate usually required that much time. Then she asked whether he had something more important keeping him occupied. Theo answered with frustration that he still had to deal with the second stage of the awakening ceremony, which was taking place at that very moment. The problem was that the exam lasted only 15 days in total, and he had less than half a month left to sort everything out. Because of that, He wanted to wait until the exam was over before beginning the process. Lodbrok quietly looked him over, her gaze narrowing as if she had already decided how she was going to respond. She admitted that, technically, what Theo suggested was possible. Unfortunately for him, she had no intention of allowing it. After all, Lodbrok had no desire to let him run away so quickly after choosing her. For Theo's sake, she wanted him to open his mind gate before the second stage ended. Until that happened, Lodbrok made it clear that she would keep him there. Her words were calm, but the threat behind them was cold enough to send a chill through the air. With 13 days remaining until the exam concluded, Theo had roughly a little over 300 hours to make it work. To understand how this situation connected to the trial outside, things needed to rewind a little. 3 days before the second stage officially began, Axian's uncle had explained the details behind how the totems created safe zones against fiends. The key lay in the fiend-summoning marble placed inside each totem. That marble was a small sphere filled with amplified fiend energy. Because of the energy stored within it, other fiends were repelled, keeping the surrounding area protected from their approach. With a sharp squeeze, he crushes the marble in his hand, letting everyone see exactly what kind of disaster that tiny object is capable of causing. The moment the marble breaks apart, a fiend monster bursts free without any delay, proving that a summoning can happen instantly, no matter where someone is or what time it is. Before long, several fiends are already gathering around the man, making it painfully clear just how useful and dangerous those summoning marbles really are. Then, without hesitation, he uses his dragon spirit to crush the marbles one after another. He explains that the entire purpose of the second stage exam is to take down fiends and earn points through those kills. In other words, if Theo wants to raise his score, his only real path is to hunt down the fiends that have been released for him. Axian begins to understand the larger shape of his uncle's scheme, realizing that the marbles are meant to lure Theo straight into a carefully prepared trap. But his uncle quickly reminds him that this is only one part of the plan. They are not simply trying to kill Theo through some cheap baiting tactic, because they still need more clues about the relics of the Rose Palace. And since Axian's hatred for Taegai has already twisted into something obsessive, he wants to torture Theo personally and drag the information out of him by force. However, his uncle cuts through that arrogance with a calm but cutting reminder, the kind of remark meant to bring Axian back down to earth. He makes it clear that Axian and Theo are not separated by some overwhelming gap in strength. So no matter how much Axian imagines himself controlling the situation, things are not going to unfold exactly the way he wants. At the same time, Theo's actions reveal that he has a compassionate side, and that weakness can be turned against him. Axian's uncle suggests using the dropouts who gathered at the 4th training ground as the perfect bait for the job. In his eyes, taking them hostage would make it far easier to pressure Theo and force him to reveal what he knows about the artifact. Since this method avoids a direct clash of strength, Axian is clearly irritated, but in the end, he still accepts the plan. The story then moves forward to the present, where the plan is finally being put into motion. The Dark Leopard thinks back on how Theo stunned everyone by staying completely hidden until the final stretch of the exam, especially with only 12 hours remaining before the second stage came to an end. The Ragnar prodigy had already taken first place with an astonishing score of 860 points. Even so, the Dark Leopard cannot help feeling that it would be a shame if their entire scheme collapsed after coming this far. One of his men wonders if the scoundrels from the council may have reached Theo before them, since that seems like the most reasonable explanation for why he vanished so completely. Felix Ragnar, who is currently sitting in 7th place, steps in and shares what he has noticed. But Axian immediately snaps back at him. He coldly says that Felix's so-called observation is dangerously close to complete stupidity. Then he twists the knife even deeper, reminding Felix exactly why Lady Plum Blossom chose to take an interest in Theo instead of him. Felix is furious, unable to understand why Axian is lashing out so viciously when all he is trying to do is help track Theo down. The insult clearly gets under Felix's skin, and his anger rises fast from the humiliation. But Axian is not the kind of person who would care even slightly about Felix's hurt pride. He rises from his seat with a sinister smile spreading across his face and declares that if Theo refuses to step out into the open on his own, then he will simply force him to appear. And for that, he already has everything he needs. Under his command are members from both the Scale Dragon Society and the Plum Blossom Palace. Now, he intends to lead them forward and start slaughtering the failures from the 4th training ground. This twisted psychopath plans to keep the killing going until Theo has no choice but to reveal himself. Hidden nearby, Ray Ragnar quietly listens in on the entire conversation from her concealed position. And at this point in the exam, she is ranked 3rd. The view then shifts to a frost lizard fiend being cut down by a group of warriors. After defeating the yellow bell creature, they break into celebration, treating the victory like a huge accomplishment. But the truth is, these poor guys barely have any points to their names, and with only 12 hours left before the exam ends, time is running out fast. They are also worried about Theo, especially after preparing so many supplies for him. One of them tries to stay optimistic, thinking that maybe Theo is off handling something far more important. After all, simply surviving is the minimum requirement of the exam, and the actual rankings do not matter all that much. Even so, deep down, they still wanted to watch Theo climb to the top of the rankings and become the valedictorian once again. While they are chatting without a care in the world, one ruthless bastard suddenly drives a thrust straight through them. Orion Gardner has just murdered Sybil in cold blood. The rest of Sybil's friends freeze in shock, desperately questioning why the Scaled Dragon Society would do something like this. Their fear only deepens when they realize they have been chosen as today's targets for one reason alone: to drag Theo out of hiding. These unlucky guys are about to suffer horribly for the simple crime of being there. Around that same time, the story returns to Lodbrok's nest, where gold and countless treasures glitter throughout the chamber. The guardian dragon is genuinely impressed by Theo's astonishing progress, especially the fact that he managed to open his mind's gate. He accomplished it in less than half a month, and the system confirms that he has taken his first real step into understanding magical principles. All of this was made possible by the knowledge he once heard in his previous life before his regression. The most important factor in mastering the Aemon Grimoire is both the amount of magic power someone possesses and the quality of that power. Because Theo has both the mana hall and the dragon heart, the process feels almost natural to him. Compared to an ordinary person, he can absorb and learn these techniques at nearly twice the speed. As a result, a lower-ranked skill also takes shape: Hatchling Synchro. This ability lets him read the mind of objects by using psychokinesis magic. Lodbrok believes Theo has finally proven that he is worthy of becoming her partner. With the fundamentals now firmly in place, everything else can be strengthened through continued training. She also tells him that once the right time comes and he reaches a higher level, he will begin hearing her voice. Eventually, the greatest blessing will come when Theo becomes capable of wielding Lodbrok's own power, granting him the same ability as the progenitor of the clan. Before that can happen, the guardian dragon needs to recover, especially since she has only 3 years left. Even so, Theo remains optimistic, ready to amaze her with the results he will achieve. Satisfied with everything she has seen, Lodbrok declares that the primordial covenant is now complete. With a gentle farewell, Lodbrok sends Theo off and hopes that the two of them will meet again soon. At long last, Theo finally steps outside once again. It is a relief that he managed to obtain the pack, but his situation is still far from safe. He has no points at all, and there are only 12 hours left before the exam ends. Even Theo himself can't help feeling like life has shoved him into the hardest possible difficulty setting, where every choice comes with another impossible wall waiting right behind it. Theo quickly starts weighing every option in front of him, because if he keeps hunting fiends the normal way, there's simply no realistic path to reaching first place within just 12 short hours. With time closing in, the only strategy that actually makes sense is to stop playing by the usual rules and instead take L's directly from the other candidates. As Theo recalls how Axion secured first place back in his previous life, he figures the same pattern should still apply here, meaning the fastest route to the top is through his rivals, not the fiends. So in Theo's mind, the path is painfully clear. Deal with his rival from Ragnar, take what he needs, and force his way into the number 1 position. But of course, thinking it through and actually pulling it off are two completely different things. Just then, a figure staggers out from the trees behind him, barely managing to push through the woods with their battered body. The moment they appear, Theo's attention snaps toward them, because their condition is impossible to ignore. The wounded figure turns out to be Ray Ragnar, and the sight of her immediately changes the air around Theo. She is in terrible shape, her body so badly damaged that Theo's first thought is that she must have crossed paths with some overwhelmingly powerful fiend. But even with that assumption, something about the scene doesn't quite sit right with him. No matter how he looks at it, Theo can't fully accept the idea that Ray, of all people, was simply defeated by a fiend in the usual way. Then his eyes catch the decisive clue: a sword wound carved across her body. In that instant, Theo understands that this wasn't the work of a monster at all. Person did this to her. Alarmed, Theo rushes to ask what happened, his voice tight with worry. But Ray can barely hold herself together, and instead of explaining, she forces out only one urgent instruction: he has to go west. Before she can say anything more, the last of her strength gives out, and Ray collapses forward into Theo's arms. With the newest ability he gained, the power to read the thoughts and memories lingering inside objects, Theo turns his attention to the sword and reaches for the truth hidden within it. Through that ability, Theo begins to see the memories connected to the sword's owner, as if the weapon itself is dragging him back into what happened. The first thing Theo sees is Ray, moving carefully and keeping herself hidden. She had been secretly watching a dangerous group from the shadows, a group that had gathered with the clear intention of hunting down Theo's companions. The failed candidates from the 4th training ground had all been restrained, helpless and unable to fight back, before being beaten down with brutal force. And after reducing them to that state, their attackers were still deciding whether to finish them off entirely. One of them questions Orion, asking why he bothered bringing 9 of these useless clowns when 2 or 3 would have been more than enough for a hostage situation. But just before these lunatics can take the lives of innocent people, Rei steps forward with courage, revealing herself from hiding and standing openly before Axion. The Dark Leopard reminds Axion that this is supposed to be a personal matter, making it clear that she has no intention of stepping in or interfering with what happens next. But Rei refuses to stand by and let this madness continue. Even knowing the danger in front of her, she draws herself up and prepares to fight Axion head-on. Axion looks disappointed, as if Rei's decision itself offends him. Believing that Theo has swayed her to his side, he readies himself to cut her down. Their battle erupts in an instant, breaking into chaos almost the moment both of them move. Steel clashes with violent force as the two exchange a powerful opening blow, the impact making it clear that neither side is holding back. But when the exchange reaches its end, Rei is the one left grievously injured, struck by a savage slash that leaves her barely able to survive. After that point, the rest of the memories refuse to open. Theo's skill level is still too low, leaving everything beyond that moment sealed away from him. Theo is left burning with anger and confusion, unable to understand why Axion would go so far as to capture his allies just to drag him into this. Rei, meanwhile, is stunned that Theo somehow uncovered the truth without her explaining a single detail. Desperate for the rest of the answer, Theo presses her, begging her to tell him what Axion is really after. Still hovering on the edge of collapse, Rei manages to explain that Axion's objective had been Theo from the very beginning. Capturing him was always the real goal. But because Theo couldn't be found anywhere, Axion changed his approach and decided to force him out by taking his friends hostage. Those words strike Theo right where it hurts, and his fury surges to the surface. He realizes that the enemies who tormented him in his previous life have no intention of backing down in this one either. The difference is that this time, Theo is no longer the same helpless person he once was. With his voice sharpened by anger, he demands to know exactly where Axion is and what he intends to do. At that same time, one of Axion's henchmen reports Theo's location at the northern cliffside. The news catches Axion off guard, making his attention snap toward the information. But his men are confident in what they've found. Since Theo has already come into contact with Rei Ragnar, they believe there's no doubt he will be heading their way soon. The thought of finally being able to cut Theo down fills Axion with twisted delight, and an evil grin spreads across his face as he waits for Theo's arrival. However, Axion is quickly reminded that there is no need for him to face Theo in a fair one-on-one battle. After all, his true priority is not personal revenge in that moment, but gathering clues connected to the relics. Theo can be handled by Axion's men instead, leaving Axion free to focus on the objective that matters most to their plan. In the meantime, they want Axion to activate the summoning marbles, using them to stir up chaos and create a major distraction throughout the surrounding area. Axion accepts the plan without hesitation, making it clear that he is more than willing to go along with it. Back with Rei, she clings to what little strength she has and begs Theo not to go after them. She warns him that even the Central Intelligence Proctors are involved in this enormous scheme designed to bring him down. To Rei, this is far beyond what Theo should be trying to face with his current strength, no matter how determined he is. She tells him the exam has already stopped being a proper test and has turned into a slaughterhouse, a battlefield arranged specifically to kill him. That is why charging in alone would be the most dangerous choice he could make, and why she insists he should seek help from the proctors instead. Even after hearing that, Theo knows there simply isn't enough time to take the safer route. He is genuinely grateful for what Rei risked and what she did for him. But gratitude alone cannot make him turn away, because his conscience will not allow him to ignore the danger his friends are in. So the moment Rei gives him Axion's location, Theo is already prepared to move out at once, no matter how reckless it looks. By then, Rei can only stare at him in disbelief, convinced that Theo must have completely lost his mind. The risk is far too high, and from where she stands, death is practically waiting for him if he goes there. She urges him to choose the safer path this time, even if it means holding back. But Theo snaps back, his emotions finally breaking through, and declares that he has no intention of losing the people precious to him for a second time. After all, they promised they would survive the second stage together, and Theo refuses to let that promise end here. Rei quietly speaks of the cruel fate that always seems to follow the Ragnars, reminding Theo that for people like them, sacrifice has never been something unusual. In their world, giving something up has always been treated as an unavoidable choice. But Theo immediately pushes back, throwing her own actions right back at her. He points out that she herself couldn't stay silent when Axion's cruelty was unfolding right in front of her, because deep down, even Rei couldn't just stand there and watch that terror continue. No matter how dangerous it was, her body moved before she could pretend it had nothing to do with her. That moment drags Theo back into the memories of his first life, where everything he ever knew was swallowed by flames and torn apart before his eyes. And all of it happened because he had been powerless, trapped inside a clan that was supposed to raise only the strongest, while he remained too weak to protect anything. Theo has had enough of being the one who always loses people, enough of being pushed around and manipulated like some fool dancing on strings. With every painful memory pressing down on him, he makes it clear that he refuses to repeat the same mistakes that destroyed him once before. That anger and resolve burn together inside him, hardening his expression and tightening his voice. Theo demands that Ray tell him where Axion is, because this time, he has no intention of backing away. Meanwhile, the focus shifts over to Remington Narcio, away from Theo's urgent confrontation. Remington has just stumbled across something that immediately puts him on edge. Scattered on the ground are the abandoned supplies that Sybil had dropped behind. They are not just Sybil's belongings either. The supplies clearly belong to the rest of Theo's friends as well. The blood staining the area tells Remington everything he needs to know. Something terrible has happened here, and it happened recently. His gaze lifts from the bloodied supplies, and he turns toward the two warriors standing some distance away, ready to confront them. One of them is Hulkus Lanka, the candidate currently holding 5th place in the rankings. Beside him stands Erica Lanka, ranked even higher in 4th place, her presence making the situation feel even more dangerous. And then it becomes clear where Remington Narcio himself stands, right behind Axion, holding the position of 2nd place. Back on Theo's side, there is no time to slow down, because he is already locked in combat with the snow fiend blocking his path. The creature launches its first attacks at him, but Theo slips past them with sharp, practiced movements, refusing to waste even a second. Then, the moment an opening appears, he ends the fight almost immediately with a single decisive move. He does not linger over the victory, because there are far more urgent matters pulling him forward. Theo rushes in the direction of Axion, desperately hoping that at least some of his friends are still alive and holding on. He understands one thing clearly. Ed is manipulating Axion's emotions, using him in a way that will allow Theo to be eliminated without causing too much outrage from the clan. And there is also the disturbing fact that the Intelligence Bureau proctors are standing on Axion's side. To Theo, that alone is the clearest proof he needs that this entire situation has been arranged against him. As more creatures come at him, Theo tears through them with his triple dragon's claw strike, while thinking that the proctors sent to kill him will probably keep Axion from losing control too soon. Even so, Theo keeps pushing for speed above everything else, because he knows Axion's temper better than most. Axion is easy to provoke, and once his emotions flare, he acts before thinking. Theo launches himself into the air toward another fiend, preparing an aerial strike while considering how he might use that impulsive nature to turn Axion's own weakness against him. His sword drives straight into the creature's head with brutal precision. A rush of blood bursts out from the wound, spilling across the snow as the monster collapses beneath him. Elsewhere, Ray slowly gathers her thoughts, her mind drifting back to Theo. Even after all these years, she remembers that he has never truly changed from the boy he used to be. Even with her body wounded and her strength fading, Ray still wants to help him this time, no matter how little she has left to give. Meanwhile, the hostages are being beaten without mercy beneath Axion's authority, knocked around as if their suffering means nothing. Axion is already prepared to cut them down over the smallest sound, as if even a single whimper would be enough to justify killing them. Once again, the proctors remind him not to act on his own and create unnecessary conflict before the plan reaches its proper moment. Because of that warning, Axion stops his blade before it falls and forces himself to wait, though his patience clearly does not come easily. He knows that 4 high-ranking swordsmen from the proctors have already been dispatched to silently assassinate Theo. After all, Axion's uncle believes Axion is not strong enough to defeat Theo himself. That thought gnaws at Axion, frustrating him deeply, because in his eyes, Theo is nothing more than an insect. But just as everyone expects the trap to unfold their way, the very person they were waiting for finally appears. Axion spots Theo approaching, his body streaked with trails of blood like some battle-hardened killing machine. Theo's eyes are cold, focused, and filled with unshakable determination. Then Theo sees the condition of his companions, injured and scattered around him, and the sight cuts straight through his chest. His gaze shifts toward the scum responsible for turning the place into this nightmare, taking in every one of them with silent fury. Only after that does Theo turn his attention back toward Axion. Axion has clearly been waiting for him for a long time, standing there as if this confrontation was exactly what he wanted. Finally, Theo's eyes fall on the bodies of his friends lying there, lifeless before him. The sight makes his hand tighten around his weapon, his grip clenching with barely contained rage. Axion draws his own sword, eager and ready to step forward into battle. But once again, he is warned to stay where he is and not move recklessly. So Axion lowers his weapon, releasing it from his fighting stance for the moment, even though the urge to attack is still written all over him. To continue the negotiation, Axion coldly tells Theo to hand over whatever he knows about the artifacts if he wants his friends to stay alive. But instead of trembling, Theo Ragnar looks straight at him and asks something completely unexpected, whether Axion is actually afraid of him. This is not just reckless provocation from Theo. It is a calculated move, because he is already planning to use Axion's personality against him. With an arrogant edge in his voice, Theo mocks him for acting like a coward, saying he went this far and used such extreme measures only to avoid suffering a humiliating defeat. Axion's anger immediately starts to boil over, but Theo does not stop there. He keeps pushing, letting every insult dig deeper under Axion's skin. Theo claims the only reason Axion has all these scumbags gathered around him is because he needs them to protect his pride and reputation. And on top of that, there is this filthy hostage game he is hiding behind, using wounded friends as shields instead of facing Theo properly. In Theo's eyes, all of it is nothing more than a desperate attempt to avoid losing to someone he considers beneath him, proving that Axion is not worthy of carrying the title of one of the four hounds. By now, Axion is absolutely furious, and that is exactly the reaction Theo wanted. Theo keeps needling him, daring him to step forward and settle things in a duel like a true Ragnar should. Unless, of course, Axion would rather back down and prove he really is the coward Theo is calling him. That final insult pushes Axion past his limit, and he can no longer keep his rage contained. Theo then lays out the terms of the fight clearly. If he loses, he will surrender the artifact information and even his life. But if he wins, he will leave with his friends alive. Black Leopard is completely swallowed by his madness now. He arrogantly reminds the so-called Ragnar fool where he stands within the clan, laughing at him before narrowing his eyes into a murderous glare, as if Theo still has no idea how dangerous the situation truly is. The CBI tries to step in, fully aware that Theo is deliberately using his words to rile Axion up and drag him off the planned path. They urge Axion to stick to the plan, but he is already done listening and no longer has any interest in playing this carefully. Axion accepts Theo's challenge and begins walking forward to face him directly, falling into the exact confrontation Theo had been trying to create. The proctors watching from the side realize the situation is turning in the complete opposite direction from what they intended. Still, they prepare themselves to move according to the original plan if Axion starts heading toward a crushing defeat. Axion sharply warns his group not to interfere, insisting that a Ragnar duel must follow the tradition of honor. For the moment, he also orders them not to harm the hostages. The fight begins with Theo moving first, his blade flashing out in an opening slash that immediately catches Axion off guard. With the challenge now fully accepted, both swordsmen stop holding back, and their blades crash together as the battle turns serious on equal footing. Axion talks down to Theo even as he presses forward, shifting into heavy attacks meant to crush his opponent through sheer force. He wants to make Theo understand the difference between them, so he releases the Heaven Dragon shout, sending out a fierce, roaring attack packed with overwhelming power. Force of that attack is so intense that even Theo feels the danger to his life, his instincts warning him that one wrong move could be fatal. In response, Theo draws in his strength and prepares a charged slash of his own, refusing to back away from the incoming force. Then he answers Axion head-on with the triple dragon's claw. Theo's strike tears through Axion's attack and severs it apart, leaving Axion visibly stunned by what just happened. Standing in front of him now is not some helpless opponent, but a confident man capable of challenging even the strongest attacks Axion can throw out. Theo throws the insult right back at him, asking whether Axion is really in any position to lecture him about strength when this is the best he can do. Watching the clash unfold, Orion breaks into a cold sweat after seeing the aftermath of Theo's latest attack. At first, he doubted Theo's abilities completely, but now even he is starting to recognize the real power hidden inside the so-called imbecile. The atmosphere grows heavier, because the fight is no longer one-sided. For the first time, it looks like Axion might actually lose. Worried about his own survival, Orion starts wondering whether he should switch sides while he still has a chance. He also realizes that Axion has badly underestimated the opponent standing in front of him. In the end, though, Orion decides not to betray Axion. The damn proctors from the Intelligence Bureau are watching everything with sharp eyes, and Orion believes they will still eliminate Theo no matter how the duel plays out. So Orion turns his attention to the rest of his men and starts giving orders. He tells them to scatter and search for the remaining proctors, making sure they avoid getting dragged into the middle of Theo and Axion's violent battle. The truth of Axion's past begins to surface. From a young age, he had been expected to rise and seize the throne of the clan, with both his mother and his uncle pushing for his success because their own prosperity depended on it. But the Ragnar name was little more than a convenient cover. Beneath it all, they truly regarded the boy as a Troivan. Even Axion cannot help but acknowledge Theo's performance, praising the way his opponent has managed to hold his ground. Then he lunges forward, driving himself toward Theo with the intent to strike him down. But Theo blocks the attack without much surprise, wearing a confident smile as if he had already expected this exact move. Axion is acting exactly the way Theo wanted him to act, letting his anger guide every step of the fight. Away from the battlefield, the focus shifts back to the council, where news spreads of Theo's reappearance and his direct contact with Axion. Those who support Theo are thrilled to hear that he survived and is still safe, their relief showing through immediately. Meanwhile, the people who wanted him gone are shocked that those scoundrels failed to dispose of him properly. Axion's uncle, however, is pleased that Theo is still alive. Even if no one fully understands what he is planning, keeping Theo breathing could help push their schemes forward by giving them a chance to extract the information they want. He is simply waiting for that information to surface, and once it does, he plans to send the high-ranking swordsman in to destroy Theo completely. Then, without warning, new information arrives about the fight currently unfolding between Theo and Axion. As anyone could imagine, the news terrifies him, because this battle is absolutely not what he had planned. Back in the middle of the fight, Theo activates his Jester's footwork secret technique. The technique gives him a clear advantage in both movement and evasion, letting him slip through the battlefield with unpredictable speed. Axion swings his sword again and again, trying with everything he has to land a hit, but none of his attacks manage to connect. Through every exchange, Axion is forced to understand the truth in front of him. Theo's strength has grown far beyond what he expected. Axion's expression turns serious, and his eyes sharpen into a dangerous glare as he studies Theo's every movement. Then he remarks that Theo is not nearly as fast as people might assume, his tone cold and confident. Now that Axion has caught the rhythm of Theo's movements and found a slight opening in his technique, he suddenly hurls his sword at full speed, sending the blade straight toward Theo's head like a deadly projectile. The move catches Theo off guard, not just because of its speed, but because it instantly drags up a memory of another sword-throwing technique from his previous life. Back then, while Theo had been trapped in his own thoughts and unable to react in time, a sharp blade had pierced into his body from the side, striking him before he could even understand where the attack came from. Axion explains that even if Theo is using a secret technique, the movement pattern still has limits. Once those movements become predictable, he can pinpoint exactly where Theo will appear next. Blood runs down the length of the sword, but Theo has survived the attack by catching the blade with his bare hands, stopping it just before it can finish him. And with that one attack, Theo finally confirms the identity of the person who struck him down in his first life. Axion was one of the traitors who helped bring the downfall of the Ragnar clan into motion. Hatred surges through Theo, and a grim satisfaction rises with it, because now he knows for certain that Axion was the bastard who knocked him down back then. On the day Theo died, he had not even been able to uncover the truth about the people responsible for the collapse of the Rose Palace. He had been powerless, forced to run blindly through chaos with no strength, no answers, and no way to fight back. It was only because Rendon removed his mask that Theo was able to begin understanding what had really been happening. Later, Evelyn's investigation revealed Rendon's connection to the Camellia Palace. From there, the remaining pieces fell into place through simple logic. The ones who led the attack were none other than people tied to the Troyvin clan. And among those bastards, there was only one person capable of using such an uncommon sword-throwing technique. That person was none other than the sly traitor himself, Axion Ragnar. He was so arrogant that he would even risk throwing away his own weapon just to land a decisive blow. At first, Theo had only suspected the truth. But now, the reality of it is standing right in front of his eyes. His hand tightens around the sword, fingers digging into the metal with terrifying force. Then, driven by pure fury, Theo crushes the blade in his grip and shatters it apart with nothing but his bare hand. Theo burns to know what could possibly drive them this far, what motive could make them so desperate to kill him and the people around him through such elaborate schemes. Seeing that raw physical strength right in front of him, Axion is left completely speechless for a moment. But unfortunately for his enemies, Theo is no longer the same helpless man he was in his previous life. This time, he is determined to protect not only his own life, but also the lives of the comrades standing beside him. Theo releases the broken blade back toward Axion, sending it flying at him in return. Axion dodges it with ease, sneering at Theo's aim and mocking the attempt as a pathetic imitation of the throwing technique. But then, all at once, Axion feels a sudden wave of anger rolling off Theo. That anger quickly turns into something darker, as bloodlust begins pouring out from his opponent. It is a killing intent so monstrous and suffocating that the air itself seems to tighten around them. Along it comes an enormous surge of mana, far greater than what Axion expected Theo to be hiding. Axion's eyes widen as the truth hits him. Theo has been concealing his real abilities this entire time. In the next instant, Theo vanishes from Axion's sight so quickly that it looks like he disappeared into thin air. Then he reappears right underneath Axion, already moving into position for a devastating upward strike. The sheer force behind the blow sends Axion flying backward, forcing him onto the defensive. Now Axion is the one being pushed back, struggling to guard against Theo's relentless attacks. Theo even manages to graze Axion's face with a precise cut, leaving a sharp line across him as proof that his guard is not perfect. Smirking at the impulsive warrior, Theo asks when Axion plans to stop holding back and finally pull out his full strength. The taunt digs even deeper, provoking Axion and stirring his anger all over again. But then, in a sudden reversal, Theo's arm is caught before he can fully pull away. Axion pays him back immediately, slicing across Theo's face and leaving his own mark in return. At this point, the battle is no longer one-sided. The two of them are clashing on equal ground, trading danger blow for blow. Theo decides to vanish from Axion's sight once again, slipping away before his opponent can fully track him. Then he unleashes a slash with such force that it knocks Axion's blade away from his hands. For a brief moment, Axion is left completely open, with nothing to shield him from Theo's next attack. Theo questions his opponent one last time as he draws his blade back, preparing to drive it straight into Axion's stomach. The finishing blow is about to land, and at this distance even Axion has no way to dodge it. Meanwhile, on Remington's side, he studies the blood trails closely and realizes they were made by an injured body being dragged across the ground. The first person who comes to Remington's mind is Axion, even though that answer feels strange. After all, with first place already secured, there should be no reason for Axion to act this recklessly. Still, Remington pieces the situation together with sharp intuition, realizing that their real plan must be to hunt Theo down during the second stage of the exam. Hulkus is furious, disgusted that Axion would go this far and choose such a cowardly method. Erica, however, does not look surprised at all. She calmly says that in the clan's awakening ceremony, schemes like this are exactly the kind of thing they should have expected from the beginning. Remington already understands that part very well. And because he understands it, he admits that this is exactly why he despises the Ragnar way of doing things. To him, they blindly worship raw strength, then use that belief as an excuse to cross every line they should never touch. Erica's expression sharpens at that, and she warns Remington to watch what he says before his mouth gets him into trouble. But Remington does not care about offending her right now. His only focus is saving the lives of his friends, just like Theo would if he were standing there. So he asks for their help, and Hulkus immediately agrees without hesitation, ready to move with him. Erica, on the other hand, shows no interest at all. She turns away coldly, saying she only came because she wanted to meet Theo, and since he is nowhere to be found, she has no reason to waste her time saving weak men. Her brother can only stare at her in disbelief, asking if she really has to be that much of a heartless jerk about it. Remington understands that Erica is still curious about Theo, so he uses that interest to persuade her. He tells her that helping him now may benefit her in the long run if she truly wants to meet Theo later. With that, the three warriors set off together, moving quickly to uncover where the hostages are being held. As they hurry forward, Remington can only hope that the others are still safe and alive by the time they arrive. But before they can get much farther, a group of men suddenly blocks their path. The warriors of the Scaled Dragon Society step out to confront them without warning, making the betrayal painfully obvious. Orion looks irritated as he mocks the white-haired punk for running off to Theo's side and now surrounding himself with a bunch of muscle-brained fighters. Hulkus is instantly offended by that insult, while Remington keeps his voice steady and warns Orion to make the smarter choice by stepping aside. But Orion clearly has no intention of moving, acting like he is eager for a fight and ready to bring the trouble straight to them. With no peaceful option left in front of him, Remington draws his blade, making it clear that they are done talking. Then all three of them launch forward at once, charging into battle to crush the Scaled Dragon Society blocking their way. At the same time, the focus shifts back to the hostages. One of them has managed to grab the shattered blade that Theo threw during the fight, and it becomes clear that Theo had never thrown that broken blade to attack Axion in the first place. His real goal was to make it land right beside the hostage. That small piece of metal is now their only chance to escape, a single opening hidden inside the chaos of the battle. The hostage shifts his knees with difficulty, wriggling carefully as he tries to use the blade to cut through the ropes binding him. Back at the center of the battle, it turns out Axion's life was saved at the very last second by one of the higher-ranking swordsmen. After watching the situation spiral out of control, they have finally chosen to step in. The man who intervenes is Liam Troyvin. And even as he moves in, Liam is already prepared to accept whatever punishment comes from interfering. Liam forces himself between the two fighters, breaking apart the clash before Theo can finish the strike. Then he tells his men to take care of Axion, shifting their attention away from the duel for the moment. Liam immediately launches an aggressive assault on Theo, while the other proctors praise the young master for holding his own in such a dangerous fight. They even return Axion's blade to him, placing his weapon back in his hands. Axion does not look furious about the interruption. If anything, his expression carries more disappointment than rage. Meanwhile, Liam's ferocious slashes begin pressing Theo hard, each strike coming with enough force to make the battle far more difficult. Even so, Theo continues responding well, meeting Liam's attacks in a near-equal exchange despite the pressure. Liam drives forward with another sharp strike, but Theo blocks it cleanly and holds his ground. From just that short exchange, the high-ranking swordsman becomes genuinely impressed by Theo's defense against both Axion and himself. Still, it is obvious that Theo cannot match Liam's sword skill head-on. With no other proctors nearby to properly monitor the fight, Liam sees this as the perfect opportunity to kill the swordsman prodigy. So for the sake of the Troyven clan, Liam leaps into an aerial strike, intending to end Theo Ragnar with this single attack. But then, everything suddenly twists in a direction no one expects. The one who gets impaled is not Theo at all. Out of nowhere, the blade pierces straight through Liam instead. And the person who stabbed him is none other than Axion himself. Axion coldly reminds his own men that he warned them from the very beginning not to interfere in his fight. In an instant, the entire battle is thrown into chaos, as Axion turns on his own side and betrays the men who stepped in to protect him. The other swordsmen confront the young master in shock, demanding to know why he lashed out so blindly against one of their own. Axion snaps his gaze back toward them, his face twisting with rage the moment he realizes they truly believed he might fall here. To him, that doubt alone feels like an insult, a filthy mockery of the power and pride he carries as the heir. Theo watches him unravel and quietly understands the truth. Axion is no longer thinking like a sane warrior at all. His mind has slipped completely into madness. But even then, Axion finally begins to acknowledge one thing he had refused to accept before. The man standing in front of him truly has the skill and presence worthy of the name Ragnar. From the time Axion was still young, his uncle had filled his head with grand dreams and poisoned promises, pushing him again and again to rise above everyone else and one day claim the Ragnar throne for himself. Axion insists that Theo may seem stronger in this moment, but when measured against him, Theo is still the lesser one. In his warped eyes, that difference has not changed. He declares with absolute conviction that he is the man destined to become the strongest warrior and seize the throne, so there is no possible way he could be defeated in a battle like this. With that obsession burning in his eyes, Axion makes it clear that anyone who dares stand between him and his ambition will simply be cut down. Then, without hesitation, he throws himself forward and launches into a fierce slash, forcing the attack with everything he has left. But the blade never manages to reach Theo. Axion's sword tears through empty space, missing its target completely. Theo has already used his incredible speed to shoot upward, rising high into the air before Axion can even properly follow his movement. And from there, Theo strikes back with an attack that finally lands clean, shocking Axion as the blow connects for real. Meanwhile, it turns out Liam has not died yet. He is still barely alive, though his body is in terrible condition and his injuries are clearly severe. Gritting through the pain, Liam orders his men to move in and support Axion no matter what it costs. In his mind, this is their last chance to kill Theo before everything collapses. But the high-ranking swordsmen hesitate, openly resisting the order because they have already seen what happened to Liam when he tried to interfere. Liam does not care about their fear or doubts. He barks at them to go anyway, warning that if the young master fails to survive this fight, every single one of them will die. Axion, on the other hand, is being pushed further and further back. He looks completely shaken, unable to understand how he is the one being overwhelmed right now. In the middle of that pressure, his uncle's words echo back in his mind, reminding him that the Ragnar clan is a place where outcomes can never be predicted so easily. No matter how impossible the odds may seem, something can always appear and overturn everything in a single instant. But Axion refuses to accept what is happening. Even with defeat closing in on him, he clings desperately to denial. After all, he had always looked down on Theo, treating him like something beneath notice, calling him a worm and an insect. He had even mocked him as a fool who did not understand his own place, someone who never should have stood on the same stage as him. Yet now, the truth proves his uncle had been right about the gap between them. Still, Axion remains trapped in the fantasy of his own strength, refusing to let that belief break. Even after taking brutal injuries, Axion lashes out again, forcing his wounded body to move as though rage alone can keep him standing. His attacks become reckless and blind, driven less by skill and more by madness, as he rants about destiny, fate, and the greatness he still believes belongs to him. Theo, however, does not place much value in those kinds of words. To him, destiny and fate mean very little in the face of what has actually happened. He believes Axian's ambition is exactly what dragged down the people he cared about, turning that obsession into the cause of their ruin. So if Axian refuses to surrender on his own, Theo decides there is only one thing left to do. He will bring him down by force. With that resolve settled in his chest, Theo begins drawing out his power again, gathering the last of his strength into one decisive strike. A beautiful blue dragon takes shape around him, its glowing form surging with force as it coils through the air like living energy. For one final time, Theo unleashes the roar of Triple Dragon's Claw, sending the power forward with overwhelming force. At the same time, he declares that he will become strong enough to cut down anyone who stands in his path. The attack tears straight through Axian without mercy. In one stunning frame, Axian's body is pierced cleanly, rupturing apart under the full force of Theo's blow. Then, as the smoke and dust slowly begin to clear from the battlefield, a lifeless body drops heavily to the ground. The corpse lies there with its head completely severed from its body, leaving no doubt about how final the strike was. Axian's head falls separately from above, descending through the air after the rest of him has already collapsed. It crashes down with sickening force, smashing into the ground until it is reduced to a ruined mess. Blood begins to trickle across the battlefield, but by then, nothing can change what has already been done. After that long and brutal battle, the one left standing is Theo Ragnar, firm on his feet after finally carrying out his revenge. Liam can only stare in a daze at the horrifying sight of the young master's headless body, unable to process the disaster unfolding in front of him. For a man as arrogant as Axian, it is a cruel but strangely fitting end, one that leaves his pride shattered along with his body. Liam understands exactly what awaits him if word of this failure ever reaches the Sky Dragon, so he drives his remaining men forward and demands that they at least kill Theo in retaliation. The Trojan protectors, all high-ranking swordsmen, finally shake themselves out of their stunned silence and rush ahead together. In front of them, Theo remains standing tall. A faint smile rests on Theo's face, satisfied yet bitter at the same time, as if he already knows how dangerous the next moment will be. And he truly is in grave danger. Even if he had been in perfect condition, surviving a coordinated assault from 4 senior proctors would have been nearly impossible. In his current state, the situation is even more hopeless. His stamina has already hit its limit, and the mana he spent to kill Axian has drained his reserves almost completely dry. Realistically, there is only one thing he can still do now. With the tiny bit of strength left in his body, he can try to buy just a little more time. Based on his own judgment, help should be arriving any moment now, so every second he holds out matters. The proctors finally close the distance, entering striking range as they prepare one last desperate charge to avenge their fallen young master. But just when things look most dangerous, salvation arrives. The brave Remington Narcio and the lanky siblings pull themselves together and reach the battlefield right in time. They quickly moved around Theo and closed ranks, surrounding him from every side until their bodies formed a solid defensive wall between him and the advancing proctors. From Remington's point of view, there was nothing strange about this at all. When a comrade was in danger, standing beside them was simply what allies were supposed to do. Theo turned his eyes toward the dependable Silver Lion, and the moment he saw him standing there, a quiet wave of relief finally passed through him. Erica Lanka stole a quick look at Theo and seemed pleasantly surprised, as if she was satisfied that the rising star she had heard so much about was actually handsome too. Hulkus Lanka, meanwhile, looked thrilled for a completely different reason, clearly excited to see someone strong enough to kill Axian and still hold his ground against powerful swordsmen. With the cavalry arriving at the perfect moment, Sybil Dree found his spirit reigniting. Even though his body was battered, he forced himself back onto his feet and raised his sword to assist his young master. Remington then pointed his blade toward the corrupt proctors, his expression sharpening as he began laying out every crime they had committed. He made it clear that he would gladly bring judgment down on scum like them, especially after they dared to interfere with a sacred tradition. Now that the situation had grown even messier, and with even more witnesses standing there to see their crimes, the proctors all turned their eyes toward Liam Troyvin, waiting for him to decide their next move. But if they looked at the situation realistically, there was no good path left for them. No matter what choice they made, they were already trapped. They had failed to uncover anything useful about the Rose Palace's artifacts, even though that had been the main goal behind all of this. They had also failed to remove Theo, the biggest obstacle to their plans, and on top of that, the young master had died while under their protection. With this many witnesses, this many traces, and such a disastrous failure left behind, the whole thing was basically over for them. Even so, the proctors still clung to the belief that Sir Liam would somehow find a way to slip out of this hopeless mess, just like he always had before. And when a situation became too tangled to untie, Liam's answer was brutally simple. If there were too many witnesses, then all they had to do was kill everyone. Liam still had the marbles hidden away as his final card. If he used them properly, They could pretend an abnormal monster outbreak had occurred and claim that every candidate on site had been wiped out because of it. By disguising their failed torture and assassination plot as a freak accident, they could erase the evidence and bury every trace of the Troyven family's involvement. Driven by desperation, Liam dropped the 25th grade monster marbles onto the ground. If they could arrange the scene convincingly enough, there was still a chance they might get away with it. Even with everything collapsing around them, the proctors still chose the family's interests above anything else, ready to sacrifice everyone to protect the Troyven name. But before the marbles could fully take shape and reveal their true forms, Liam suddenly felt a sharp pain tear through his stomach for the second time that night. The poor man had been struck from behind again, taking another brutal blow before he could even complete his last desperate plan. This time, the blade belonged to the White Dragon clan's supervisor, Selford Gardner, and beside him stood another supervisor, Aaron Bacchus. And they were not the only ones who had arrived. Along with the White Dragons, the Plum Blossom Palace and Daffodil Palace had also appeared, bringing 2 more supervisors with them, Natasha Koppel and Sally Gardner. At last, Liam, that crafty son of a bitch, lost his footing and collapsed onto the cold, unforgiving ground. Supervisor Selford immediately warned the remaining traitors to drop their weapons, making it clear that if they refused, they would be cut down right where they stood. The Troyven proctors froze, completely trapped with nowhere left to run and no clean way out of the situation. Behind them stood the most promising young talent of the Ragnar line, while in front of them waited veteran warriors who had survived countless battles. When Theo saw that the danger had finally passed and that safety was truly guaranteed, the final sparks of strength keeping him upright quietly faded from his body. Before he could hit the ground, the one who caught him was Ray Ragnar, the very woman who had warned him only minutes earlier not to go. And just before his consciousness slipped away completely, Theo managed to thank her for giving him that warning. While the criminals were being restrained and taken into custody, Remington finally dropped the heroic front and hurried over to his comrade, his face filled with genuine concern. The Lanka siblings immediately pushed their way in as well. Erica wanted to make sure Theo would remember her, while Hulkus was already thinking about arranging another duel. Then the rest of the 4 boys from the training ground came rushing in, pushing the others into the background as they poured out their gratitude to the young master with tears streaming down their faces. Surrounded by their voices, their worry, and the warmth of their concern, Theo Ragnar allowed a soft smile to appear. This was the kind of strength he had always wanted, not just power in his sword, but people who would stand with him. And out of everyone there, Ray understood that side of him better than anyone else. As the last traces of awareness began slipping away, Theo quietly asked for some bells, saying he only needed enough to secure first place. Not long after the traitorous proctors were arrested, the news reached Ragnar headquarters and spread through the highest ranks. Of course, Ed Troyven could barely believe what he was hearing, staring as if the messenger's words made no sense at all. Around the round table, the important figures of Ragnar sat in heavy silence as the messenger repeated the report in front of them. The news of Axion Ragnar's death struck the room like a thunderbolt, leaving disbelief hanging over every face. For the Sky Dragon, hearing that his nephew had died during a test where he himself had arranged the assassination of another fledgling nearly made him lose control on the spot. While Unkt struggled with everything he had to keep from exploding in rage, the announcement for the second round of the blooming ceremony began. Back at the starting point, the survivors of the brutal test had gathered together, and every one of them looked visibly exhausted from what they had just endured. Then someone stepped forward to the front, drawing everyone's attention as the crowd quieted down around him. An old man praised the candidates for their hard work, and the one officially announcing the end of the ceremony was none other than one of the 9 dragons, the Zenith Dragon, Pharaoh Ragnar. Everyone in the family knew the name of the Zenith Dragon, so the younger generation could only stare in awe. After all, this old man almost never appeared, not even at formal events. Reading the results aloud, Old Man Pharaoh announced that 45 out of 87 candidates had passed. That number might sound rough at first, but compared to usual years, the survival rate was actually above average, proving just how talented this year's group really was. It might even be remembered as one of the strongest batches in history. And even among such an impressive generation, the candidates with the highest scores shone far brighter than the rest. So now the real question is obvious. Can you guess who claimed the top score? Everyone was reminded that clearing the second round carried real weight. Anyone who passed would no longer remain a mere apprentice because from that moment on, they would automatically be promoted to entry level. At this point, the survivors had every right to hold their heads high. Those who made it through had officially earned the qualifications to serve as Ragnar inspectors, working under one of the many factions within the family. And just as the excitement in the air was beginning to swell, the Zenith Dragon moved on to the part everyone was waiting for, the announcement of the scores. First place, exactly as many had started to expect, went to Theo Ragnar, who had secured an unbelievable total of 1,121 points. It was almost ridiculous to think about. This was the same guy who had been sitting at 0 points until the very last minutes of the test, only to suddenly rocket all the way to the very top. But once everyone remembered that he had taken Axian's head, that insane leap in points suddenly made a lot more sense. Second place belonged to Remington Narcio with 926 points, while Eric Alenka took third with 843 points. Ray Ragnar claimed fourth place with 789 points, and Hulkus Lanka barely managed to squeeze into fifth. The old man continued reading the rankings all the way down to the passing cutoff at 45th place. For these outstanding candidates, prestigious positions were now practically waiting for them. But even after that, the blooming ceremony still had not fully ended. There was still a third round, a hidden final stage that only the absolute best of the best were allowed to enter. When the candidates who had gathered enough bells to join the secret ceremony were called forward and asked to raise their hands, the familiar standouts proudly answered. In the end, only the top 4 had proven themselves monstrous enough to earn the right to step into the final trial. This hidden part of the ceremony centered around the quality breathing method. After collecting enough bells, a candidate could study the inscriptions carved within them and draw lessons from the hidden messages. It sounded simple on the surface, but actually reading those etchings, understanding their meaning, and pulling true insight from them required an incredibly sharp level of discernment. Those talented enough to grasp those secrets could add the visions they gained into their own arsenal, earning the qualification to face one final assessment. In Theo's past life, he had only managed to scrape together one bell through luck, but back then, even with that bell in his hands, he had not been able to understand even the smallest part of the hidden message inside it. This time, however, Theo had hatchling synchronization, an ability that allowed him to peer into the thoughts and essence of things themselves. Because of that power, the encrypted words did not remain as simple writing to him. Their true meaning unfolded inside his mind as vivid images and lived experiences. He witnessed countless scenes from the past, watching heroes and warriors sharpen their craft across different moments in time, and in a short span, those visions poured a deep understanding of the hidden truth directly into him. Normally, even having one person qualify for the final test would be considered rare, yet this year there were 4. As far as Theo could remember, Ray and Remington were not supposed to comprehend the quality breathing method on this night. That made him wonder if his own actions had changed their progress as well. Then, as the icy floor opened up before them, Old Man Pharaoh invited the top 4 forward and told them to show what they had achieved. When his turn came, Theo Ragnar stepped onto the stage. With Axian now gone from the picture, he knew many things would begin changing very quickly. But instead of feeling dread toward the future waiting ahead of him, Theo felt strangely calm, steady, and centered. This time he had the tools he needed. This time, he could begin shaping a better future with his own hands. As he walked toward the center of the clearing, faint sparks began crackling around his feet, flickering against the icy ground with a sharp electric glow. Those sparks quickly grew more violent, swelling into roaring thunder. After sorting through countless bells, Theo had finally become attuned to his natural attribute. To display the depth of his comprehension, he entered the first stage and infused his mana with the roaring thunder attribute. The second stage was expression, where that thunderous mana was no longer just contained inside him, but manifested outward for everyone to see. When the training ground boys saw their boss standing there like the god of thunder himself, they could barely contain their excitement. Normally, an outstanding candidate could stop at this point and still be praised as a true genius. But Theo Ragnar was simply built on a different level. There's not even a proper word yet that could fully capture the scale of his talent. With the dragon heart beating powerfully inside his chest, Theo demonstrated the third level of comprehension, showing complete and absolute control over the thunderous mana surging around him. In the crowd, Eric Alenka looked completely captivated by the sight of the strongest man in her generation, while her brother stared like an excited kid, watching a legendary battle unfold right in front of him. Even the Zenith Dragon had to admit that he had never expected anyone to reach such a high level of comprehension in such a short amount of time. At that point, everyone naturally assumed this had to be the end of Theo's demonstration. After all, control was practically the ceiling for most prodigies at this stage. But no, Theo Ragnar clearly had no intention of sharing the spotlight with anyone else. After displaying flawless control, his thunderous mana surged even higher, rising to another level entirely. In an instant, the whole field was swallowed in a brilliant golden-yellow light, like something explosive was about to awaken. Theo's eyes snapped open, sharp and focused, and he drew his blade in one swift motion as wild bolts of lightning crackled around him. Then he swung his sword, sending a lightning strike forward in the shape of a blade wind. At last, Theo had gained a ranged attack. The strike seemed to take on a life of its own, forming the image of a ravenous thunder dragon as it surged ahead. Among the 5 stages of comprehension, this was the 4th level, expansion. This time, the other candidates could not even speak. They just stood there frozen, their jaws hanging open in pure astonishment. Theo Ragnar aimed his new technique straight toward Old Man Pharaoh. Of course, the old man only chuckled with amusement. Rather than feeling threatened, he seemed pleased to witness a generational talent display such an impressive level of expansion. Before the Thunder Dragon could reach him, the old man calmly raised one hand and summoned tiny dewdrops out of thin air. Those small drops compressed themselves to an unbelievable degree, then stood firm and blocked the entire Thunder Dragon head-on. The Zenith Dragon was not offended in the slightest that a candidate had dared to test him so directly. In fact, he looked genuinely delighted, as though he had just discovered a fascinating gem hidden within this year's ceremony. The audience could only stare in silence. At that moment, one thought seemed to pass through everyone's mind. Was this guy really supposed to be their peer? Now looking far livelier and in a much better mood, Old Man Pharaoh awarded Theo an additional 1,000 points for his bold display of mastery. Of course, Theo had already taken the old man's fondness for truly outstanding candidates into account before pulling that final stunt. After that jaw-dropping demonstration, Theo's score shot all the way up to 2,121 points. For almost everyone else, even reaching 1,000 points would be nearly impossible, yet Theo had gone beyond that and practically doubled the number. At that point, Theo's performance was so overwhelming that the only person it could even be compared to was the infamous Lord Thorkel. With his mood clearly lifted by Theo's fearless display, the Zenith Dragon turned toward the remaining 3 candidates and welcomed them to step onto the stage as well. Remington Narcio, who had attuned himself to the element of water, reached the 3rd stage of comprehension, control, and earned himself an additional 500 points. Ray Ragnar achieved the 2nd stage, expression, gaining another 300 points. And with her calm, icy presence, the ice attributes suited her perfectly. Erika Lanka also reached the level of expression and received 300 points. Just like her fierce personality, her attribute burned with fire. The old man looked extremely pleased with the level of talent gathered this year. Under normal circumstances, breaking past the 1,000-point mark would be enough to place someone at the very peak. In other words, this batch had 4 candidates who could have taken first place in almost any other year. Of course, even among them, the distance between first and second was absurdly massive, because Theo Ragnar simply could not be measured by the standards of ordinary geniuses. After that, everyone except the 3rd-round candidates was dismissed so preparations could begin for the nomination ceremony scheduled for the following week. Only the top 4 remained behind, waiting to receive the briefing for the next step of their journey. Then, from the very top of the snow mountain, a terrifying killing intent spread outward and blanketed the entire region. The pressure crashed down on the top so violently that they nearly dropped to their knees, their bodies struggling beneath the weight of that hostile force. With a solemn look on his face, the Zenith Dragon officially marked the beginning of the next stage of their lives. Even with everything Theo knew about the future, he had never heard of a situation like this before. What confused him even more was the familiar power boiling at the mountain peak. The force pressing down on them, trying to crush their will, felt like Lodbrok's energy. The final part of the blooming ceremony was a hidden secret, one that only a very small number of chosen candidates were allowed to experience. A direct meeting with the family head himself. No one truly knew what happened during that meeting, because everything depended entirely on the patriarch's mood and judgment. But through it, a candidate could be chosen as a prospect for the battle over the throne. At present, all 5 leading contenders for the position of the next family head had once taken part in this final trial of the ceremony. Being selected for the family head battle was proof that someone was considered a serious candidate. That meant Kyle Ragnar was now waiting for this year's top contenders at the mountain peak. Even so, that still did not explain why Theo could sense Lodbrok's energy coming from up there. Then, all at once, a chilling possibility slipped into his mind. Could the man who had taken the ancient dragon's heart actually be his father? Old Man Pharaoh finally gave the top for the signal to begin their ascent, telling them to break through the fear and climb up to meet the Lord. But that was far easier said than done, because under that crushing pressure, they could not even take a single step forward. To help the others move, Theo advised them not to resist the pressure with brute force. Instead, they needed to use their mana to match the pressure's wavelength. Remington quickly understood what Theo was trying to explain, his eyes sharpening as the idea clicked into place. It would definitely be difficult, but if they could create an anti-phase wave to cancel out the rising pressure, then in theory they might be able to move. In other words, this test was designed to filter out candidates who could not properly control their magic power under extreme conditions. Erika listened from the side with a blank, confused look, clearly unable to follow what the 2 so-called smart guys were talking about. Remington, happy to explain, launched into a detailed explanation about the vibrational properties of mana. Erika just stared at him like he was some alien speaking a language no human could understand. Simply, they had to release mana with properties that ran opposite to the pressure bearing down on them. Erica immediately scolded Remington for acting like a goody two-shoes and making the answer sound so complicated when the solution itself was actually straightforward. While the others were still arguing, Theo had already closed his eyes and started shaping his own countermeasure in silence. A few seconds later, a dense and powerful aura began to rise from his body. That aura steadily neutralized the pressure that had been locking him in place, allowing him to move again. And when the others asked how he solved the puzzle so quickly, Theo answered with absolute confidence, saying that something like this was only natural for the next clan head. His fellow candidates were stunned by how boldly he said it, while the Zenith Dragon remained stern and unreadable, watching without a change in expression. Leaving the others behind, Theo immediately dashed forward and rushed straight into the snowy woods. Old Man Pharaoh warned the remaining candidates to hurry up, because the points for this stage would be awarded according to the order in which they reached the top. Those words lit a fire under every single one of them, and the mood changed instantly. Once the last candidate finally left the starting point of the race, the Zenith Dragon grew quiet and thoughtful. Then he gave a small chuckle to himself. Even at his age, he had never wanted to take a youngling as his disciple this badly. Meanwhile, back at the Camellia Palace, a certain elf burst through the gate with booming laughter, eagerly searching for her daughter. The demon craftsman, Curson, stormed through the palace, banging on doors and throwing them open one after another as she looked for Cecilia. From the maid's reactions, it was obvious this was not the first time she had done this. Ever since young Master Theo became a rising star in the family, she seemed to have been visiting the palace almost every day. At last, Curson interrupted an important meeting by pushing open the right door, then immediately cheered when she spotted her daughter inside. For what felt like the 100th time, Cecilia warned her mother to maintain proper decorum within the palace grounds. But Curson could not have cared less about empty displays of manners, especially when she was about to become outrageously wealthy. Of course, she was already wealthy by just about any normal standard, but soon her coffers would be overflowing with an absurd amount of treasure. After all, this was the woman known as the elf embodiment of capitalism itself. Ever since Theo became famous, orders had been flooding into her workshop non-stop, and her business had finally broken into mainstream popularity. Naturally, Cecilia was happy for her mother. But more than that, she had always believed her son would rise above expectations and excel. Before, Cecilia had only wanted to see Theo succeed and prove himself. But now that her little boy was constantly stepping into dangerous situations, her heart could not stop tightening with worry. What if he got hurt? What if all that pressure and attention became too much for him? Standing on the sidelines with nothing to do made Cecilia feel painfully helpless. Unable to keep all that frustration bottled up, Cecilia turned her focus toward the one thing she still could do for her son. If she could not fight his battles for him, then at the very least, she would make sure Theo always looked absolutely immaculate. Meanwhile, Curson was busy rambling excitedly about her future plans to expand the business. Her workshop would no longer focus only on weapons, because she was preparing to branch out into crafting and selling accessories as well. And just that one expansion alone had the potential to increase her revenue by 10 times, which was enough to make her excitement completely understandable. Since Cecilia had also been searching for more ways to support her son, she turned to her mother with a serious proposal. An order for a specially made prosthetic arm. High above them, at the snowy mountain peak, Kal Ragnar burst into loud laughter after hearing his son openly declare that he was aiming for the throne. The family head then spoke to a small black bird nearby, calmly assuring the little creature that he was not the kind of father who would block his child's dreams. Besides, he understood better than anyone how important it was not to crush the ambition of the young. After all, when Kal was younger, he had once been just like Theo. In fact, the very peak of the mountain, filled with countless ownerless blades, stood as proof of that undying ambition. This graveyard of swords was a monument to everything he had once pursued. For Kal Ragnar, the one thing that mattered most was the prosperity of the family. And to protect that prosperity, he was willing to deal with anything or anyone that stood in the way. With a graveyard of blades stretching as far as the eye could see, what difference would one more victim make? For some reason, the black bird seemed uneasy, as if it was genuinely worried about this year's contenders. Kal Ragnar immediately made his stance clear. When the future of the family was at stake, his blade did not recognize blood ties. After all, he already knew full well that his damn son was a regressor. And just like that, the situation grew even heavier. At last, the long-awaited moment had arrived for father and son to meet at the peak. When Kal Ragnar saw Theo's battered, exhausted state, the smirk on his face quickly disappeared. The playful, cheerful air of a carefree father vanished in an instant. In its place stood someone who looked like the guardian of death itself, surrounded by the countless blades of enemies who had already fallen before him. It had taken Theo 4 full hours to climb the steep mountain, even though under normal conditions, he could have reached the top in just one. That suffocating pressure had slowed him down to an almost unbearable degree. Kyle beckoned his son closer, then asked whether Theo understood what this graveyard of blades truly represented. Most children of Ragnar had heard the legends about their father and the myth surrounding this final resting place. This place embodied the meaning of becoming the clan head of the Ragnar family. It was a position where one person had to shoulder endless threats and challenges alone, with no one else to depend on. The seat obeyed only the rule of strength. A true clan head had to stand above every other mortal without wavering. So when Kyle asked Theo whether he had what it took to seize such a position, Theo answered without hesitation, his voice carrying a firm and confident yes. His father warned him not to give such a decisive answer so lightly. On Kyle's own path to the top, he had sent thousands upon thousands of souls into the afterlife, and not everyone could bear the weight of that much resentment. Standing in this place, Kyle was constantly reminded of the bloody road he had walked. Even now, he could still hear the curses of his victims and the threats of revenge that seemed to echo from beyond the world of the living. Even so, Theo's resolve did not bend. The kid knew exactly what kind of person he intended to become. As for the reason behind that resolve, it all led back to his past life and his thirst for vengeance. If he could seize the throne, he could finally end the cursed bloodshed inside the clan, and that mission stood above everything else. Of course, Theo could not simply tell his father that truth. So, in true Ragnar fashion, he chose to answer that loaded question with his sword instead. Ragnar grinned at that response. His boy clearly knew exactly what kind of answer mattered in a situation like this. Since Theo had chosen to speak with his blade, Kyle would no longer treat him as a son. From this moment on, he would face him as a challenger, and he was also eager to see what the brat had learned from a certain special someone. Theo immediately understood who his father was talking about. He was almost certain Kyle meant Lodbrok. That practically confirmed Theo's suspicion that Kyle Ragnar had been the one who took the ancient dragon's heart. Theo's body tensed as he tried to guard himself, but by then, it was already far too late. In the span of a single instant, his father moved and cleanly sliced him in two. By the time Theo understood what had happened, he could no longer feel the lower half of his body. Death began creeping toward him once again, and as his body was split apart as cleanly as butchered meat, his grip on life slowly started to slip away. Kyle Ragnar had not been playing around at all. This was one of his terrifying techniques, the heart sword. After cutting his son down, the patriarch turned toward the worried blackbird and calmly assured the feathered avatar that there was no need to be concerned about the little prodigy. Only those with a hardened will and unshakable resolve could break free from his heart sword. It was undeniably a cruel challenge to throw at a greenhorn in the middle of the awakening ceremony. But if Theo truly had what it took, then he should be able to return from it. But if his resolve turned out to be half-baked, then Kyle believed it would be better for him to die right there as a body with a lost soul. The patriarch had no need for a regressor who might one day bring harm to the clan. Theo's soul was then carried into an endless void, a place suspended at the boundary between life and death. He could feel that familiar sensation again, the crushing weight of death grinding away at whatever remained of his essence. And strangely enough, he quickly accepted the cause of his death, because not everyone could survive being struck down by someone close to a demigod. As his consciousness drifted, Theo looked back on what he had accomplished in this life and tried to convince himself that he had done everything he could. He had stolen the Camellia Palace away from the Troivans. He had also killed Rendon and that rabid dog Axion, the bastards who had cut his previous life short. Compared to those victories, anything beyond that would have been nothing more than a stroke of luck. And compared to his first life, this second attempt had been shorter, but at the very least it had been far happier. Maybe, for one quiet second, it really seemed like it would be easier for him to release everything, stop fighting, and finally sink into a peaceful rest that would never be disturbed again. As Theo's will began to thin out, he slowly accepted that this might be the end waiting for him, and with that surrender, the last fragile piece of his soul started to vanish like a tiny drop of morning dew evaporating under the sun. But just before those final traces of his existence could completely disappear, before even the last droplets of who he was were wiped away into nothing, the griffin dwelling inside his sword suddenly stepped in, refusing to let him fade away so easily. That enormous bird forced his way straight into the endless void, pushing through the darkness just so he could scold his own boss. Because if this kid was seriously planning to give up after coming this far, then the griffin was going to be beyond furious. The moment Theo heard that familiar, sharp-tongued voice mocking him and throwing insults his way, something inside his soul flickered again, like a dying ember suddenly catching a breath of air. That tiny first spark, together with the griffin's brutally honest words, was enough to drag Theo back from that pathetic train of thought and snap him out of the mindset of someone who had already lost. This empty darkness would not become the final resting place of Theo Ragnar, no matter how deeply it tried to swallow him. Fueled by the will that refused to die, Theo's soul rapidly restored itself, rebuilding back into the form it once had. He had already surrendered once in his previous life, and there was no way he would allow this new story to end before it had truly begun. Once his soul had been reconstructed, Theo pushed himself even further, reaching past his limits to manifest a blade powerful enough to slice through that boundless, suffocating void. In that moment, Theo remembered the vow he had carved into himself. His body could shatter, his mind could be crushed, and even his soul could be torn apart, but Theo Ragnar would never bow his head and yield. Within that empty space where nothing existed, Theo gripped his blade and swung it with everything he had, his whole being rejecting death with desperate, stubborn refusal. That slash, purer than any strike he had ever made before, carried enough sharpness and force to cut through even the possibility of vanishing from existence itself. The false illusion of death finally broke apart around him, and through the cracks, the light of life poured in, washing over Theo's soul like dawn breaking through a nightmare. Theo opened his eyes once more, and the mountain peak returned before him. He had made it back, successfully cutting through the effects of the heart sword jinjutsu. Because of the griffin sealed within his sword, Theo managed to stop himself from becoming nothing more than an empty shell, a body left behind without a soul inside it. Kyle Ragnar stood directly in front of him, studying him with a sharp and discerning gaze. Then, with the cold arrogance of a ruthless demigod, he sneered and granted his son a passing grade. It had truly been a battle where failure meant death, and Theo had somehow forced his way through it and come out standing on top. After the final round of the blooming ceremony ended, an entire week passed in what felt like no time at all, and now, the day of the nominations had finally arrived at the clan headquarters. The Lanka siblings were also present, standing among the gathered candidates as they waited for the moment when their names would be called. Hulkus clearly hated being packed into such a crowded place, and Erica immediately teased him for acting like one huge anxious baby. But honestly, it was hard to blame him when the commanders of every unit, the 9 dragons, the former clan head, and even the current patriarch were all there watching. Even so, Erica warned her brother that he had better stop looking so frightened, because no faction would want to pick someone trembling in front of everyone. And besides, after collecting that many bells, he still failed to obtain elemental breathing. That part still stung Hulkus badly, and it was obvious he had not gotten over it at all. On top of that, his own sister still refused to say a single word about what she had received from the clan head after reaching the mountain peak. The brute complained that Theo would have been way cooler about it and probably would have shared the secret already if someone had simply asked him directly. After all, the life of a Lanka was meant to be devoted to becoming the Sword of Ragnar. And because of that belief, Hulkus had already decided where his loyalty would go. He would dedicate himself to the coolest and strongest person in their entire batch, the one young man who seemed to possess everything at once: power, character, and ambition. What a ridiculous level of admiration. Hulkus was ready to stake his entire life on the young master, even though he had barely spoken to Theo at all. In his mind, the plan was simple. If he quietly joined the same unit that Theo chose, then he could naturally slip into Theo's camp without needing to make some dramatic declaration. And strangely enough, that plan was only possible because, for some unknown reason, the patriarch was not taking Theo directly into the clan head's manor. That meant small fries like Hulkus, along with the other people who had started idolizing Theo, still had a chance to follow their star into whichever faction he decided to enter. Then, cutting cleanly through the rumbling noise of the arena and the restless voices of the crowd, the ceremonial drum thundered out, its heavy beat announcing that the nominations were about to begin. Without wasting any more time, the overall valedictorian of this year's batch, Theo Ragnar, was called forward to receive the honors he had earned. The crowd was packed with civilians and swordsmen alike, and every one of them seemed to be cheering for the same person. The boy who had once been mocked, insulted, and looked down on more harshly than anyone else. Theo stood before the high-ranking members of Ragnar and accepted all of it with a calm smile, letting the cheers wash over him without losing his composure. Somewhere in the middle of that crowd, Evelyn Nareville watched him quietly, cheering in silence for the young master she had helped guide and nurture. If Evelyn could choose purely from her own feelings, she would have loved to see Theo join the white-armored dragon cavalry. But of course, she knew that wish was only her own selfish little dream. As the valedictorian of his class, Theo had proven that he could excel in every category placed before him, surpassing every single one of the other candidates without exception. And just as he was about to be asked which faction he wished to choose, an unexpected figure rose from the row of the 9 dragons. Ed Troivin, the Sky Dragon and director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, stood up without a word, instantly drawing the attention of everyone present. The air tightened at once. Many people immediately wondered if this madman was about to cause trouble in order to avenge his nephew, though doing something like that here would have been unbelievably foolish with so many powerful figures gathered in one place. The announcer did not allow the mood to spiral and quickly pushed back, firmly ordering the Sky Dragon to sit back down. Theo figured that Ed Troivin was probably still shaken by Axion's death, But considering where Theo was standing and who was watching, he did not feel especially threatened. But then, to everyone's surprise, Ed Troyvin suddenly showed a bright smile that looked far too fake to be trusted and invited Theo to join the Central Intelligence Bureau as its new deputy director. Theo had killed the man's nephew, and now somehow, instead of revenge, he was being handed a job offer as a reward. In Ragnar clan, earning the title of valedictorian carried a special meaning, especially for Theo. Not long ago, he had been trapped at the very bottom of the succession ladder. But now, he had finally broken out of that shell, rising upward as if he had hatched and spread his wings for the first time. News of Theo's achievements spread rapidly throughout the clan. Everywhere people went, they talked about how he had killed Axion and even managed to stand toe-to-toe with a proctor. His journey from the lowest position all the way to the top struck a chord with countless apprentice swordsmen. And now, more people than ever were beginning to look up to him as someone worth following. The way people looked at Theo changed almost overnight, as the public scorn and contempt rapidly turned into open admiration and growing respect. The so-called imbecile of Ragnar was gone now, erased from everyone's minds. In his place stood a once-in-a-generation genius, a young monster whose potential seemed almost terrifying. While Theo stood at the center of the stage under everyone's gaze, the system suddenly rang inside his mind. The third scenario quest had finally been cleared, and as his reward, he received an ether core. Theo was honestly caught off guard in the best way. It had been so long since the system last spoke to him that he had almost forgotten the quest even existed, and after all the time it took to complete, this ether core had to be something impressive. But before he could even properly enjoy the surprise of his reward, a two-faced bastard was already standing there, offering him a deputy director seat in one of the family's most important factions. Theo quietly used observation on Ed Troyvin, narrowing his focus on the man behind that polished smile. From that single look, Theo quickly realized what this bastard was really after. Ed wanted to bring him under his command, turn him into a useful pawn, and use him to dig into the secrets surrounding the primordial dragon relics. Theo had already suspected as much, but getting confirmation still mattered. The Sky Dragon probably believed Theo had already obtained one of those relics, but unfortunately for Ed, Theo had no intention of lowering his head to anyone from Troyvin. Crushing that cursed family with his own hands was not just a passing grudge for Theo. It was one of the missions he had sworn his life to. The demon dragon, Julius Ragnar, immediately raised his voice in protest against Ed's barely hidden attempt at coercion. He did not bother softening his words either, calling the snake out for trying to disguise a revenge scheme as recruitment. The Sky Dragon simply brushed off the accusation with mocking laughter. He admitted that, as an uncle, he naturally held some resentment, but as the central director, he claimed he only wanted to recruit the most capable person for the position. Julius clicked his tongue in irritation, clearly seeing through the act. Ed Troyvin was as slippery as ever, and even in front of all these witnesses, he was still moving toward his hidden goal. Before the argument could grow any sharper, the announcer stepped in and cut them off, asking the 9 dragons to stop speaking out of turn and allow the ceremony to properly begin. When Theo was asked whether he already had a faction in mind, he answered calmly that he had not chosen one yet. For the time being, Theo wanted to hear what each faction was prepared to offer. In other words, he was quietly setting the stage for everyone to compete over him. The first to bite was the Sword Dragon, Osa Ragnar Plunis, the director of the Plum Blossom Palace. She declared that she would take Theo in as her direct disciple and grant him the position of Junior Lord. Lady Plum Blossom had no children of her own, so becoming her direct disciple and Junior Lord was not just an honor. It was practically a clear path toward inheriting an incredible legacy. In simple terms, she was offering to take Theo in almost like an adopted son, and make him the successor to the Sword Dragon's title. With that, 2 of the 9 dragons had already stepped forward with offers, which only made sense for someone as valuable and sought after as Theo. With such absurdly tempting conditions already placed on the table, most ordinary commanders and directors had no realistic way to compete at all. Even with the bidding war already reaching a heated level, another major figure still decided to enter the competition for Theo. His arrival was anything but quiet, crashing in with the force of a thunderclap as a bird descended dramatically from the sky. Wrapped from head to toe in bandages and hidden behind a mask, Robert Ragnar, the leader of Black Snow and the one known as the Black Dragon, had also joined the battle to recruit Theo. The audience stared in shock. Most of them had never seen this man appear in public before, yet it turned out he had been watching the awakening ceremony closely from the very beginning. Robert admitted that Kyle had been right after all. This boy Theo was far more interesting than he had first expected. If Theo agreed to work with Black Snow, the Black Dragon said he would gladly appoint him to the rank of Null Snow. Black Snow was a covert intelligence agency, and its agents usually moved silently through the shadows. The only exception was the Null Snows, the highest-ranking officers in the faction, who were permitted to maintain public identities and earn fame and honor openly. In Theo's previous life, only 8 people in the entire faction had held that rank. He had struggled desperately to reach it back then, only to find it almost impossible, and now it was being offered to him immediately from the start. Just as the Black Dragon seemed to have seized the spotlight, Old Man Pharaoh, the Zenith Dragon, calmly raised his voice and drew attention back to himself. Theo Ragnar had left a deep impression on him during the 3rd stage, and because of that, he wished to say that Zenith Academy would be more than willing to accept the most promising talent the family had seen in a very long time. That made 4 of the 9 dragons personally stepping forward and placing their offers before Theo. And of course, there was still the demon dragon Julius Ragnar. As commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, there was no way Julius would simply sit back without trying to recruit Theo as well. But despite all the tempting offers everyone else had made, Julius stayed firmly true to his principles and refused to promise Theo any special treatment. His own troops were practically shouting at him, furious that their commander would cling to fairness at a moment like this. But Evelyn had already expected that from Julius. To the White Armored Dragon Cavalry, true honor had to be earned by proving oneself, and Julius wanted to remain fair to every other recruit standing there. Even so, Julius proudly guaranteed that if Theo chose them, he would receive all the proper support needed for his development, along with the pride and honor of becoming a dragoon. Theo understood exactly where the commander was coming from, and in truth, he respected that kind of honesty. Just as he was about to finally make his choice, a sultry voice, smooth and intimate as if spoken right beside his ear, echoed inside his head where only he could hear it. The former clan head, Hilda Ragnar, asked him a question that froze his thoughts in place. Was he a regressor? From the confidence in her tone, it did not sound like she was guessing. It sounded like she already knew the answer for certain. Theo fought to keep his expression steady, and through telepathy, he answered her while pretending not to understand what she meant. Hilda praised his flawless acting with obvious amusement, then wondered aloud what kind of life he must have lived during his previous cycle. The moment she mentioned a cycle, Theo's mind jolted. That single word made him realize that regression might not be limited to just one chance at starting over. While Theo was struggling with that sudden existential shock, everyone else in the arena was still waiting for him to announce his choice. So he asked for a little more time to collect his thoughts. Hilda smirked when she saw him looking so shaken. She told him there was no need to keep hiding anymore, because she was also a regressor like him. The difference was that the cycles she had been allowed to repeat had already run out. In other words, this dangerously beautiful old grandmother of his was casually admitting that she had already gone through the cycle of regression more than once. That was far too much information for Theo to process right there on the spot, and he quickly realized it would be better to ask Hilda directly for a proper explanation. When Theo asked what she meant by cycles, Hilda sounded genuinely surprised that he did not even know something so basic. According to her, that son of hers, Kyle, must not have told the poor boy anything. Then again, it was not exactly shocking, considering Kyle absolutely despised regressors. If anything, it was stranger that he had allowed one to live at all, even if that child shared his blood. Perhaps that was the real reason Theo had been forced into such a brutal life-or-death trial at the mountain peak. Hilda seemed rather pleased when she sensed how badly the boy wanted answers, but this was not the place or the moment to unravel everything. If Theo truly wanted to learn the hidden truths of the Ragnar clan and even the wider world beyond it, then he would need to seek out his grandmother later and continue this conversation properly. During the final round of the awakening ceremony, the only thing his father had given him was that merciless heart sword, a trial meant to cut him down without the slightest kindness. At the very least, Theo now understood one thing clearly. If Kyle Ragnar truly hated regressors that much, then he needed to be even more cautious around his own father from this point forward. Maybe that was also why the patriarch had taken Lodbrok's heart, because the ancient dragon had shown such a strangely welcoming attitude toward regressors. For an ordinary human to defeat a being as powerful as that sounded completely impossible, almost like something no sane person would even try to imagine. But Kyle Ragnar was called a demigod for a reason, and when it came to that man, impossible things had a nasty habit of becoming reality. His father was always moving like a monster with no brakes. If Theo wanted to uncover the real secrets behind regression, then sooner or later, he would have to sit down face to face with Grandma Hilda and force out a long, proper explanation. Aside from that shocking revelation, there was still one important decision waiting for him. Theo Ragnar had finally settled on the faction he would join. With his chest lifted proudly and his eyes full of certainty, Theo announced his choice with unwavering determination. But for now, his final pick stays just out of reach. Remington Narcio, who had taken second place in this batch, chose Zenith Academy and became the disciple of the Zenith Dragon. It was almost a perfect match, considering both master and student shared the same foundation in water current breathing. In Theo's previous life, Remington had returned to the Narcio clan and chosen to develop his strength alone. Eventually, that path led him into a bloody rebellion against the Ragnar clan. and making an enemy out of the Silver Lion was never the kind of mistake anyone walked away from easily. But this time, Remington did not leave the clan. That single change had been brought about by Theo's influence. For now, the two rivals had to part ways, but it was only a temporary farewell between them. They would move forward into different factions, sharpen themselves on separate roads, and keep the promise that they would meet again once both of them had grown stronger. In such a short period of time, these two had gone from rivals to true brothers in arms, bound by battle, respect, and shared ambition. As expected, Rey Ragnar returned to Daffodil Palace, the place where her mother, the Ice Dragon, ruled with absolute authority. For a woman like Rey, there really was no place more fitting than that icy palace and the power waiting for her there. Sybil and the other fools from Training Ground 4 had also hoped to follow their young master, just as expected, but their grades were not high enough to earn them entry into the faction Theo had chosen. It was painful to separate from comrades who had fought beside him, but this change was necessary. Theo was genuinely looking forward to watching his new friends spread their wings and grow along their own paths. After everyone was dismissed and the crowd began to loosen, the Lanka siblings made their way over to Theo. Hulkus immediately tried to act casual, pretending that it was pure coincidence they had somehow ended up in the same faction as Theo. Theo, of course, greeted them politely and thanked them for the help they had given him during the second stage of the ceremony. Erica made it very clear that she would be remembering that debt for the future. She liked strong men, and apparently so did her huge brother. No doubt about it. Then one of the supervisors suddenly warned the new recruits to straighten up and pay attention, because the commander was on his way. And really, it should have been obvious that Theo would choose the most honorable unit in all of Ragnar. It was the perfect place to raise his standing, build his reputation, and begin driving forward his campaign to become the next clan head. The White Armored Dragon Cavalry was commanded by none other than the relentless Demon Dragon himself. Any deeper conversation with Grandma Hilda would have to wait until later. For the moment, the new recruits had a different duty in front of them. It was time to declare what they would become. Hulkus Lanka threw his voice out loudly, declaring with full enthusiasm that he was going to become an amazing dragoon. Some recruits wanted fame, dreaming of a name that would spread far and wide across the clan. Erica declared that she wanted to become the strongest of her entire generation, though that path would definitely not be an easy one. One young recruit simply said he wanted to be acknowledged by the commander, and that awkwardly sincere wish earned him a few strange looks from the people around him. At last, it was time for the Golden Boy himself to step forward and shout out his own vision for the future. To prepare for the great war that was destined to arrive in 5 years, Theo vowed that within half a decade, he would rise all the way to the position of commander of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. Declaring something like that right in front of the current commander took an unbelievable amount of nerve. But Julius did not take Theo's direct challenge as an insult. If anything, he seemed to enjoy hearing such enormous ambitions from a fresh recruit. No matter what reasons these young recruits had for choosing the cavalry, Julius wanted them to remember one thing above all else. Every drop of blood and sweat they spilled while serving this unit would one day be carved into legend. The hardships they endured today would become tomorrow's pride. The cavalry's shield would never break, and its swords would never yield. From this moment onward, they were bound by the same creed, and each of them would have to protect the backs of the others without hesitation. At the end of the road they would forge through blood, sweat, and struggle. Sweet glory would be waiting for them. With those words, the Demon Dragon formally congratulated his new rookies and welcomed them into the cavalry. Then, as if to prove the power of the unit they had just joined, his fearsome mount made a sudden and overwhelming entrance. The commander's partner was a flying dragon named Gullah, a massive creature whose very presence stood as the living symbol of the dragoons. After Gullah appeared, the rest of the draconic pack swept in behind him, their enormous wings spreading across the sky until they nearly blotted out the sun. Riding on the backs of those dragons were the senior members of the cavalry, descending with the weight and pride of veterans. For the day, each rookie was assigned to one of those seniors, who would serve as their personal handler and guide them through their first steps in the White Armored Dragon Cavalry. The admittance test was about to begin, and that meant the fresh recruits would finally head out into the dangerous nesting grounds to search for flying partners of their own. The sight before them was almost overwhelming, with dragoons soaring through the sky in formation, their wings cutting across the clouds in a breathtaking display of power and discipline. At some point, every child born into the Ragnar clan had dreamed of standing there one day, with a flying dragon partner of their own, waiting proudly at their side. And the person assigned to guide Theo through this test was none other than Evelyn herself. Theo was genuinely surprised to see her away from Training Ground 4 and back among the cavalry once again. Unable to hide his curiosity, he asked whether she had finally returned to active duty. Evelyn answered with a bright, almost relieved smile, telling him that she was finally taking up that mantle again. Thanks to a brand new prosthetic arm crafted by the demon craftsman, Evelyn could at last return to the thing she loved most, serving as a dragoon and riding through the skies. A few days earlier, Mommy Cecilia and Kirsten had suddenly paid Evelyn a surprise visit, coming to her in person so they could express their gratitude. At the time, Evelyn had been right in the middle of putting the boys from Training Ground 4 through another harsh lesson. As usual, Evelyn tried to brush off all the praise and thanks, insisting that Theo's success came from the young master's own natural talent, not anything she had done. But Celia believed otherwise. In her eyes, Evelyn's recognition, support, and guidance had clearly played a major role in her son's growth. And knowing Theo had someone so dependable beside him made Cecilia want to repay her in some meaningful way. Even then, Evelyn continued to speak of herself as though she had done nothing special, and Cecilia clearly did not like hearing her put herself down like that. Kirsten then remarked that the lights guiding others through darkness often have no idea just how brightly they are shining. The elf could see that very light inside this one-armed swordswoman, and she wanted to help Evelyn shine even more brilliantly across the world. Back in present, Evelyn's life as one of the cavalry's premier dragoons had been reignited. Cecilia gave Theo all the credit, telling Evelyn that her son was the one who had called in such an enormous favor, and because of that, Evelyn could finally grip the reins of her beloved dragon once more. Theo had no idea any of that had happened behind the scenes, but even without him knowing it, his mother had once again proven that she truly was the best mom anyone could ask for. To repay that life-changing favor, Evelyn Nereville swore herself to Theo, pledging to become the young master's loyal sword. Theo accepted her vow without hesitation, and together they flew toward the perilous nest of the white-armored dragon cavalry. The nest of white dragons was not the kind of place where ordinary humans could ever hope to settle comfortably. Despite its name, the place was actually home mostly to flying wyverns, and it also served as the testing ground where the cavalry held its admittance trial. Technically, any recruit who failed to find a compatible partner would fail to be inducted into the cavalry, though in practice that kind of failure almost never happened. Theo was not especially worried about himself, but he could not help feeling a little concerned about the brutish Lanka siblings and how they would handle this test. Evelyn explained that choosing a partner usually came down to instinct, chemistry, and a kind of sixth sense. Once the right one appeared, a person simply knew. Their first observation point overlooked the stomping ground of the Opterex, a large brown-scaled wyvern known as a tyrannical predator. Next came the den of the poisonous aviary, creatures with serpentine bodies that could spray violet poison mist and strike with stingers sharp enough to become lethal weapons. There were also the blade dragons, Sigia, docile herbivores that usually preferred to burrow underground and build their nests beneath the earth, only relying on ambush tactics when enemies came too close. Higher up in the skies were the speed dragons, velociraptors, small but quick and intelligent creatures that hunted in packs and spat fire from their jaws. Most of the wyvern species managed by the cavalry fell into these four groups, but unfortunately, none of them gave Theo that instinctive feeling of connection he was looking for. Then, as Theo searched through the memories of his first life, one infamous wyvern suddenly came to mind. 6 years after the Great War began, a massive mutated wyvern would descend upon the white dragon's nest and launch a terrible raid, slaughtering hundreds of mounts raised by the white-armored dragon cavalry. That monster was eventually given the fitting name of the evil shadow dragon. On that dreadful day, 8 villages were burned to the ground, and dozens of warriors lost their lives. The disaster was so alarming that the Ragnar clan would later classify the evil shadow dragon as a Class 2 calamity, a demonic fiend that could not be ignored. In the end, defeating that vile creature required both the demon dragon and the sword dragon to be deployed together, and it earned its name because of its terrifying ability to hide within the shadows. This was basically a bloody version of training your dragon, and Theo, being Theo, would absolutely love to form a partnership with that abnormal beast. From what he remembered, the beast had one obvious feature that set it apart from the others. After flying around the nesting grounds for some time, Theo finally got lucky and spotted that glaring distinction with his own eyes. While the rookies were each doing their best to secure a partner of their own, the commander was relaxing on the deadly cliffs with Gullah at his side, watching over the area in his usual composed manner. But his quiet moment was interrupted when the sword dragon entered his territory. Today, however, Julius did not seem to mind the interruption. After all, he had just secured the most talented prospect in the clan's history, and a dragon he had never expected to catch had fallen right into his grasp. And as it turned out, that was exactly why OSA had come to see him. She already knew that Commander Julius intended to establish Theo as one of the cavalry's main pillars sooner rather than later. Of course, Julius neither confirmed nor denied her claim. A man who ran his mouth too easily could bring about his own downfall, and he was not about to make that mistake. Even without him saying anything incriminating, the sword dragon could tell that Julius was painting a much larger picture than she had first assumed. He had not spoken a single careless word, but the direction of his thoughts was still clear enough for OSA to sense. Still, OSA had not come there to stir up trouble. On the contrary, She had arrived with a proposal meant entirely for the sake of the golden boy. Julius kept his answer short and blunt. Theo was already in his faction, so transferring him to the Plum Blossom Palace was completely out of the question. Still, he wanted to hear what kind of proposal this plump woman had brought. Without softening her words or dancing around the point, OSA suggested that they jointly mentor the rising star. It was an idea without precedent. The factions within the clan did not normally mix their teachings or bend long-standing traditions for a single promising recruit, no matter how exceptional he might be. Back with Theo and Evelyn, the two of them guided their flying mount closer to the distant corner Theo had noticed from the sky. Down below, four rowdy little troublemakers had surrounded a single wyvern with bluish-white scales, ganging up on it from every side. Evelyn already knew about this particular wyvern and the way it kept getting bullied by the others. The cavalry had tried every solution they could think of, but no matter what they did, nothing had managed to fix the problem. The other wyverns kept rejecting him because, in their eyes, he was not a pureblood. The poor creature had been born from a female wyvern and a male viper, making him something the others refused to accept. Viper, as Theo learned, were Class 1 demonic fiends that lived deep within the demon sea, and honestly, no one even understood how one of those monsters could have possibly reproduced with a wyvern. A union like that should never have happened in the first place, and the idea that it could actually produce offspring sounded even more impossible. Theo could barely believe the strange piece of history he was hearing, and the more Evelyn explained, the more absurd the whole situation became. Class 1 demonic fiends were not just dangerous monsters. They were disasters to humanity itself, living calamities that existed only to spread destruction. If one ever managed to cross the Great Wall, the damage it could cause would be unimaginable, and on top of all that, they were hideous creatures too. Viper were ghost-type monsters that lurked in the shadows, and once Theo heard that, the truth immediately clicked into place. The evil shadow dragon must have gained its rare and terrifying abilities from the Viper blood flowing through it. The birth of this white wyvern had caused a major uproar within the cavalry. There had been plenty of resistance at first, but in the end, they decided to accept him into the nest so they could observe him. But after that came the bullying, with the other wyverns refusing to acknowledge a half-blood as one of their own. Keeping him isolated would not solve anything either, so even the cavalry had no clear answer for what they should do. After hearing about everything the little guy had endured, being pushed away simply because of where he came from, Theo felt those words hit him harder than expected. The cavalry had given him the name Umbra, a word that meant shadow in the ancient language. Theo smiled as he looked down at the lonely wyvern below, and a strong feeling settled in his chest. His partner had finally appeared. Without giving Evelyn any warning, Theo suddenly rose from the saddle and announced his choice right then and there. Instead of waiting for Evelyn to land safely, the madman simply threw himself off the flying beast. No preparation, no parachute, no hesitation at all. He was far too excited to meet Umbra properly. Evelyn's heart nearly stopped when the young master under her care suddenly decided to skydive on a whim. Theo was just that determined to help Umbra live a different life this time around. After all, Theo had been given a second chance himself, so why should the evil shadow dragon not be allowed that same chance at a new beginning? Theo stirred his mana and dropped from the heavens like a bolt of lightning. Evelyn, stunned by his recklessness, had no time at all to stop him. As he plunged toward the cliff face below, Theo drew out multiple blades and sent them flying through the air, each one launched at a different speed and angle. His eyes lit up as hatchling synchro activated, allowing him to seize control of the blades through psychokinesis. Using that clever trick, he managed to slow his fall and turn the hovering blades into makeshift footholds in midair. From a distance, it almost looked as if Theo was running downward through the sky, stepping against gravity itself. Learned psychokinesis was already impressive, but using it in such a creative and daring way was on a completely different level, and Evelyn could only stare in amazement. The young monster's growth speed was truly beyond belief. On the cliff below, the wyverns surrounding Umbra hissed and screeched with open hostility, their bodies tense as they closed in around him. Even so, the bullied beast refused to lower his head, meeting their snarls with his own defiant growl. Watching that unfair scene unfold right in front of him, Theo was suddenly reminded of the days when he had been mocked as the imbecile of the clan. Back then, his peers had sneered at him for being an incompetent bastard, and all he could do was grit his teeth, swallow the humiliation, and endure every insult thrown his way. But now, Theo was no longer that helpless boy. He had become someone entirely different, the undeniable greatest of his generation. Sparks crackled around his body as Thunder Dragon breathing roared to life, wrapping him in surging power. Once Theo entered his effective range, he finally used the blades for their true purpose, sending them flying straight toward the wyverns bullying Umbra. The weapons blazed with an absurd amount of electricity as Theo unleashed his dragon mark. If he had truly wanted to, he could have killed those wyverns on the spot, But instead, he held back and used the attack only to frighten them away. The bullies scattered into the air with their tails practically tucked between their legs. Theo Ragnar landed on the cliff and coldly scolded the fleeing wyverns, calling them cowards who only dared to act tough because they had superior numbers. Then his gaze shifted toward Umbra, and the sharpness in his eyes softened with quiet concern. But Umbra only saw a new threat. The wounded beast growled warily, lowering himself as if ready to pounce the instant Theo showed even the slightest hostility. And when Theo drew close enough, Umbra chose to retreat instead, spreading his wings and flying off to who knew where. Evelyn finally caught up with Theo and explained that the beast was extremely on edge, so approaching him would not be easy. When she advised Theo to take things slowly, however, he immediately disagreed. To Theo, what Umbra needed most right now was someone willing to stay by his side. After all, why would he keep lingering around the nest despite being ostracized again and again? The answer was simple. Umbra was lonely, and the wounds carved into his heart were far harder to endure than the injuries on his body. Considering Umbra's condition, Theo knew he could not have flown very far. So he and Evelyn climbed back onto the saddle and set out to search for the poor creature. Just as expected, Umbra soon ran out of stamina and stopped to rest on one of the rocky peaks nearby. Even though he was weak and exhausted, the moment he sensed the humans approaching, he forced himself back onto his feet. Many dragoons from the cavalry had tried to tame this particular wyvern before, but every single one of them had failed. Umbra had always been extremely cautious whenever humans came near him, and with his body covered in painful wounds, that instinct to stay guarded was sharper than ever. So Theo quietly asked Evelyn to bring back something that could feed the poor creature. While she handled that, he decided to stay behind and try to understand Umbra not as a monster, but as an individual. Theo began walking toward the beast at a slow, careful pace, but the moment he drew closer, Umbra released the crushing fear of a wyvern. Theo answered it immediately, pushing back with the fear of a lesser drake. In that tense space between them, beast and man faced each other head-on, each trying to overpower the other with nothing but raw presence and invisible pressure. But in the end, Theo's aura proved stronger. Step by step, his presence pressed forward until Umbra was steadily forced beneath it. Umbra braced himself, expecting pain to follow, certain that this human would strike him while he was weakened. But instead of hurting him, Theo raised a healing potion and poured it carefully over the beast's wounded body. As the medicine soaked into his injuries, Umbra could feel the pain fading quickly, his torn body recovering bit by bit as a small amount of strength returned to him. Once the worst of those terrible wounds had been treated, Theo reached out and gently stroked the poor wyvern hybrid, keeping his touch calm and careful. Umbra could only stare in confusion. For as long as he could remember, his life had been filled with pain, rejection, suffering, and being treated like he never belonged anywhere. And yet now, a human was standing right beside him, offering warmth instead of violence, and kindness instead of fear. Because of the dragon heart inside him, Theo could feel Umbra's emotions clearly once he was close enough to the wounded beast. He sensed the fierce, burning rage inside Umbra, a red-hot anger aimed at the herd that had thrown him away. But mixed into that rage was a deep sadness, born from Umbra's desperate wish to be accepted by the very group that rejected him. And beneath everything else, the clearest feeling of all was the long, aching loneliness buried in the lonely wyvern's heart. Even Umbra's feelings toward Theo were painfully conflicted. He was still wary of this man who had appeared out of nowhere and suddenly offered him warmth. But at the same time, a quiet part of him hoped that warmth would stay for just a little longer, and that this man would not simply walk away. So Theo looked at Umbra with a serious heart and made a solemn vow that he would never abandon him or turn his back on him. To make that promise feel real, Theo took out the gem he had received from his previous mission and offered it as a gift to his new friend. The moment Umbra saw the shiny gem gleaming in Theo's hand, its surface sparkling with a beautiful, eye-catching luster, he became completely captivated by it, unable to tear his gaze away. So, the wyvern still had a stubborn side, and like a true tsundere, he tried his best to pretend he was not tempted. But there was not much resistance he could offer when Theo simply placed the gem around his scaly neck. Theo then promised Umbra that if he followed him from that day onward, they would find plenty more shiny treasures together. For Umbra, who was already staring at the gem with barely hidden desire, that offer was almost impossible to refuse. To make the deal even more tempting, Theo suggested they could eventually make reins and saddles covered in priceless gems, something dazzling, flashy, and beautiful enough to turn every head. Of course, pulling that off might require robbing someone's grandma. And the grandma he had in mind was none other than his own. Far away, inside her workshop, Kirsten suddenly felt a chilling sense of doom, as if a very large amount of her money was about to vanish. Surrounded by promises of companionship, treasure, and a future filled with glittering things, Umbra lifted his head and roared with pure joy. Theo Ragnar was officially recognized as the master of the Viper Wyvern. At that same moment, he also unlocked the Wyvern taming skill. That skill would grant him greater mastery depending on how much trust his partner placed in him, while also giving both rider and mount a 10% boost in power. A few minutes later, Evelyn finally returned to the area. She came dragging 2 bulls by their horns, while her own wyvern stood nearby, still catching its breath after the effort. The very beast that not a single dragoon in the cavalry had been able to tame was now curled close to the young master, practically cuddling with him. They handed the bulls over to Umbra, and the wyvern happily dug into the heavy meal, tearing into his lunch with clear satisfaction. When Evelyn looked at Theo in curiosity and asked how he had managed such a thing, Theo simply said that he had taken care of Umbra's wounded heart. After that, the gift had easily finished the job. The aggressive outcast from before now looked almost like an adorable puppy, even offering some of the bull meat to his master. By this point, Evelyn had no choice but to accept it. Whether he was dealing with people or beasts, Theo had a strange charm that simply worked. Then, when Umbra lowered his neck and back toward Theo as a clear sign of trust, Evelyn congratulated the young master for officially passing the test. But a moment later, she realized Theo was not planning to make this some simple ceremonial ride on his new mount's back. Evelyn immediately panicked. Theo had not received any proper flight training yet, and trying to ride a wyvern without reins or a saddle was practically inviting a horrible accident. Theo only grinned at her concern and calmly assured Lady Evelyn that he would be perfectly fine. With his wyvern training skill helping him, he believed he could make up for the riding experience he still lacked. And just that, the new partners launched into the air, leaving Evelyn standing on the ground below, watching them take off. As Umbra soared upward with obvious excitement, Theo guessed that his new partner must have been eager to show his master something special. For the first time in his miserable life, Umbra looked genuinely happy. Watching his partner fly with almost childlike wonder, Theo could not help wondering how such a pure-hearted creature had ever become the terrifying demonic fiend known by the evil shadow dragon name. After crossing through the entire nest, the two of them finally reached the edge of a massive waterfall, where endless water came crashing down in a roaring curtain. Without slowing down, Umbra passed straight through the heavy downpour and flew into a hidden cave concealed behind the falling water. Theo had believed he knew the winter mountains well, especially after everything he had experienced in the black snow. But even he had never known that a crystal cave was hidden behind that waterfall. And with the entire place glittering so brilliantly, it was easy to understand why Umbra loved it so much. As Theo looked around the glittering cavern, he finally understood what had pushed Umbra toward becoming the evil shadow dragon. Scattered throughout the crystal cave were countless ghost spirit flowers, and Umbra had clearly been surviving by eating them. Those eerie flowers were not supposed to grow in a place like this at all. Under normal circumstances, they only bloomed in the deepest parts of the demon sea, feeding on pure demonic energy. Dragons and demons were said to carry energies that opposed each other completely, so Theo could not understand how Umbra had managed to live on something so dangerous. Whatever the reason, one thing was clear: those flowers had to be burned away. Umbra immediately showed that he did not like that idea, but Theo calmed him down by promising that he would not touch or damage the crystals. Then, deeper inside the cavern, another shocking sight slowly came into view. There, chained against the wall, hung a horrifying corpse, thin, withered, and rotting away in the freezing darkness. From what Theo could tell, the man had been dead for at least 10 years, yet strangely, the body had barely decayed as much as it should have. The icy temperature inside the cave had certainly helped preserve it, but that alone could not explain everything. This level of preservation also pointed to an enormous amount of magical power. In life, this man must have been a high-ranking martial expert with terrifying strength. Theo knew this was not something he could fully examine right now, so he decided he would have to return another time and investigate properly. But the moment Theo turned his back on the chained corpse, its dead face seemed to stir, and its eyes opened with a glare full of resentment. Then began shrieking a name again and again, the name of the current clan head, Kyle. Umbra reacted instantly to the threat, lunging forward and slamming the corpse deep into the wall before it could move freely. With his body between the corpse and Theo, Umbra roared furiously at the enemy that had dared to show hostility toward his master. Even while pinned down, the corpse kept spewing Kyle's name from its rotting mouth. At instant, Theo felt a sharp sense of danger and realized his new friend was in serious trouble. The corpse suddenly tried to sink its teeth into Umbra's feet, but Theo threw his own arm in the way, taking the bite from those rotten teeth instead. It clamped down hard and refused to release him, cursing Kyle and Robert Ragnar with hatred that seemed to crawl out from beyond the grave. That was enough for Theo to realize something was wrong. His father and the Black Dragon had to be connected somehow to this random chained corpse hidden in the cave. At that dangerous moment, Evelyn burst in and came to Theo's rescue. She unleashed the shared technique of the white-armored dragon cavalry, blade barrage, striking with ruthless precision. Countless thrusts rained down in an instant, shredding the corpse's head until it was practically erased, and only then was Theo finally freed from its bite. Theo staggered, his legs giving out beneath him, and he dropped to his knees while apologizing for letting things go wrong. From the bite wound, an unbearable pain spread violently through his body, racing through him like fire under his skin. The corpse's bite had been infused with a toxin made from demonic energy, and without an antidote, Theo could end up dying an excruciating death. Evelyn panicked and immediately tried to lift him up so she could rush him back to headquarters, but Umbra stepped in and refused to let her take him. The wyvern pushed her aside, then kept nudging Evelyn away from the young master, as if desperately trying to make her understand something. Sensing Umbra's urgency, Theo forced himself to look at his partner and asked if there was a way to save him. Without hesitating, Theo chose to place his life completely in Umbra's hands. Even through the pain, he managed to grin, trusting the Viper Wyvern to decide his fate. Evelyn immediately rejected the idea, horrified by how reckless it sounded. A corpse toxin mixed with demonic energy was basically a death sentence if it was not treated properly. But as far as Theo understood, even if they used ordinary treatment, his chance of survival would still be less than 30%. That was why he wanted to gamble everything on Umbra's method. After all, Umbra had evolved into a Class 2 demonic fiend by eating ghost spirit flowers. He must have faced that corpse before, and somehow learned how to suppress both demonic energy and corpse toxins. Before his consciousness slipped away completely, Theo asked Evelyn to please follow Umbra's lead. The Viper Wyvern immediately scanned the cave and moved quickly, harvesting a bundle of ghost spirit flowers from where they grew among the crystals. Then he broke off several pieces of the surrounding crystals, gathering them with urgent purpose. Umbra brought the scattered materials to Evelyn, clearly asking her to crush them together and feed the mixture to the young master. Evelyn clenched her teeth, swallowing her fear, and chose to obey Theo's request. She grabbed the ghost spirit flowers and the broken crystals in her hands. Then, using her mana, she forcefully crushed them down and blended everything together into one harsh mixture. What formed was a dark purple liquid, and Evelyn carefully dripped it into Theo's mouth. The loyal soldier and the worried beast both froze in tense silence, holding their breath as they waited for the strange concoction to take effect. The moment the mixture reached Theo's chest, his dragon heart gave a powerful, thunderous thrum. With that heart acting like an engine inside him, Theo's body began to visibly recover, and mana started overflowing from him in waves. That overflowing mana gradually shifted into the form most natural to him, taking on the crackling force of his electric affinity. Little by little, his lightning began absorbing the extracted corpse poison, twisting together with the toxic power inside him. The color of his magical attributes started to change, darkening until it was no longer ordinary lightning, but something black. Once the transformation finished, the black lightning flowed back into Theo's body and restarted his entire system from within. A full body-cleansing purification began inside him, and through that terrifying process, Theo obtained the trait of the evil shadow dragon. While Theo was literally fighting for his life in that hidden cave, Commander Julius Ragnar was far away in his office. There he received grim news. The Black Snow had already cross-checked the facts with great care, and according to the report placed before him, the information had been confirmed with 89% authenticity. His emotions finally overwhelmed him, and in a burst of fury, the demon dragon slammed his power down so hard that his office desk shattered apart. For a while now, he had been riding a wave of good momentum, so perhaps he should have known that bad news would eventually come crashing down and ruin everything. Even so, the scale of this disaster was far beyond anything he had prepared himself to hear. Trainer Isvin, the captain of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry's 5th platoon, had fallen in battle and 15 of his men had died alongside him. Body-cleansing purification was an ancient secret art that forcefully drove impurities out of the body, reshaping the constitution so it could cultivate magical power far more efficiently. Normally, that kind of process required several incredibly powerful experts to pour their energy into the target for days without stopping. And even then, it had only ever been proven to work properly on children under 5 years old. For Theo to undergo such a priceless transformation, an unbelievable chain of coincidences had to line up perfectly at the same time. First, the extreme corpse toxin flowing through his veins carried an astonishing amount of densely concentrated magical power. That power had also been infused with demonic essence, strengthened through the ghost spirit flowers that had fed it over time. Then Umbra's antidote entered the mix, acting as the one thing capable of stabilizing all that dangerous energy. All of those terrible circumstances came together and created a perfect balance, where Theo was neither swallowed by the demon shadow toxin nor simply cured of it. Instead, his body managed to absorb that uninterrupted power and turn the deadly poison into something of its own. At last, Theo's body jolted awake, and when his eyes opened, Evelyn and Umbra were both right there beside him. Still feeling exhausted from everything his body had just endured, Theo gave them a worn-out look and apologized for making them worry. Only then did the loyal soldier and his new partner finally release the breath they had been holding in relief. But when Theo checked his status window, he could hardly believe what he was seeing. Somehow, he had become the second iteration of the evil shadow dragon. The cleansing alone had granted him an additional 85 status points, an increase so massive that even Theo had to recognize how extraordinary it was. Now he was certain of one thing: the crystals growing inside this cavern were not ordinary stones, but condensed forms of pure energy. That purity must have weakened the toxicity of the ghost spirit flowers, transforming what should have been deadly poison into an incredibly powerful medicine. Theo could not have been more grateful that he had chosen to place his life in Umbra's hands. Ragnar's body was already considered close to perfection from the very beginning. But now that Theo had undergone body-cleansing purification and awakened as the evil shadow dragon, his path toward the absolute peak had become even clearer. The biggest question left in front of them was the identity of that corpse. Before, it had become nothing more than a vengeful spirit chained in the dark. When Evelyn moved closer and examined the wall more carefully, she noticed something fascinating carved into its surface. Across the stone, clean and precise writing had been engraved everywhere, forming a journal left behind by a high-level martial master. The words recorded how the man had hidden inside this cave after suffering defeat at the hands of Kyle and Robert Ragnar. He had intended to wait in silence, recover his strength, and carefully prepare his revenge before his body finally failed him. But his condition kept worsening because Robert Ragnar had injured his Manhwa, destroying the foundation his power depended on. On top of that, the ghost spirit flowers he consumed in order to survive only hastened his decline and pushed his body closer to death. In the end, his mind slowly broke apart before he could ever put his revenge plan into action. With no way out, he was forced to accept the bitter truth that he would die while still carrying that undying grievance. Before the end, the man chose to leave everything behind. He melted down his precious emerald serpent sword and used it to bind himself, hoping that someday, someone would discover this hidden place and carry out his final wish. The next portion of the writing revealed something even more incredible: the flying sword technique of the god of tempest. That meant the corpse had to be the legendary swordsman once said to command the wind itself, the tragic hero who had fallen to Kyle Ragnar during the battle for the throne 40 years ago. The Wind Baron, Hector Ragnar, was believed to have met the end of his legend in that final battle. But in truth, he had survived, only to die a lonely and miserable death inside this forgotten cave. As a loyal sword of Ragnar, Evelyn Nareville immediately lowered herself to her knees, showing the fallen man the deepest respect. Even though the Wind Baron had lost to the clan head, he was still a Ragnar of the previous generation with a legitimate right to succession. And as a vassal, Evelyn had harmed someone who could have been a successor, a grave crime worthy of immediate execution. Theo, however, rejected her desperate plea without hesitation. What Evelyn had struck down was not truly a Ragnar anymore, but a madman consumed by resentment. More importantly, she had done what was necessary to protect the current successor. Using the authority he carried, Theo ordered Evelyn to forget everything that had happened inside this cave. And if that still was not enough to satisfy her sense of duty, he suggested that she take the Wind Baron's secret techniques for herself. Naturally, Evelyn objected at once, insisting that she was not worthy of inheriting a power that could even rival the techniques of the 9 dragons. But Theo did not waver. He stood firm in his decision and declared that Evelyn would become the successor of Hector Ragnar. In his eyes, there was no one more deserving of carrying that legacy into the future. Besides, by accepting it, Evelyn would allow the Wind Baron to finally rest in peace, and as his legacy disciple, no one could question her actions as a crime. As Theo's sword, this was the path that made the most sense, and the one he believed she was meant to walk. Moved by the young master's words, Evelyn Nareville, a high-ranking swordsman of Ragnar, bowed before Theo with absolute reverence. She pledged her undying loyalty as his faithful vassal and humbly asked him to accept her oath. Theo only smirked at the sight, because this girl had always been rigid, serious, and painfully devoted to doing everything by the book. Seeing how badly Evelyn wanted her loyalty to be accepted in the proper way, Theo decided to honor that wish and quietly drew his blade. With a graceful motion, he knighted Evelyn on the spot, accepting her oath of loyalty and carving that promise deep into his heart and soul. From that moment on, she became the first sword of her esteemed lord. With Umbra standing there as the witness to their pact, the bond between vassal and master was no longer just spoken aloud. It had been firmly sealed and made official. By the time the sun began to sink toward the horizon, most of the rookies had already returned to the white armored dragon cavalry headquarters. Hulkus felt rather proud of himself, especially after realizing that he had managed to get back before Theo. But then he and his frog-like mount froze in shock when they saw the final rookie descending onto the field. Theo Ragnar had returned with the most unusual partner out of everyone who had taken part in the test. A few of the veteran cavalrymen recognized Umbra almost immediately, remembering him as that infamous disobedient brat no one could control. But once they realized Theo was the one who had tamed the so-called untamable beast, they simply accepted it as another miracle from the millennium's greatest prodigy. As for poor Hulkus, his confidence was crushed on the spot. Evelyn then submitted the formal report for their completed aptitude test. After handing it in, she looked around and asked where the commander had gone. The other dragoons explained that their boss had rushed off to his office just a moment earlier after receiving an urgent message. And as if answering that question himself, the demon dragon soon reappeared on the field with his intimidating partner, landing with a heavy force that made the atmosphere turn serious. Julius Ragnar began by apologizing for having to deliver bad news immediately after the admittance test had just ended. Then he announced that everyone present, veterans and rookies alike, would be deployed to Fort Blanky without delay. That single order sent a wave of confusion and worry sweeping through the headquarters. Theo was the only one there who had some idea of what was coming. The Ceres Merchant Guild hostage incident at Fort Blanky was finally beginning. They were about to interfere with the scheme meant to secure the Dragonslayer sword, Bamung, for the coming coup. And behind that entire plan stood the hateful sky dragon, Ed Troyvin. One of the dragoons quickly asked for more details, because sending out brand new recruits who had not even received proper training was far from normal. Julius gave them the truth bluntly. Trainer Isvin, the captain of the 5th platoon, and the soldiers under his command had all gone missing. Everyone knew Captain Isvin. He was the oldest knight in the white armored dragon cavalry, and no one could imagine him being taken down easily. To Theo, this felt like it might be another butterfly effect caused directly by his own actions. According to Black Snow, there was an 89% certainty that they were already dead. And even if they had somehow survived, they would be in no condition to continue the mission, so every available soldier would temporarily take on the 5th platoon's name and carry out the objective in their place. Evelyn Nareville was assigned as the acting captain. Deployment would happen in 3 days, which meant the rookies had to cram all the basic training they could into that short window. Even after hearing the report, Julius still refused to believe that old Isvin could have fallen so easily. But this belief did nothing to cool the anger burning inside him. Thirsting for vengeance, he finished his announcement and made a forceful exit. It all began with the Black Skull Bandits kidnapping a representative from the Ceres Merchant Guild. With the cavalry involved, the incident should have ended without any casualties. But the true purpose behind the entire situation was never the hostage incident itself. All those distractions were nothing but smokescreens designed to cover the theft and transport of the Dragonslayer sword, Bamung. Once Ed Troyvin got his hands on that blade, the coup would finally begin. But compared to Theo's previous life, things were already starting to shift in a different direction. If this change was truly his fault, then he needed to witness it with his own eyes and see it through to the end. And with that, the hidden quest to obtain the Dragonslayer sword officially began. After 3 grueling days of rushed basic training, the operation moved to the northern stronghold, where the freezing weather was harsh enough to bite straight through the body. A sole bandit watchman stationed in the tower suddenly noticed something far away, a dark shape spreading across the sky and blotting out the moon. Then his eyes widened as he realized what he was looking at. A full battalion of wyverns from the white armored dragon cavalry. But before the alarm could even be rung, the watchtower was blasted apart by a violent explosion. From above, Evelyn gave the order for the troops to rain bombs down onto the stronghold. The wyverns swept through the night sky like World War II bomber planes, carrying destruction beneath their wings. The coordinated bombing struck the stronghold with terrifying precision, tearing through key points and spreading devastation exactly where it needed to land. The bandits scrambled in panic, trying to hide inside the castle walls to avoid being blown apart. But they were already too late. The dragoons had descended from their mounts, blades ready, cutting down every straggler left in the chaos. Ellen directed her troops without missing a beat, leading them to slaughter every bandit that came into sight. This was the price of provoking the white armored dragon cavalry. Meanwhile, the man responsible for smuggling the legendary sword was thanking his luck, relieved that he had escaped the stronghold before the attack began. In his mind, all he had to do was deliver the blade, collect his generous payment, and then spend the rest of his life relaxing in luxury with his newfound riches. Unfortunately for him, he had been doomed to fail from the very beginning. His greed led him straight to a quiet, uneventful end, as a hooded figure cut off his head without ceremony. Once Bamung had been smuggled safely out of the stronghold, the hooded figures were finally free to take control of the situation. With their primary objective secured, the next stage of their sinister plan could now begin. The hooded figures rolled out their long-range cannons, and with the weapons aimed toward the stronghold, it was finally time to wipe out those wyvern-riding pests. Inside the stronghold, the cavalry had already made short work of the bandits, cutting down and subduing every lowlife who had been occupying the place. Veterans were laughing smugly, treating the mission like it had been nothing more than a quick cleanup job. But while they relaxed, Theo could not shake the feeling that everything had gone far too smoothly. After all, it was hard to believe the original 5th platoon had been wiped out by a pack of amateurs who could barely put up a proper fight. Activating hatchling synchro, Theo focused his senses and peered directly into the memories of one of the captured bandits. What he discovered confirmed that Bameng had definitely been stolen, but strangely enough, not one of these bandits had ever seen the sword with their own eyes. Might have been understandable for the low-ranking pawns, but the disturbing part was that even the bandit executives had been carrying out orders while completely in the dark. One of the senior dragoons noticed Theo's tense expression and asked him what was wrong. Another senior told him to calm down, assuming the Flash Tiger was just getting nervous on his very first deployment. In truth, the older soldiers mostly wanted to finish the mission quickly and head back. That was when a grim premonition struck Theo like a cold blade. Without explaining himself, he abruptly broke away from the seniors, leaving them confused behind him. Theo silently drew his blade and swung it toward a wall that looked completely ordinary at first glance. The thick bricks split apart, revealing rows upon rows of kegs packed with highly volatile explosives hidden behind the wall. From the very beginning, this entire operation had been a trap. Theo immediately took charge and urged everyone to escape while beginning the evacuation at once. Then, from somewhere in the distance, the sharp whistle of incoming cannonballs began cutting through the air, growing louder with every passing second. Theo shouted at his comrades with everything he had. But his warning was swallowed by the deafening roar of explosions as the bombardment crashed into the stronghold. The first round of detonations struck dead center, hitting the target perfectly, and the attackers immediately prepared to reload. From every angle, the mysterious hooded figures continued hammering the explosive-filled stronghold with cannon fire. Their orders were simple and merciless: exterminate the newly formed 5th platoon, and leave not even a single ant alive. Meanwhile, the person who had ordered the attack sat alone in a quiet room, bathed in pale moonlight. Lady Amel Ragnar, the former mistress of the Camellia Palace, cradled the headless corpse of her deranged son, Axion, in her arms. The woman had finally broken completely, and now she wanted Theo Ragnar's head no matter what it cost. Taking advantage of the chaos caused by the explosions, the surviving bandits tried to break free and flee for their lives. Evelyn had no intention of letting them escape, and she immediately ordered her troops to execute them on the spot. As the stronghold burned and crumbled around them, the dragoons went to work cutting down the criminals without hesitation. Even Evelyn could tell something was deeply wrong with the story of the original 5th platoon's fall, especially when these bandits looked so helpless under pressure. Then another explosive cannonball came crashing down in her direction, and Evelyn barely moved in time to avoid being roasted alive. With the second wave of bombardment already underway, Evelyn put her troops' safety first and gave the order to retreat. After all, the bandits would be blown apart by the explosions soon enough even if the cavalry left them alone. At last, the rookie group managed to reunite with Evelyn's battalion amid the chaos. Now that the 5th platoon had gathered together again, their only priority was finding a way out of this burning hellhole. Theo proposed that they move toward the outer walls, choosing the direction opposite from where the artillery fire was coming. Under the crushing stress of the moment, something inside Theo suddenly opened. His mind gate awakened, breaking past the limits of his brain and greatly enhancing both his thinking speed and sensory perception. When he looked around the area again, the structure of the surrounding buildings seemed to unfold before his eyes, exposing their layout and hidden blueprint in terrifying detail. The sheer flood of information rushing into his mind left him dazed for a moment, as if his brain could barely keep up with what it was seeing. Evelyn had to snap him back to reality, grabbing him as she tried to pull him toward the outside of the stronghold according to the original plan. But Theo stopped her for a second before she could drag him any farther. With absolute decisiveness, Theo declared that they should not run toward the exits. Instead, they had to go deeper into the stronghold. Evelyn trusted her master's judgment completely, so without hesitation, she ordered the rest of the troops to follow his lead. There were 21 lives hanging in the balance, and every single one of them was now relying on the golden boy to guide them out alive. With his newly heightened perception, Theo could tell that the exits were not salvation at all. Waiting outside were more artillery fire and a carefully coordinated ambush. That was the final trap prepared for them. Using his open mind gate together with hatchling synchro, Theo began reading the memories embedded in the buildings themselves, until the entire stronghold appeared before him like a living web of information. The enemy had assumed no one could possibly survive inside the castle, but with Theo now seeing through the stronghold's layout, there was still a path forward. To the left, he sensed even more hidden explosives waiting to erupt. To the right, another wave of artillery bombardment was about to come crashing down. The only safe route left was the central staircase leading downward. So Theo led his comrades down the central stairs, every one of them sprinting desperately as the stronghold shook around them. Evelyn stayed at the very back of the line, making sure none of her troops fell behind or were swallowed by the chaos. But the moment they reached the bottom, their hopes of survival seemed to vanish, because the path ahead ended in a dead end. Panic swept through everyone at once, their faces tightening as they turned toward Theo, silently begging him to come up with some brilliant way out. Going back through the path they had taken was no longer an option, and every second they hesitated only made the situation worse. And as if they needed one more disaster piled on top of everything else, the explosions from above finally took their toll. The ceiling overhead began to give way, groaning and cracking as the damaged roof started collapsing in on them. Massive slabs of broken stone and shattered beams came crashing down from above, scattering dust through the air, as the new 5th platoon found themselves seconds away from being buried alive beneath the wreckage. Outside the stronghold, the hooded agents of Troyvin watched the flames and destruction with twisted satisfaction, clearly enjoying the chaos their bombardment had unleashed. At last, every artillery shell they had brought with them had been fired. Their arsenal was empty, but the destruction they wanted had already been spread across the stronghold. To them, this was justice for their young master, Axion. With their blades drawn and their killing intent bare, the Troyvin agents prepared to storm inside and finish what the bombardment had started. Even if Theo had been blown apart beyond recognition, they were ready to dig through blood, flesh, and rubble piece by piece, just to drag out proof that he was dead. But unfortunately for them, that victory would not come so easily. The new 5th platoon had escaped death by the narrowest possible margin. As the roof and ceiling caved in above them, the floor beneath their feet gave way too, all because Theo made one desperate slash at the final instant. The entire group plunged downward into a hidden underground lair, landing in a place none of them expected. And waiting in the shadows below were even more hostile bandits. Theo had not chosen that direction blindly. He had noticed an open space hidden deeper beneath the hallway, and that single observation became the only reason everyone survived the collapse. As Theo looked beyond the bandits blocking their path, his eyes caught sight of something deeper inside the underground chamber. A prison built into the darkness, sealed behind thick steel bars. Among the people locked behind those bars was Captain Trainer Isevin, trapped with the others in the underground prison. Of course, the remaining bandit jailers were no match for Evelyn's troops. In fact, Hulkus handled the last two himself, cutting them down before they could pose any real threat. Once the prisoners were secured, Evelyn quickly heard the full story from Captain Isevin. No one could have guessed that the Central Intelligence Bureau had been the force secretly pulling the strings behind this entire scheme. The original 5th platoon was finally released from their shackles, their restraints falling away after all that time in captivity. But freedom did not bring them much joy. Every one of them had lost limbs, and even the old captain himself had been left permanently wounded. Evelyn had suspected from the beginning that Ed Troyvin was somehow involved in this betrayal, but even she had not imagined the conspiracy ran this deep. These traitors had gone so far as to raise their swords against their own fellow clansmen. There was no softer word for what they had done. This was treason, and treason demanded the harshest punishment Ragnar law could deliver. Captain Isvin understood the anger burning in the younger soldiers, but he warned them not to let rage blind them. Their enemies were not fools. This entire plot had been prepared carefully from beginning to end, and with their current numbers, facing them head-on would be dangerous. For the moment, their first priority had to be finding some way to contact the Black Snow Agent station nearby. Theo pointed out that no help had arrived yet, which likely meant the enemy had already dealt with the Black Snow Agents hidden around the area. The situation looked grim, but the Rising Star still had a plan forming in his mind. The Troyvin agents had even tried to bury their own disposable pawns under the bombardment. That told Theo one thing clearly. They wanted every loose end erased for a flawless cover-up. And because of that, they would definitely come inside to confirm whether their main targets were dead. They would be drunk on their supposed victory, searching through the bodies without realizing the danger waiting for them. That overconfidence was exactly what the cavalry could use. If they hid themselves among the wreckage upstairs and prepared an ambush of their own, the enemy would walk straight into their trap. Only by using that opening would they have even the slightest chance of turning this disaster around. Captain Isvin quietly studied Theo, his sharp old eyes measuring the young man from head to toe. He could tell that Theo had only recently opened his mind gate, and achieving something like that at such a young age was nothing short of astonishing. For a moment, the captain could only lament how old he had become. Faced with a crisis like this, he had nearly accepted defeat far too soon. Fortunately, the younger generation standing before him still had courage, clarity, and enough sense to keep moving forward. As though a dying flame had suddenly been reignited inside him, Captain Isvin pushed himself upright on his remaining leg and rallied his men through sheer force of will. The white-armored dragon cavalry, both the original 5th platoon and the new one, would move together and carry out the plan exactly as Theo had laid it out. Now, an all-out deathmatch between two factions of Ragnar was about to erupt. Soon after, the Troivan agents poured into the ruined stronghold, spreading through the wreckage as they searched for bodies. They had to overturn stones, shove aside broken debris, and inspect every collapsed corner just to identify the victims left behind. Anyone they found still breathing was dealt with immediately and without even the slightest trace of mercy. But after searching for a while, they still found no remains belonging to the cavalry. The western side had no corpses at all, and the eastern side was not giving them much more to work with either. The team watching the exits reported the same thing. Not a single dragoon had been seen escaping outside. Across the burning, flattened remains of the stronghold, the only bodies scattered through the rubble belonged to the Black Skull bandits. Realizing something was wrong, the operation leader's instincts sharpened. He stopped his men before they wasted any more time searching through the ruins. Then, in the very next moment, blood spilled. The hidden cavalry finally revealed themselves, launching the ambush they had prepared from within the rubble. The treacherous leader barely escaped, having his head pierced clean through by Evelyn's blade. Now the two captains, standing on opposite sides of this betrayal, were about to clash directly. The Troivan captain immediately tried to fight dirty, using underhanded tricks to throw Evelyn off balance. But Evelyn was far too skilled and composed to be caught by something so petty. With a sharp, acrobatic movement, she slipped out of danger and created enough space to reset the fight on her own terms. Captain Troivan shouted at the top of his lungs, warning his men that they had been ambushed, but his warning came far too late. He barked out an order for them to change formation, yet by the time his command left his mouth, many of his men had already stopped breathing. They had been cut down in an instant by the skilled dragoons lying in wait. With this treasonous operation now exposed in full, Evelyn stood as the enforcer of Ragnar law. And by that authority, she sentenced every last one of them to death. The Troivan captain, however, had no intention of dying quietly. He met Evelyn head-on, trading strike after strike with her in a fierce exchange. He managed to keep her movements in check and even launched several sharp counterattacks of his own, proving he still had enough skill to make the fight dangerous. Deep down, the Troivan captain could not wrap his head around it. After all that relentless bombardment, after enough artillery fire to flatten the stronghold, these wyvern-riding bastards were somehow still standing in front of him. That disbelief threw his focus off for the briefest moment, and in a battle like this, even a blink of hesitation was enough to become fatal. Evelyn caught that tiny opening instantly, her eyes sharpening as she moved before he could fully recover his guard. She struck straight for the kill, her blade flashing toward his neck, and the turncoat only barely managed to avoid having his head taken clean off. But Evelyn did not give him room to breathe. She kept pressing him again and again, cutting into him little by little, opening fresh wounds and forcing blood to spill with every exchange. While driving him back, Evelyn warned the remaining members of the Central Intelligence Bureau to lay down their weapons and surrender. At this point, any attempt to keep fighting would only be meaningless struggle against an outcome already decided. The moment Theo's ambush succeeded and the cavalry emerged from hiding, the entire battlefield had already shifted into checkmate. Those who chose to surrender willingly would be allowed to live for the time being, so they could be judged properly in a lawful trial. But before his men could start clinging to that chance of survival, the Troivan captain shouted over the battlefield and gave them permission to unleash their secret technique. Every dragoon froze for an instant, startled by the sudden command and the dangerous weight behind those words. It was clear now that the Troivans had still been hiding one final card, a desperate last gamble they had saved for the very end. Then one of the Troivan agents suddenly lost all reason, turning feral as he lunged straight at Theo like a beast released from its chains. Theo felt it immediately. The man's offensive power had spiked in a way that was far too sharp, far too unnatural, and far too dangerous to ignore. These madmen had actually activated the reverse blood surge technique, a forbidden power that granted explosive strength by rapidly draining away the user's own life force. Even with Theo's strength, keeping pace with an agent empowered by forbidden technique was no easy task. Each attack came heavier and faster than it should have. One enemy like that was already bad enough, but then the rest of those bastards started swarming toward him as well, all of them hungry to take his head. Seeing Theo caught in the center of danger, one of the injured officers from the old 5th platoon threw himself forward and blocked the crazed blades with his own body. As life slipped away, the officer did not scream or curse. With a calm, almost peaceful expression, he simply asked Theo to run. Watching a good man sacrifice himself right in front of him, all for Theo's sake, struck something deep inside him. That single moment awakened a raw, primal fury within Theo, a wrath so fierce it seemed to rise from the very core of his being. With that anger driving his blade, Theo unleashed the strongest triple dragon's claw he had ever performed, carving through the lunatics in a brutal sweeping strike. But he did not stop there. Pushing past his own limits, the young master reached even deeper and tapped into the power of his mind gate. In that instant, the world around him seemed to slow down. Theo's eyes tracked everything at once, marking the positions of dozens of crazed enemies overflowing with unnatural power. Then he released another triple dragon's claw, one even more powerful and refined than the strike he had just unleashed. His blade surged out in complex, twisting paths, weaving through the battlefield with terrifying precision as it avoided his comrades and tore the enemies apart. The sheer combination of power, control, and swordsmanship was so overwhelming that even the battle-hardened veterans could only stare in shock. When the dust finally settled, the ground of the ruined stronghold was scarred with terrifying marks, as though annihilation itself had been carved into the stone. Of all the traitors caught in that devastating attack, the only one left alive was the Troivan captain. Seeing that the thorn in his family's side had grown into something this powerful, the captain made up his mind. Even if it cost him his own life, he would drag Theo down with him. The captain activated the reverse blood surge technique on himself, and his body shot forward like an arrow loosed from a bowstring. Meanwhile, Theo's platoon seniors were still standing there in stunned admiration, completely useless as they stared at the rookie's monstrous display. But Theo was not basking in victory at all. He was barely holding himself upright, struggling to stay conscious after overdrawing the power of his mind gate. A technique with that much force and intricacy was still far too much for him to use properly, and the strain had pushed his body beyond what he could comfortably handle. To make things even worse, the last remaining lunatic was now descending toward him like an enraged meteor, burning away his own life force with every passing second. As a loyal Troivan vassal, he was fully prepared to drag the young man straight to hell. Theo tried to ready himself for a defensive move, but after that last attack, his mana hall had become twisted and unstable. Loyalist's mana hall was showing signs of detonation. He was not just attacking anymore, he was preparing to sacrifice himself and blow the entire area apart. Thankfully, Theo's official first sword arrived just in time to protect her master. For the first time ever, Evelyn unleashed the God of Tempest technique, using Squall to send the suicide bomber soaring high into the sky. After launching that rat upward and keeping him suspended in the air, Evelyn followed after him, gathering pure wind power at the tips of her fingers. Then she pushed that power outward, shaping the raging wind into a violent maelstrom around him. Theo watched in awe as Evelyn's power wrapped around the traitor's mana hall, forcing the unstable energy under control and stopping the suicidal explosion before it could erupt. Once the detonation had been suppressed, sending the Troivan captain crashing back down toward the ground was simple. With the last rat finally handled cleanly and the immediate danger brought under control, Theo at last felt the full weight of exhaustion crash down on him, his body finally demanding the rest he had been denying it. Hulkuz, Erica, and his seniors rushed toward him at once, their faces filled with relief and gratitude toward the young master who had saved all of their lives. At that moment, the sun finally rose, its brilliant rays spilling over the battlefield and lighting up Theo's tired but contented smile. There was no question who stood out most in this operation. Theo and Evelyn had carried the entire battle with overwhelming skill, turning what should have been a massacre into victory. For the first time in what felt like forever, everyone could finally relax, and the tense battlefield slowly gave way to a brighter, almost festive atmosphere. The long night had finally ended, and with the dawn came the rise of a dazzling leader from the new generation. Inside the miserable walls of the Rose Palace, inside those gloomy palace walls, Lady Amel Ragnar was completely losing control, spiraling into a furious breakdown like someone who had finally snapped beyond reason. Ed Troivan had her caught in a lethal chokehold, his fingers crushing around her throat as he spat curses at her with barely restrained murderous rage. From the sound of it, Amel had acted entirely on her own and inserted reckless, unnecessary moves into the stronghold operation without waiting for the proper timing. She had even gone so far as to steal the Sky Dragon seal, using it to forge official orders and force the operation forward under false authority. The slaughter of the entire white armored dragon cavalry, along with Ragnar's illegitimate child, was never supposed to happen this early. Because of her impatience, the Troivans were now trapped in a dangerous position. To Ed Troivan, this deranged woman had just shattered decades of careful planning in one reckless fit of madness. Lady Amel snarled back through her pain, insisting that all she wanted was revenge for her precious little Axion. She wanted Theo torn apart, and not just him. Anyone connected to that bastard had to suffer too, so her dead son could finally rest in peace. Ed found her excuse absolutely unforgivable. In his eyes, forgetting her duty to the family over the death of one worthless child was beyond pathetic. In a burst of rage, he stomped down on Axion's rotting, headless corpse without hesitation. They had lost the Dragonslayer sword, the most crucial piece of their plan, and from this moment on, Amel would be cast out as a daughter of the Troivans. When Amel looked into her brother's cold eyes, It felt as if their arrogant father himself was staring down at her with that same merciless contempt. Before leaving, the Sky Dragon ordered the palace attendants to lock Amel away where no one would ever see her again. And since they could not risk any information leaking out, the surrounding pests had to be eliminated as well. Only then did Amel fully realize what was about to happen to her. Faced with being sealed away and erased from memory, she finally snapped back to her senses and begged for mercy. But Ed Troyvin had already lost all patience. To vent the rage boiling inside him after watching his painstaking coup collapse, he wiped out every attendant present inside the palace. And when he thought about it clearly, every recent failure led back to one single bastard, Theo Ragnar. The Sky Dragon was aching to stain his hands with that boy's blood and organs. With his first mission now successfully behind him, Theo finally had a rare moment of quiet to sort through the spoils he had gathered from the chaos. During the battle's confusion, he had picked up the Dragonslayer sword, Bamung, only to discover that the legendary blade was currently sealed. Theo tried to grip it properly and get a feel for the weapon's weight, but the blade rejected his hands almost immediately. A sharp, powerful shock surged through him, forcing Theo to let go of the sword and drop it before he could hold on any longer. Clearly, the weapon was not called a Dragonslayer just for show. Its very nature ran completely opposite to Ragnar blood, as if the sword itself was designed to resist everything his lineage represented. Still, if Theo could uncover the secrets behind the mystics, then there might eventually be a way for him to wield Bamung himself. Mystics were legacies left behind from the primordial mythic age, rare and elusive like mirages that almost never appeared in ordinary hands. Once obtained and properly unlocked, a mystic could grant its wielder a power that felt truly legendary, the kind once held by heroes of old and capable of changing history itself. In Theo's previous life, Ed Troyvin had eventually uncovered the secrets of the mystic Bamung, and when Theo thought back to Ed's movements during that time, he had a fairly solid idea of the place where the Sky Dragon had truly ascended. Until Theo could reach that location and solve the mystery for himself, Bamung would have no choice but to remain sealed away in his inventory. Just as Theo was deep in thought, a knock at the door cut through his quiet moment. It was Evelyn. Even though the night had already grown late, she had come carrying an urgent request. The commander wanted to see Theo immediately, and the matter clearly could not wait until morning. Inside Julius Ragnar's office, the air felt strangely heavy, even though the conversation began with the usual polite formalities. Sitting across from him was Captain Trainer Isvin, who quietly brought up the subject of retirement. The old man was ashamed to say it out loud, but losing both his leg and his wyvern Rocinante during the last mission felt like more than enough reason to step away from the cavalry. He admitted that age had finally caught up to him, and he no longer had the strength he once did. With the years he had left, he wanted to return to his hometown and mourn the countless comrades he had outlived. Julius could tell there was nothing he could say that would change the stubborn old man's mind, so in the end, he approved Captain Isvin's retirement. As the old captain calmly sipped his tea, he shifted the conversation toward that brilliant rookie, Theo Ragnar. He reported that the boy had already opened his mind gate. Julius was clearly pleased to hear that his rising star had crossed the barrier separating ordinary humans from true superhumans. Isvin was certain Theo was not one of those natural-born geniuses who entered the world with an open mind gate from the start. All the signs pointed to something far more impressive. Theo had forced that bottleneck open through his own effort and willpower. That meant his power vessel was now on the verge of undergoing a massive expansion. And that expansion might become so vast that even Theo himself could not yet begin to comprehend its true scale. Julius was visibly excited by the thought of filling that larger vessel and pushing Theo's already rapid growth even further. With that, Isvin's final report came to an end, delivered as one last piece of advice from an old soldier to his junior. From here on, the future of the cavalry and the clan would be left in Julius's hands to sharpen, guide, and mold. That night, the demon dragon met Theo at the headquarters training ground beneath the quiet darkness. Commander Julius praised the boy for everything he had accomplished during the previous deployment, but Theo humbly gave credit to his comrades instead. Then the commander turned the conversation in a deeper direction and asked Theo how far his martial theory had advanced. Theo misunderstood the question at first, thinking Julius was asking about his combat ability, so he answered from that angle. Julius immediately cut him off. He was not talking about the level of Theo's techniques or simple fighting skill. That kind of thing was only the surface. Martial theory was about the kind of world his sword was trying to paint. Put that way, Theo suddenly found himself unsure of how to answer. Up until now, he had focused only on chasing the clan head's sword, the overwhelming swordsmanship he had once witnessed with his own eyes. Julius had already expected Theo to answer that way. In the beginning, almost everyone looked at the sword through the same narrow lens. So, to widen the boy's perspective, the demon dragon quietly drew his blade and decided to show Theo an entirely different way to understand the art of the sword. The instant Julius Ragnar willed it, the whole arena changed. The space around them twisted into the demon dragon's isolation zone, becoming a sinister hellscape shaped by his own power. It was completely different from the sword dragon's isolation zone, which had felt vigorous, elegant, and strangely beautiful in its own way. This was the world created by the commander's martial theory, a terrifying personal domain that swallowed everything around it. Julius Ragnar explained plainly that his sword was demonic at its very core. Theo did not need much explanation to feel it. Just looking at the blade and standing beneath its pressure made his chest tighten, as though the air itself had grown too heavy to breathe. Then the commander settled into his stance and began moving, his body flowing through the heavy motions of his attack sequence with terrifying ease. His blade carved out massive, weighty slashes, spun with deadly force, and drove forward in brutal thrusts, meant to pierce through anything in front of him. Every motion carried the clear intent to kill, each strike flowing into the next like a chain of execution. Theo could only watch with a tense mix of awe and fear as the commander's skill and raw power pressed down on him from every direction. After building up enough momentum, Julius Ragnar brought his sequence to a terrifying peak and shattered the very world he had created. From that broken space, a crimson tidal wave surged upward, rising like blood-colored destruction given physical form. The wave closed in around Theo, leaving him feeling trapped, helpless, and swallowed by something far beyond his understanding. Only after finishing the full sequence did Julius let the crimson tide fade away, then ask Theo what he had understood from the demon dragon's martial theory. Theo searched for the right words, but in the end, only two came to mind: strength and destruction. And he was not wrong at all. In fact, he had grasped the heart of it. Strength and destruction were the essence of the demonic sword, direct concepts that needed no complicated explanation. Even if the blade must break itself, it still cuts straight ahead, driven by the hunger to smash through everything in its path. That explosive destructive strength formed the foundation of the commander's swordsmanship, making him feel like death itself in human form. Then Julius shifted the question and asked Theo what he had felt from the Plum Blossom's sword. Theo answered that her sword felt dazzling, graceful, and beautiful to watch. Julius accepted that answer with satisfaction. After all, Lady Plum Blossom's sword carried the essence of life. Her sword followed the image of a seed taking root, sprouting, and slowly growing into a blooming flower, a pure and unmistakable expression of life itself. It was slow, gentle, and full of endless variations, never forcing one rigid path forward. It turned, bent, shifted, and adapted to whatever situation appeared before it, spreading outward without stopping until it finally bloomed. In that short span, 2 of the 9 dragons had shown Theo completely different ways of interpreting martial theory. Seeing Theo fall into deep thought, Julius asked whether life and death were truly separate meanings with completely opposite definitions. Most people would naturally assume they were, but the commander's tone made it clear the answer might not be so simple. Still, Julius had no intention of simply handing Theo the truth. That would take all the fun out of it, so he dispelled the isolation zone and turned to leave. Before walking away, he tossed a book toward Theo with a casual flick of his hand. Inside those pages was a long and detailed debate between Commander Julius and Lady Osa about the true principles of the sword. It was an unusual situation, to say the least. Somehow, Theo had ended up becoming the disciple of both the sword dragon and the demon dragon. Of course, that debate had taken place on the fateful day inside the white dragon's nest, and the book had been written there as well. After Julius wrote the final word and closed the pages, he immediately pouted, clearly annoyed that he would no longer be able to monopolize Theo's potential for himself. Lady Plum Blossom only wanted what was best for the boy, and even the commander was not the kind of man who could deny that. By this point, Theo Ragnar had already drawn expectations great enough to rival the other successor candidates. His talent was enormous, and he was growing at an unprecedented speed. But that also meant he would reach his next wall far sooner than most. This book was meant to help him overcome that wall quickly, perhaps faster than anyone would normally believe possible. Even so, Julius still carried a quiet, nagging fear that Theo might one day become an enemy of the clan. Those standing at the top knew better than anyone that prodigies who rose too quickly often met unfortunate ends, one way or another. If history repeated itself again, the teachings they gave him could one day return as bloodshed against the Ragnars. After hearing Julius speak those fears aloud, Lady Osa became certain of one thing. Commander Julius truly was the right person to keep hold of the book and watch over Theo's growth. When the day came that Julius was certain the boy would not be stained by greed, he could pass those teachings on to the young dragon. That day arrived much sooner than anyone had expected. Now, the insights of the 2 dragons said to stand first and second with the sword were finally resting in Theo's hands. Theo could not help wondering whether he truly deserved something so valuable. But Julius had already judged his worth and decided that he had passed the test. So Theo accepted the book with sincere gratitude, holding it as something far heavier than ordinary pages. Looking back, he realized his meteoric rise had only been possible because of a handful of people who kept guiding him forward. They had helped him without demanding anything in return, lifting him again and again as he climbed toward the top. From the Rendon incident all the way to now, Commander Julius had always shown him favor. For that kindness, Theo quietly promised that he would repay the debt one day. As it turned out, there was already a way for Theo to repay that favor right now, though it would not be pleasant for him at all. The demon dragon was craving a jewel, and it had been far too long since he had found a new toy interesting enough to amuse him. The book would definitely guide Theo forward, but that was only the gentle part of the lesson. The truly painful training was about to begin right there in the arena. From the sidelines, Evelyn quietly turned her eyes away, unable to keep watching without feeling sorry for her poor master. Before she left, she made absolutely certain the arena was locked up tight, as if there was no chance Theo would be allowed to escape. She even wrapped chains around the door from the outside, apologizing again and again while sealing him in for what was about to happen. The brutal training continued through the entire night, and the suffering did not finally end until the first light of morning appeared. When the chains finally clattered down and the heavy gate slowly opened, Evelyn was the first to see what had been left behind inside the arena. Her usually lively young master looked as though he had survived an entire battlefield in a single night, his body worn down from head to toe. This time there was no denying it, the commander had definitely pushed things a little too far. More importantly, Evelyn had already handled the task entrusted to her. The next important clue could be found down in the underground detention cell. The defeated Troivan squad captain had been crippled and locked away there, stripped of any chance to run or fight back. But he was not the kind of man who would confess no matter what kind of torture they tried. So they left him to rot in his cell while Theo prepared a different way to break the situation open. Theo quietly told Evelyn about the chain of events that would unfold over the next few days, laying out what needed to happen step by step. A few days later, Theo finally made his way to the training ground of Plum Blossom Palace. Once inside, he greeted the Lady of Plum Blossoms with proper courtesy, keeping his posture respectful before her. OSA Ragnar Plunis had been waiting for him, especially after the valuable gift of insight had already been placed in his hands. That book had already helped Theo greatly, sharpening his understanding far more than he had expected. To test just how much he had gained from it, Lady Plum Blossom summoned one of the training swords straight into her hand. The moment she held the blade, the entire training ground filled with the presence of her martial theory, blooming outward around them. She wanted to continue teaching him the foundations of her technique, the small but essential pieces people could easily overlook, the very roots of swordsmanship itself. And by the end of the session, she hoped to speak with Theo about how life could be made to blossom through a sword. For the second time, she formally asked Theo to become her official disciple. But before giving her a final answer, Theo wanted to ask one question first. He wanted to know whether she was making that offer as the Heaven Dragon Swordmaster. Lady OSA was visibly surprised by the question, because very few people knew about that hidden title of hers. The Heaven Dragon Sword was a secret school that passed its teachings to only one disciple at a time, and at present, she was the sole inheritor of that mysterious legacy. Lady Plum Blossom immediately understood that Theo was not asking out of simple curiosity. He wanted to know what her true intentions really were. So she answered him honestly. There was no hidden scheme behind her offer, no secret motive buried beneath her kindness. From the full bloom of the plum blossoms to the Heaven Dragon Sword, she wanted to pass everything she possessed down to Theo. A few minutes later, Theo stepped out of the training ground after finally making up his mind. As he walked through the beautiful corridors of Plum Blossom Palace, a group from the flowery faction moved in and surrounded him, blocking his path with smug faces. Theo was not the type to quietly accept disrespect, and the moment he gave them a curt response, those bastards immediately took offense. They assumed Theo had just been accepted as Lady Plum Blossom's newest disciple, so they demanded that he show proper respect to them as his seniors. Theo could only wonder what these barking dogs were making such a fuss about, because this was clearly just a childish attempt to protect their fragile pride. It was nothing new. They were not even his direct superior officers, so throwing rank around meant nothing in this situation. And so, these flowery mutts still wanted to act superior and use the rising star of the clan to boost their own pathetic clout. But there was one thing they had completely misunderstood. Theo had indeed been offered the chance to become Lady Plum Blossom's direct disciple, but he had turned the offer down. When he was first given the chance to accept two incredibly precious legacies, he was naturally tempted to say yes. But he still could not understand why Lady OSA treasured him so deeply when he had done nothing to truly benefit her. She admitted there was no grand reason behind it, and no clever scheme hidden beneath the surface. Lady OSA simply wanted to help him because Theo reminded her of Kyle when he was young. In both appearance and spirit, He was almost exactly like the clan head in his youth. A man who once chased his dreams and ideals with relentless determination. And perhaps, even now, that same man was still dreaming and still chasing something far beyond reach. Back then, Kao was never allowed to fall into despair. No matter what trials stood in his path, he fought to overcome them through his own strength. Every single day brought one hardship after another, an endless road of struggle that would have broken most people. Even so, Kyle Ragnar never yielded, and he never once bent the principles he carried in his heart. Whenever Lady Osa looked at Theo, she saw the younger Kyle she had once fallen in love with that memory stirring in her heart. There was no way she could simply stand aside and do nothing. Since she had laid out her reasons so honestly, the decision now rested entirely with Theo. Even though the offer itself was tempting enough to make anyone pause, Theo still made his choice calmly and decided to turn it down. Right now, he already had far too many people standing around him, teaching him, correcting him, and guiding his path from every direction. Lady Plum Blossom was one of them, of course, but she was far from the only person who had shaped him. So many people had looked at Theo in different ways, each leaving their own mark on him. The demon dragon had personally taken him in and watched over him, while his senior dragoons, Evelyn, Selford, and Aaron, continued to train him and point him forward day after day. Even the people who stood beside him as friends and comrades had helped form the person he was now. Remington, Hulkus, Erica, and the boys from Training Ground 4 had all played a part. Honestly, Theo would even include Axion and Ed Troyvin among the people who had taught him something. That last part was the one Lady Osa clearly had not expected. After all, everyone knew very well how deep Theo's conflict with the Troyvins ran. But in Theo's eyes, even the suffering those villains caused had sharpened him, forced him forward, and helped build the version of himself standing here today. His sword had changed because of every person who had touched his life, whether they had loved him, guided him, challenged him, or wronged him. And because of that, Theo could not say with confidence that he was fit to preserve one school's tradition and pass it cleanly to the next generation. Lady Plum Blossom understood the meaning behind his words. Theo's sword was something restless, shifting, and impossible to bind under one fixed form. Hearing that made him all the more endearing to her, but at the same time, it also left behind a quiet sense of regret. Still, even if Theo could not stand before her as her direct disciple, he told her that he would be more than happy to stand beside her as her son. Those words reached Lady Plum Blossom deeply, stirring something warm inside her heart that she had never expected to feel. After Theo finally left, Osa Ragnar Plunis returned to her usual quiet pleasure, settling back into her peaceful time with wine. But this time, there was a brightness around her that had not been there before. Her attendant could tell at a glance that her master's mood had improved in a way that was impossible to miss. Evans had decided long ago that Osa would never bear a child of her own. And yet now, a boy like Theo had promised to become her son. With that kind of gift placed before her, how could she possibly keep herself from feeling overjoyed? For her attendant, simply seeing her master smiling like that was enough to make her feel happy as well. Lady Osa wanted to thank Theo properly for giving her the chance to finally feel like a mother. So, with that thought in mind, she decided she would send a letter to her husband. And in that letter, she intended to ask that Theo's promotion exam be moved forward as soon as possible. When the attendant heard that, she carefully advised Lady Osa not to rush too quickly. Theo was still a rookie, and he had only just completed the awakening ceremony. If even more attention gathered around him at such a young age, it could place him in even greater danger than the danger already closing in around him. But Lady Osa, that was exactly why they needed to raise him up quickly instead of holding him back. Before the great winds approaching Ragnar swept in and swallowed everything, they needed to help Theo climb as high as he could. That way, as his new mother, she could give her son every advantage within her power. Meanwhile, far away from that quiet room, deep inside the cavalry's underground cell, the only prisoner being held there slowly opened his eyes, sensing that the help he had been waiting for had finally arrived. But that so-called help was not there to save him. It was an assassin sent by the Troyvins, dispatched to cut away every loose end before it could expose them. The captain offered his neck without resistance, accepting death willingly as though this final act would be his last service to the family. But just before the assassin's blades could take his final breath from him, a violent gust of sword wind tore through the dungeon and shattered the moment. Evelyn came crashing down through the ceiling, bursting into the cell to seize the attacker before he could finish the job. She had been waiting for this exact move for quite some time, watching patiently for the enemy to finally reveal himself. From the very beginning, this had been the trap the young master had prepared. With Evelyn's command of the blade, a lone assassin who had already lost the advantage of surprise stood no real chance against her. The Troyvins had never bothered to mark her as a serious threat, and now they were about to pay dearly for underestimating her. It was unfortunate that Captain Sidra could not be eliminated as planned, But if the cleanup man himself was captured too, the situation would become even more disastrous. The assassin's mind raced as he desperately searched for a way to escape the dungeon alive. But Evelyn had no intention of letting him stroll out of that place as if nothing had happened. She moved at once, executing a secret technique of the god of tempest. With that, she unleashed whirling squall, calling forth a raging current that locked the assassin inside its grip. Inside the cramped walls of the underground dungeon, there was barely any space for him to dodge, twist away, or find an opening. Cornered with no path left, the assassin chose a final desperate option. He tried to destroy the evidence by detonating his own mana hall. But Evelyn kept pressing him without giving him even the slightest freedom, interfering before he could properly activate such a sneaky technique. She had already seen this trick once before. It had failed the first time, and there was no chance she would allow it to succeed now. In the end, Evelyn cleanly overpowered and subdued the Troyven family's cleanup man. Somewhere deep within an unfamiliar forest, hidden away from ordinary eyes, there stood a secluded black site. Inside that secret location, operatives gathered to discuss the assassin who had slipped into the underground dungeon, only to be captured by Evelyn. They confirmed that the man was connected to Serpent Season, a suborganization under the Eastern elite clan, the Troyven family. At the meeting were Theo, Evelyn, Commander Julius, and an operative from Black Snow. This incident made one thing clear. Their suspicions had been right, and there was a mole hiding somewhere within the cavalry. That was exactly why this crucial meeting had to be held in such a remote place, far from familiar walls, so no more information could leak out. According to Black Snow's intelligence, Serpent Season was currently operating out of an ancient castle in the Calhelm region. In just 3 hours they would judge the mission as failed, burn every trace of evidence, and disappear. Before that could happen, they needed to strike the base, capture every member they could, and secure both information and evidence from the site. The Black Snow operative delivering the report was Cleve, a Null Snow agent. Theo had not expected that he would personally meet someone of such high rank this soon. Before the briefing could fully wrap up and the ambush plan could be put into motion, Commander Julius raised one final matter, making it clear there was still something important left to settle. This operation would not be treated as just another mission. At the same time, it would also become Theo Ragnar's official promotion exam. For a moment, Theo honestly thought he must have misheard him. In his mind, it felt far too early for him to even be considered qualified for a promotion exam. Commander Julius did not deny that point. In fact, he agreed with Theo, which was exactly why the difficulty of this exam had been raised to an almost absurd level. Normally, as a swordsman climbed higher through the ranks, the trials naturally became harder and more dangerous. But this time, the higher-ups were using a mission that could potentially ignite a full-scale civil war as the test for a mid-rank swordsman promotion. The Demon Dragon had already been informed that Theo was the one who arranged Evelyn's stakeout and the capture operation. Since Theo had set all of this in motion, it was only natural that he should be the one to see it through until the very end. Even if Theo carried the status of an heir, secretly planning things without first discussing them with the commander was still disrespectful. If he wanted that promotion, then he had to complete this crucial mission without a single flaw. Julius made sure Theo understood exactly what was at stake. Once he became a mid-rank swordsman, he would earn the privilege to take on solo missions by himself. And with the way events were unfolding around him, this young man was slowly being pulled into the center of attention, as if history itself was beginning to gather around his name. As if to push him even harder, the system suddenly activated the 4th scenario quest, offering Theo a chance to cut away the dark connections that had haunted his previous life. Theo felt his blood heat with determination. He wanted to dig beneath the surface and uncover what was truly rotting beneath the skin of this decaying clan. With that conviction burning in his eyes, he swore that no matter what stood in his way, he would bring this mission to completion. And with that declaration, Operation Snake Cleanup officially began. Because there was still a strong possibility that a mole was hiding inside the cavalry, the mission team had to be kept as small and secret as possible, limited to only 3 people. Those 3 were Cleve, Theo, and Evelyn. As swordsmen, they had an advantage if the fight turned into direct combat against these snake-like assassins, but in terms of numbers, they were walking into enemy territory badly outmatched. Even so, there was no room to hesitate. Whatever happened inside that base, they would have to adjust on the spot and make the operation succeed. Meanwhile, inside Serpent Season's headquarters, the assassins had just finished gathering every document that connected their organization back to the Troyvens. While they were preparing for the possibility of failure, a small orb-shaped device suddenly rolled across the floor and slipped into the room. The moment it appeared, it became clear what it was. A smokescreen had been thrown in first, serving as the opening signal for an ambush. Before the assassins could even react properly, heads were already flying through the haze and rolling across the floor. Cleve held the title of Null Snow Operative for a very good reason. Only one assassin managed to survive the first attack, but even he was badly wounded. Blood pouring from a deep cut opened across his neck. Cleve was not the type to let wounded prey slip away just because it had crawled out of sight, so she immediately turned back to finish the job. With that, her assigned area was successfully cleared. While Cleve and Evelyn moved to seize the gathered documents, Theo was given the task of heading down into the basement. Even as he moved, Theo could not help feeling impressed after witnessing someone of Cleve's level fight in person. If the blueprints they had received during the mission briefing were accurate, then the staircase leading to the basement should be somewhere nearby. But Theo let his guard slip for just a moment. He was moving too quickly, focused too much on speed, and his foot triggered a hidden tripwire. The instant the wire snapped into motion, a trap activated, sending a deadly mechanism straight toward his face, almost piercing through his eyes. If Theo's reflexes had been even a little slower, he would not have escaped in time. He drew his sword in a flash, the blade cutting through the air as he deflected the sudden storm of hidden stingers. Then, using hatchling synchro to read the information woven into the area, Theo's vision caught every hidden danger around him. Countless tripwires and traps revealed themselves one after another, and beyond those fixed mechanisms, several men were also lying in wait for an ambush. To clear out all those nuisances at once, Theo pulled out multiple blades and poured his black lightning into them. His Thunder Dragon-breathing dragon mark had grown stronger after its upgrade, making its power even more lethal than before. The unlucky assassins waiting in ambush were erased in an instant. The blades pierced through them, and the black lightning fried them at the exact same time. Once those enemies were dealt with, Theo moved past the fixed traps and wires with much greater ease. The security in this section was far tighter than normal, almost unnaturally so. To Theo, that was a clear sign that something important had to be hidden somewhere in the basement. At last, Theo reached the lowest level of the ancient castle. But the moment he stepped into that place, the thick smell of blood and the gruesome sight of torn flesh and gore assaulted him all at once. Standing in the middle of that horrific scene was a lone man dressed in a red robe and hat, calmly preaching about a sacred time of prayer. The priest of blood did not appreciate Theo interrupting his crimson ceremony. Theo immediately recognized what kind of man he was. This was a priest of the Holy Demon Church. That rotten church spread a twisted doctrine, claiming that an apocalypse would soon come and swallow the entire world. Promised their followers that a savior would descend from the heavens, using that sweet lie of salvation to completely capture the hearts of ignorant masses. And in just a few years, that same cult would become the spark that ignited the Great War, the war that would mark the collapse of the empire. Keeping his guard raised, Theo activated hatchling synchro and focused it on the unsettling priest before him. What he saw was a bloody aura, powered by a strange mana that did not obey the basic laws of the world, flowing through what looked like a broken mind gate. Theo guessed that this might be the so-called grace the blood priests often spoke of. But to them, Theo was nothing more than a non-believer. And because of that, the priest declared that Theo would be granted the honor of becoming a sacrifice for the one and only God. The blood priest suddenly closed the distance, reaching toward Theo with both of his blood-stained hands. Theo managed to parry the grab just in time, but the moment their strength collided, he realized something was wrong. The priest's flesh was unbelievably hard, far beyond anything normal. Theo and the blood priest clashed again and again, their movements cutting through the basement as each heavy exchange echoed off the walls. But no matter how Theo adjusted his angle or poured strength into his strikes, every attack he launched was brushed aside and made completely useless. He'd feel the terrifying weight behind each of the priest's movements. If even one grab landed cleanly, if that monster managed to lock him down for even a second, Theo knew it would be over. Then at last, the worst possible thing happened. The blood priest caught Theo's sword with nothing but his bare hand. A swing that Theo had poured his full power into was stopped so easily that it looked almost ridiculous. With Theo's blade sealed and his stance broken, the priest struck back and sent him flying straight toward the basement wall. Blood priests were supposed to belong near the very bottom ranks of the Holy Demon Church, and yet even one of them already possessed this much monstrous power. Theo's choices were shrinking fast. If he used Triple Dragon's Claw in a cramped place like this, the whole basement could collapse and bury him alive, but his mana-infused attacks were not breaking through either. So what could he even do with his sword in this situation? At that moment, time seemed to slow around him, and the lessons the demon dragon had once taught him surfaced in his mind. The lesson was about explosive, destructive strength, a force so overwhelming that it seemed to symbolize death itself. The sword dragon, however, had taught him something different, the pulsing root at the very heart of swordsmanship. Life and death were not things that should be understood as simple opposites standing apart from each other. Before Theo could fully settle that thought, the crazed priest charged at him again, aiming to smash his head and spill his blood across the floor. Theo barely managed to throw himself out of the way at the very last second, his movement rough and almost clumsy. He kept slipping past one killing blow after another, narrowly avoiding death each time, and the priest's irritation began to show more clearly. And right in the middle of that desperate struggle, Theo's understanding suddenly broke through. Life and death did not reject each other. They formed a natural cycle, with death waiting at the end of life. And from death, life could bloom again, using what ended as the very catalyst for something new. At first glance, they seemed like two completely different powers, but in truth they were connected as one. Theo realized he had been spreading his power too broadly with every attack, when what he needed was to gather everything into one single flash of light, sharper, cleaner, and far more devastating. The priest, still trusting completely in his supposedly invulnerable skin, faced Theo's next strike without a trace of fear. Theo tested that new understanding right there in the heat of battle, and in that instant, he awakened a new technique: Dragon Flash. At first, the priest only laughed, completely unbothered by the sharper, louder sound Theo's blade released. But that smug laughter quickly twisted into panic when the skin he had trusted so much was suddenly shredded apart. The technique tore through him as if it had a will of its own, rampaging through the priest's body from the inside. This time, it was Theo's turn to send that pale bastard crashing violently into the basement wall. The priest snarled at him, calling Theo a seed of evil for achieving a breakthrough in the middle of slaughter, an existence that should never be allowed to remain alive. Theo did not care at all about the priest's ominous ranting. At that moment, he was far more interested in beating him down. Grabbing the blood priest tightly by the face, Theo activated Hatchling Synchro and forced his way into the lunatic's memories. This was his chance to uncover the true source of the strange power wielded by the Holy Demon Church. The instant he pushed deeper, Theo felt the entire world around him twist and swirl, as if his consciousness were being dragged into another dimension. It was a sensation he recognized, his soul floating weightlessly through an endless stretch of vast, infinite space. But this was nothing like the other times he had tried to read someone's memories. This experience felt completely different, far deeper and far more dangerous. Then his system suddenly sent him a message, but the screen was broken and distorted, filled with a garbled mess of unreadable characters. As if the system itself were overloading, it warned him that he was about to encounter an enemy standing on a far higher level. The warning strongly advised the user to run for his life, but where could Theo possibly run when endless darkness stretched in every direction around him? Then a primal voice rolled through the void, shaking Theo down to his very core as it demanded to know who he was and what he was. When the view seemed to pull back, Theo realized the infinite darkness surrounding him was only a tiny part of a single eye belonging to a being beyond human comprehension. Theo was in serious trouble. Without meaning to, he had disturbed the sweet, deep slumber of what felt like this universe's final boss. The god worshipped by the Holy Demon Church had finally become aware of Theo's existence. Growing irritated by Theo's silence, that god pressed down on him again and demanded an answer. Forced to face the so-called grace that the cultists kept praising, Theo found himself completely frozen, unable to move or speak. It was as if that god could see straight through his entire being. And then, with terrifying certainty, it uttered his name, Theo Ragnar. In fact, this existence had already been searching for him. To that being, Theo was a blight upon this plane of existence, something that should not be allowed to remain. The being's endless body began to writhe and reshape itself, stretching around Theo's soul from every side. It bent, twisted, and squirmed into forms that no human mind could properly understand. And just as Theo's soul was on the verge of being swallowed, a brilliant golden light suddenly flared up around him, shielding him from the darkness. An avatar of the ancient dragon, Lodbrok, tore through the fleshy form of the primordial god and broke Theo free from its grasp. Theo could only marvel at the sight before him, watching two existences far beyond his own level stand against each other. Lodbrok sweetly referred to him as a significant other, yet her warning was stern and serious. This thing was not an opponent Theo was ready to face yet. Even if Theo somehow managed to climb all the way up to Sigurd Ragnar's level, Lodbrok made it clear that victory against that existence would still be far from guaranteed. For the moment, Lodbrok would be the one to handle this terrifying cosmic disturbance herself. And without giving Theo any room to argue, she sent his soul flying back toward reality with a sharp slap of her tail. Theo still had far too many questions swirling in his head, things he desperately wanted answered. But before he could ask even one of them, he was forced back into the blood-soaked basement. Back in his own body, the young man was still trembling, his entire being shaken by the ancient terror that had nearly devoured him. And the more he thought about it, the heavier it felt. Lodbrok had been standing alone against something like that for countless ages. Theo struggled to steady his breathing as he tried to process the impossible thing he had just witnessed. Meanwhile, the blood priest completely lost control. He could not accept how a non-believer like Theo had been granted the Lord's presence, while someone like him, who had devoted his entire life to worship, had never once received that recognition. Theo finally ended it there, cutting down the bald bastard and beheading him without hesitation. That thing might have been called a god by the cult, but to Theo it was not his god. More importantly, Theo was now certain of one thing. The Holy Demon Church was worshipping the nameless sovereign, the very existence Lodbrok had once hinted at. Protecting the world from that horrifying presence had been Lodbrok's duty for a very long time. But without heart, Lodbrok would not be able to endure for more than 3 years. And in 5 years the Great War would begin. The death of the Guardian Dragon would become the first sign that the end was approaching. The rise of the Holy Demon Church, Ed Troivin's rebellion, and the chaos that would swallow the Empire were all connected. At last, the pieces were beginning to fit together. Theo staggered on his feet, his mind still shaken and scrambled from that out-of-body encounter. Thankfully, Evelyn was right there beside him, stepping in and letting him lean on her shoulder. Cleve was genuinely impressed when she realized the young master had managed to take down a blood priest all on his own. With an achievement like that, Theo had already proven more than enough to pass his promotion exam. After the trio finished clearing every hostile presence inside the castle, they finally had the freedom to investigate the incriminating documents left behind. Unfortunately, everything written on those papers could still only be treated as circumstantial evidence. None of it was strong enough to serve as the decisive proof needed for prosecution. So Theo brought out a familiar box, claiming he had found it hidden away in the basement. The moment Evelyn saw it, she recognized the object immediately. It was the very same box that she and Remington had once been ordered to retrieve before the awakening ceremony. Inside were secret trade records between the Ceres Merchant Guild and the Troivans. Evelyn could not help feeling impressed by her master's foresight, because he had kept this card hidden until the perfect moment to reveal it. Cleve carefully examined the logs and soon found formal trades connected to Ed Troivin, complete with official seals that made the records impossible to dismiss. With this evidence in their hands, they could now prove the Sky Dragon's treasonous schemes, as well as the involvement of the Holy Demon Church. At last, they had enough proof to move against that bastard Ed. Their first step would be an immediate strike against the Ceres Guild. The time had finally come to correct the flow of history and crush Ed Troivin. When the Demon Dragon received word of the Sky Dragon's rotten schemes, his fury was almost impossible to contain. For now, they only had enough evidence to point to him as a suspect, which meant a deeper investigation was still necessary. Julius received the report directly from the mighty Black Dragon himself. And once Robert Ragnar became personally involved, the case had practically moved beyond the stage of simple suspicion. With Robert's influence and reach, there was no way he had been completely unaware of this undercurrent. He must have known something long before, and yet he had allowed it to continue. Instead of letting the conversation linger on that uncomfortable point, the Black Dragon smoothly shifted the topic and praised Theo Ragnar for killing a blood priest by himself. Robert argued that the boy's talent was clearly far more suited to Black Snow, and that Theo should be sent to the place where he truly belonged. Theo had excellent perception and sharp deduction. He could grasp the larger picture from the smallest clues, and even his methods closely resembled those of a Black Snow operative. It was almost as if he had been trained for that role from the start. Of course, Julius had no intention of letting his star rookie be stolen away by the shady Black Dragon. OSA had already tried to claim Theo, and now Big Brother Robert was circling him too. Hearing Julius call him Big Brother made the Black Dragon's expression turn nostalgic for a moment. Long before they became the powerful figures they were today, Kyle, OSA, Robert, and Julius had once sworn themselves as brothers and sisters. But Julius could tell exactly what this scheming bastard was doing. Robert was trying to tug at his heartstrings so he could get his hands on Theo. Even so, Robert continued to insist that he was only acting like a caring older brother looking after his younger brother. Before leaving, he casually swiped several of the commander's wine bottles as if it were the easiest thing in the world, then demanded that Julius prepare something more expensive for him to steal next time. Julius could only curse Robert Ragnar helplessly as the man cheerfully hop-skipped away into the shadows. The Black Dragon had also come to confirm whether there was a mole inside the cavalry. He was genuinely relieved to see that this place had managed to remain free from the Sky Dragon's clutches. As Robert walked toward the door, his physical form began to crumble apart, scattering like dust carried away by the wind. He was already looking forward to watching the Ceres Guild finally fall. And on this day of all days, that corrupt family happened to be in the middle of a wedding ceremony. All of their higher-ups had gathered together inside the wedding chapel of the Central Branch. The groom, Naven Bacchus, stepped forward and formally introduced himself as the second son of the Bacchus clan. Quadric Ceres, the guildmaster of the Ceres Merchant Guild, had been the one to request this betrothal between the two families. His fourth daughter, Lily Ceres, was meant to become the living bridge that connected two powerful factions together. Through this marriage bond, the Ceres family and the Bacchus clan would no longer be tied by mere agreement. From this moment on, they would be linked by blood. Quadric Series could barely hold back the greedy excitement swelling inside him, his face almost twitching with satisfaction. With this marriage, he would finally get his hands on the name of an elite noble. And to Quadric, this was only the first step. In his heart, he was already planning to make the Ragnars pay for ever daring to look down on him. Soon enough, he intended to unleash a grand and bloody vengeance. While Quadric was practically glowing with piggish delight, the patriarch of the Bacchus clan was silently burning with anger. As one of Ragnar's 6 pillars, being tied to this union was nothing short of humiliation for them. Even so, their situation left them with little choice. They needed the dowry from this marriage to pull their family back from the edge of financial ruin. That was why the bitter patriarch sent Navin, an illegitimate child, to stand in as the groom. Navin could barely hide his amusement as he looked around. He could tell the old men of his clan were practically boiling with rage beneath their stiff expressions. Still, he had his doubts. Merchants as calculating as the Ceres family would never truly intend to help the Bacchus clan out of simple goodwill. Nevertheless, the Ceres store had been placed in line as collateral, giving this whole arrangement a very real price. But Navin was quietly hatching a plan of his own, one that involved getting rich through spilled blood. In truth, he had come here to watch a cursed family fall. And with utterly convincing acting skills, Navin smiled and vowed that he would treat his bride-to-be with the deepest care and love. To his surprise, Lily Ceres did not simply accept those pretty words. Instead, she asked him to prove that he truly intended to stand by them. Sensing that she had a specific request in mind, Navin opened his ears and listened without hesitation. He said he would be happy to help her, as long as her request did not involve money. Just to irritate the bald patriarch even further, Navin even promised that he would hand over the Bacchus family seal. But Lily Ceres had no interest at all in some random family seal. What she wanted was Theo Ragnar's head, the man who had left her with a grotesque scar where her amputated arm used to be. Navin immediately thought this woman was completely insane. She was basically asking him to assassinate a Ragnar family heir in public. Quadric quickly jumped in, trying to shut his daughter up before she could say anything worse. But what Navin said next was arguably even crazier. He agreed to give his young bride exactly what she wanted, saying he would gladly lop off Theo Ragnar's head to seal this marriage. Outside the chapel, the citizens of the central branch all lifted their heads together, staring up at the sky as wyverns began filling the air above them. After reaching their destination, Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve abandoned their ride midair and dropped down for a bold, flashy landing. Unlike their previous covert operation, this strike was not hidden in the shadows at all. This time, they came openly and proudly beneath the banner of the Ragnar clan. From this point on, they would be carrying out clan justice in full view of everyone. Cleve announced the crimes committed by the Ceres merchant group against the Ragnars, then presented the warrant granting them authority to search and examine every possible trace of treason. She made it clear that anyone who interfered would be killed on the spot, without exception. Then she advised the culprits to surrender peacefully and allow the investigation to proceed thoroughly. Quadric knew perfectly well just how many crimes he had committed, but instead of backing down, he chose to put on a strong front. Cleve gave the criminals a countdown, offering them one final chance to walk out of the chapel peacefully. However, Quadric argued that a little piece of paper could easily be fabricated, and insisted that his family would never yield to such a thing. He claimed this was nothing more than a frame-up, accusing the authorities of playing dirty to trap an innocent family. Quadric kept his stance firm, declaring that his family's loyalty to Ragnar had never wavered. Then, to fight what he called unreasonable accusations, he ordered his soldiers forward to exterminate the law enforcers. He certainly looked innocent right now, but nearby, Patriarch Bacchus found himself trapped and visibly tied to a group of criminals, so he immediately tried to wash his hands of the matter. Seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control, he attempted to dissolve the marriage agreement on the spot. But after coming this far, that pig Quadric had no intention of accepting such a convenient escape. It was already far too late. In the eyes of the enforcers, the two families had become bound by marriage and were working together. Quadric argued that if the cavalry truly had solid proof, they would not have sent only 3 people. They would have deployed an entire army large enough to cover the sky. Using that logic, the pig planned to borrow the blades of the Bacchus clan, break through the enforcement team and escape. Before the two family heads could continue their tense discussion, Navin calmly stepped in and joined the chaos as if he were simply here to enjoy the show. To him, this sudden turn of events was nothing more than a perfect chance to deliver a wedding present to his bride. Despite the patriarch's obvious disapproval, Navin drew his blade, launched himself through the city with agile movements, and aimed straight for the law enforcers. The moment he picked up that sword, the Bacchus house had effectively become an accomplice of the Ceres family. Forced to work with the hand he had been dealt, the bald patriarch ordered his men to follow Navin and assist him. Meanwhile, Theo, Evelyn, and Cleve had already been surrounded by city guards, with spear tips closing in around them from every side. Cleve gave the frightened civilians one final solemn warning, telling them to move away before her hand was forced and everyone involved had to be executed for treason. Then Naven suddenly leapt into the middle of the trio, landing right at the center of the confrontation and stealing everyone's attention for himself. He muttered under his breath that Ragnar's people really did love reaching for the execution block the moment they found even the smallest excuse. Theo and Evelyn both froze for a beat, their expressions tightening as the same thought hit them at once. Whoever this man was, he was absolutely dangerous. Then, with one smooth circular swing of his blade, he forced all three of them to spring apart, scattering them in different directions as they raised their guards just to survive the pressure. And that violent slash was apparently Naven's idea of a greeting for Ragnar's entire entourage. But more than anyone else, that greeting was aimed straight at young Master Theo. For a moment, our boy was completely stun-locked, because he knew exactly who Naven Bacchus was. Maybe not everyone knew him now, but in the future, his name would become impossible to ignore. During the Great War, Naven had been like a walking disaster, a force of nature who threw Ragnar into chaos again and again. Later on, he would marry into the Sarah merchant group and stand on the front lines beside Ed Troyvin, carving his name into history through sheer bloodshed. People would come to call him Ghost Sword Naven, a terrifying swordsman whose blade seemed to appear from nowhere. And for some reason, that very man now wanted Theo's head. He barely paid any attention to the women around Theo. Ghost Sword Naven's eyes stayed locked on the Ragnar heir alone, as if killing Theo was the only thing that mattered. Theo's thoughts began racing at full speed. If he could properly use what he knew from his past life, this terrifying encounter might actually turn into a huge opportunity, one that could push his strength to an entirely new level. So Theo called ISO forward against Naven, then told the ladies to continue the mission without him. While they pushed ahead, he would stay behind and face the eccentric swordsman on his own. Evelyn clearly didn't like that decision. Her hesitation showed right away, and she looked reluctant to leave Theo alone with someone this dangerous. But Cleve accepted Theo's judgment. The Sarah crooks were probably destroying evidence at that very moment, so they couldn't afford to waste time. For now, they had no choice but to trust that Theo could hold back a monster like Naven. Naven gave the young master a playful warning, almost like he was joking around, saying that even if he didn't look the part, he was actually pretty strong. Theo, instead of backing down, met that strange energy with a faintly amused look of his own, matching Naven's bizarre mood without missing a beat. Before their swords clashed again, Theo said there was one thing he wanted to ask. Naven, still wearing that unpredictable air, allowed him the question. Theo asked whether Naven was committing an obvious act of treason because he wanted to ruin the Bacchus family and avenge his pitiful mother. The moment words left Theo's mouth, Ghost Sword Naven's grip tightened around his sword. Theo had dragged up a memory he clearly hated touching, one that scraped against a wound he preferred to keep buried. And just like that, Naven found one more reason to cut off the young man's head. But instead of meeting that hostility head-on, Theo kept his composure and asked Naven to hear out his proposal. Theo said he would gladly lend his hand and help bring down the rotten Bacchus family from the inside out. At that exact moment, the system triggered a hidden recruitment quest, opening the path to turn Ghost Sword Naven into an ally. Honestly, Theo was going to need some serious talk no jutsu energy to pull this off. Naven Bacchus was never an ordinary member of his family. He was an anomaly, the unofficial strongest blade the Bacchus family had ever produced. Even with talent that could stand beside the legendary Thorkel Ragnar, Naven had never received the proper recognition he deserved. And the reason was brutally simple. He was an illegitimate child, born from a woman in a brothel. Instead of becoming a source of pride, Naven's overwhelming talent only brought unbearable grief to his mother, a pain she could no longer carry. When Naven was still just a young boy, he had to watch his own mother take her life right in front of him. From that day onward, his hatred for his own family burned deep inside him and never went out. Theo knew this part of Naven's past, and if he handled it correctly, he could use that hatred to bring an incredibly valuable comrade to his side. Unfortunately, Theo had misjudged just how furious Naven would become when his mother was brought into the conversation. Before Theo could fully regain control of the situation, he was forced to take another deadly strike from Ghost Sword Naven. And that attack was no joke. The impact hit so hard that it nearly blasted Theo off his feet and shook him down to his bones. Naven saw absolutely no reason to accept an offer like that from someone he had only just met, especially not from a Ragnar brat standing in front of him with too much confidence. In his eyes, the Bacchus family was already headed downhill all on its own. He didn't need to join hands with some hotshot punk just to watch them collapse. That might have been true, but if Naven simply stood by and did nothing, he would be dragged down with the very family he despised so much. But to Naven, even that warning barely mattered. As far as he was concerned, he had no regrets left, no future waiting for him, and no real hopes tying him to life. Theo, however, knew that Naven was only speaking with such bleak resignation because of the condition eating away at him. His ether fever. Naven was sick. His body had always been young and fragile, far too weak to endure the massive weight of the talent he carried. Ether fever could be treated if caught early with intensive care, but Naven had already missed that critical window, leaving him trapped in a life that was slowly running out. His useless family had basically ruined him from the very beginning. At this point, Naven only had around 5 miserable years left to live. Even Naven had to admit he was impressed. It wasn't every day that some noble young master managed to dig up this much dirt from his buried past. But even after hearing all of that, Naven still wasn't moved. In his mind, the Bacchus family's end was already coming, and when it finally sank, he intended to sink right along with it. Theo's lips curved into a confident, almost smug smile as he asked whether Naven would change his mind if Theo had a cure. For the first time, Naven's expression truly wavered. He looked shaken as he snapped back that there was no possible cure for ether fever. Technically, Naven wasn't wrong. In this time, no one knew how to cure it. But in Theo's previous life, a cure had eventually been discovered and revealed to the public. And in a cruel twist of fate, that cure had been found only a few days after Ghost Sword Naven had already died. Right now, in this present timeline, Theo might be the only person alive who knew that the cure even existed. With absolute confidence in his voice, Theo assured Naven that they could get rid of that annoying ether fever completely. Not maybe, not possibly, but 100%. And as they had already made clear, the rotten Bacchus family was going to burn to the ground no matter what happened. But if Naven chose to take Theo's hand, then he wouldn't have to disappear with them. He could survive, keep living, and become someone who actually mattered. He could leave behind a real, positive mark on the world, not as a doomed blade of Bacchus, but as a hero who helped the Ragnar family. All Naven had to do was trust Theo just once and take that leap of faith. Meanwhile, closer to the chapel, the city guards had already thrown together defensive measures meant to slow down Evelyn and Agent Cleve. Of course, against fighters on their level, those ordinary mortal traps and barriers were almost laughably useless. If anything, the biggest problem was the constant hassle of swatting away arrows, because deflecting them one after another was less dangerous than it was irritating. From a distance, Evelyn and Cleve could see that Theo and Naven had stopped crossing blades entirely. Instead of fighting, the two of them were standing face to face, locked in some kind of serious conversation. Cleve's patience was wearing dangerously thin. Every second they wasted made her want to end the whole mess the fastest way possible, by cutting down every hostile presence in sight. The only reason she hadn't already done exactly that was because of her superior's order. Her priority wasn't just the mission itself, but observing Theo Ragnar and judging whether he had the potential to be recruited. The Black Dragon wanted more information, not guesses. They needed a clearer look at what the boy could truly do when pressure started closing in around him. After all, one of Black Snow's major duties was to accurately assess the people who might one day stand at the front of Ragnar's future. As a Null Snow, Cleve had to keep that responsibility in mind throughout the operation. Before they had even moved out, she had already asked exactly when she would be allowed to remove her limits. Since the demonic cult had now been dragged into the situation, the condition was clear. If someone at the level of a bishop or higher appeared, Cleve would be released without restraint. So, like a disciplined soldier, Cleve held herself back and kept her involvement limited, even if every part of her clearly hated doing it. The only thing that genuinely worried her about this arrangement was the delay. If this mission dragged on too long, she might end up being forced into unpaid overtime, and that thought annoyed her more than the enemy arrows. While Cleve was caught in those irritated thoughts, Naven Bacchus suddenly leaped over and landed on their side as if switching positions had been the most natural thing in the world. Evelyn's eyes immediately swept the area, concern flashing across her face as she searched for young Master Theo, worried that he might have been defeated. But of course, that wasn't what had happened at all. Theo hadn't fallen. Somehow, he and Naven were on friendly terms now. After that short conversation squeezed between deadly sword exchanges, Naven Bacchus had actually changed sides. And honestly, having someone like him standing with them instead of against them made the entire battlefield feel a lot less terrifying. He even went so far as to apologize to the ladies for how rude and discourteous he had been earlier, which was almost harder to believe than the betrayal itself. After all, they would be moving forward as allies from here on out, and it would be troublesome if they kept carrying resentment toward each other while charging into the same fight. With that, Theo's hidden quest had been completed successfully. Naven wasted no time proving just how valuable he could be. The moment he joined their side, he tore into the battlefield like a demon unleashed, moving through ordinary defenses without taking a single scratch. With one powerful leap, his body shot upward, rising high into the air above the defensive line. The poor soldiers below actually thought that made him an easy target, assuming he would be helpless while suspended in midair. But Naven only looked irritated by their ridiculous wooden contraptions. With a single sweep of his blade, he sliced through rows of anti-siege equipment as effortlessly as cutting through dry grass. And the soldiers unfortunate enough to be standing near those machines were punished right along with them, their bodies meeting a gruesome end before they could even react. While Naven was carving through the battlefield in a bloody rampage, the bald patriarch shouted at him, scolding the illegitimate sword for daring to turn his blade against his own family. Naven immediately scoffed the moment he heard the word family. Coming from that bastard's mouth, the word only made his blood boil hotter, twisting years of hatred into a single sharp edge. So Naven finally did what he had wanted to do for years. He cut through the blabbering patriarch in one clean, merciless stroke, splitting him apart before the man could keep talking. That bald head cracked open under the force like fresh fruit smashed apart, leaving no room for dignity in his final moment. Evelyn could only stare in awe. That man truly lived up to the rumors claiming he was equal to young Lord Thorkel. Theo quickly urged the ladies to take advantage of Naven's rampage and move forward while the enemy formation was collapsing. With Naven tearing open the way, they finally had a clear path to reach and capture that pig, Quadric Ceres. And speaking of the devil, Quadric was completely losing his mind after hearing that their defenses had been rendered useless one after another. Only now did he finally start thinking about disposing of the documents that could be used as evidence against his guild. One of his attendants, pale with fear, advised him to begin by burning the papers connected to the Troivans. But the pig exploded at the suggestion, violently opposing the idea. As far as he was concerned, no one was allowed to touch those documents except him. The terrified attendant was only trying to think rationally, hoping to reduce future casualties and limit how much damage this disaster would cause. But Quadric had no interest in listening to reason. If the Troivan connection went up in flames, how was he supposed to recover the money he had invested in them? Even with the law closing in, he still couldn't let go of a single coin he thought he could squeeze out. Then another presence in the room spoke up, insulting Quadric as a pathetic mortal drowning in vulgar greed. The pig's eyes immediately lit up. The one man who might be able to help him deal with the incoming cavalry had arrived at exactly the right moment. Outside, the four-person party's momentum had become impossible to stop. Wherever they pushed forward, bodies were left behind, scattered across the path they carved open. Theo, still running at a relentless pace, suddenly slowed when he saw a crowd beginning to walk out through the door ahead. At the front stood a representative of the Holy Demon Church, and behind him, hundreds of hooded believers lined up outside the chapel, ready to put the teachings of their god into action. Quadric practically thanked the devils for sending him a bishop from the demonic cult at such a desperate moment. Since these lunatics were also tied to the Troivans, he figured there was at least a chance they might be willing to lend him some help. The bishop agreed to provide assistance, but only because the pig might still prove useful when the day of judgment finally arrived. However, when the bishop demanded that Quadric hand over the Troivan documents, the pig immediately clammed up again. His obsession with wealth was putting the larger plan in danger, and at that point, a little violence became necessary to correct his stupidity. The bishop had no patience to soothe the ego of an arrogant fool. Worse than that, Quadric was also a wretched non-believer, which made him even less worth sparing. So the bishop simply ordered Quadric's death. At this point, they had no use for his money anymore anyway. As hands tightened around his neck and began choking the life out of him, the pig somehow managed to force out a sincere apology. He admitted that he had been far too rude earlier, then desperately added that killing him would only make the connection with the Troivans far more complicated. Quadric might have been a greedy, disgusting pig, but when his life was on the line, he still knew exactly how to crawl, beg, and survive. The bishop decided to spare him for the moment and gave Quadric one final chance to burn the evidence before everything fell apart. But he also warned him in a cold voice that escaping was not an option. Their lord was watching over all of this, and there would be nowhere for Quadric to hide. Terrified that the bishop might suddenly change his mind, Quadric hurriedly hobbled toward the basement door, dragging his body forward as fast as he could manage. Outside, Theo's party was about to receive a very special welcome, prepared personally by the Blood Bishop and his fanatical followers. The believers began spreading out across the area, their formation opening like a crimson tide, because the time had finally come for them to wage their so-called holy war. The sickly bishop of the demonic cult raised his voice and preached about the descent of their god, a god that would arrive drenched in blood. And all around him, the brainwashed fanatics echoed his twisted words, repeating those insane beliefs with empty devotion in their voices. On Theo's side, there were only 4 fighters, including Theo himself. Standing against them was an entire army of cultists, packed together like a living wall. They had already suspected that the demonic cult might be involved in this case, but seeing a bishop appear this early was still far beyond what they expected. Through the gaps of those red hoods, Theo caught sight of the cultists' eyes, dead, emotionless, and completely emptied of fear. So he didn't hesitate for even a second. Theo cut straight into the crowd, mowing them down as he carved open a path through the mass of bodies. These lunatics didn't care about protecting themselves at all. They threw their lives away without hesitation, charging forward with only one thought in mind: attack, even if it killed them. Even Evelyn and Naven, both experienced fighters who had seen their share of battle, were unnerved by the endless stampede of cultists rushing toward them. Cleve, however, kept to the flank, watching the situation with a completely different kind of reaction. She was silently thanking her luck that a bishop had actually appeared. Sure, that made the situation more troublesome, but it also meant she could finally stop holding back and go all out. Cleve drew both of her blades, her posture sharpening as if she had been waiting this whole time to slice through waves of demonic worshippers. Just as Theo began to feel the pressure closing in and their forward momentum started to stall, Cleve burst into the fray, turning the battlefield into a bloody stage for her blade dance. From this point on, she was finished observing. She wasn't here to analyze anymore. She was taking the lead. To punish anyone foolish enough to stand in Ragnar's path, Cleve was ready to tear through the entire city with her own hands if that was what it took. Before she could fully lose herself in the slaughter, Theo reminded the Null Snow operative that their real purpose here was still to secure the evidence before it was destroyed. Cleve scoffed at him, clearly unimpressed by how narrowly he was focusing on the documents. Now that the demonic cult had revealed itself so openly in public, she argued that no additional evidence was even necessary anymore. Theo firmly disagreed. In his eyes, they needed concrete proof now more than ever. If the demonic church cared enough to send out a bishop, then something inside that chapel had to be important enough that they couldn't afford to lose it. Cleve finally relented, her expression still sharp, and asked Theo what his next move would be. Right now, the priority was simple. They had to break through the crimson mass of believers as fast as possible, almost like they were trying to speed-run the entire battlefield. To make that happen, Theo planned to link his lightning gate with hatchling synchro, expanding his range far beyond what he could normally control. At the same time, he pushed his mind gate to its absolute limit, scanning and mapping the surrounding terrain as if he were cracking open the battlefield itself. Cleve seemed curious to see what Theo was about to do, so she eased back half a step and let him take the initiative. The moment she slowed down, a blood priest saw an opening and lunged in, trying to launch a sneak attack while her attention appeared divided. Cleve spun around instantly and shredded the pathetic, muscular preacher into minced meat. With the others handling the cultists, Theo could now focus on securing the evidence. After mapping out the terrain, the young master quickly found the most efficient route leading into the chapel. He pushed forward through the sea of fanatics, almost crowd-surfing over the chaos, but their numbers felt endless no matter how many fell. A tidal wave of brainwashed believers still waited ahead, surging toward him like there was no bottom to their ranks. To support him directly, Evelyn and Naven began wiping away the filth blocking his optimal path. The two worked together with deadly precision, clearing space for Theo to advance. But when Evelyn heard Naven sucking up to her lord, her competitive spirit immediately sparked to life. Theo never stopped moving. Using psychokinesis with expert control, he turned his lightning daggers into footholds beneath him, stepping through the air with a technique he named Lightning Dragon Rapid Protection. Theo reasoned that the task of destroying the evidence had most likely been entrusted to the High Commander, Quadric Series. After sweeping his senses through the chapel walls, he was able to pinpoint the pig's location without much difficulty. And with that, the fourth scenario quest continued to move forward. Back on the front lines, Evelyn and Naven had already become a terrifyingly lethal pair. Still as arrogant as ever, Ghost Sword Naven introduced himself as Lord Theo's new first sword, as if the title already belonged to him. From Evelyn's reaction alone, Naven could immediately tell that she was offended by him casually claiming that position. He added that he would only accept being pushed down to second sword if that Null Snow girl was the one competing for the spot. But against Evelyn, Naven Bacchus clearly believed he was far superior. To prove it, he moved with effortless skill and cut down several cultists who had tried to sneak up on Evelyn while she was distracted. Since they were allies now, Naven said there was no need for them to quarrel. They could simply decide who deserved to be Theo's first sword by seeing who killed more believers. Evelyn, being the strict and proper type, refused to take part in such a childish competition. But the moment Naven called her a scaredy cat who was afraid to lose, Evelyn's temper almost exploded right there on the battlefield. In direct response to Naven's challenge, Evelyn moved sharply and forcefully stole a kill right out from under Ghost Sword Naven's blade. Evelyn's attack was vicious, clean, and absolutely decisive. Watching her move like that, Naven finally realized he might have provoked someone far more dangerous than he first assumed. With the Tempest God's legacy at her side, Evelyn was determined to prove, right there on the battlefield, that she deserved the title of Theo Ragnar's first sword. Naven, however, looked more thrilled than threatened. In the middle of all that bloodshed, he had somehow found a proper rival, and the excitement in his eyes made that painfully obvious. Meanwhile, inside the chapel, Quadric Ceres continued hobbling deeper and deeper underground, dragging himself toward the lowest floor as panic gnawed at his back. He snatched up torches along the way, broke through several locks, and finally reached the most heavily secured room in the entire place. At the center of that sealed room sat a chest, and inside it were documents powerful enough to shake nations and bring entire empires crashing down. But Quadric didn't see them as world-shattering evidence. To him, they were just paperwork, bargaining chips he could use to squeeze even more money from the Troivans. If he burned them now, he might at least reduce the treason charges waiting for him. Even knowing that, his greed still refused to let him drop the torch onto what he saw as his future payday. He already poured far too much money into the Sky Dragon's plans. The thought of losing the revenue tied to those documents made his stomach twist harder than the fear of punishment. Then the bishop's threats echoed back through his mind. Quadric knew that twisted freak had not been bluffing. Money was precious, but keeping his life mattered just a little bit more. With trembling hands, Quadric finally let the torch fall. But in that same instant, Theo came tearing in like a streak of dark lightning, arriving just in time to stop the precious evidence from being reduced to ashes. The moment Quadric saw Theo Ragnar standing there, his face ran through every emotion at once. Theo looked like a harbinger of death, and this time, he had come for far more than the arms of the pig's daughter. Naturally, the corrupt but stubborn businessman understood exactly how bad his situation was, and he immediately tried to save himself by begging for mercy. Theo had no patience left for his hollow words. Electric energy began filling the cramped room, crackling through the air as the pressure around him sharpened. For rebelling against the Ragnar clan, Quadric Ceres received his sentence right there. Death. With that fat bastard finally removed from the picture, Theo's fourth scenario quest, Ties of Evil from a Past Life, was marked complete. Theo began searching through the paperwork, but no matter how much he looked, he couldn't immediately understand why these documents were important enough to mobilize the demonic cult and even a bishop. The secret ledger he had already handed to Cleve should have been more than enough to condemn Ed Troivan. Even so, Theo knew the Sky Dragon connection could still be dismissed as a disposable tale, something the Troivan clan would happily cut away if it meant surviving. What Theo wanted was not a partial win, but complete victory over that treacherous clan. With an entire library's worth of evidence spread before him, the whole Troivan clan could be dragged into this. The problem was figuring out which of the thousands of pages mattered most. Then, for reasons even Theo couldn't fully explain, one particular book caught his eye, as if instinct had pulled his gaze straight toward it. Its title read, Rose Palace Investigation Report. Inside those pages were detailed records concerning primordial dragon relics, and every line had been handwritten by Ed Troivan himself. Theo read that the Sky Dragon had already acquired 2 relics and had concluded that another one was hidden in the Rose Palace. The Rose Palace, Theo's former home. In that moment, everything finally clicked into place. The discrimination, the false accusations, and even his miserable end in his past life had all happened for a reason. The book contained orders to remove Cecilia and Theo Ragnar from the picture, all because of a relic that might have existed there. For the first time, Theo's hatred toward Ed Troivan surged to a level it had never reached before. His hands moved almost on instinct as he tore out the pages that mentioned both his name and his mother's name from that horrifying book. Then Theo forced himself to breathe, calm the storm inside him, and pull his focus back to the mission in front of him. To carry out his final revenge, there were 2 things hidden in this secret stash that could inflict devastating pain on the Troivans. They had been foolish enough to keep the relics they worked so hard to obtain hidden in the very same place. And just like that, 2 more cube-shaped relics of the primordial dragon ended up in Theo's possession. Back outside, Naven and Evelyn were still standing firm against the raging horde of blood cult fanatics. In the middle of the fight, Evelyn suddenly found herself remembering the past. 7 years ago, she had watched Naven take second place in the blooming ceremony, only for him to disappear into obscurity afterward. Naven seemed genuinely honored that someone had remembered him at all, but this was hardly the time to sink into old memories. After all, based on his kill count, he was currently in the lead for claiming the title of Lord Theo's first sword. To wipe that cocky grin off his face, Evelyn unleashed fierce blasts of wind drawn from the Wind Thunder God technique. With one wide-reaching attack, she swept through the battlefield and dragged their little competition right back into a tie. But before their friendly rivalry could continue, the bishop's right-hand man suddenly slipped in and launched a surprise attack at Naven. Naven nearly got pulverized on the spot, but at the last possible second, he managed to stagger out of the way and avoid being crushed. The cultist stood there gripping a massive axe, snarling that he would not allow his great god's plan to be disturbed. Naven and Evelyn reached the same conclusion almost instantly. The winner of their competition would be decided by whoever killed this freak first. Evelyn, strengthened by the Wind Baron's legacy, and Naven, the forgotten genius who had finally stepped back into the light. Both rushed in greedily, each aiming to claim the instant kill before the other could move. But before either of them could be declared the winner, Selford and his wyvern partner crashed into the battle, crushing the enemy in a dramatic entrance. Pinned under the crushing grip of the giant wyvern, the bishop's right-hand man could only growl in agony. Selford looked extremely pleased with himself, clearly satisfied that his entrance had been as badass as he imagined. But instead of getting the praise he clearly expected, Selford was met with nothing but cold, hostile glares from both Evelyn and Naven. Their prey had been stolen right out from under them, and the two monsters immediately erupted in anger, their killing intent snapping towards Selford instead. Behind Selford came the rest of the White Armored Dragon Cavalry's 5th platoon, charging into the area with their formation close behind him. They had been informed that the demonic cult and the Ceres Merchant Guild were secretly working together, and because of that urgent report, the platoon had been deployed in a rush, arriving before the chaos could spread any further. In no time at all, the central square of Ceres territory transformed into a full-blown war zone, with dragoons clashing violently against fanatical cultists. And once the bloodthirsty wyverns joined the battle, the cultists' advantage in numbers became almost meaningless. While his followers were being slaughtered by the dozens, the bishop simply continued praying for a new sun to rise beneath a blood-red sky, calling for the end of all things to come. That twisted freak kept preaching his warped gospel, even as Cleve sat nearby and quietly caught her breath. Honestly, after finally going all out for once, she had earned at least a short break from all the killing. While no one had been paying attention, the Null Snow operative had already crippled the bishop completely, leaving the fool broken enough to spiral into madness. After the cavalry arrived, it only took a few hours to wipe out the remaining filth and restore peace across the region. Now everyone, Evelyn included, had been forced into handling paperwork for the citizens affected by that short-lived war. The same dragoons who had been heroically cutting down cultists moments earlier now looked like they would rather charge back into battle than suffer through this mind-numbing desk work. Everyone felt like they were being tortured by forms and reports except for Erika Lanka. She might have looked like a savage on the battlefield, but when it came to organization, she was surprisingly reliable. Her brother Hulkus was enjoying himself too, calmly handling compensation requests for the people who had suffered property damage during the fighting. Ellen, on the other hand, was getting closer and closer to her breaking point, especially because everyone kept coming to her for help with their own assigned tasks. Every new question, every new form, and every confused subordinate was driving her completely insane. When she finally snapped, she threw her subordinates away with a burst of force, whipping up a violent little storm around her. While the cavalry was trapped in administrative hell, Cleve and Theo met separately to organize the massive amount of evidence they had managed to save. From traces connected to Ragnar's relics to detailed plans for outright treason, everything had been carefully recorded in those documents. Because of Theo's indispensable work during the operation, Cleve was the first to congratulate him on reaching the intermediate rank. She also said that someone like him would likely flourish if he joined Black Snow. Theo immediately grew awkward and tried to dodge the topic, clearly not wanting to get pulled into a serious conversation about being recruited by the Black Dragon. Then Cleve brought up one more piece of good news. The operation to capture the Sky Dragon had officially begun. The ledger they had obtained earlier had been judged as sufficient proof to begin the hunt. That meant Black Snow's elite arrest team had already moved out and was currently making its way toward the capital. But before they could even enjoy that good news, a messenger suddenly burst into the temporary camp with an urgent update. The elite arrest team had been hit with a brutal surprise. Ed Troyvin had been hiding the true level of his power all along. And now that he no longer had any reason to stay concealed in the shadows, the Sky Dragon was finally letting loose. Ed understood perfectly well that revealing all his cards at this stage was not the smartest move. But if he could leave enough bodies behind him, he could still cripple Black Snow to a meaningful degree. In his own twisted way, Ed Troyvin even congratulated Theo Ragnar for forcing him into such a desperate position. The Amelia Palace, Axion, the Dragonslayer sword, and now the Ceres Guild. Everything Ed had painstakingly prepared had been ruined because of that one imbecile. Ed Troyvin was finally slipping into that unhinged, dramatic madness, his sanity cracking after one loss after another. But deep down, he was still a hater to the core. He would allow Theo to celebrate for a little while, but the Troyvin plan was far from over. The Dragonslayer sword had been lost, but Ed had still managed to secure a replacement contingency. Now he was heading back to his father to call upon something that might turn the tide back in his favor. With the Ceres disaster finally settled, Theo was able to return home to the Camellia Palace. The palace was unbelievably busy, packed with nobles getting fitted for garments and attendants rushing from one place to another. Kirsten looked around the place in surprise, visibly taken aback by the sheer chaos unfolding around her. Just walking through the palace felt like marching through a battlefield. except instead of swords and blood, there were fabrics, measurements, and garment cutters everywhere. She probably would have gotten lost in the middle of that hectic crowd if her daughter hadn't found her among all the busy workers. Celia excitedly explained that she was opening a new business, a high-end brand built around luxurious fabrics and glittering jewels. She continued happily talking about the finer details of the business, while Kirsten listened in a dazed, absent-minded way. The elf mother was far too distracted by her daughter's bright smile and overflowing enthusiasm to properly catch any of the important details. To Kirsten, Cecilia's happiness made her shine even brighter than any jewel in the entire estate. But Kirsten hadn't come all this way just to admire her daughter's joy. She had arrived in person because there was news she needed to deliver. Whispers about the Rose Palace had reached her ears, and those rumors were serious enough that she couldn't simply ignore them. The moment Celia heard that, her anxious mind jumped straight to the worst possible outcome, and she immediately asked whether her son was safe. Watching her daughter go from radiant happiness to a trembling mess of worry in an instant made Kirsten's heart ache. So she quickly eased Cecilia's fears, making it clear that she hadn't come carrying disaster. If anything, the news she brought was the complete opposite of something dreadful. Amel, that hateful woman who had caused so much misery, had been discovered dead, and not alone. Her entire camp had fallen with her, wiped out to the last. Their severed heads had been displayed across the walls of Rose Palace, a grim and unmistakable sign that their threat had finally been crushed. The moment Cecilia heard it, it was as if an unbearable weight had finally slipped from her shoulders, letting her breathe properly for the first time in ages. Relief washed over her completely, because at long last, she could believe that this nightmare had truly come to an end. She had hidden it well all this time, never letting the fear show on her face, but every single day had felt like walking barefoot across a path of sharpened blades. Because of that vile Amel, Cecilia had been framed, accused, cornered, threatened, and even targeted by assassins. And no matter how desperate things became, she couldn't reach out for help, terrified that her own son would be dragged into the scandal. Now that the rotten mistress was dead, the long chain of suffering wrapped around Cecilia's life had finally been broken. While Theo Ragnar remained shut away in recovery, the world outside had shifted dramatically, with the political order beginning to twist into something far more dangerous. And that change had not come peacefully. It had been carved out through bloodshed, with heads falling one after another and mighty strongholds stained deep crimson. The Troyven family had ignored the Draker family summons and refused to answer their appeal within the given deadline. In the language of power, that silence was nothing less than a declaration of war. That night, the Nine Dragons Council Chamber was forced to gather for an emergency meeting. They had clearly underestimated Ed Troyven's cunning, because that man had been preparing his grand scheme for far longer than anyone realized. And now, the suspicious movements of the Northern Continent's warlords seemed impossible to separate from his plan. Still, some of the more old-fashioned members of the chamber wanted nothing to do with the Troyven issue. To them, a few warlords gathering in the north was hardly worth panic. What concerned them far more was the empty seat left behind by the Sky Dragon. The family head remained silent for the time being, but several elders were already restless, eager to reopen the question of succession that had been left unresolved for far too long. Then, to everyone's surprise, the Black Dragon spoke up and insisted that this was exactly the right moment to decide who their next leader should be. If the heirs began fighting among themselves right before a full-scale war erupted, the result would be catastrophic. He was trying to reduce the unpredictable dangers that could explode once war began, but the older heads in the chamber snapped back at him, accusing his words of being nothing short of blasphemy. Fortunately, one of the Nine Dragons finally stepped in, his command cutting through the rising tension and forcing the chamber to settle down. In his view, what they truly needed was a proper gathering where every concerned party could be brought together, and he made it clear that he would begin arranging it at once. Conveniently, he already had a suitable event coming up that could serve as the perfect opportunity to test the waters. Once they saw how matters unfolded there, they could decide which issue deserved their full attention. Meanwhile, Theo had remained tucked away inside Lodbrok's lair, cut off from the noise and schemes spreading through the outside world. After being thoroughly beaten down by his father, he was recovering surprisingly well. With no outside distractions pressing in on him, he spent his days refining himself and sharpening his blade. The marks left behind by the Patriarch's fury were still fresh across his body, visible reminders of that brutal encounter. Yet Theo's condition had never been better. His movements were clean, fast, and frighteningly precise. Each strike cut through the air with purpose, snuffing out the flames of a neatly arranged formation of candlesticks one after another. Physically, he had become as honed and deadly as the relic blade in his hand. But inside his mind, the struggle was far from over. The same voices that had once driven his grandfather into madness continued to creep into Theo's thoughts, slipping in whenever his guard wavered. They whispered with malice, filling his head with violent urges, pushing him to kill everyone before him and seize everything with his own hands. Again and again, those voices urged him to surrender to his darkest instincts, to cut down anyone who dared stand in his path without hesitation. After that intense and deeply unsettling training session, with his mind still echoing from the chaos inside it, Theo somehow still had the nerve to show off that flawless physique of his, looking less like a wounded survivor and more like a dragon-slaying supermodel carved for battle. Once he finally lowered his sword and set it aside, a familiar voice reached him, asking whether those voices had begun to weigh heavily on him. Guardian Dragon Lodbrok emerged, her presence calm yet piercing, as she reflected on the lingering grudge left behind by the mad Dragon Emperor. Because Theo knew he could trust Dragon Mommy, he answered honestly. The voices had been troubling him more than he wanted to admit, and even though a fair amount of time had passed since he received the half-sword, the grudge clinging to it still refused to stop interfering. It hadn't reached a point where he could no longer endure it, but the fact that the power came from the Mad Dragon Emperor made it impossible to treat lightly. Still, Theo couldn't say that everything about it was a curse. Thanks to that very power, he had managed to catch a glimpse of the Emperor's realm, even if only for a brief moment. Lodbrok understood the weight of what he was facing. No matter how much time passed, that man's name was one she could never erase from her memory. After all, he was the one who had stolen her heart. She had already told Theo that story before, which only made his feelings more tangled. He still couldn't understand why his father had spared him, or why he had gone so far as to grant him that weapon. Noticing that Theo was starting to rush ahead in his thoughts again, Lodbrok firmly reminded him to slow down. If they moved too recklessly, he would end up facing something far beyond his current ability, just like he had before. For now, they still had time, and thanks to the High Priest treating Theo immediately, even his severed arm had been reattached without any real complication. Even so, Lodbrok wasn't about to leave it to chance, so she leaned in and personally gave him a very close, very thorough examination to make sure everything had healed properly. Once she was satisfied that the checkup had been detailed enough, Lodbrok dismissed Theo for the day. She could sense that someone else was already searching for him. Before he left, however, Lodbrok gave him one sharp warning. He needed to stop wrecking her nest every time he came over just to swing his blade around. After all, their little routine had become painfully obvious. Theo made the mess, and someone else had to clean it up afterward. As soon as Theo made his way back to Camellia Palace, he was met by a familiar face he hadn't seen in quite some time. The person waiting for him was one of his devoted fanboys, Sybil Dree. Sybil approached with obvious excitement, personally delivering an important message to his young lord. It was an invitation. According to the letter, Daffodil Palace was graciously inviting Theo Ragnar to attend a banquet held in celebration of Lady Ray Ragnar's 18th birthday. Sybil, however, couldn't help pointing out how strange the whole thing felt. With war practically standing at their doorstep, throwing a birthday banquet for Lady Ray seemed strangely detached from reality. And judging from the rumors already circling around the event, it was shaping up to be a grand one. Theo didn't see it that way. To him, the banquet was likely being made grand precisely because these were such unstable and turbulent times. Troyvin's betrayal had thrown the family's internal balance into complete disorder, shaking the structure from within and leaving every faction on edge. Instead, Axion, the one who had been carefully raised and polished under the Sky Dragon's guidance. It was Theo who seized the position of the sixth successor. And as if that alone hadn't shaken the clan enough, one of the 9 dragons had managed to deceive everyone, hiding treasonous schemes right beneath their noses. Now the chamber was left with a dangerous gap in power, and that made the coming banquet far more than a cheerful birthday celebration filled with wine, laughter, and music. It was a carefully staged display meant to show every outside force that the Ragnar clan remained firm, powerful, and completely unshaken. At the same time, it would give the successors and the factions behind them a chance to measure one another up close. Sybil could only stare in admiration at how quickly his young lord saw through the situation. The thought of Theo stepping into the center of such an important stage had him practically buzzing with excitement. And if those old heads were so desperate to judge what Theo was truly capable of, then he had no problem giving them a performance they would never forget. At this season, Daffodil Palace carried a cold, elegant beauty, its grand structure standing beneath the winter air like something carved from frost and stone. Inside that enormous palace, a wide banquet hall had been prepared, filled with affluent families who were connected to Ragnar in one way or another. Nobles lifted glasses of expensive wine, sampled luxurious dishes, and exchanged polished smiles while mingling with their peers. But the instant the new heir stepped through the doors, every glass paused in midair, every bite stopped, and even the soft gossip drifting through the hall fell silent. In a heartbeat, every gaze turned toward the newly appointed succession candidate. Young Lord Theo Ragnar drew the entire room's attention the moment he appeared, dressed in dark winter gear with a sharp, steady gaze that made his presence impossible to ignore. His appearance was clean, striking, and absolutely flawless. Theo calmly swept his eyes across the banquet hall, taking in the crowd and confirming that every noble in the room was watching him exactly as intended. Of course, everyone present already understood that the birthday celebration was only the excuse. These nobles had gathered because they wanted to see the new heir who had suddenly entered the race for the throne. Naturally, Theo intended to leave a powerful impression on them. And the man who entered the hall right after him seemed ready to make that goal much easier. From behind, Theo caught the sound of light yet confident footsteps drawing closer. Then a man spoke up in a clear voice, and the moment his words reached the hall, a visible ripple of surprise spread through the nobles. Naven Bacchus gave Theo a proper greeting, lowering himself with respect and openly addressing him as his lord. And he made sure his voice carried clearly through the entire hall, loud enough that not a single person could pretend they hadn't heard him. Theo's expression brightened when he recognized his friend. For a moment, he almost failed to recognize the rascal, because even on the day of his sham wedding, Naven hadn't bothered shaving his beard. Yet now, there he stood, clean-shaven and looking completely different. The nosy nobles immediately began murmuring among themselves. Everyone had already heard about the bloody purge within the Bacchus family, and how the lone survivor had risen as the new family head. Even after the clan's collapse, Bacchus still remained one of the 6 pillars. So that new family head publicly called the 6th successor Lord, it created exactly the kind of stir Theo had expected. With nothing more than a perfectly timed entrance and a few deliberate words, the atmosphere of the banquet had shifted. Just as Theo was about to tell Naven the next part of the plan, a man built like a living fortress slipped up behind him without making his presence known. The instant Theo and Naven sensed the threat at their backs, their instincts flared at once, both of them reacting as if a mortal danger had suddenly appeared beside them. The massive man eased back the pressure of his overwhelming presence, softening that crushing intensity before introducing himself properly. With a relaxed smile on his face, he casually revealed that he was the 5th successor. Theo was thrown slightly off balance. He had expected to meet this beast eventually, but he hadn't thought the man would approach him quite this soon. This was Thorkel Ragnar, commander of the Black Iron Cavalry and one of Theo's direct rivals in the succession battle. Standing tall enough to dwarf Theo's frame, Thorkel extended his hand with a broad, almost generous air, offering a handshake as though they were simply exchanging polite greetings. At long last, 2 of the newest successors had come face to face, and every noble in the banquet hall seemed to hold their breath at once. One was the heir who had once stood at the front of the race, and the other was the newly risen successor whose name had suddenly shaken the entire clan. Everyone could feel the question hanging in the air. When everything was finally settled, which of them would stand above the other? Wearing a charming, disarming smile, Thorkel assured Theo that there was no reason to be so tense. He claimed he had only come over to meet the rising star that everyone had been talking about. He even laughed and said he was honestly relieved that the childish Axion had been swept aside, and that someone more suitable had received the patriarch's blessing instead. His tone sounded casual, even believable, but Theo didn't let his guard drop for even a second. In Ragnar, where strength decided respect and weakness invited teeth, only a fool would welcome a rival with open arms and a completely trusting smile. So, with every sense sharpened and his caution hidden behind courtesy, Theo reached out and accepted Thorkel's hand in a respectful shake. He offered the expected polite words, saying it was a great honor to meet the famed commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, while also making sure to mention that he himself belonged to the White Dragon Squad. Thorkel seemed amused by how carefully the kid had chosen his words, subtly drawing a line between them without saying anything openly hostile. Then Thorkel's hand tightened like a vice, and his aura surged upward, wrapping around Theo with a heavy, suffocating pressure. He used that overwhelming force to show the gap between them, pressing the family's youngest rising star down onto one knee while presenting it to the watching nobles as nothing more than proper etiquette. Looking down at the kneeling Theo, Thorkel smoothly told him to be at ease and suggested that from now on, Theo should simply call him Big Brother. This was exactly how a true Ragnar heir carried himself. Clever, dangerous, impossible to read, and backed by terrifying strength. But when it came to a contest of raw power, Theo was never the type to collapse quietly and accept humiliation. And to Thorkel's surprise, his little brother actually had enough strength in him to push back against that smothering aura. Theo forced himself back to his feet, holding his ground far better than expected, and with a bold calmness, he gladly addressed Thorkel as brother. Elsewhere in the banquet hall, the lanky siblings had just made their entrance, and Hulkus was already grumbling about being forced into a suit for a formal event. His sister was desperately trying to repair the family's reputation as a pack of barbarians, but with him acting like this, she clearly had her work cut out for her. While Hulkus looked as if the formal clothes were slowly killing him, another familiar figure stepped into the grand hall. Remington Narcio, known as the Silver Lion, walked in with an easy stride, ready to greet his old comrades. The pretty boy of the West had built quite the reputation for himself over the past few months, and people had even begun saying he was giving the Ascendant Dragon a real run for his money. Even so, Remington himself had not changed much at all. He was still every bit the humble knight. He had simply traveled all the way north to catch up with Lord Theo and check on how the white armored dragon cavalry was doing, which made it painfully awkward when the birthday girl herself happened to overhear exactly what he had just said. The Silver Lion instantly looked less like a proud knight and more like a guilty little cat, bowing and apologizing over and over again to Lady Ray. Lady Ray simply laughed it off, brushing away the awkward moment without taking offense. She understood better than anyone that this gathering was never truly just about celebrating her birthday. Then, without warning, everyone nearby felt the clash of auras erupting from the very center of the party. Two unmistakably different powers collided in the middle of that massive banquet space, pressing against each other so fiercely that the air itself seemed to tighten. The Hounds of the North realized almost immediately that Theo had to be tangled up in whatever was happening. After all, when it came to causing a scene, there was hardly anyone better at it than that guy. On the surface, Theo and Thorkel looked like they were only testing each other through a courteous handshake. But the pressure swirling around them told a completely different story, and none of the guests dared to step too close as their auras fought for dominance. At last, Thorkel withdrew his hand and broke into laughter. With an easy grin, he jokingly admitted that he was no match for his little brother and declared his surrender. Theo matched that relaxed tone without missing a beat, insisting that the only reason he had managed to win was because his big brother had guided him along. Thorkel mused that being too modest could sometimes come across as disrespectful to an opponent, though he made it clear that his surrender just now had been genuine. He even judged that if the two of them had faced each other at the same age, the contest would have been completely one-sided. Theo immediately understood how heavy that praise was, especially coming from the most celebrated young genius in the clan's recent history. For Thorkel, meeting such an interesting and impressive little brother seemed to bring him genuine delight, and that joy showed plainly on his face. He then turned toward the nobles who were still watching cautiously from a safe distance and urged everyone to lift their glasses in honor of Ragnar's newly rising star. As the banquet's laughter and cheer slowly returned, Thorkel asked his little brother whether the debut he had arranged for the new successor was satisfying enough. Theo accepted it with polite thanks. But Theo quickly understood that Thorkel was not just a monster of strength. Beneath those easy smiles and that carefree attitude, the man was sharp, calculating, and dangerously aware. By showing off his martial power, Thorkel reinforced his own position. And by openly acknowledging his newly risen rival, he also won over the watching crowd with effortless charm. Because of that, the atmosphere Theo had tried to create together with Naven was swallowed by an even larger spectacle. In just a few moves, Thorkel had shifted public opinion toward himself. Thorkel Ragnar might look like nothing more than an outrageously muscular giant with a friendly smile, but beneath that sociable exterior was a ruthless contender who could view the fight for the throne from every angle. After that intense contest with his big brother, Theo found himself surrounded by his batchmates. They shared wine, traded laughter, and let the night roll on around them. What Theo didn't realize was that, after everything that had just happened, plenty of eligible noblewomen had quietly moved him straight to the top of their bachelor list. While the hall filled with conversation, music, and social laughter, an old man upstairs was seething as he watched it all unfold from above. The elder dragon had thought he could use a half-breed's disgraceful behavior as an excuse to have him thrown out of the gathering. If that clueless fool Thorkel had not stepped in and interrupted, then the old man could have turned the entire party toward himself and his own agenda. What he truly couldn't stomach was the sight of a mere bastard running around freely, shaking up the hierarchy and meddling in the family's affairs however he pleased. Since he couldn't sink his teeth into the bigger target, he began looking for something smaller to torment. That fossil was clearly just itching to cause trouble. That when his eyes landed on Captain Evelyn Narraville, who was enjoying herself with her peers, drinking and laughing among them. The elder dragon's hateful gaze lingered on her for far too long. In his twisted mind, he believed it was his place to decide who deserved to stand in this hall and who did not. And tonight, Evelyn had set aside her usual armor and appeared in a stunning dress that brought out her beauty in a way few people had ever seen before. Her comrades happily showered her with compliments, partly because they almost never had the chance to see their captain outside of her uniform. Evelyn, however, was not exactly used to being called cute. Every part of her wanted to escape that dress immediately and retreat back into the familiar safety of her armor. This night should have been a chance to celebrate and finally relax. Instead, some bastard had the nerve to throw a glass of wine over Evelyn's head, soaking her dress and leaving dark stains across her skin. The moment she heard that hateful voice, old wounds inside her were torn open, and deep-seated trauma surged back before she could stop it. The elder dragon swaggered toward her as if the entire palace belonged to him. Evelyn's body trembled, and fear made her shiver before she could even think to hide it. The old bastard sneered at her, asking where she had found the nerve to crawl out from whatever hole she belonged in and mingle with nobility. One of Evelyn's comrades bravely stepped forward to defend her captain. Even if this man was one of the 9 dragons, treating someone with such inhuman cruelty was far beyond acceptable. But Evelyn quickly held Aaron back before she could say or do something she would regret. For Aaron's own sake, they could not afford to provoke one of the highest-ranking scumbags in the entire clan. Evelyn fought desperately to hold in both her anger and her terror, but the struggle was written clearly across her wine-soaked face. It was the first time Aaron had ever seen her captain look so frightened, and she could only wonder what kind of history could have created such fear between Evelyn and the elder. The elder dragon loomed over the women and coldly reminded Evelyn that he had warned her never to appear before him ever again. Then his venomous eyes caught a flash of polished shine, hidden beneath her ornate scarf. Without the slightest hesitation, he seized her prosthetic arm and violently tore it apart. With no remorse at all, the elder dragon casually destroyed the thoughtful gift the young lord had given Evelyn. Then he tossed the shattered metal aside as if it were nothing more than worthless trash. The freak mocked it as a toy attached to a useless lump of flesh. In his eyes, trash should live like trash, broken and crushed beneath everyone's feet. After that, he gave Evelyn one final warning, telling her to get out of the hall before he tore her apart completely. Not wanting to bring any more trouble down on the others, Evelyn swallowed the humiliation, forced herself to endure it, and fled from the scene. Watching her run away like a frightened little girl brought the elder dragon a cruel sense of amusement. He even joked that, with her gone, the stench in the room was finally beginning to fade. Aaron, unable to stay silent after witnessing something so unjust, threatened to report the entire incident to the office of the law. But the old bastard only stared at her as if she had completely lost her mind. If she was truly that eager to run off and snitch, then he was more than willing to let her do whatever she pleased. After all, if she chose to take that path, she would soon learn exactly what Ragnar's law of survival of the fittest really meant. Evelyn kept running, her feet carrying her forward, as if stopping for even a second would cost her life. Her past had clawed its way back to the surface once again, and she hated herself for ever believing she could simply relax and enjoy a happy evening with her comrades. She had spent so long trying to overcome the trauma left behind from the days when she was nothing more than a powerless little girl, but one encounter with that man shattered all of that hard-won progress. The man revered by others as the elder dragon had once beaten her mercilessly, all because she had dared to call him father. Back then, Evelyn had never understood why she was being punished so brutally, or why she had to suffer like that. She had only been a child, and in that moment, no matter how much she had grown, she felt like nothing had changed. Deep down, she was still that frightened, confused little girl. Evelyn ran so desperately, with tears blurring her vision and choking her breath, that she failed to notice someone standing directly in her path. The demon dragon looked puzzled when he saw her rushing away from the banquet hall in the complete opposite direction. The moment Evelyn saw a familiar face before her, her legs finally stopped moving, and all the fear she had been holding back came crashing out at once. Back inside the banquet hall, Theo and the others were still drinking, laughing, and exchanging stories, completely unaware that Evelyn had just suffered such a cruel humiliation. But that ignorance was not going to last much longer. The entire mood of the party changed in an instant when the old bastard's agonized scream ripped through the hall. That scream was followed almost immediately by the sickening sound of bones breaking, while he stumbled over filthy curses aimed at the captain of the white-armored dragon cavalry. Julius Ragnar, the demon dragon in his most terrifying state, had heard everything from Evelyn's own mouth, and now his rage was burning with a hunger for blood. When Julius finally released that mangled arm from his grip, the elder dragon hurried backward, his confidence cracking as his security team rushed in to surround the scene. Julius had already warned the old fart clearly. Whatever was done to Evelyn would be returned to him in kind. The old bastard immediately tried to twist the attack into an act of betrayal against the Ragnar name, branding Julius as a dangerous criminal who needed to be seized at once. But Demon Dragon did not move an inch, even as the security team spread out and encircled him from every side. With the Law Council stepping in, surely even the leader of the white-armored dragon cavalry would be placed under serious threat, right? The council members calmly declared his offense, accusing him of injuring the Elder Dragon's head counselor, and warned him that imprisonment could be waiting for him. They made it clear that they would prefer to carry out the arrest with his cooperation, but Julius had absolutely no intention of playing along with their little procedure. The moment the leader of the Law Council saw the molten rage burning in Julius's eyes, a cold sweat began sliding down his spine. Julius then recited the written oath that had once been sworn upon the sword during Ragnar's autumn. For years ago, He had stood before those ancient old men resting comfortably on their outdated authority and sworn that oath upon his blade. At that time they had reached a clear agreement. Evelyn was not to be touched. So if the elder dragon refused to respect that oath, then Julius had every right to seek vengeance in return. Like everyone else in the banquet hall, Theo moved closer toward the disturbance, and as he listened, he began to understand exactly what had happened. This incident had never occurred in his previous life, which meant he had already changed far too many variables for events to stay on their original path. As far as Theo knew, Evelyn Arreville had been born as the illegitimate child of Wolfgang Ragnar, though a name that impressive was completely wasted on a man that rotten. Wolfgang valued pure blood above nearly everything else, yet he had never been able to keep his own desires under control. Evelyn's very existence contradicted everything he claimed to stand for. To him, she was a living disgrace, someone he desperately wanted hidden away from the public eye. He had planned to cast her out of the family permanently, but Julius stepped forward before that could happen. Recognizing the child's potential, Julius brought Evelyn into the white armored dragon cavalry, and with that single decision, Wolfgang's vile plan fell apart. From there, Evelyn grew into a capable fighter and a reliable leader, rising quickly through the cavalry's ranks. And when she finally became known as the young captain of her own unit, Wolfgang's fear of being exposed as a monster flared up all over again. Ignoring the consequences, he attempted to murder his own daughter while pretending it had been a mistake. His killing blow failed to land, but the attack still severed her left arm cleanly. Evelyn barely survived, and losing that limb left her unable to properly hold the reins of her mount. Because of that, Evelyn was forced into an early retirement. Afterward, she spent her life managing the 4th training hall, kept far away from noble affairs forever. But after meeting Theo Ragnar, her path had been pulled back toward honor and glory. In that sense, the chain of events that led to this commotion could be traced directly to Theo's actions after his regression. And if that was the case, then it was only right for Theo to step forward and set the matter straight himself. Still, preventing the situation from spiraling any further would not be easy, especially with the demon dragon's killing intent pressing down on the hall. Wolfgang turned toward the gathered nobles, trying to draw them to his side. He condemned Julius for showing such blatant contempt toward an elder who had protected Ragnar for decades. He then accused the demon dragon of using the authority of the 9 dragons to threaten his own blood, claiming that such behavior was practically treason. Hearing that old fart whine about the abuse of authority only made Julius's rage burn even hotter. The whole situation might have turned into a complete disaster if Theo had not stepped forward to intervene. Theo reminded both sides that this day was supposed to be a joyful celebration of his dear friend's birth, not an occasion to terrify every guest in the hall. Because Julius respected the young lord and was willing to listen to him, he forced himself to rein in his temper before the violence could go any further. Wolfgang, on the other hand, looked visibly irritated, his expression twisting as he realized the bait he had thrown out in anger had been completely neutralized. Since 2 high-ranking members of the family were clearly ready to rip each other apart right there, Theo proposed that they settle the matter through one of Ragnar's long-standing traditions. Instead of turning a birthday celebration into a bloodbath on the dance floor, they should take their feud into a proper duel trial and let the blades decide. Wolfgang immediately rejected the idea, insisting that he was obviously the victim in this situation. In his mind, there was no need for any trial at all when he had done absolutely nothing wrong. Theo kept his composure and calmly urged the old bastard to accept the proposal anyway, if only to stop the disturbance from growing any larger in front of everyone. That was when Theo noticed the Lord of Daffodil Palace making her entrance, and her expression made it painfully clear that she was furious her daughter's event had been ruined by 2 muscle-brained idiots. With every step she took, the temperature around her dropped sharply, and frost began crawling across the floor beneath her feet. Neil Ragnarton, the woman known as the Ice Dragon, was not the kind of opponent anyone in their right mind would want to stand against. As usual, Wolfgang tried to hide behind the victim act, but Neil cut him off coldly and told him to shut his mouth. She had no interest in excuses, and petty quarrels meant nothing to her right now. For her daughter's sake, she firmly pushed both sides to follow Theo's suggestion and settle this without dragging the celebration any deeper into disgrace. That was the last bit of mercy her steadily thinning patience was willing to grant them. The nobles began murmuring quietly among themselves, most of them assuming Wolfgang and the elders on his side would surely win. After all, even in retirement, those men were still high-ranking inspectors. Wolfgang was thinking the exact same thing. He trusted his men to beat down whoever Julius chose to send out without much trouble. Under the rules of the duel trial, the plaintiff and defendant would only face each other in the final round, while the first 2 matches had to be fought by representatives chosen from each side. And when Wolfgang looked across the room, all Julius seemed to have in his corner was a one-armed cripple and a wretched bastard child with no proper standing in his eyes. By Wolfgang's calculation, he would not even need to lift a finger himself. His own men should be able to settle everything with a clean 2-0 victory. So although he acted reluctant, Wolfgang eventually agreed to a pure contest of blades to determine who was right and who was wrong. As the guests began filtering out of the banquet hall to witness the duel trial, whispers spread through the crowd, everyone speculating about how the matches would end. Among them, Thorkel watched with an amused smile fixed on his face, calmly sipping his wine as though the whole thing were entertainment arranged just for him. To be honest, he had not expected his little brother to step forward and handle the situation in such a bold way. Knowing the demon dragon's famously short temper, this entire confrontation had been one breath away from spiraling completely out of control. If Theo had not intervened, the rage-baiting dragon would have used the corrupt legal system to crush Julius, leaving him politically ruined before the night was over. Yet in that brief moment, Theo had found a solution that eased the ticking bomb while keeping the terms acceptable enough for both sides to swallow. Thorkel could already tell that whatever came next was going to be extremely entertaining to watch. Soon, everyone gathered outside Daffodil Palace and settled around a snow-cleared arena, the cold night air wrapping around the crowd. From that moment on, under the supervision of the Law Council, the duel trial would begin. To keep the contest fair, the use of mana was forbidden, and everything that happened within the trial would be protected by Ragnar law. Both sides were required to swear solemnly that no revenge would be taken afterward, no matter the results, and that any lingering resentment would not be tolerated. Julius and Wolfgang verbally accepted the conditions, though their eyes stayed locked on each other with open hostility. Once the formalities were finished, the first fighters were called to step forward into the arena. To everyone's surprise, it was the rising star himself, Theo Ragnar, who confidently drew his blade and stepped beneath the bright moonlight. His peers knew well that Theo was an absolute beast in combat, but even so, worry still flickered across their faces as they watched their boy take the stage. The lead-off fighter from the other side did not look like an opponent who could be handled easily. Remington recognized him as Galesword Beta, the Elder Dragon's aide. Among high-ranking inspectors, Beta was considered one of the strongest when it came to skill and combat prowess. Before Beta stepped into the arena, Wolfgang leaned in and gave his loyal aide an unsettling little pep talk. He gave Beta permission to aim for a killing blow without holding anything back. Beta, understandably, hesitated at the idea of cutting down a successor candidate for the Patriarch's position. But the old bastard reassured him that any so-called accidents inside the ring would be absolved by the duel trial rules. And if Beta failed to snuff out the young man's life, Wolfgang at least wanted one of his arms as a souvenir. While that corner was busy handing out vile instructions, Theo stood calmly on his own side of the arena, his posture steady and his blade ready. Julius had managed to calm down quite a bit by then, but he was still troubled by the thought of dragging such a promising young man into his personal mess. Earlier, he had apologized to Theo for acting so recklessly, asking again and again whether this was truly the right way to handle it. With unwavering confidence, Theo had simply told him to trust the process. Through this duel, Theo intended to settle an old grievance that had been left to rot for far too long, while also stealing just a little bit of the spotlight for himself. Once both combatants had taken their positions, the Law Council referee raised the whistle and blew it sharply through the cold air. Beta chose to begin slowly, planting himself in a stationary defensive stance and watching Theo with careful eyes. Theo, on the other hand, immediately pushed the tempo with a flashy charge. Seeing the young man rush in, Beta stepped forward to meet him, and their first collision landed with nearly equal force. With mana banned from the trial, both fighters had no choice but to rely purely on their bodies. Sparks burst from their blades as the impact blasted both of them backward in opposite directions. The moment they recovered their footing, both fighters launched themselves forward again, flash-stepping into the next exchange without hesitation. What followed was a storm of repeated clashes, so fast and fierce that ordinary eyes could barely keep up. To most of the audience, all they could see were bursts of light flashing whenever steel slammed against steel. Beta might have been cursed with an unfortunate name, but there was nothing weak about his swordsmanship. In terms of raw strength, he was managing to keep pace with Theo almost blow for blow. The Elder Dragon's aide stared harder than before, and what shocked him most was not Theo's speed or strength, but the fact that no matter how carefully he watched, he could not find a single clean opening to take advantage of. They were still only trading light, testing attacks, feeling each other out with cautious blows, but even that was enough to make the situation unbelievable. For a young fighter to keep pace with a seasoned veteran like this was no small feat, and Theo was clearly proving himself worthy of being called successor material. Still, youth and talent could only carry someone so far. Beta had survived enough real battles to know that experience came with its own weapons, and one of the nastiest tools he carried was knowing how to turn the battlefield itself against his opponent. With a sharp movement, Beta kicked up the loose dirt and scattered stones beneath his feet, sending grit and debris flying through the air to cloud the young lord's vision at exactly the right moment. That tiny instant of confusion was all Beta needed. As Theo's sight was disturbed, Beta slipped into the gap and prepared a killing strike, feeling a surge of pride in himself for relying on genuine battlefield experience instead of brute force. And since Theo was still a successor, someone whose dignity deserved at least a measure of respect, Beta decided he would end things cleanly and spare him any unnecessary suffering. A swift, simple beheading would be more than enough to send the young lord off without dragging out the pain. But just as Beta's blade swept dangerously close to Theo's neck, Theo suddenly accelerated, bending his upper body backward with effortless precision, a mocking smile curling across his face as the strike sliced through empty air. Theo had already counted on Beta underestimating how much real combat experience he had, so he had deliberately left that gap open, and the fool had walked straight into the trap without even realizing it. Now Beta's arm was stretched too far from the failed killing blow, his balance exposed and his guard wide open, leaving Theo with the perfect chance to strike back. At the very last instant, Beta's survival instinct screamed through his entire body, and he forced every muscle, every nerve, every cell to move, throwing himself out of the path of Theo's retaliation. But as he escaped, Beta noticed something deeply unsettling. Theo had not followed through. For some reason, the young lord had intentionally stopped his attack before it could land. That made no sense. Why would a rising star pull back when victory was practically handed to him? If Theo had been acting on his own will alone, he would have ended Beta right there without hesitation. Unfortunately, the voices inside his head chose that exact moment, the worst possible moment, to surge back again. They kept pressing him, urging him to slaughter everyone who had mocked him, discarded him and left him behind. His mind filled with violent thoughts, not aimed at one enemy anymore, but at anyone unfortunate enough to stand before him. The urge to destroy swallowed up his vision and tangled his thoughts, covering everything in a haze of bloodlust and violence. Beta could see that something about Theo's behavior had changed, but after what had just happened, he could not bring himself to rush in recklessly again. He had already been burned once by a fake opening, and now he worried the strange pause might be another carefully planted trap. If that was truly the case, then the insult stung even worse because it meant this young buck thought he could fool him that easily twice in a row. But a seasoned inspector did not fall for the same trick 2 times. Convinced of his own judgment, Beta charged forward again with absolute confidence, this time fully committed to killing Theo. Theo lifted his blade without panic, meeting the incoming strike head-on and stopping it with such ease that it barely looked like an effort. Then, with his weapon still raised, Theo spoke out loud to the voices raging inside his head. Through sheer force of will, he forced them into silence. If what they wanted was murder, then fine. He could deal with bloodshed himself, without those irritating whispers screeching in his mind. In the next instant, Theo's movements became even faster. He answered Beta with a wild storm of slashes, each one crashing in from an unpredictable angle, until one brutal cut tore straight through and severed one of Beta's arms. With one arm gone and panic rushing through him, Beta was hit by the crushing weight of pain and pressure, desperately struggling just to keep Theo from carving away any more of his body. Using the one arm he still had left, Beta forced his way through Theo's terrifying offense, trying to break free from being cornered by the young lord's unhinged assault. But Theo made that desperate final resistance look completely ridiculous. With overwhelming force, he sent Beta flying, the defeated fool careening straight off the arena. The noble seated on the far side of the battlefield would have been caught in the destruction as collateral damage if the ice dragon had not moved in and shielded them in time. After feeling the force behind that attack herself, she quietly acknowledged Theo's brilliance, recognizing both the young man's frightening talent and the raw power packed into his strike. What made it even more monstrous was that Theo had done all of it without using mana. With a single slash, he had shattered the arena like an absolute beast. As for Beta, the poor man lay flattened inside a crater, unconscious, armless, and completely unable to continue. Half his outfit had basically been erased along with his pride. Bro did not just lose, he got absolutely cooked in front of everyone. The Law Council referee only needed one look at Beta's condition before immediately calling an end to the first round. In the opening duel trial, Theo Ragnar stood as the undeniable victor. The crowd erupted around him, but even as the cheers rang out, Theo was still fighting inwardly to push down the growing hunger to kill. Thankfully, he managed to regain enough control before those maddening urges could fully take over. Still, the grudges swelling inside him today felt far heavier than usual, almost as if something far larger was pulling him towards some unknown destination. The terrifying power he had unleashed only appeared when he willingly gave himself over to that strange sensation. But trusting himself to the grudges of the past was a dangerous path, one that could easily turn into a slippery slope. The risk was undeniable, but if Theo could learn to control that power properly, it could become an enormous boost to his strength in battle. Honestly, with that power at his command, he might be able to double his strength as easily as flipping a switch. Once the debris had been cleared away and the ruined arena was patched up enough for another match, the second round began, and both fighters were called forward to take their places. But everyone's surprise, Theo walked toward the corner and announced that his side would be choosing consecutive battles. The referee accepted Theo's participation in the second round as the representative of the defense, but Wolfgang was not pleased in the slightest. To him, the decision looked unbearably arrogant. So Wolfgang answered by sending out one of his most trusted fighters, the Sword of Mystics, and the former Dragon Gate swordmaster, Paige Grayson. The Lanka siblings immediately lit up with excitement when they saw the old man step forward, carrying an absurdly massive sword without using even a trace of mana. Beside them, Remington looked like his anxiety had reached its absolute peak, but the Lanka siblings simply told him to calm down and stop worrying so much. The Silver Lion pointed out that this round was different from the first. Earlier, the opposition had sent a high-ranking inspector to preserve their reputation, but Paige Grayson was not just some official. He was a famous elder in his own right. Anyone with common sense could tell that Wolfgang's corner was now aiming to kill Lord Theo without fail. Even so, with the wreckage from Theo's previous battle still fresh in everyone's mind, it was difficult to imagine him actually losing. The moment the referee blew the whistle and signaled the official start of the second round, Theo calmly and politely raised one hand into the air. Instead of wasting time crossing blades with yet another old man, Theo simply waved the white flag and forfeited the match on the spot. The entire arena fell into shock at his sudden decision, and no one looked more stunned than old man Page himself. Theo then explained with unexpected humility that a mid-ranked inspector like him could never hope to match an established elder. Even without exchanging blows, he could already recognize the difference in their level. The Sword of Mystics had every reason to be irritated. He had stepped into the arena ready for a proper clash, only to have the fight snatched away before his blade could even prove itself. Even the Law Council referee looked caught off guard as he announced the winner of the second round. The audience, however, quickly understood what Theo had done and broke into applause for the painfully clever move. He had removed a dangerous, unpredictable opponent from the board without spending a single drop of strength. After all, the rules were clear. The plaintiff and defendant had to face each other directly in the third and final round of the duel trial. Wolfgang had been so obsessed with eliminating that troublesome successor that he never saw such a simple trick coming. Now, because of Theo's maneuver, he had no choice but to enter the final fight himself while still carrying a broken arm. In all the years Evelyn had been alive, she had never once seen her useless father look this shaken, as if the ground beneath his authority had finally started to crumble. When Theo returned to their corner, Evelyn lowered her gaze and apologized for dragging him into her troubles yet again. But Theo answered her like a true comrade, steady and sincere, giving her the reassurance she desperately needed. The warmth in his words stirred something deep inside her, reminding Evelyn of every good thing that had somehow found its way into her life. Back then, Julius Ragnar had still been nothing more than an ambitious newcomer in the cavalry, yet he had reached out to her with bright enthusiasm and invited her into his squad. He was the very first person to look at her and recognize the talent that was beginning to bloom. Even after she lost her arm, the demon dragon never turned away from her. He stayed by her side as a friend, constantly reminding her that one setback did not mean her story was over, and that she could still rise again. Then she encountered the charismatic young lord who completely changed the direction of her dead-end life. Theo gave her a new path, and Evelyn chose to become his sword, finally gaining a purpose she could hold on to with pride. Lord Theo had given her the courage to stand up for the wishes she had buried for so long, the ones she had once been too afraid to fight for. Her past had been soaked in pain, humiliation, and loss, but now she was no longer alone. There were people beside her who genuinely cared about what happened to her. So how could she keep standing still, chained to the past and unable to take even one step forward, when people like them believed in her so strongly? Maybe, after all this time, the moment had finally come to cut down the villain who had haunted her life. Before Julius could step into the arena as the final participant, Evelyn suddenly spoke up and stopped him. She was done living as the victim. It was time to seize her own fate with her own hand, even if she only had one left. For the final round of the duel trial, the Law Council referee wasted no time and called for the plaintiff and defendant to come forward into the arena. Even with his broken arm bound in a sling, Wolfgang Ragnar still carried himself with a threatening presence, strutting into the ring as if he could still intimidate everyone watching. Inside, however, he was still cursing that sly successor for forcing him into a corner with no reputation left to protect. Wolfgang had already accepted that Julius might very well kill him in this fight, but even then, he was determined to take at least one arm before going down. After all, chopping off arms had always been one of his favorite habits. After a brief exchange with the referee, the defense's request to change their fighter for the third round was officially accepted. Dressed in her fitted outfit and holding a blade at her side, The one-armed captain stepped into the arena with calm confidence, her posture straight and her resolve unmistakable. The moment Wolfgang saw his crippled, unlawful daughter walking toward him, he burst into cruel laughter. With a mocking sneer, he asked if she had come to beg him for mercy one final time. But his pathetic trash talk had no effect on her at all, landing with all the force of a dull blade against stone. Evelyn raised her rapier, the point glinting as she fixed her eyes on the disgusting man standing before her. She did not need a long speech to shatter his composure. One single word from her was enough to drive Wolfgang into a rage. Because this pathetic man absolutely despised being called father. The audience was stunned silent the instant Evelyn spoke that forbidden word. None of them had known the true connection between the elder dragon and Evelyn Nareville. Sure, rumors about an illegitimate child had floated around before, but most nobles had dismissed them as idle gossip and never bothered looking any deeper. Caught off guard and desperate, Wolfgang immediately tried to make Evelyn look insane, claiming she was just spouting nonsense. Seeing how violently he reacted, Evelyn almost seemed to realize that if one word could rattle him this badly, she should have used it much sooner. So she showed him no mercy and exposed every piece of abuse she had suffered at the hands of that rotten son of a biscuit. She told them how, when she was still only a little girl, Wolfgang had once beaten her so badly that she nearly died. And even later, after she fought her way up through the ranks of the white-armored dragon cavalry, he had tried to end her life again, all because her existence threatened the polished image he wanted to protect. Wolfgang's rage finally ripped away the mask he had been wearing. He barked that, as an esteemed elder of House Ragnar, he had every right to erase anything that stained his history. Evelyn had baited him so perfectly that, in his anger, he practically confessed to his filthy crimes in front of everyone. The nobles watching could not help feeling sympathy for Evelyn and disgust toward the old bastard. Who would have imagined that the high and mighty elder, who always obsessed over bloodlines, was guilty of spreading his own seed outside the family? Those who had known about Wolfgang's shameful habits stayed completely silent. They had already warned him long ago that a day like this would come if he kept acting so carelessly. And Wolfgang himself knew it. In that moment, he understood that his reputation had already been stained beyond easy repair. On the sidelines, Julius and Theo simply watched the entire confrontation unfold, letting the truth tear through the arena on its own. The demon dragon still wanted to take the final fight himself, hoping to spare Evelyn from even more pain. But Theo remained firm, believing that this was a problem Evelyn had to face and settle with her own hands. The instant the whistle rang out, Evelyn surged forward, immediately launching into an aggressive offense without giving Wolfgang room to breathe. With Evelyn missing an arm and Wolfgang's own arm broken, the clash between them was surprisingly balanced. But Evelyn had lived with her handicap far longer, and that experience allowed her to control the rhythm, forcing Wolfgang onto defense as she dictated the pace of the fight. Then, when she judged that the timing was finally right, Evelyn revealed the new weapon she had been holding back. As a veteran who had survived countless battlefields, Julius immediately sensed the shift in her stance and felt the air around her change. Evelyn was using the Wind Thunder God technique, Dockhart. With nothing but pure technique, she stirred the air around her and quite literally kicked up a storm. The older spectators narrowed their eyes as they faintly recognized the Sword of Windstorm. As far as they knew, that technique should have been a lost art. So how in the world had Evelyn managed not only to use such a technique, but to master it well enough to bring it into a duel like this? The Wind Thunder God technique more than lived up to its name. Evelyn stood at the center of the clash like the calm eye of a violent storm, her movements sharp and controlled as she blocked Wolfgang's sword, while relentlessly driving him backward. It was not every day that someone so young could stand toe-to-toe with a top swordsman like Wolfgang. Theo watched the fight with clear delight, his eyes following Evelyn's movements as if he was savoring every second of her breakthrough. Because Manhwa was forbidden in the duel trial, pure swordsmanship finally had room to shine. With the gap in magical power removed from the equation, a refined technique like Evelyn's could show its true brilliance. More than anything, Wolfgang was a fraud who had always leaned on the firm foundation of his pure-blood lineage. Without that privilege acting as a crutch, his actual swordsmanship was mediocre at best. Still, Evelyn's pressure was suffocating him, and the elder dragon eventually forced his way out of the corner through raw strength alone. Even if he was a complete bum, he had still spent many years as one of the family's premier fighters. At the very least, he could still swing a sword like a caveman. After finally smashing open a gap in Evelyn's offense, Wolfgang charged straight at her with overwhelming force. Now that he had pushed past her initial momentum, his confidence came rushing back, and he started running his mouth again. He swore that he would beat Evelyn down until she begged him for mercy and finally came back to her senses. Evelyn had heard more than enough of Wolfgang's hateful words. His threats, insults, and poison had followed her for far too long, and this time, they no longer had the power to make her tremble. She finally had the strength to stand against him with her own blade. If that rotten old man wanted to turn this into a contest of raw power, then Evelyn would gladly meet him head-on and crush him at his own game. When she was little, that horrible father had been her entire world, a towering shadow she could never escape. Back then, no one frightened her more than him. But things were different now because she had people standing beside her. Good people, dependable people she could truly trust. They were people who believed in her from the bottom of their hearts, even when Evelyn herself had struggled to believe that she could ever move forward. And because of them, all those useless, suffocating thoughts had finally been thrown away like chains that no longer belonged on her. She was no longer that frightened little girl clinging to a monster just because he was her parent. Evelyn was a grown woman now, standing on her own feet and holding control over her own life. At long last, she had gained enough strength to cut down the bastard who had turned her life into a living hell. The weak child who had once been abused, scorned, and left with nothing had grown into a warrior capable of striking down the very monster who shared her blood. The nobles watching that deeply satisfying beatdown could not help being moved by Evelyn Nereville's resolve, as every strike seemed to carry years of pain finally breaking free. The bout came to an end, and Evelyn was officially declared the winner of the final round of the duel trial. Her revenge had finally been carved into reality, and she had taken one of that scumbag's arms in return. Even after being defeated fair and square in front of everyone, Wolfgang still refused to swallow the loss or accept that he had been beaten. He moved as if he meant to charge at Evelyn again with everything he had left, but before he could unleash that fury, icy restraints snapped into place and held him back. Thankfully, Lady Neil, the ice dragon, reacted before the situation could spiral any further. She sharply reprimanded Wolfgang for disgracing the name of the 9 dragons and stepping so far out of line. When the referee called Evelyn's name, the truth of what had just happened finally sank in, and reality settled over her all at once. According to the agreement of the duel trial, the verdict was clear: not guilty. As Evelyn walked back toward her corner, it felt as if the crushing weight she had carried for years was finally sliding off her shoulders. Evelyn Nereville was free at last. Julius and Theo welcomed their comrade back with unmistakable pride, meeting her return not with pity, but with the respect she had earned. At last, she could grow and flourish without the fear that had kept her trapped for so long. In her heart, Evelyn knew this victory belonged not only to her, but also to her lord and the captain of the cavalry who had helped her reach this moment. Across the arena, Wolfgang's lackeys hurried in to retrieve their defeated boss and get him the medical attention he desperately needed. They also recovered his sword, but the sight of his own ruined, defeated reflection on the blade only made Wolfgang's humiliation burn even deeper. He shoved his lackeys aside, seized the sword for himself, and began marching toward Evelyn's corner with a murderous, menacing glare. Wolfgang roared Evelyn's name as if it were an insult, calling her a wretched girl while swinging his weapon around like a madman who had completely lost control. There was no mistaking his intent. That piece of garbage wanted to cut Evelyn down once and for all, even after the duel had already ended. But this time, Julius stepped in before Wolfgang could even get close enough to threaten her. The demon dragon caught him with his only remaining hand and forced him down like an obedient child being put in his place. Wolfgang's rage had clouded his senses so badly that he must have forgotten he had already escaped lightly with just one severed arm. Julius stared the old fool down with cold pressure in his eyes and asked whether he truly wanted to lose the arm he still had left. If Wolfgang was so desperate to end up looking like a mannequin, then the demon dragon would be more than happy to make that wish come true. The tension hanging over the arena reached its absolute peak, with every eye locked on the clash that was seconds away from exploding again. The situation might have turned even bloodier if not for a sudden urgent interruption. A messenger rushed in and announced that the Troyven family had begun their invasion, and every person present had to return to their posts immediately. Julius clicked his tongue in frustration, because the timing could not have been worse. He wanted nothing more than to leave Wolfgang with serious damage, but that revenge would have to wait. It took real willpower for Julius to turn away and release him, but once he did, he called to his trusted aides. They were now officially at war, and the white-armored dragon cavalry would be standing on the front lines. Wolfgang, being the absolute idiot that he was, still somehow failed to understand that the room had moved on without him. He kept running his mouth, whining that the duel was not over yet, but by then, no one in the arena was paying attention to his tantrum anymore. In the end, the ice dragon had to threaten him with cold, very literal violence just to make him finally shut his trap. Lady Neil gave him one final warning. If he ever brought shame upon the 9 dragons again, her ice blades would happily turn him into a frozen pincushion. Wolfgang still tried to argue, desperately leaning on his rank and claiming that laying a hand on him would be an insult to the entire Elder Council. Lady Neil simply told him to look at the council for himself. When Wolfgang turned his eyes toward them, every last one had already turned their back on their disgraced leader. They had completely washed their hands of his shameful behavior. None of them could continue supporting a representative who violated the sacred nature of the duel and swung his sword after losing like a spoiled child. By the end of that night, the elder dragon had lost far more than a match. He had lost an arm, his council, and the respect of the entire Ragnar clan. Seeing Wolfgang broken, humiliated, and stripped of everything gave Julius at least some sense of justice. The pitiful sight of a greedy old man losing all he had clung to made for a deeply satisfying end. But while the higher-ups of Ragnar were still tangled in their political games and internal drama, Ed Troyvin was already moving in the shadows like a full-blown villain, calm and confident as his plan advanced. His troops had already taken control of the central plateau, and from there, they were steadily closing in on Castle Harmon. According to the latest reports, the Ragnar forces, both the Lord's cavalry and the private troops of the Six Pillars, were preparing to meet Troyvin's army at the central plateau. Ed Troyvin laughed quietly to himself. Those foolish old dragons were moving exactly the way he had predicted. Now it was almost time for them to realize that this war was only one part of a much larger scheme, because the One Piece was real. While their attention and forces were locked onto the plateau, Troyvin would be free to sink his teeth into the real prize. Every piece had already fallen into place for his wicked takeover, and all that remained was to set the final motion in action. Meanwhile, on the other side of the map, the Bacchus family territory was strangely quiet. After the Sarah's Guild debacle, one of the Six Pillars had gone through a drastic change. Even the guards stationed along the walls could not stop themselves from gossiping about the new head of the house. Ever since Lord Naven took control, all he had done was shut himself away from the world and drown himself in alcohol from morning to night. With the territory facing such unstable times, even his own people had started whispering about whether a man like that deserved to be called the head of the family at all. One of the older, more experienced guards insisted that, with nearly the entire family imprisoned, the only thing left in Bacchus territory was a mountain of debt. In his eyes, a lord was useless if even the knights and vassals who had served the Bacchus family for generations had already abandoned them. Still, it was hard to blame the new family head for choosing to drink himself numb every single day. At this point, having the freedom to do even that might have been a blessing. Recently, the guards had also received reinforcements sent over by the Ragnar clan. Those troops were supposed to solve the territory's manpower shortage, but instead, they turned out to be little more than useless freeloaders taking up space. Just like the family head, they spent their days drinking and wasting time. And as fate would have it, the captain leading those Ragnar reinforcements was none other than Sybil Dree, accompanied by A.D. Naren and the rest of Theo's loyal fanboys. They were assigned to handle the night watch, but every night without fail, they ended up sprawled across the streets in a drunken mess. Their deployment felt less like real support and more like the main family's polite way of telling them to disappear. One of the guards stationed along the wall overheard all of this troubling information, but instead of looking worried, he seemed almost a little too pleased by what he had learned. The moment the sun disappeared beneath the horizon, the guard quietly slipped out of the territory and made his way to report to someone waiting in the shadows. He explained that the morale inside Bacchus territory had already collapsed to rock bottom. With things in such a miserable state, the operation could practically be treated as an automatic success. More hooded figures emerged from the darkness one after another, their faces hidden as they began moving toward Bacchus territory. They had heard enough. It was time to begin, and with the fallen household in such terrible shape, they believed they could finish their objective in record time. And just as expected, Captain Sybil, the man who was supposed to be guarding the walls, was slumped over unconscious with a bottle still hanging from his hand. One of the hooded figures quietly slipped into his position, twirling a knife with practiced ease as he cursed the drunken bastard for falling asleep while on guard duty. Then, with terrifying precision, he aimed straight for Sybil's head and drove the blade down without the slightest hesitation. Meanwhile, back at the White Armored Dragon Cavalry headquarters, Julius had just been hit with a request so unreasonable that it practically demanded an instant rejection. Theo had asked to invoke his independent operation rights as an intermediate inspector. Captain Demon Dragon immediately shut the idea down, making it clear that in wartime, military operations took absolute priority, and not even a successor could be granted an exception that easily. Theo, however, calmly insisted that his request was directly connected to the war effort. He had not come empty-handed either, and the documents in his possession were there to support every word. As Julius skimmed through the contents, his eyes widened in visible shock, the weight of the information sinking in with every line he read. Theo explained that Troyvin's main invasion points, specifically Castle Harmon and the Central Highlands, were nothing more than carefully crafted diversions meant to pull attention away from the true danger. He was convinced that the real target of the invasion was the floating archipelago, along with the already weakened and compromised Bacchus territory. With the reports backing up Theo's theory spread out before him, Julius could tell that the young lord's assessment was not some wild guess. The logic was solid. Looking back at the Black Skull's recent actions during the series' hostage crisis, it became obvious that they had been working in cooperation with the Troivan family. Theo went on to add that Black Skull had originally been a maritime league from the floating archipelago, a place once known as the hub where all the Empire's gold passed through. That single detail explained a great deal, including how the Troivan clan had managed to gather what looked like an unbelievably massive supply of war funds. And considering the archipelago's geographical position, it was only a matter of time before that place became a direct and serious threat to Ragnar territory itself. Because of that, Theo proposed raising the priority of reinforcing the neglected Bacchus territory before it became too late to do anything meaningful. Even if Theo's calculations were perfectly accurate, the problem was that the bulk of Troivan's forces had already gathered near the Central Highlands and Castle Harmon. Their numbers were large enough to wage an all-out war, and Ragnar had already deployed troops to respond to that imminent clash. The clan simply had no extra manpower left to spare. Even so, they could not afford to abandon the true strategic points. That was exactly why Theo wanted independent command authority. He intended to oversee the reinforcement of Bacchus territory while also investigating the archipelago. If they moved correctly, they could expose the financial artery feeding Troivan's entire war machine. With a small group of carefully chosen troops and just a little time, Theo was confident he could strike somewhere far more important and make a direct impact on the war. Julius was genuinely impressed by the young man's sharp thinking. With a plan this bold and this carefully reasoned, how could he possibly refuse? This was not some personal whim. It was a matter tied directly to the war, and in a crisis like this they had to use every option available to them. Even so, Julius still warned Theo not to push too far or overextend himself beyond what he could control. After the young lord left the headquarters, Julius remained behind, quietly wondering how the kid had managed to piece so much together on his own. Somehow, Theo had gotten his hands on information that should have been highly classified. In a normal situation, it would have made more sense for Theo to share that valuable intelligence with an expert like Black Dragon. Instead, he had chosen to bring it directly to his captain. That old Julius Plenty. Theo wanted to keep this operation hidden so he could move with as much freedom as possible. In truth, Julius could tell that the request for permission had mostly been a formality. By Julius's estimate, Theo had already set his plan in motion long before ever stepping into the headquarters. And as it turned out, that guess was completely correct. Theo had already planted his troops inside Bacchus territory. And tonight, they finally threw off their drunken disguise to deal with the invaders. Captain Sybil dropped the drunkard act in an instant and caught the hooded attacker completely off guard, cutting him down with brutal precision. As the bottle of booze flew from Sybil's hand and spun through the air, the liquid inside splashed out in a bright arc. The hooded figure caught the scent immediately, only to realize that what spilled from the bottle was not alcohol at all, but orange juice. Sybil had been sober and wide awake the entire time. In fact, he did not even drink alcohol. After days of pretending to be a useless, intoxicated fool, he could finally loosen his body, stretch his limbs, and swing his sword without holding anything back. Once the element of surprise was gone, a Troivan operative stood no chance against a swordsman who had once trained alongside Lord Theo. Sybil's troops quickly swept through the enemy vanguard with ease. Now that the first wave had been cleared out, their next move was to light the beacon. None of them had ever expected their first real assignment to involve killing Troivan operatives in enemy shadows. Back at the blooming ceremony, they never could have imagined ending up in a mission like this. While Sybil focused on getting the signal fire started, the sneaky operative he had just gutted suddenly sprang back into motion after lying face down and waiting for the perfect chance. Sybil's squad let their guard slip for a single moment, and because of that opening, Sybil came dangerously close to being killed. Thankfully, someone appeared out of nowhere at the perfect instant and cleanly took the deceptive operative's head before the attack could land. It was none other than Naven, and naturally, the first thing he did was scold the boys for dropping their guard. If any of them had been hurt, how could he ever face Lord Theo afterward? Realizing he had made a serious mistake, Sybil immediately straightened his posture and respectfully paid his respects to the head of the Bacchus family. Naven simply told him not to be so stiff, saying he should be at ease and relax a little. Of course, if they truly wanted to relax for real, then they still had one thing to handle first. They needed to finish carrying out Lord Theo's orders. With a grin spreading across his face, Sybil turned back to his duty and continued working to light the beacon. Naven found himself unexpectedly fond of having these boys stationed in his territory. Their energy, their looseness, and their odd little rhythm suited his own mood surprisingly well. Once the walls surrounding the Naven territory flared to life with signal flames, crossbowmen quickly took their positions along the ramparts, lining the upper walls as they waited in silence for the next wave of invaders to appear. From the highest point of the castle, Naven watched the battlefield with an almost casual calm, keeping an eye on every movement below. Just as his lord had predicted, enemies were going to come crawling out of the darkness tonight. Still, Naven could not help wondering how Theo had managed to see through the Troivan's attack plan with such terrifying accuracy. At this point, there was no other way to put it. Theo really was just built different. With the beacon fire exposing the Troivan rats in the darkness, Sybil raised his voice and roared out the command to defend Bacchus Castle at all costs. As the hooded invaders clawed their way up the towering walls, thousands of arrows rained down from above, hammering into them one after another until the assault turned into a brutal bloodbath. By the time Theo reached the castle on the back of his viper wyvern, Umbra, the battle had already erupted in full force. He arrived just in time to look down and see his boys proving themselves in action. Seeing those familiar faces fighting below, Theo's excitement rose, and he urged Umbra forward even faster, eager to reunite with them after so long. When morning light finally spilled over Bacchus Castle, the land outside the walls was already strewn with the corpses of Troivan operatives. As Lord Theo had ordered, the mission to defend the territory had been completed successfully, and Sybil had every right to stand tall with pride over what his squad had accomplished. Theo already knew Sybil could be loud on a normal day, but his report this time was on a whole different level. Maybe the adrenaline from wiping out an entire enemy battalion was still roaring through him. Of course, after such an outstanding defense of Bacchus territory, the reinforcements absolutely deserved recognition and praise. And for good old Sybil, just one compliment and one bit of acknowledgement from Theo was enough to send tears rushing straight to his eyes. His comrades could barely hide how jealous they were of their captain. Naven, meanwhile, had not expected Theo to appear in person, but the visit was a welcome surprise. Thankfully, there had been no need for Theo to interfere at all. Thanks to the reinforcement squad's performance, the operation had gone far more smoothly than expected, to the point that even Naven was caught off guard by how well they handled it. Theo gathered up all of his loyal fanboys and recruited them to join the Camellia Palace Guards. Seeing how quickly they had grown delighted him, especially since their performance had even managed to impress Naven. At first, the family head had not expected much from them. They were only intermediate inspectors, and their actual experience was still thin at best. But when the moment mattered most, they stepped up, held their ground, and delivered exactly when they needed to. Their skills were still rough around the edges, no doubt about that, but they were dependable people with honest hearts. Hearing Naven speak so highly of his boys made Theo feel like a proud older brother watching his juniors finally shine. Since Naven seemed to have taken such a liking to Sybil and the others, Theo suggested that they could be the ones to fill the vacant knight order left behind by the Bacchus family. The Ghost Sword Naven personally handled their training and molded them into a proper knight order. Then Sybil and the rest of the boys might truly be able to flourish. Naven appeared open to the idea, his expression showing that he was seriously considering it. For the first time in a long while, he felt something close to anticipation stirring inside him again. Theo was glad his subordinates had found a place where they could stay together, grow stronger, and still help advance his wider plans. Since there was no longer any need for him to remain in the territory, Lord Theo offered his farewells. He had seen everything he came to confirm, so now it was time for him to move on toward his next destination. The destination was the floating archipelago, where he planned to conduct a thorough investigation for himself. Naven thought he would have grown used to his lord's boldness by now, but somehow, Theo still managed to catch him off guard from time to time. The archipelago was infamous for its hostility toward outsiders, and even gaining entry was known to be difficult. Luckily, Theo was not the kind of person who moved without a plan. After several days of smooth sailing across the waters, Theo finally arrived at the port city of Dion. Pulling his hood low to avoid drawing attention, he headed straight for the local pub without wasting any time. But almost immediately after arriving, trouble came looking for him. A man nearly twice his size deliberately slammed into him on the way inside. The big man was clearly looking for a fight, but Theo stayed perfectly calm and answered with a backhanded insult sharp enough to cut through the brute's pride. Then, before the troublemaker could properly react, Theo swiftly grabbed a pint of booze and smashed it straight against the man's head. The entire pub erupted the moment the crash rang out. Everyone turned toward the commotion, eager to watch a fight break loose. And judging by how the pub staff kept serving drinks as if nothing unusual was happening at the entrance, trouble like this was probably just another normal day in the area. Beyond the door at the far end of the pub hallway, however, was a neatly maintained office that felt completely separate from the chaos outside. Inside, the man in charge of the establishment listened closely as one of his subordinates delivered a report. Recently, they had been pressured to supply the Troivans with regular shipments of gunpowder and steel. All of those valuable goods were being demanded as payment, supposedly counted as the rental fee for the dragon-slaying sword. Antonio Spinola, the next patriarch of the Spinola family, had every reason to be furious. The Troivans had dressed their letter up like a request, but anyone could see it for what it really was, a bloody threat. They had stolen the dragon-slaying sword from its rightful owners, and now they were trying to lend it back to those same owners in exchange for precious resources. Antonio did not even want to acknowledge the report in front of him. Just hearing the terms made his blood boil, but at the end of the day, the Spinola family had no real choice in the matter. Without the dragon-slaying sword, the floating archipelago itself would sink. If they had never lost that legendary blade in the first place, they would not be trapped under the thumb of these exploitative overlords now. He was still trying to force his thoughts into order, struggling with the terrifying possibility that the floating archipelago might already be past saving, with no hope left to cling to. And right at that tense moment, a burst of rough, rowdy noise came spilling through the closed door, loud enough to break straight into the heavy silence of the office. Antonio was already furious from feeling like he was being robbed blind, so the second that racket reached his ears, he slammed his way out and kicked the office door open to shut it down. If his customers came here to drink, then fine, they could drink, but at the very least they should know how to keep their voices down. Beneath his hood, Theo's mouth curled into a quiet smirk. The man he had been waiting for had finally stepped out on his own, and all it took was a little noise to drag him from that office. Antonio Spinola was exactly the kind of person Theo needed, because for the next stage of his plan, this man would become a crucial piece on the board. After causing enough trouble upstairs to get himself escorted down into the pub's liquor storage area, Theo wasted no time getting to the point. He told Antonio that he wanted to reach the floating archipelago, and that he hoped to board Antonio's ship as a combatant for the journey. He explained that sea monsters had apparently been showing up more and more often along that route, so he wanted to offer his sword for protection. After the brawl upstairs, his ability was already on display, and he had also heard that the Spinola family was short on capable hands lately. To Theo, that made the offer beneficial for both sides. Antonio did not deny it. With a guarded look, he admitted that Theo's words were not completely wrong, and that they were indeed searching for more crew members. Even so, that did not mean he was willing to let a suspicious young man like Theo set foot on his ship. For someone claiming to be a mercenary looking for work, Theo's equipment looked far too spotless. There were no scratches, no grime, no marks of long travel or repeated battle anywhere on it. He had walked into the pub, stirred up trouble almost immediately, and somehow just happened to know that a ship would soon be heading for the archipelago. Antonio was not reckless enough to invite an unknown and unpredictable factor like that onto his own boat. Theo only let out a small laugh. Honestly, he would have been more disappointed if Antonio had failed to see through such a careless act. Now that he knew the man was no fool, they could finally stop pretending and move on to real business. Then Theo slid a coin across the table and calmly brought up the armed resistance fighting for the liberation of the floating archipelago, the Black Skull. He had traveled all the way to this port city for one reason, to make a deal with the leader of that resistance, Antonio Spinola himself. Antonio's expression sharpened at once, because the amount this young stranger knew was more than enough to feel like a direct threat. But Theo made it clear that the real issue was not how he had learned these things. What mattered now was exactly what information he was holding. For instance, he knew that Antonio had been losing sleep over the dragon-slaying sword and the danger surrounding it. The instant Theo allowed the name of that blade to leave his mouth, Antonio's temper flared, and he immediately accused Theo of being one of Troivin's dogs. Theo simply laughed at the accusation and lightly warned the businessman to keep himself composed instead of letting his anger take over. Antonio caught himself before the situation could explode any further, forcing down the hostility that had risen to the surface. When his guards heard the commotion and came to check on them, Antonio lifted a hand and silently waved them away, making it clear that they were not needed. Theo then hinted that the dragon-slaying sword was already in his possession. Antonio immediately called the claim absurd, because as far as he knew, those Troivin dogs had the blade locked away under strict guard. But Theo calmly pressed on, poking a clear hole in the belief Antonio had been clinging to. After all, those Troivin dogs could have simply claimed they had the sword. There was no solid proof that the blade was truly in their hands. And once Antonio thought about it, the Troivins had never actually shown the object they were using as ransom. With the fate of the archipelago hanging over him, he realized his own judgment might have become clouded by panic. Since he had already been backed into a corner with nothing left to lose, Antonio decided he might as well hear what the strange young man had to say. So Antonio forced himself to calm down, swallowed his pride, and sat back as Theo began speaking about the legend and mystery surrounding the infamous floating archipelago. The story began with the legendary hero known as Kriemhild, a tale that was especially precious to Antonio and deeply tied to his own heart. In fact, Antonio even kept a copy of that storybook tucked away inside his drawer, close enough to reach whenever he wanted. According to the legend, Kriemhild had driven his sword straight into the head of the sea dragon that once terrorized the vast ocean, and by doing so, he sealed the monstrous beast beneath the waves. To most people, it sounded like an ordinary fairy tale, but Antonio knew it was not fiction at all. It was real history. People believed the floating archipelago remained suspended above the sea because of some mysterious natural current, but that explanation was wrong. The truth was that the dragon Kriemhild had sealed was still buried deep below that land, releasing enormous waves of mana that formed an updraft powerful enough to hold the islands in the sky. The dragon-slaying sword was not just a weapon. It functioned as the device that kept the dragon sealed, acting as a medium that stabilized the flow of mana beneath the archipelago. But ever since the Troivans stole that blade away, the mana current had started growing more unstable with each passing day. If the dragon-slaying sword was not returned to its rightful place soon, the archipelago would be struck by a disaster that could not be avoided. The islands themselves would eventually sink, dragging every person living there down with them. This was not just business for Antonio. The lives of his people were on the line, and one wrong move could cost them everything. So if Theo truly had the dragon-slaying sword in his possession, Antonio was prepared to grant him whatever he wanted in exchange for its return. But simply placing the sword back where it belonged would not solve the deeper problem. Those crafty Troivan goons could always steal it again, and on top of that, Theo had no intention of giving up a source of extra power so easily. Since Theo had come here claiming he wanted to talk business, Antonio finally leaned into the negotiation and opened the door for a real deal. If money was what Theo wanted, then the Spinola family would pay him any amount he named. Fortunately, Theo already had a plan in mind, one that would allow him to keep the dragon-slaying sword while still saving the archipelago from collapse. For the moment, all he needed was simple: passage to those mystical islands floating above the sea. With the situation growing more desperate by the minute, Antonio eventually had no choice but to give in. And just like that, Theo was accepted aboard the ship that was preparing to sail toward the floating archipelago. Of course, even after securing his ride, Theo did not let the opportunity slip by and made sure to or a farm on the boat as well. After leaving the port city of Dion behind, the voyage unfolded without any major trouble, the ship cutting across the sea so smoothly that the journey almost felt too calm. From a distance, the floating archipelago did not look like some strange wonder hanging above the ocean. At first glance, it simply resembled an ordinary port city sitting far ahead. But that cluster of floating rock islands was far from ordinary. It was widely known as a merchant federation with its own long history, customs, and traditions, so distinctive that even the emperor had officially acknowledged its autonomy. In Theo's previous life, however, the Great War had marked the beginning of the archipelago's downfall. Troivan occupied the islands, wiped away their proud history, and reduced the entire place to nothing more than a production base for war supplies. And by the final stage of the Great War, the whole archipelago had sunk beneath the sea, disappearing from the map as if it had never existed. For Ragnar's sake, and for the sake of every person living on those islands, Theo was determined to drive those dogs out before history could repeat itself. Antonio had been promised that his homeland could still be saved, but even with that hope placed in front of him, he still could not bring himself to fully trust Theo. The young man's plan sounded absurd from the very beginning, and what bothered Antonio most was the part where Theo claimed he could move the entire landmass. Yet Theo faced the nervous businessman without a trace of doubt, confidently assuring him that the plan was not some fantasy, but a solution that could actually be carried out. After all, the sea dragon sealed beneath the archipelago was not just any monster. It was another guardian tied to one of the ancient dragon's relics. Before they ever set sail, Theo had already asked his guardians about the dragon-slaying sword and the strange power surrounding it. The answer came almost immediately. His guardians confirmed that the blade was, without question, an ancient dragon's relic. But only made the mystery even harder for Theo to understand, because if it truly was such a relic, then why was it so incompatible with the Ragnars? He could not even touch the sword without feeling that painful rejection surge through him. The lesser Drake did not know every detail, but he could sense one thing clearly: the guardian connected to that blade had abandoned its duty and escaped from the relic entirely. And strangely enough, there had already been a similar case before. Griffin, standing right there, had once attempted the same reckless stunt and failed. That made Theo curious, so he asked his guardians if they could escape their own relics as long as they were willing to pay the required price. But every one of them insisted that escaping and continuing to exist afterward was only possible because it had been done by that particular guy. It was not something an ordinary guardian could simply pull off, and this sea dragon was powerful enough that even its leftover mana could keep an entire archipelago floating above the ocean. That was the moment a bold, almost ridiculous idea flashed through Theo's mind. If he could subdue that beast, then he would gain enough power to move the entire landmass by himself. In theory, Theo's idea was not wrong. The problem was that before anything else could happen, the sea dragon had to be sealed again. Even if the beast had lost most of its strength after escaping the relic, it was still one of the most powerful guardians in existence, far beyond something that could be treated lightly. Griffin mocked him, saying Theo did not even have a way to reach the bottom of the ocean. But Griffin was mistaken, because Theo had already prepared a plan for exactly this kind of impossible situation. From the method of getting down to the seafloor to the steps needed to reseal the beast, Theo already had the entire operation mapped out in his head. He told Antonio that the key to this outrageous plan was the colossal statue standing on one of the islands, a statue that carried a hidden power even the native people themselves did not know about. Theo had already shown Antonio the sword, but even after seeing it with his own eyes, Antonio still could not fully believe this plan would work. And honestly, it was hard to blame him, because the fate of his homeland and all his people was resting on this gamble. Either way, there was no point arguing forever. Once they reached their destination, the truth of Theo's plan would reveal itself. Just as Theo expected, his system soon alerted him to a new subquest. Return Bameng to its rightful place, find the correct location, subdue the Guardian, and prove that he was worthy to stand as its master. By the time night fell over the sea, their ship had finally docked at one of the many ports scattered across the archipelago. Under Antonio's command, the Black Skull revolutionaries gathered together and received their assignment: guide Theo safely to the Kriemhild statue. Once they had brought him there, their next order was simple. They were to stay out of the way and let the young man handle the rest on his own. Everyone already knew that the heads of the major families had been bought off by Troyvin. Security around the statue had been tightened, so instead of walking in openly, they would use a hidden infiltration route. For the floating archipelago, every member of Black Skull growled those words with fierce resolve, their determination burning through the darkness. Before the operation began, Antonio gave Theo one final wish of good luck while Theo quietly scanned the lineup of Black Skull members standing before him. And almost immediately, Theo noticed the one person who did not seem to belong with the others. As expected, the colossal statue was guarded from every direction, with watchful soldiers stationed all around the historical site. The corrupt families had clearly spared no effort when it came to fortifying the area, turning the statue's surroundings into a heavily watched zone. But while those diligent guards kept their eyes fixed on the obvious paths, the Black Skull agents had already slipped close by using their secret route. Theo followed his guides through the hidden tunnel, moving swiftly through the darkness, and before long, he found himself surprisingly close to the target. From that point onward, the roar of the nearby waterfall swallowed up every stray sound, giving them enough cover to move far more freely. Theo pulled the dragon-slaying sword from his subspace, and the moment it appeared, that electrifying rejection shot through him again. He thanked the Black Skull agents for escorting him this far, then made it clear that he would continue alone from here. The Black Skull members stared in stunned excitement as they watched him draw the blade of legends out of thin air, their eyes widening at the unbelievable sight. As Theo moved closer to the statue, he noticed that the sword's negative reaction was growing stronger, almost as if the blade itself was resisting with greater force. All he had to do now was climb the winding image of the sea dragon carved around the statue and bring this whole matter to its next stage. With polished footwork and sharp agility, Theo began scaling the stone statue, moving across the carved surface with such ease that the climb barely seemed to slow him down. Below him, the Black Skull agents still struggled to accept what they were seeing. The legendary blade they had fought so desperately to recover was now in the hands of a complete stranger. But those who truly believed in the revolution, that sight also stirred something powerful in their chests, making it feel as though hope had returned to the floating archipelago. Unfortunately, the odd man out had finally grown tired of simply watching. Without warning, he sprang into action and cut down his fellow Black Skull agents. As it turned out, the armed resistance had already been infiltrated by spies. And now that Bameng was finally within sight, they dropped the act completely and made their move. Meanwhile, Theo had finally reached the very top of the statue's head, where the sculpture of Kriemhild stood frozen in stone, driving his blade into the monster's skull. Bameng's resistance had now climbed to its absolute peak, buzzing through Theo's hands with unbearable force, but even after reaching this point, he still had no clear idea what he was supposed to do next. So, as a first attempt, Theo tried copying the pose of Kriemhild's statue, raising the blade and driving it into the head of the colossal sculpture. Unfortunately, even after the sword sank in, nothing happened at all. With one hand badly burned from Bameng's rejection, Theo drank a healing potion and let the medicine work through the pain, all while turning over every clue from the system's subquest message in his mind. That was when the spies finally revealed themselves and moved in, trying to catch him off guard with a sudden ambush from his blind spot. It was a decent sneak attack, sharp and well-timed, but Theo's senses were far too refined for him to fall for such an obvious dirty trick. The spy froze in surprise, clearly shaken that the attack had failed. He had assumed this would be a quick, simple job, but when his eyes darted around the area, Bameng was nowhere to be seen. That brief moment of distraction was all Theo needed, and he drove a brutal kick straight into the spy's stomach. The spy grimaced in rage, furious that one tiny lapse in focus had left him injured and exposed in front of his enemy. The bald spy struggled to keep his footing, forcing himself to stay upright even as the impact left him dealing with light internal injuries. The other spies immediately rushed over to his side, their faces tightening with concern as they called out to their Lord Gray. Gray warned his men not to charge at Theo carelessly, making it clear that if they rushed in without thinking, they would be taken down in a single blow. Outside the site, the guards suddenly went on alert when the sharp sound of something breaking echoed from within the statue grounds. When they lifted their heads and looked upward, they were struck speechless by what they saw. The statue of Kriemhild, a monument that had stood there for who knew how many generations, was violently cracking apart and crumbling into pieces. Further away from the statue, Antonio and his team remained on standby, waiting anxiously for any update, since quite some time had passed since the infiltration squad first departed. Then one of the agents from that squad came rushing back through the secret tunnel, wounded, breathless, and barely holding herself together, reporting that Gray and his brothers had suddenly turned on everyone and slaughtered them. Antonio immediately understood the weight of his mistake. Troivin's servants had already slipped into his organization and hidden themselves right under his nose. Meanwhile, high up on the sea dragon statue, Theo was locked in battle with the traitors who had betrayed the cause. They're not strong enough to truly threaten him, but they were irritatingly effective at slowing him down and dragging out his mission. What made things even more troublesome was that Gray and his group clearly knew how to fight, moving with the caution and timing of experienced combatants. Even when Theo deliberately gave them an opening, they refused to take the bait or rush forward aggressively, making it obvious that their real goal was to stall for time. Theo figured they must have already taken control of the nearby 3rd District and were only waiting for reinforcements to arrive. They refused to bite at the openings he gave them. Then Theo had no choice but to stop waiting and take the offensive himself. He launched into a relentless assault, his strikes tearing across the colossal statue and sending chunks of stone flying from its surface. As his indiscriminate attacks chipped away at the outer layers, the stone grew thinner and thinner until an ancient metal box hidden beneath the statue was finally revealed. The moment Gray saw the narrow hollow slit carved into the box, clearly shaped to receive a blade, he shouted for his brothers to stop Theo no matter what it took. Theo inwardly cursed himself for making the mission more complicated than it needed to be. The subquest had already told him that Bamung needed to return to its original place, so all he had to do was follow the direction the blade had been pulling him toward. Now the hollow slit of the ancient box was right in front of him, and all that remained was to fit the sword's tip into place. Gray threw his whole body toward Theo, desperately trying to block him and stop the inevitable from happening. But Gray was too slow, and Theo's movements were simply far too quick. Theo drove the blade into its rightful place, and in the next instant, a blinding light flooded the entire area, releasing a powerful shockwave that blasted the Troivin dogs away. Even as Bamung's rejection tore through him and the overwhelming impact pressed against his body, Theo endured it all and kept both hands locked firmly around the sword's hilt. That was when the thunderous sound of the statue shattering finally alerted the useless guards stationed outside. When they raised their eyes toward the monument they had been assigned to protect, it was already breaking apart before them. None of them could have imagined that tonight, of all nights, they would witness the collapse of the Colossus. The fall knocked Theo unconscious, and for reasons he could not explain, it transported him to an unfamiliar place he did not recognize. When Theo finally regained consciousness, the first thing that hit him was the worst headache he had ever felt. The pain was almost unbearable, but at the very least, it proved that he was still alive. As he slowly took in his changed surroundings, Theo guessed that he must have been transferred into the relic dungeon. Tall, lush greenery surrounded him from every side, making this place completely different from any relic dungeon he had ever entered before. While he was still carefully gathering as much information as possible, a tiny voice suddenly reached him from close beside him. All 4 of his guardians had chosen to appear outside their relics, each one taking on a small chibi-like form. Fairy Dragon explained that they had used Theo's mana as a medium to manifest physical bodies, but because his magical power was still lacking, they could barely maintain those tiny miniature forms. She also said that this relic dungeon was filled with the lingering scent of deep longing and pity for a certain human. The moment Theo heard that, his thoughts immediately went to Kriemhild. However, the Guardians could not say for certain. All they could do was sense and read the leftover fragments of the previous Guardian's thoughts. Still, based on the clues around them, it was easy to assume that the legendary hero had some connection to this place. And since the Relic Guardian had abandoned the space, they should have been able to explore slowly and investigate at their own pace. But that assumption turned out to be a mistake, because Theo had no idea that danger was already watching him. A skeletal archer had already taken aim from the shadows, locking onto Theo as its target. The moment the arrow was released, it tore through the air and triggered a massive explosion. The violent sound activated Theo's reflexes just as the arrowhead came within a hair's breadth of his head. Using his ultra instinct, Theo tilted his head out of the arrow's path at the last possible second and snatched the projectile out of midair. It seemed the information Theo's guardians had given him was not as complete as they made it sound. This place was not empty or ownerless at all, and the danger here had been waiting for him from the start. The skeletal archer was only the first sign of trouble. One after another, more skeletal creatures began crawling out into view. Every single one of them turned their hostility toward the only living person with flesh in the strange space. To them, Theo was nothing but an intruder, a threat that had to be erased from the dungeon. The bony inhabitants of this bizarre dimension began chanting Kriemhildt's name, their hollow voices carrying a strange sense of reverence and respect. Little Griffin quickly concluded that the original guardian must have created these beings for one purpose, to protect the ownership of this place for the human known as Kriemhildt. More arrows came whistling through the air, and one of them nearly struck the little bird directly, but Theo reacted with ease and knocked the incoming attack away. He redirected the arrow's path in an instant, sending it straight into a skeleton swordsman and crushing its skull with the impact. Theo judged that each skeleton by itself was not especially dangerous, but their sheer numbers made them incredibly irritating to deal with. It could wipe them all out in one large sweep. Clearing the dungeon would be simple enough, but judging by the way things were unfolding, it clearly would not be that easy. Fairy dragons sensed something unusual about them, and quickly realized these creatures were not just ordinary skeletons wandering around. They were undying soldiers who would continue moving until their duty was fulfilled. These beings were known as Dragon Fangs. Theo drew his blade with a confident smile, accepting the challenge as if the rising danger only made things more interesting. Then he launched himself toward the treetops, forcing the skeletons to chase after him through the dense greenery. After spending valuable energy cutting down as many regenerating dragon fangs as he could, Theo finally decided that continuing to fight them head-on was a waste and pulled back. Seeing him struggle more than expected, Little Griffin reluctantly offered a piece of advice, reminding Theo that this Kriemhildt fellow had only been a human, just like him. If Theo could somehow make that man surrender ownership of the dungeon, then this entire problem could be settled in a matter of seconds. Theo snapped the moment he heard that so-called advice. If Kriemhildt was still alive after countless ages had passed, then there was no way he could still be considered an ordinary human. Little Griffin immediately sulked, grumbling to himself as he regretted wasting such valuable advice on an idiot. While Theo was trying to think his way out of the situation, a system message suddenly appeared before him. To concentrate on reading it, he reached over and forcefully clamped Little Griffin's beak shut. The message revealed that this dungeon was the final gift Leviathan had left behind for the hero Kriemhildt, and now Theo had to retrieve ownership of that gift from its landlord. Reading between the lines, Theo had to admit, as annoying as the bird was, Little Griffin might actually have been right. Thankfully, no matter how well the dragon fangs moved together, they still were not fast enough to catch Theo. Using the vines around him to stay constantly in motion, Theo kept moving through the space while thinking about how he could take ownership away from a dead man. To increase the amount of information he could process at once, Theo activated hatchling synchronization. In the next instant, his vision sharpened far beyond normal human limits, and everything around him began flowing through his mind at a superhuman level, every movement and detail becoming clearer than before. His instincts were right, then he was still missing one vital piece of information needed to conquer this dungeon. Through hatchling synchronization, Theo finally spotted a lone dragon fang staying back from the others, keeping its distance from the aggressive pack. That one carried a different aura from the ordinary skeletal nightmares around it, standing out in a way Theo could not ignore. When the other dragon fangs all rushed toward him at once, Theo noticed that the single one turned away and tried to run. That made him even more certain that the odd one out was the real target he needed to hunt. With ridiculous speed, Theo closed the distance almost effortlessly and caught up to the abnormal fang in no time. He unleashed his fastest attack, the lightning dragon flash technique, crossing the remaining gap in the blink of an eye. Black lightning spread out around the lone dragon fang, forming a crackling cage that left it with nowhere to escape. The lightning cage erupted into a massive explosion, pulverizing everything caught within its range. Lightning Needle was not only unbelievably fast, but also devastatingly destructive. Once the unusual dragon fang was destroyed, a new system notification appeared. Theo now had to gather 206 pieces of Kriemhildt's remains, and after all that effort, he had only collected one. The required number was absurdly high, but at the very least, Theo finally had a clear objective to follow. The particular dragon fang he had just defeated had dropped Kriemhildt's third cervical bone. Now that the path was clear, Theo only needed to collect the bones of a dead man, and then he could finally get himself out of this place. Meanwhile, back in the real world, a sailing fleet arrived at the floating archipelago's port in the middle of a violent storm. Porters hurried toward the ship as an attendant approached the only man who stepped down from it. Looking into the thick fog, the man remarked that the weather would actually work in favor of his objective. When the porters climbed aboard the newly arrived ship, they froze in horror at what was waiting for them. The entire deck was soaked and stained with blood, and every member of the crew had been massacred without a trace of mercy. The man had heard that the foolish spies from the floating archipelago, the ones he had sent to infiltrate Black Skull, had allowed the dragon-slaying sword to slip away. But in the end, it did not really matter whether those weaklings failed or who currently held Bamong. After all, the floating archipelago itself was already firmly within Troivin's grasp. Noil, the ninth of Troivin's 9 lords, had personally arrived to finish the job himself. In middle of that rain-soaked night, the citizens of the floating archipelago were jolted awake by the terrifying roar of explosions. They could only watch in shock as the great merchant who had protected the archipelago for hundreds of years finally fell. Back inside the relic dungeon, Theo had just completed his bone-hunting speedrun, successfully fulfilling the requirement by recovering all 206 pieces of Kriemhildt's remains. The system then urged Theo to look deeper, prompting him to view the memories that had been engraved into the scattered remnants of the hero. As the world around him began to blur and lose its shape, Theo found himself wondering what the true hero behind the old legend had actually looked like. Then, without warning, Theo's consciousness was pulled into a fragment of Kriemhildt's past. In that distant moment, she was still just a child, happily crossing the island again and again because she could not wait to visit her friend, Levi. With food carried along for the trip, the young girl would make her way across the tropical island, trekking all the way toward a massive cavern hidden in the landscape. Inside that plain, unremarkable cave, the Dragonslayer sword had been left lying around as if it were nothing special, resting quietly in the dim space. The child approached with bright excitement and tapped on Bamong, eagerly urging Levi to wake up and talk with her. Sleeping within the ancient relic was its guardian, the mighty Leviathan, though the girl called him Levi for short. And from the very beginning, Levi was the kind of proud beast who carried himself with plenty of arrogance. Again and again, he insisted that the young human address him properly by his full title, Leviathan, guardian of the primordial dragon's relic. He even declared that not even the Ragnars would dare call him something as casual as Levi. But the child was not bothered by his sharp attitude at all. His proper title was far too long and difficult to pronounce, and in her eyes Levi worked perfectly fine. Eventually, the guardian gave up trying to correct her, accepting that this stubborn child was never going to learn how to show his name the proper respect. Just talking to such a foolish little girl was enough to make his jaw ache. To save his strength, Levi would often shrink into his miniature form, sitting with the cheerful girl and sharing bread with her inside the cave. They would spend time together until the sun began to sink, with the girl chattering endlessly about her ordinary daily life. Levi had grown used to her non-stop rambling, though at first, he only sat there and listened because bread was part of the bargain. But as more days passed, he slowly found comfort in her lively voice and the colorful stories she brought to him. Year after year, Levi watched her grow before his eyes, listening to every little story she wanted to share with him. Trapped inside the Dragonslayer sword, the only thing that truly kept his long days from feeling empty was the girl's daily visits. Even as the years passed, Levi kept acting aloof and indifferent, but it was obvious that underneath all that pride, he had grown deeply attached. Whenever he heard footsteps entering the cave, he would pretend not to care, even though he was quietly looking forward to whatever new story she had brought with her this time. But that hidden anticipation shattered the moment the scent of fresh blood drifted into the cave. Kriemhild had suffered a fatal wound, yet she forced her failing body to run toward her friend for help. The man who had cut her down was still chasing after her, and through her pain, she cried that strange people had suddenly appeared in her village and begun slaughtering everyone without mercy. Before she could reach Levi, one of the soldiers grabbed her by the hair and dragged her back, then stabbed her without hesitation. He pushed the blade even deeper into her body, treating the girl as if she were nothing more than a savage. These soldiers were acting under the mandate of the Empire's emperor, claiming that this brutality was their way of showing compassion to a remote, rural island. And since the chance had presented itself, that soldier decided he wanted to indulge in something even more disgusting. As loomed over the dying girl with filthy intentions, Levi's rage rose to its absolute peak. The guardian of the ancient relic finally sprang into action, ignoring the restraints that should have kept him bound. Blinded by fury, Levi unleashed his power and pulverized the cave that had served as his home for so many years. By then, Kriemhildt's village had already been completely seized by the Empire's dogs, who threatened the citizens with death by fire if they refused to obey. That cruel invasion would have continued without end if a towering beast had not descended upon the village, driven forward by vengeance. Levi let out a thunderous roar and launched an attack so devastating that every Empire soldier in the area was erased from existence. And sitting on top of Leviathan's head was a single person. Thankfully, Kriemhild had survived her horrifying encounter with that disgusting dog of the Empire. On that very day, she awakened the strength needed to carry the Dragon Slayer sword. The moment the remaining soldiers saw her seated atop the dragon's head, they turned all their efforts towards sniping the girl down. But no matter how desperately they tried, they were powerless against a force of nature that overwhelming. As the Empire's dogs fell one after another, the villagers were protected beneath barrier spells. When the battle finally ended, the Empire's forces had been wiped out, but the village itself had been burned to the ground. Kriemhild apologized to Levi over and over for picking up the sword, believing she had ruined everything by failing to wait for the true chosen one to claim the blade. Levi gently comforted her, reassuring Kriemhild that things had actually turned out better than she thought. He wrapped her in the same protective barrier that had shielded the villagers, then carefully presented the hero before her people. The villagers began chanting her name and praising her from every side, celebrating the girl who had saved them from the greed and cruelty of the Empire. Levi admitted that he might have abandoned his sacred duty, but even so, he felt completely at peace with the choice he had made. For the first time in his long existence, he had acted according to his own will, not simply according to the command of the primordial dragon. If it meant protecting Kriemhild's bright smile, Levi was willing to disobey his creator without a single regret. Before long, word spread that the mighty army of the Empire had been defeated by a so-called savage girl who commanded a sea dragon. When that report reached greater threats, the Emperor refused to accept such a loss on his record and immediately dispatched his royal guards to reclaim the land. Against all odds, the Empire's royal guards managed to do the impossible. They wounded Leviathan and succeeded in restraining him. But they only pulled it off through filthy tactics, kidnapping the villagers and threatening to kill every single one of them if Levi kept resisting. Those royal dogs then turned their attention to Kriemhild, pressuring her to reveal the secret that would let them finally kill the beast. Levi urged her to save herself and confess, reminding her that he was a guardian, an undying being. For him, death would only mean sinking into a deeper sleep. The magic that had remained inside the Dragonslayer sword after he emerged should have been enough to put him back into that slumber. For Kriemhild and for the villagers she wanted to protect, Levi was more than willing to take the fall. Compared to the countless years he had lived, the time he spent with her had been painfully short. Even so, he had never felt so closely connected to anyone before. Kriemhild climbed onto the head of her dearest friend and gripped Bamung in her hands. Using water to force her limbs into motion, Levi made the hero carry out something unbelievably cruel. Levi understood that from the moment he escaped the fate assigned to him, an ending like this had probably become unavoidable. Still, he urged Kriemhild not to carry any guilt for protecting her people, because this would be the final time he could ever help her. The last few years had been the brightest, warmest stretch of his entire life, a time filled with happiness he had never thought he would be allowed to touch. And yet, after all of that, it was forced to come to an end in the cruelest and most heartbreaking way possible. In the end, the sea dragon chose to take his own life, not because he had been defeated, but because he wanted to protect the hero and the people she cared about from being crushed beneath the Empire's revenge. The royal guards could only stand there and watch in stunned silence as the enormous beast collapsed before their eyes, falling without a single one of them needing to raise a weapon. And when the man who had orchestrated this twisted operation saw how dramatically everything had ended, he threw his head back and laughed like it was the funniest thing in the world. But that ugly laughter died in his throat the moment the sky above them began to churn, and a massive storm started gathering directly over their heads. With his final act of defiance, Levi called forth a monstrous tidal wave, a wall of roaring seawater powerful enough to swallow the entire army whole. The soldiers screamed, pleaded, and reached out desperately for mercy, but their voices vanished beneath the crashing waves as they drowned. Yet those terrifying waves, fierce enough to wipe out an army, curled away from the villagers as if they had a will of their own, sparing the innocent people from being dragged into death's icy grip. Then the very land beneath them was torn loose from the bottom of the sea, ripped upward with incredible force, and dragged all the way to the surface. Only then did Theo finally understand the whole truth behind the floating archipelago, and how those scattered islands had first come into existence. As the truth unfolded before him, it became clear that Kriemhild had never been the glorious, fearless hero from the grand legends people loved to tell. She had simply been another victim of cruelty, an unlucky girl caught in a merciless fate, who somehow formed a strange but genuine bond with a relic guardian and found friendship where no one expected it. While Theo remained trapped inside that vision of the distant past, the lingering image of Kriemhild slowly moved toward him. With a calm, sorrowful presence, she called him the chosen one Levi had been waiting for all this time. Even after death, Kriemhild still carried the guilt of knowing that she had stopped Levi from completing the sacred duty he had been created to fulfill. But now, at last, she had a chance to make things right. She released her claim over the Dragonslayer sword and entrusted the relic to Theo, hoping that he might finally be able to bring some peace and happiness to that stubborn beast. Theo accepted the relic with quiet gratitude, then gently assured Kriemhild's soul that Levi had already known plenty of happiness in his life, all because she had been there with him. When Kriemhild heard that sincere reassurance, the weight in her heart seemed to ease, and her troubled soul finally found a little peace. Back in the real world, the useless guards had gathered around the ruins of the Colossus, moving carefully through the wreckage as they inspected the damage and tried to prevent any more of the broken structure from collapsing. Then, without warning, a lone figure appeared above them, standing atop the shattered mound of stone and rubble. Overhead, the dark storm clouds began to split apart, and after all the violence of the storm, sunlight finally poured through the opening in the sky. When the guards looked up and saw that figure holding a familiar blade, the sight instantly reminded them of Kriemhild's legendary image. To them, it looked like a divine sign that a savior had finally arrived to rescue their sinking homeland. Meanwhile, far away from the cheering crowds, the wealthiest people who controlled the floating archipelago had gathered in secret for an underground meeting, all trying to decide what their next move should be. Troivin's ninth dragon, Noil, watched these parasites assemble with surprising speed, and the sight seemed to please him. One of the old leaders quickly insisted that this was not the time for anyone to sit back and relax, especially now that a massive disruption had thrown all of their plans into chaos. As far as the islanders had always understood, the dragon-slaying sword was supposed to be safely kept under Troivin's control. But now, a foreigner had suddenly emerged from the shattered remains of the Colossus, while holding that very blade. Because of him, the residents had begun gathering around a new hero, loudly calling him Kriemhild's second coming. If things continued like this, the authority held by the three shipping clans would soon slip away and fall straight into that foreigner's hands. This was never the arrangement they had agreed to when they allied themselves with the Troivins. After all, they had personally handed over Bamung in exchange for keeping their comfortable positions safe. Noil brushed aside their fear as though it was nothing more than a minor inconvenience. In fact, the mere sound of all their panicked complaints was already starting to irritate him. Even so, one of the powerful merchants dared to push back against him, clearly offended that a representative of the Troivin family would look down on the three shipping clans so openly. That defiance turned out to be a terrible mistake. Noil calmly lifted his hand, and in the next instant, the man was reduced to a gruesome mist of blood and torn flesh. Noil had not come here to soothe the egos of greedy pigs. As for the civilians, they mattered even less to him, nothing more than insects that could be crushed underfoot whenever necessary. Truthfully, Noil found these business moguls repulsive. In his eyes, they were traitors who had willingly sold out their own homeland just to protect their profits and status. If they had simply obeyed their orders exactly as they were given, none of this chaos would have happened in the first place. But now that their grip on the sinking archipelago was slipping, they had started panicking like cornered animals. One of the moguls, gathering what little courage he had left, called out Noil's hypocrisy directly. They all knew just how heavily the traitorous Troivin family depended on the archipelago's resources. The ninth dragon immediately stepped in close, crowding the old man's space and using his presence alone to intimidate him for daring to state the truth. Then Noil reduced everyone's role to one brutally simple command: shut their mouths and follow orders. If the three clans wanted to keep breathing, they would work together and retrieve the dragon-slaying sword without further complaint. With careful respect, one of Noil's soldiers spoke up and asked whether it was truly wise to leave such an important mission in the hands of merchant clans that had already proven themselves incompetent. Noil acknowledged the soldier's concern without denying it. He would have preferred to handle the matter himself as well, but the current situation made it impossible for him to move personally just yet. He had just received word that one of Ragnar's 9 dragons, the hegemony dragon, was already on the way to this very archipelago. Compared to everything else, restraining a threat of that level had to take priority. Outside, almost every citizen of the archipelago had gathered together, all eager to see even a glimpse of the person they now believed to be their new hero. Their voices rose together as they chanted Kriemhild's name with absolute admiration, repeating it with the same reverence their ancestors must have once shown long ago. Theo had known that Kriemhild had been worshipped almost like a deity over the years, but even he had not expected the people's devotion to reach such an intense, almost fanatical level. Perhaps Theo was the only person left who still knew the real Kriemhild. She had not been a god, and she had never truly been the perfect hero from the legends. She had simply been a kind, ordinary girl forced into a cruel destiny far too heavy for her. On top of that, the dragon-slaying sword itself was no ordinary heroic weapon. It was an artifact of the primordial dragon, something originally meant to be wielded by a Ragnar. Then, from somewhere deep within the crowd, one frustrated citizen suddenly raised his voice and shouted out a desperate request. Everyone knew that ever since the Troivin scoundrels arrived, their land had slowly begun to sink, and as if that were not terrible enough, the people were now being forbidden from leaving their own doomed home. All they were asking was for the hero's second coming to save the floating archipelago before it disappeared beneath the sea. Choosing to lean into the misunderstanding and stir the atmosphere in his favor, Theo lifted the legendary blade high above the crowd and began addressing the people. With the eyes of the people fixed on him, Theo made a solemn vow right there in their homeland. He promised that he would save them, and that the sword in his hand would become the blade that brought salvation to their sinking archipelago. After slipping away from the noisy, chaotic district, Theo finally found a moment to breathe, only to be greeted by a rather unusual-looking fellow waiting for him. Standing with a group of priestesses behind him, the delicate-looking priest introduced himself as Marty, the one responsible for overseeing Kriemhildt's temple. From this moment forward, Marty declared that he and everyone under the temple's care would devote themselves fully to serving Theo. With Marty guiding the way, Theo began his pilgrimage toward the temple. The excited crowd trailed after them all the way to the bridge that connected the city to the sacred grounds, refusing to let their new hope out of sight. Once they reached the bridge, Marty sent everyone else away and continued walking with Theo alone. As they moved deeper into the holy grounds, he explained that Theo's arrival had been foretold long ago, and that the temple had been protected and maintained across generations for this very day. Inside the quiet halls of the sacred place, Marty presented a necklace that Kriemhild herself had once worn hundreds of years in the past. The system immediately identified it as a magical enchanted accessory, as well as a key connected to a hidden gate. That necklace would be absolutely necessary if Theo wanted to reach the sea dragon lying asleep somewhere deep beneath the archipelago. Seeing the way the delicate priest treated him with the full honor and reverence reserved for a legendary hero, Theo decided that he could not keep hiding behind the misunderstanding any longer. But Marty calmly reassured him that he already knew exactly who Lord Theo Ragnar truly was. That unexpected answer struck Theo so hard that he could only stare back in surprise. The priest explained that he knew Balmung's true origin as an artifact of the primordial dragon. He was also well aware that a relic of that nature could only awaken in the hands of someone from Ragnar. And yet, even with all of that knowledge, Marty still continued to call Theo the reincarnation of Kriemhild. He went on to explain that the people who had guarded this temple for generations knew the real story of their hero, including the grief of being forced into a choice where harming a dear friend was the only path left. Because Theo had been acknowledged by their reluctant savior, the temple believed he deserved the same respect, honor, and careful treatment given to the one they had waited for. At the far end of the temple halls, they arrived before the top of a staircase that seemed to descend forever, stretching all the way down toward the bottom of the archipelago. Marty instructed Theo to throw the necklace below, and once he did, a gate leading to the sea dragon would open. He added that as long as Theo carried the artifact's power with him, he would also be able to move freely beneath the water. Then the delicate priest placed every last one of his hopes into Theo's hands, trusting him with the fate of the temple, the people, and the sleeping guardian below. And Lord Theo Ragnar accepted that trust without hesitation, promising that he would see the task through to the end. Outside the temple, the citizens gathered close together in a solemn prayer for salvation. With bowed heads and trembling voices, they begged for Kriemhildt's blessing and prayed for the safety of the entire archipelago. But that quiet, desperate vigil was suddenly broken by the arrival of open hostility. The three clans had marched onto the scene, and their purpose was clear from the start. They intended to force the gathered crowd to scatter. They loudly announced that after conducting an investigation, they had determined that the man falsely presenting himself as the hero was actually a terrorist. The coalition of the three clans was determined to pin the theft of the Dragonslayer sword on this supposed terrorist. With that accusation thrown into the air, they strongly ordered the citizens to disperse at once. Umberto Spinola, the head of the Spinola family's shipping clan, insisted that his judgment was correct. Antonio may have shared the same family name as this insect, but in Umberto's eyes, the two could not have been more different. Umberto understood that this decision would likely damage his reputation, but reputation meant nothing when his life was hanging by a thread. If he failed to recover the blade, he knew cruel Noel would kill him without hesitation, so prestige and public opinion no longer mattered. Even if he had to spill the blood of every person gathered there, Umberto was more than willing to trade all of their lives if it meant saving his own. With that ruthless resolve, he ordered his kill squad to cut down anyone who refused to obey. While chaos and bloodshed were beginning to break out above, Theo was far below the temple, carefully making his way down the long descent into the depths. After what felt like an endless climb downward, he finally felt cold water brush against his foot. He reached the very bottom at last. The quiet, still space around him had to be the place where the hidden gate was meant to be unlocked. Theo took out Kriemhildt's necklace, held it carefully for a moment, and then gently tossed it into the water, where it landed with a soft ripple spreading across the surface. That small ripple began to grow, twisting and swelling until it became a bubbling whirlpool, as a tremendous power rose up from somewhere beneath the water. As the necklace key was accepted, the current gathered and twisted together, forming a swirling doorway directly in front of Theo. Without a second of hesitation, Theo leapt straight into the water, letting his body loosen as the current pulled him into a place completely unfamiliar to him. In the next instant, he found himself drifting at the bottom of the sea. All around him, countless forms of marine life moved through the water, but beneath that calm beauty, something vicious and hungry was waiting in the dark. With Bamung gripped firmly in his hand, Theo scanned the surrounding waters. He could tell he was close to the slumbering guardian, but he had no idea which direction he should search first. Unfortunately, reaching his goal this time was not going to be easy. Then Theo felt killing intent circling around him through the water. Something had marked him as prey, and whatever it was enormous. When he finally caught sight of the thing lurking nearby, even he was left stunned. An entire army of starving sea serpents had surrounded him, closing in from every possible direction. Every single one of them stared at Theo with ravenous hunger, like he was the last piece of food left in front of a pack of starving monsters. As the swarm of sea serpents circled him again and again, slowly cutting off every escape route, Theo Ragnar simply smiled. No matter how terrifying they looked in their own territory, these sea serpents were still nowhere near enough to shake him. Back on the surface, the Spinola Patriarch had officially given the order to crush anyone who stood in their path. But instead of scattering in fear, the crowd instinctively gathered together and prepared to defend themselves. They tried to reason with the armed guards, pleading for them to stop and listen, but every desperate word was ignored as if their voices meant nothing. The armed forces only came to a halt when Marty, the delicate priest, stepped forward and cut through the chaos with a commanding shout. He was furious that these fools would dare accuse the temple and innocent civilians of being terrorists without even the slightest real proof. Marty declared that the man he had personally escorted was clearly the reincarnation of Kriemhild. He swore it on the honor of all the priests who had served before him across countless generations, and if anyone needed to explain themselves, it was the three clans and the thugs they had brought with them. Then Marty exposed the shameless Spinola Patriarch in front of everyone, accusing him of hiring Troivan mercenaries and dragging them into the archipelago's sacred religious sanctuary. The moment the people heard that the very same forces who had stolen the dragon-slaying sword were now trying to spread chaos once again, their anger erupted. The anger instantly pushed the confrontation beyond mere shouting and turned it into a full-blown brawl. After everything the people had endured, their fury and resentment were more than justified. The devout believers of the temple formed a human barricade, pressing shoulder to shoulder and putting their own bodies in danger to protect the hero they believed in. Umberto had assumed he could simply bulldoze through the crowd without facing much resistance, but he had badly underestimated the strength of their faith. Even some of the people on his own side began urging him to stop making such a reckless and embarrassing scene. In their eyes, it would be wiser to retreat for now and come back with a more carefully prepared plan. When Umberto's own local soldiers hesitated and refused to turn their weapons against the people of the archipelago, his expression hardened with cold impatience. So instead, Umberto handed the dirty work to the Troivan mercenary corps, hidden within their formation. Those hired killers had no hesitation about spilling innocent blood, as long as they were being paid for it. They moved fast, struck brutally, and operated like a ruthless execution squad. What unfolded outside the holy sanctuary was nothing short of a nightmare, a disgraceful massacre staining sacred ground with the blood of civilians. Umberto's most trusted aides desperately tried to persuade the senile old patriarch to pull back. They warned him that using this kind of force would only deepen the people's hatred and destroy what little remained of the family's reputation. But the cruel patriarch snapped back that he was only doing what had to be done, and anyone who wanted to survive needed to keep up. In his eyes, reputation meant absolutely nothing once a man was already buried in the ground. Once the floating archipelago was reduced to nothing more than Troivan's filthy resource factory, the three clans would have no choice but to adapt, lower their heads, and become obedient hunting dogs. The ordinary soldiers, who had believed they were merely being sent to capture a terrorist, could only stare in horror as people wearing the same uniform as them began butchering civilians right in front of their eyes. The Troivan mercenaries plunged straight into the crowd, cutting people down without mercy and indulging in violence, as if every scream only encouraged them further. Even in the middle of all that chaos, Marty refused to move from his place. At that moment, he knew his duty was to stand alongside the citizens and fight with them. The civilians showed the same resolve, planting their feet firmly and refusing to retreat even an inch, despite the threat of death pressing closer with every passing second. They wanted to fight back against this outrageous tyranny with everything they had, but courage was hard to hold onto when a sharpened spear was already flying straight towards someone's heart. Thankfully, Antonio Spinola, the prodigal son himself, arrived at the perfect moment and stopped his insane father's massacre before it could go any further. He had brought his armed resistance force, the Black Skull, with him, and they immediately began picking off the Troivan mercenaries mixed into the crowd. Umberto clearly had not expected his own son to crash this bloody spectacle, and the moment he saw Antonio, He erupted into a furious tantrum like an overgrown child. Antonio advanced slowly toward his father's position, cutting through the chaos with calm precision as he parried one attacker after another along the way. Umberto simply could not understand how his son could throw away the prized position of successor for something he considered as pathetic as protecting ordinary people. Antonio, on the other hand, was absolutely furious. He was disgusted that his father had reduced himself to a loyal dog, willing to sell their own country to villains without even a trace of shame. And worse than that, Umberto had gone so far as to murder innocent people just to chase after scraps handed down by Troivin. Fueled by rage and by the need to correct the sins his father had committed, Antonio commanded his Black Skull soldiers to subdue every last one of those Troivin dogs, while making absolutely sure the citizens were kept safe. His fierce command rang out like a battle cry and somehow lifted everyone's spirits. But even with that morale boost, the truth was still grim. They were outmatched and outnumbered in every possible way, and if the battle dragged on, they would not be able to hold the line for long. Their only real hope was still far beneath the surface, deep under the sea, surrounded by a swarm of hungry sea serpents. To be fair, even Theo Ragnar felt a flicker of concern when he saw just how many sea serpents were circling him and measuring him up. He had already left himself open more than once, giving the creatures plenty of chances to strike, yet none of them had shown any clear sign of outright hostility. In fact, the way they hovered around him almost made it seem like they were simply watching him with cautious interest. Theo guessed that the Leviathan's aura sealed within the dragon-slaying sword must have been keeping the serpents calm and holding their instincts in check. If that was true, then he decided to trust his instincts. Slowly and carefully, he reached his hand toward one of the nearby serpents, gently placed his palm against its snout, stroking it with a calm and steady touch. At that very moment, the system notified him that the sea serpents had officially recognized him as their master. Who would have imagined that his wyvern-taming skill could also work on draconic creatures living beneath the sea? The sensation felt similar to the moment he had tamed Umbra not long ago. Their emotions began flowing into his dragon heart, forming a close and intimate bond between them. Through the sea serpents, Theo began sensing the emotions the Leviathan had carried when it sank down into the depths. There were traces of curiosity, fear, and awe mixed together in that lingering feeling. Levi must have gone through something far more complicated than a simple descent into slumber. The sea serpents had first been drawn to the area by the Leviathan's power, and over time, they had claimed these waters as their territory. That explained why they had all come out to observe Theo, someone who carried the same aura as the legendary relic guardian. Now that Theo had unlocked the ability to communicate with the sea serpents, he finally began to understand what was truly happening in the strange underwater domain. With that knowledge in hand, Theo became certain that he now had the means to set everything back where it was supposed to be. He climbed onto one of the sea serpents, and the entire army of creatures immediately began guiding their new master toward his destination. As they traveled farther downward, Theo noticed that the deeper they went, the stronger and more violent the currents became. Trying to navigate these waters alone would have been impossible, because the warped mana twisted the currents in unpredictable directions, constantly pulling and turning everything around them. To make sure he did not miss even the smallest detail in the darkness, Theo activated hatchling synchronization. Once they had descended far enough, the unnaturally powerful currents finally began to fade, and the water around them grew strangely calm. Then Theo finally saw it with his own eyes. One of the strongest relic guardians in existence, the Leviathan. Just as expected, it rested at the bottom of the deep sea, and even in slumber, its colossal body and overwhelming mana were almost absurd in scale. But unlike the pure presence he had felt from other guardians, the flow of mana around the Leviathan felt strangely distorted. This had to be the very problem the sea serpents had tried to tell him about. Griffin emerged from hiding and immediately recoiled at the rotten state of their fellow guardian. The fairy dragon was usually more tactful with her words, but this time, even she agreed with the bird's reaction. She believed Theo had already figured out the source of the problem, especially since he carried the same aura deep within his own soul. And she was right. The Leviathan was suffering from a severe case of demonic corruption. Levi the Leviathan had been exposed to demonic corruption for far too long, and over time, that prolonged contamination had completely compromised its state. With Levi the Leviathan corrupted and unstable, the wild currents beneath the archipelago had begun producing massive waves along the coast above. Somewhere among the scattered islands of the archipelago, inside what should have been a peaceful house of worship, a sinister meeting was quietly taking place behind closed doors. Noel, Troivin's ninth vassal, stepped into the sacred building with a cold expression, there to confront someone about the growing war between two enormous powers. Although the two of them stood on opposing sides, there were still matters they needed to discuss in private, far away from the eyes and ears of everyone else. His secret co-conspirator, Baryon, greeted him with a careless, unserious smile. as if the whole situation was nothing more than a casual reunion. It had been quite some time since Noel and this barefoot, ridiculously muscular wanderer had met face-to-face to talk business. The moment Noel saw that irritating grin, his patience began to fray. He had not come here to exchange friendly greetings. Their cooperation existed only because both sides had found it necessary. Baryon had been expected to seize the northern territory, while Troivin's forces clashed with Ragnar. In exchange, Troivin's annexation of the archipelago would be kept quiet and handled discreetly. The barefoot muscle-bound man did not remember breaking any promise he had made, but judging by Noel's furious expression, he could tell some kind of problem had clearly appeared. Noel's temper was already close to snapping. To him, Baryon's relaxed attitude looked far too much like deliberate ignorance. Theo Ragnar, that troublesome outsider, had somehow discovered the archipelago and started interfering in its affairs. There was no way Baryon, another heir to the throne, could have failed to notice the movements of a rival like him. With his words wrapped in a thin layer of threat, Noel pressed Baryon to stop dodging the issue and speak honestly. To make it clear that he was not in the mood for games, the ninth vassal released a thick, bubbling murderous intent directly toward Baryon. Since the mischievous heir seemed determined to play dumb and dance around the truth, Noel made his decision on the spot and chose to end their little arrangement. Deep beneath the sea, Theo Ragnar was still struggling to process just how terrible the Leviathan's current condition truly was. The guardian that should have seemed nearly indomitable had been infected by demonic sea poison, and its massive body was already on the verge of being completely consumed by that vile toxin. From the subdued yet savage aura leaking from it, Theo could tell there was a strong chance its reason had already been worn away almost entirely. He did not have solid proof yet, but Theo strongly suspected that the Troivin bastards were somehow involved in poisoning the guardian. The fairy dragon added that under normal circumstances, once the dragon sword was drawn and its seal released, the Leviathan should have awakened to protect the archipelago. What puzzled her even more was how mere mortals had managed to intoxicate a relic guardian with such a disgusting demonic sea poison in the first place. Only some grotesque and twisted method could have made something like this possible. Either way, the Leviathan was only moments away from completely losing control. With its logic and reason tainted by demonic influence, it was about to unleash destruction on a terrifying scale. Fortunately, Theo seemed to have gone unnoticed for the time being. The safest choice would have been to keep his distance, observe carefully, and come up with a proper plan. But the Chosen One had a much more direct method in mind. With Bamung drawn in his hand, he rushed forward, aiming to seize the brief chance before the beast could sense him. He activated hatchling synchronization, sharpening his senses so he could lock onto the exact point where the poison had first begun spreading. Thanks to that heightened perception, Theo located the source right on top of the Guardian's head. The toxin had already spread deep beneath that point, taking control of the area around its brain and corrupting the core of its awareness. If Theo could destroy the very source of the Guardian's suffering, then maybe there was still a chance to save the situation and stop the contamination from spreading any further. The tip of Bamung shot toward the crystallized origin of the sickness, carrying enough lethal force to pierce straight through it. But just a few centimeters before the blade could make contact, an overwhelming force suddenly stopped his attack cold. A heartbeat later, that same force blasted Theo backward, repelling him helplessly and throwing him completely out of range. The repelling power showed him no mercy at all, slamming the Chosen One away so violently that he was sent crashing into the rocks. Theo realized he had made a reckless move. Whoever had created this disaster had also placed some kind of protective ward around the source, making sure the contamination would continue unhindered. The good news was that he now knew for certain he had found the weak point. The bad news was that the enormous dragon had finally noticed him. Theo had nearly been crushed by that protective ward alone, and trying to withstand the full force of a rampaging Leviathan was clearly not a wise option. The Guardian moved across the seafloor with such monstrous force that the surrounding waters erupted into a storm of violent currents. Now that he had provoked the beast, escape was no longer realistic. All Theo could do was take another gamble and aim for the wound on its forehead. This time, failure was not something he could afford. The plan itself was simple, but actually pulling it off was a completely different problem. The creature before him was absurdly massive, like some legendary monster pulled straight from a nightmare card game, and Theo desperately searched his mind for an approach that could get him out of this overwhelming mess. Before he could settle on another method, the Leviathan opened its jaws wide, and an unimaginable amount of power began gathering inside its mouth. Then it released a blast of pure energy, a devastating attack powerful enough to erase entire cities in a single strike. Theo had to pour everything he had into escaping, barely scraping past the edge of the blast's radius in time. As he felt the full weight of a Guardian's power crashing through the sea around him, an idea suddenly flashed through his mind. First, he sprang backward to create more distance, drawing the Leviathan after him as it gave chase. Fortunately, An ally arrived just in time to help with his retreat. One of the sea serpents he had tamed must have sensed the disturbance and rushed over to support him in battle. Theo could breathe and fight underwater, but moving through the sea still felt unnatural and restricted. With the sea serpent's help, however, that limitation changed completely. Now boosted by the serpent's speed, Theo commanded it to charge straight back in and aim directly for the wound on the Leviathan's brow. The closer they drew to the crystal, the thicker and more suffocating the demonic miasma became around them. Once Theo entered his effective range, he kicked off from his mount and launched himself forward. It was time to put the lessons he had learned while fighting the griffin into action. His eyes shifted to black and red, and his features began taking on a more draconic form. Theo pushed every one of his stats higher with the support of his guardians. He activated Griffin's power to suppress enemies stronger than himself, then layered on Fairy's protection to strengthen his resistance against demonic influence, Flame Eater's enhanced attack power to counter demonic energy, and Lesser Drake's suppressive fear. A Guardian Relic could only be subdued by power on the level of another Guardian Relic. In the strongest state he could possibly draw out, Theo unleashed a magnificent dragon's 5 talons straight toward the source of the corruption. Theo's supercharged strike finally reached the crystal, driving straight toward the heart of the corruption with all the power he had gathered. This time, his attack pushed past the force of the protective ward, breaking through the invisible barrier that had stopped him before. Theo pressed down with every ounce of strength in his body, staking everything on that single decisive slash as Bamong tore forward. Once the ward was effectively destroyed, there was nothing left to fully protect the toxic source, and the moment Bamong breached it, its destruction became unavoidable. Even then, Theo refused to ease up for a second, forcing the blade onward until he was absolutely sure the mission had been completed. A thunderous explosion erupted through the depths, the sound and impact rolling across the deep sea. It drained nearly everything Theo had left in him. But in that moment, Theo had done exactly what Kriemhild herself would have done. As soon as the source of the demonic sea poison was crushed into fragments, Levi's own power began moving through his body, cleansing the toxins that had been eating away at him. A few moments later, a faint spark of life returned to the Guardian, and a clearer light slowly came back into his eyes. Still shaken and confused from the lingering effects of the demonic corruption, Levi looked at Theo for a moment and thought he was seeing an old friend. When Levi saw the dragon-slaying sword in Theo's hand, the image before him blurred into the memory of Kriemhild standing there once again. Theo had to pull him back to the present and explain who he really was, the chosen one meant to wield the Guardian's power. He had come all this way to deliver the hero's final words. As Levi listened to Theo's message, memories of Kriemhild surged through his mind all at once, both the beautiful moments they had shared and the painful ones that still lingered. Levi accepted Theo's words and quietly mourned the sacrifice of his dear friend, realizing that her consciousness had remained behind all that time for his sake. Griffin had to interrupt the bittersweet mood and urged the sea dragon to return to the relic immediately. Fairy quickly added her voice as well, trying to convince Levi that Theo truly was the chosen one they needed to lend their strength to. Although Levi had waited and longed for this moment for so long, doing things the proper way was no longer possible. He had already defied the ancient dragon's will by leaving his vessel on his own. The instant he abandoned his relic, his position as a guardian was taken from him. And even though Theo's intervention had restored his mind, the demonic taint had already caused permanent damage to his body, leaving his physical form destined to vanish soon. So before that final moment arrived, Levi offered Theo another path. Before fading away completely, he wanted to entrust Theo Ragnar with every last drop of power he had remaining. Levi warned the chosen one that the process would be unbearably painful, and that very few people could endure such a transfer without breaking. Even so, Theo accepted without the slightest hesitation. After coming this far, there was no way he would turn down the chance to inherit a sea dragon's power. That fearless confidence was exactly the kind of answer the sea dragon wanted to hear. All Levi asked in return was that Theo use this immense power for the people Kriemhild had once wished to protect. Since that had been Theo's intention from the very beginning, he swore upon the hero's sword that he would do exactly that. For one final time, the sea dragon offered his gratitude to the chosen one who had freed him. Then Levi's body began to fade, dissolving into an ethereal mass formed from his remaining energy and life force. Thanks to Theo arriving in time, he could finally leave this world and reunite with his friend. But the moment Levi's physical form disappeared, the currents that had kept the floating archipelago suspended began to weaken. If nothing was done, the entire place would sink into the sea. There was no time left to hesitate. Theo had to absorb the Leviathan's final gift as quickly as possible. He plunged straight into the vortex where the crystallized form of the sea dragon's power was gathered. Theo grabbed onto that final gift and held tight as if his life depended on it. Once he claimed this power, He fully intended to move the entire floating archipelago with his own hands, and after freeing Levi from demonic poison, his confidence was burning higher than ever. But the moment he actually tried to absorb the sea dragon's remnants, that confidence was crushed almost instantly. The sheer force rushing into him began tearing at Theo's flesh, making it painfully clear that he had been far too arrogant. His guardians had warned him that the Leviathan stood on a completely different level from other relic guardians, but even so, Theo had not expected power this overwhelming. The vortex created from Levi's remaining power towered over Theo's body, making him look tiny by comparison. At this pace, there was no possible way he could absorb all of it directly. His body would give out long before he could contain even a fraction of that power. Then, all of a sudden, Levi's thunderous voice echoed inside his mind, telling him to use the sword. Theo immediately drew Bameng and used the blade as a medium instead of forcing the raw power straight into his body. Because of a deep connection between the sea dragon and the relic, Bameng softened the damage coursing through Theo's body. This time, the enormous vortex of pure power finally became just a little more manageable. Theo braced himself, held his position, and began drawing in every last bit of that power through the blade. Griffin, though clearly reluctant to admit it, praised his master for finally using his head for once, and Fairy agreed with that assessment. By channeling the overwhelming force through the dragon-slaying sword, the strain on Theo's flesh was greatly reduced. Even after death, the Leviathan was still helping him at the final moment. After what felt like an eternity of enduring that pressure, Theo finally claimed the sea dragon's gift in its entirety. He felt an enormous flow of mana surging through his veins, almost as if the Leviathan's power itself was now resting within his grasp. The pain and struggle he had endured at the beginning had been more than worth it. Fairy, however, quickly pulled him back from that moment of triumph. This was not the time to relax. If Theo wanted to move the archipelago to safety, he had to act now, while he still held the sea dragon's power firmly under his control. Following her advice, Theo reached out with that power and commanded the sea itself to move according to his will. He seized control of the wild currents, taming their violent flow and forcing them to lift the enormous landmass above. Theo had already chosen the destination in his mind, and there was no place more fitting than the one he had decided on. The floating archipelago would return to the northeastern region of Ragnar, the very land where it had once belonged. With the power of a dragon, a godlike guardian, and sheer unshakable will behind him, Theo bent the sea itself into his servant. Meanwhile, in front of the hero temple, the battle between the Three Clans' army and the Black Skull was still raging fiercely. The brutal fighting only came to a halt when enormous tidal waves rose up and began crashing straight into the already blood-soaked battlefield. The citizens trapped in the middle of that chaos could only look toward their hero and pray, their faces pale with terror as they feared their homeland might vanish beneath the sea forever. It no longer mattered which side anyone had chosen. Across the entire archipelago, every heart was gripped by the exact same fear. Then, at last, one soldier noticed something strange. The coastline was not sinking beneath the waves at all. It was moving. Pushed along by the force of the surging tides, the entire landmass had begun inching away from the position it had held for as long as anyone there could remember. Mountains, cities, homes, streets, and everything living within them were being carried together toward the northeastern region. As the archipelago shifted across the sea, the ruined place of worship where Noel and Baryon had been standing began to crack and crumble around them. The ninth vassal felt the ground shift beneath his feet, and for a moment, confusion overtook him completely. In his mind, there was only one explanation. That outsider must have finally absorbed the power sealed within the dragon-slaying sword. Baryon kept that sly, mischievous grin spread across his face, as he offered a casual apology for ending their meeting early, saying this was hardly the time to keep loitering around such a place. Noel, however, had no intention of letting the matter slide. He remained furious, clearly irritated by Baryon's complete lack of commitment. The heir calmly reasoned that even he had failed to predict Theo Ragnar's actions. Even so, the plan was already approaching its final stage, and in Baryon's eyes, Theo taming the sword could be twisted into something useful. Now that Bameng had been unlocked, all that remained was to kill Theo and take the blade back. In the end, Baryon was trying to use Noel to erase a growing political threat while keeping his own hands perfectly clean. The rough, muscle-bound wanderer ignored Noel's endless complaints and urged him to start moving instead of wasting more time. After all, if handled properly, this could bring enormous profit to the Troivans. Back on the front lines, Antonia Spinola immediately understood that Theo was behind the island's movement. That little bastard had actually pulled it off and kept his promise. He quickly ordered his men to stop fighting, now that the true danger of the archipelago sinking had been removed. With the people finally able to survive, there was no longer any reason to spill another drop of blood. But that reasonable command became the perfect opening for someone else to exploit. From behind, a blade flashed forward, aiming to sneakily sever the head of the Black Skull leader. Fortunately, the hero's successor surfaced at the perfect moment, saving Antonio's life yet again. As for the soldier who had tried to murder the very man attempting to end the war, Theo had absolutely no mercy to spare for him. With his gleaming new sword in hand, he sliced that bastard clean in half before the attack could go any further. The believers burst into joy, convinced that Kriemhild had returned to stand beside them after sealing the sea dragon and saving their homeland. Antonio immediately asked whether the crisis had truly been handled, and whether the archipelago and its people were finally safe. Once Theo gave him the answer, the crushing weight on his shoulders finally lifted. With sincere gratitude in his voice, he thanked their unlikely savior from the bottom of his heart, only to shamelessly ask him for one more favor. Theo did not even need to hear the request. One glance was enough for him to understand exactly what Antonio wanted. All around the battlefield, civilian bodies lay scattered across the ground, while survivors with terrible wounds struggled to stay conscious. It was painfully clear what had happened in this place that was supposed to be sacred. The Black Skull and the citizens had fought for him, risking their lives to protect both the archipelago and their hero. Now it was only right for Theo to repay that debt. The moment the three clans' army saw Theo advancing toward them, fear overtook them so strongly that many seriously considered throwing down their weapons. But their master, Umberto Spinola, saw the situation very differently. To him, the dragon-slaying sword itself was walking straight into their reach, and he forced his men to stop hesitating and seize the prize. Terrified of the Spinola patriarch, the soldiers obeyed his command and charged at Theo. But before their weapons could even reach him, a true menace returned to the battlefield, spreading a thick, suffocating killing intent over the entire area. In the short time he had been gone, his worthless pawns had turned everything into a complete disaster. Theo's instincts screamed through his body like a shock. Someone monstrously dangerous had just entered the fight. With every bit of volume he could force from his lungs, he shouted for everyone nearby, ally and enemy alike, to drop face down immediately. A single slash tore across the bridge in one perfectly clean, unbroken line. Those caught by the terrifying attack never even realized it was coming. For that instant, it was as if time itself had frozen. The first things to fall were the bridge's banisters, sliced neatly through at their base. Then came the scalps of every soldier who had ignored Theo's warning. At the very least, they were left with half their brains, while the already blood-drenched battlefield was painted in an even darker, thicker crimson. In the span of a single instant, the entire three-clan coalition was wiped out. The only reason the people behind Theo survived was because he had interfered, and because they trusted his warning enough to obey. Nobles and soldiers alike were slaughtered in the most helpless way imaginable. The one responsible was, of course, Noil, the ninth vassal of Troyvin. He cursed those worm-like pirate bastards for failing to get rid of one brat and allowing the situation to spiral this badly. Among the dead was Umberto Spinola. Like everyone else, his head had been sliced open, though his mustache somehow remained intact. Antonio hated his father with every fiber of his being, but seeing the old man's corpse in such a gruesome state still filled him with cold dread. Theo had to snap him back to his senses. The leader of the Black Skull needed to pull himself together and evacuate the citizens, because the floating archipelago would need him when it came time to rebuild. For the moment, Antonio forced his emotions aside and immediately sprang into action. While everyone else retreated into the temple, Theo stayed behind, standing his ground as he measured the slaughterer before him. Noil's hatred for the Ragnar burned even hotter. He wanted nothing more than to cut down the insolent whelp who kept interfering with Troyvin's grand plans. He was practically burning to tear the young lord apart so completely that even his own father would not recognize what was left of his bastard son. With every slow step Noil took, his blood-soaked aura spread heavier through the air. Theo Ragnar clenched his teeth hard. If someone with this kind of overwhelming power had suddenly appeared on the battlefield, then there was a strong chance the Troyvins had already sent out one of their noble servitors. From what Theo knew, those warriors were not ordinary humans at all. They were reinforced beings, created specifically to stand against the 9 dragons of Ragnar. During the Great War, their strength had been terrifying enough to rival the 9 dragons, and in certain battles they had even surpassed them. What Theo had never expected was that such monsters had already been developed this early in history. But while Theo was still thinking through what this man's existence meant, another long-range slash came tearing toward him, and he barely managed to avoid it. He no longer had the luxury of standing around and thinking. The masked man had already forced the battle directly onto him. Noil revealed speed and movement far beyond anything human, suddenly appearing high above Theo's head before the young lord could properly react. It was exactly what one would expect from a strategic bioweapon designed to counter the 9 dragons. If Noil wished it, he could slice through almost anything in his path. And that made it clear that speed was not the only terrifying thing Theo had to worry about. Noel's raw strength was on a level far beyond anyone Theo had ever fought alone. As he was now, Theo could feel it in his bones. He had no real chance of defeating one of the noble servitors head-on. And after carefully testing Theo's reactions, Noel finally closed the remaining distance between himself and the young lord. Theo lifted the dragon-slaying sword at the very last second, barely blocking that unstoppable force, but the impact still hurled him violently backward. Pain shot through his body as he absorbed the probing strike head-on, the force rattling him down to his bones. Noel was genuinely surprised that Theo, at his current level, could endure that much power at all. The noble servitor quickly concluded that such an unexpected defense could only be thanks to Bamung's dragon-slaying power. Without letting up for even a breath, Noel rushed in again, closing the gap and refusing to give Theo even a single moment to recover. Troiven's research had claimed that no one with dragon blood running through their veins should even be capable of holding Bamung. Theo had just proven that conclusion wrong, but Noel did not care in the slightest. After hammering the young lord with relentless attacks, Noel finally paused and coldly urged Theo to surrender before he decided to make the pain even worse. Using the swirling dust before it could fully settle, Theo launched several blades infused with thunder straight toward his assailant. Noel saw through the move at once and caught the crackling blades in midair, stopping their momentum as if they were nothing. He mocked Theo for depending on cheap little tricks, never realizing at first that the hidden blades were only meant to distract him long enough for Theo to close the distance. Unfortunately, Noel's perception was sharp enough to follow Theo's concealed sneak attack, and he responded with nothing more than a dismissive scoff. For one brief instant, their eyes met, and every warning instinct inside Theo's head screamed at once. Before Theo could complete his swing and drive Bamung into his opponent's flank, Noel's blade struck first and knocked him down. At that moment, the noble servitor finally understood what Lord Ed Troiven had meant when he warned them all about this boy named Theo. Among the next generation of Ragnar, Ed had watched Theo more closely than anyone else, and he had ordered his servitors to treat the boy with the same caution. If they ever crossed paths with Theo Ragnar, their orders were absolute. They were to make certain that the boy was eliminated once and for all. Noel intended to carry out his lord's command right here, right now on this drifting archipelago. He cleared the area with a sweeping circular slash that stretched across a wide radius, but when the attack passed, Theo was nowhere in sight. By then, Noel was convinced that the young lord would one day become a massive, unpredictable factor in the coming war. At the tip of his blade, Theo's blood slowly gathered and dripped down. His last attack must have grazed Theo as the young lord escaped. And at that very moment, Theo was pressing one hand against a deep wound, desperately trying to slow the bleeding while failing to activate the fairy dragon's support. His guardians still needed more time before they could come to the Chosen One's aid. Even so, Theo refused to collapse in front of an enemy who seemed completely impossible to defeat. According to the system, he still had to endure for 2 minutes and 15 seconds before the dragon-slaying sword, Bamung, fully stabilized. If he could survive that long, he would be able to borrow Leviathan's power once again, but Noel had no intention of giving him any chance to stall. When Theo glanced down at his reflection in the water, he saw the noble servitor above him, already locking onto his position. The empty port of the floating archipelago had stood for hundreds of years without ever knowing the chaos of battle. That very same port was shattered into pieces by a single attack from Noel. Theo took even more injuries, and his blood loss worsened, but through clever movement and desperate maneuvering, he somehow managed to survive. He kept his eyes wide open, refusing to miss even the smallest sign of another lightning-fast strike. As expected, Noel unleashed even more destruction, aiming to take Theo's head. This time, Theo bent his body backward with incredible flexibility, barely slipping under a clean cut that cleaved through the buildings behind him. Keeping careful track of everything around him, Theo acrobatically slipped into the sliced building and, as he rushed through, quickly snatched up a chair on his way toward the other side. He hurled the chair straight at Noel, using it as an irritating distraction while he prepared his next move. At the same time, Theo flew backward to open more distance between them. That brief delay was enough for him to use the inevitable collapse of the building to his advantage. Hidden behind the storm of debris, he poured an enormous amount of mana into the dragon-slaying sword. Then he unleashed a brilliant blade attack, a radiant strike that tore through everything standing in its path. Theo let the attack fly without holding back, paying no mind to the destruction it carved through the battlefield. Theo had hoped that one overwhelming strike would be enough to bury Noel beneath the chaos and finally break his momentum. But the moment the smoke and wreckage cleared, it was obvious that he had miscalculated. The servitor stood firm amid the destruction, completely untouched by Theo's all-out attack, while his blade burned with a sinister crimson glow. Then Noel suddenly vanished from the small patch of land that had somehow survived Theo's radiant strike. In an instant, he slipped completely beyond the young lord's perception. The servitor reappeared directly above him, descending with a merciless storm of destructive swordsmanship. Theo was forced to give everything he had just to defend against the barrage of lethal attacks. If his concentration slipped for even a heartbeat, he would be sliced in half just like the ruined buildings around the port. Even when he managed to block, his defense barely softened the force behind Noel's strikes, and each impact sent him skipping across the water like a stone hurled over the surface. The instant Theo dropped into the sea, Noel followed after him with terrifying precision, giving him no room to breathe. Using his unnatural movement through the air, the servitor rained down countless aura blades from above. The slashes crossed over one another and spread across a wide stretch of the sea, leaving almost no path to dodge through, until the port no longer looked anything like a port at all. Shattered debris floated everywhere across the water, and the young lord had completely disappeared from sight. A few moments after the attacks finally stopped, Theo burst back up onto the surface without any new wounds. Somehow, while underwater, he had miraculously slipped through the crisscrossing aura blades. Still, avoiding that vicious combination had drained nearly everything he had left. Theo was utterly exhausted, his body pushed close to its limit. Thankfully, all those desperate defensive maneuvers had bought him almost 2 full minutes. According to the system, Bameng would stabilize in exactly 17 seconds. Unfortunately, Noel had grown bored and visibly irritated by Theo's slippery way of fighting. Determined to end the battle once and for all, Theo felt the servitor gathering a terrifying amount of energy into his blade. He knew he absolutely could not fall here. All he needed was a few more seconds, just enough of a distraction to unlock the full extent of his power. The only idea Theo could come up with was to bait the servitor using Bameng itself. Since Noel had most likely been sent to retrieve the blade, Theo hurled Bameng away with all his strength, practically forcing the Troivan dog to chase after it like he was playing fetch. But before the servitor could actually lay his hands on the dragon-slaying blade, Theo commanded his newly contracted sea serpents to intercept it. Noel's rage showed immediately, his expression twisting at the childish trick Theo had just pulled. Meanwhile, Theo wore a smug, shameless grin, looking far too pleased with himself. Behind Theo, the rest of the sea serpent pack rose from the water. Every one of them was ready to ride or die for their new boss, and in their open mouths, concentrated water power began to gather and compress. Noel could hardly believe what he was seeing. He was overwhelmingly stronger, miles ahead in raw power, yet this boy kept dragging out the fight with one trick after another. At last, the sea serpents unleashed their long-range attack. Individually, none of those blasts should have been able to seriously harm someone like Noel, but gathered together, their combined force struck with real weight, forcing the servitor to focus entirely on defending against it. He was furious that the brat thought a handful of fish could actually interfere with his mission. With one powerful swing of his blade, Noel erased the sea serpent's combined attack in a single blow. Theo had spent the entire fight running, dodging, and creating distance, but now he came charging straight in with no concern for defense. Noel could not immediately figure out what the young lord was planning. Even so, he welcomed the challenge, spreading his aura wide and daring Theo to come at him with everything he had. Then, right in the middle of their clash, Theo's timer finally reached 0. The dragon-slaying sword Bameng had fully stabilized at last. For one brief moment, time seemed to stop around him, and Leviathan's voice echoed inside his mind. Levi thanked the Chosen One, hoping that the remnants of his power would now serve to protect Theo. For the first time since the fight began, Noel felt a genuine threat rising before him. The young lord had finally obtained Nibelung, the skill embedded within the blade. Theo activated the skill by instinct, and Nibelung manifested in the shape of a dragon that resembled the raging Leviathan. The monstrous draconic construct tore straight through Noel and his blade, ripping into them with the crushing pressure of the deep sea. The impact blasted Noel off his feet and sent him flying violently toward the open water. Theo's plan had worked. He had bought enough time to survive, and in doing so, unlocked a devastating new weapon for his growing arsenal. Nibelung was nothing less than a force of nature. The attack, infused with a guardian's will, tore into Noel's body, snapping bones and leaving him grievously wounded. Noel plunged down into the sea, and as he sank, the water itself seemed to press him deeper toward the bottom. Theo landed back at the port, or at least on whatever broken remains of the port were still left, with Bameng held firmly in his hand. As an artificially enhanced warrior, Noel's durability was monstrous. Even after taking a direct hit, he clung stubbornly to life and forced himself to swim upward against the vortex trying to drag him down. After breaking the surface and dragging in a fresh breath of air, he laughed mockingly at Theo for failing to finish him with his final trump card. But his mask had been destroyed, revealing a grotesque face and body warped by the side effects of human experimentation. Fortunately, Theo had never been foolish enough to believe that one attack would be enough to kill an enhanced monster for good. No matter how deformed Noel looked now, he was still a noble servitor capable of rivaling the 9 dragons, and beings like him were infamous for their resilience and durability. Even so, Theo was confident that his newly acquired power could tear through the limits imposed by human intervention. Using the sea itself as his conduit, Theo reshaped Nibelung into the form of a gigantic hand rising behind Noel. If he could not completely destroy the artificially enhanced body of that monster, then he would simply drag it down and sink it to the ocean floor. Noel felt the sea current squeeze in from every direction, crushing his body so tightly that he could barely move while that massive hand drew closer. To make absolutely certain the servitor had no chance to resist, Theo poured out enough force to wrap the pressure of the sea around the entire archipelago. With one final roar, he ordered that enormous body of water to swallow the noble servitor whole. Noel was dragged toward the bottom of the damn sea, and as the crushing currents locked him in place, he finally realized he had no way out. A violent vortex, packed with terrifying suction force, seized him completely and pulled him helplessly down into the abyss. Once Noel's presence disappeared beneath the depths, Theo's shoulders finally sagged, and the pain from all his wounds came rushing back at once. The strength left his knees entirely, and he collapsed onto his back. Gasping hard for air, Theo could at least feel relieved that he had kept his promise to Leviathan. But if that enormous dragon ever asked him for another favor, Theo honestly might not survive long enough to see it through. After ending his battle with one of Troivin's 9 noble servitors, Theo recovered enough to focus on steering the entire archipelago toward safety. Watching from a distance, his navigator, Antonio Spinola, carefully calculated their course. Since they were moving at around 2 knots, reaching the shore at that speed should not cause any serious problems. Yet only a few days earlier, when the young lord first told him they would move the floating archipelago itself, Antonio had found the idea almost impossible to believe. Honestly, even now, while it was actually happening before his eyes, it still felt absurd. Some of the citizens could not help asking why Theo had gone through the trouble of moving the entire landmass when, according to legend, simply sealing the dragon should have been the easier solution. Theo understood why they felt that way, but he also knew today's disaster could easily repeat itself if the archipelago remained where it was. So he explained to the people that peace in the present still came with a price. Enemies like the Troivins would continue chasing the dragon-slaying sword, no matter what. That meant it was better to remove the danger of the archipelago sinking altogether. From this point on, the floating archipelago would settle in the shallow northeastern bay of Ragnar territory. There, the people could begin rebuilding their homes and slowly restore the stability they had lost. And since their homeland would no longer be drifting across the sea, they might even need to choose a new name that suited it better. As Antonio watched Theo throw himself so passionately into helping his people through the disaster, a heavy guilt began to settle in his chest. He lowered his head before the young lord and asked for forgiveness. Antonio confessed that the hostage incident involving the Ceres Merchant Guild had been carried out by his own organization, the Black Skull. Because of that encounter, the white armored dragon cavalry had suffered terrible losses. Even though the Troivins had threatened them into accepting the job, Antonio still took responsibility for the tragedy without trying to excuse himself. Theo placed a steady hand on Antonio's shoulder and agreed that, yes, he would have to answer for what he had done. Antonio was prepared to accept whatever punishment came next, even if taking responsibility meant losing his head. But instead of ordering his execution, Theo said he wanted to promote him. In Theo's eyes, Antonio Spinola was exactly the kind of man who could become a strong leader for the Northern Maritime Alliance. The Ragnars had already purged the Ceres Merchant Guild, and because of that, the North no longer had any major distribution hubs left. Theo believed the archipelago's new maritime alliance could fill that massive empty space perfectly. And before Antonio could argue that he was not worthy of such a position, Theo turned toward the surviving citizens of the archipelago and asked for their judgment. The first person to raise a hand was the temple priest. He spoke up for Antonio, pointing out the sincerity the man had shown. Few citizens followed right after him, and before long, every surviving citizen gave their support, unanimously choosing Antonio as their new leader. After all, he had protected lives and stood up for them when it mattered. Theo had already expected that kind of response. Antonio was far from perfect, but in these difficult times, Theo believed he would become a capable leader. The Northern Maritime Alliance would help direct supplies and capital into Ragnar territory, and in return, Theo vowed to take responsibility for the archipelago's autonomy and protection. Under the honorable name of Ragnar, he swore that oath. And to Antonio, it was clear that until the very end, he had once again been the one receiving the young lord's generosity. On behalf of the Maritime Alliance, Antonio Spinola vowed to cooperate with House Ragnar and serve them to the very best of his ability. With a firm gentleman's handshake, an unshakable bond was forged between them. The citizens looked on as their land was reborn, all thanks to the young Ragnar who had refused to abandon them. Then, right on time, the land beneath them rumbled. They had finally reached their destination. The archipelago fit smoothly against the nearest island, settling into place as if it had always belonged there. While the people of the famed landmass celebrated their survival, far out in the middle of the sea, the waves were still raging. At that distance, Theo could no longer maintain the same crushing pressure. His whirlpool trap began to weaken, and against all odds, Noel survived. The noble servitor drifted until he found a piece of land where he could finally force his ugly head above the surface and gasp for air. His lungs were packed with seawater after being tossed, battered, and beaten by the elements, but the wound that hurt him most was his pride. More than anything, he wanted to rip that Ragnar brat limb from limb and chew through his guts. Noel's rage, however, was quickly smothered when a familiar voice mocked the idea that servitors could truly rival the 9 dragons. His supposed co-conspirator, the tyrant dragon, stood above him and looked down at Noel's miserable condition with utter disappointment. Noel protested through his battered state, insisting that the plan could still be saved if Baryon would just lend him a little help. Maybe the hulking, homeless-looking man had given this abomination far more credit than he ever deserved. Even then, Noel still seemed completely unaware of what Baryon had truly wanted from the beginning. From the very start, Baryon's real goal had been to take the archipelago for himself. Playing around with the Troivan dog had only been a passing amusement. What he wanted was simple: the entire landmass, every inch of it, under his own control. Baryon had planned to dress the whole incident up as a righteous campaign to reclaim what had been stolen. It had a nice ring to it, and if things went well, he could have removed that annoying brat too. The only problem was that he had overestimated Noel. In the end, this modified worm could not even handle a single dragon brat. Feeling cornered and deeply insulted by the tyrant dragon's criticism, Noel raised his arm as it began to twist grotesquely, warping from the inside out. He declared that the era of the 9 dragons was over, and that the true power of the 9 noble servitors would rise in their place. As he spoke, his skin tore apart, replaced by a monstrous blade of bone and flesh that looked far too unnatural to belong to a human body. The tyrant dragon made him regret revealing that trump card almost immediately. With a single punch, Baryon blasted the servitor's upper body into a fine mist. He scoffed in disgust. Eastern fools were always trying to talk their way through a fight instead of simply stepping forward and throwing hands. The old geezers among the 9 dragons might have gone dull, but Baryon was an entirely different beast. In his estimation, the old man or that damn lizard might have some trouble dealing with these enhanced freaks. But for the tyrant dragon, the greatest thing to come out of all this chaos was not Noel at all. It was his growing fascination with Theo Ragnar. Far away, up in the snowy north, Troivan soldiers were cutting through the Ragnar camp in a series of smaller skirmishes. With Ed Troivan personally leading them, those battles had been decided before they even truly began. No matter how fiercely the remaining Ragnar soldiers cursed at the disgusting traitors, they had already been defeated, bound, and left helpless. Lord Ed had no patience for prisoners who kept shouting about the pride of Ragnar. He simply slashed their throats and silenced the noise. Without the slightest blink, he coldly severed their heads, already sick of hearing the same stubborn final words over and over again. While Ed was occupied with the executions, a messenger arrived in a hurry, bringing urgent news about the failure of the floating archipelago operation. On top of that, all contact with Noel had been lost. Another noble servitor appeared from nowhere and bowed humbly, apologizing for the failure of that defective piece of filth. The servitor wearing a metal-plague doctor's mask understood that losing their main distribution hub could drastically shift the direction of the war. As Troivan's number 1 servitor, Ein wanted to seize this opening and correct such a serious mistake himself. That was why he was surprised when his master ordered them to abandon the archipelago entirely. After all, they had already secured the landmass's enormous capital. They would suffer financially from losing it, but they could not afford to let that loss distract them from their true priorities. Troivan ordered their remaining forces to gather at the center of the battlefield, strengthening the appearance of a continued war, even though it was nothing more than a ploy to distract those Ragnar bastards. He reminded his noble servitor that they had only one real objective. Everything they did was for the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Back in the relocated archipelago, the chaos finally settled down, and reconstruction began moving at an impressive pace. The newly formed Northern Maritime Alliance should have been able to make use of the routes left behind by the Ceres Merchant Guild, but so far, they had received no response from the Southern Guild. Inside his office, Antonio sat buried under what looked like an endless mountain of paperwork. Theo let himself in and immediately noticed the troubled look weighing down the new leader's face. Thankfully, Ragnar's supply distribution was no longer their biggest concern. Transporting goods should now be far simpler without the sea constantly adding unpredictable risks. Still, if Antonio was being completely honest, Ragnar's influence frightened him. He was grateful that his people had escaped Troivin's grip, but he also understood that nothing in this world came free. With just one flick of Theo's finger, they could end up in the same situation as before, only this time serving a different master. Antonio hesitated to bring such a concern directly to Theo, but he could not stop himself from wondering whether they had actually been safer out in the middle of the sea. The young lord understood exactly why Antonio felt that way. After all, any responsible leader should be wary of a hostile takeover. But Theo saw the situation from the opposite angle. In his eyes, the floating archipelago had been at its most vulnerable precisely because it was surrounded by the sea. Isolation had made it seem like no enemy would dare attack them, but that same isolation had dulled their ability to protect themselves when battle finally came. The recent Troivin takeover had exposed that weakness completely. They could not solve the problem of national defense by always depending on someone else to save them. Even if their new location brought risks of its own, any nation that wanted to survive needed the means to defend itself. In fact, Theo considered Antonio's concern a good sign. It meant he was thinking like a leader, and Theo already had a few ideas that might ease his worries, one of them tied to the white-armored dragon cavalry. That famous cavalry relied on airborne wyverns, and the archipelago happened to be surrounded by creatures with a similar kind of potential. Antonio immediately realized Theo was talking about the sea serpents, but those creatures were infamous for swarming anything in their path and smashing it apart, causing nothing but headaches and emergencies for the people. As if summoned by the mention of them, sea serpents were suddenly spotted at the docks. Civilians immediately began evacuating, while the fighters prepared themselves for battle. Before Antonio could even spin around in his chair, Theo calmly assured him that there was no need to panic. The young lord welcomed his sea serpents into the floating archipelago as if they were honored guests, opening the way for them without the slightest hesitation. Antonio, however, had every reason to stare at the whole situation with suspicion. After all, for as long as Antonio could remember, these creatures had never been seen as anything but violent sea monsters, the kind of destructive ocean thugs that brought fear wherever they appeared. Theo, on the other hand, calmly promised that he would teach the people of the archipelago how to handle them, tame them, and eventually treat those powerful creatures as something far greater than simple threats. If the white armored dragon cavalry could exist, then there was no reason the archipelago could not build its own force as well, a troop of riders soaring over the seas on the backs of dragons. To the citizens, the idea sounded completely insane. As far as they were concerned, riding dragons into battle was the kind of thing that belonged in bedtime stories, not something real people actually did. But to Theo, that ridiculousness was exactly what made it strangely fitting. In the archipelago's own fairy tales, their legendary hero Kriemhild had fought while riding a sea serpent, so naming this future force the Kriemhild Knight Order felt almost too perfect. And as if the idea wanted to prove itself, one of the sea serpents had already started showing a clear fondness for Antonio, hovering near him as though it had chosen him first. While Theo was enjoying the sight of the citizens cautiously trying to interact with the sea serpents, watching fear slowly mix with curiosity, a messenger hurried over and approached him with urgent news, breaking into the lively scene around the docks. The messenger informed Theo that someone had arrived and was already waiting to meet him. Theo headed toward one of the warehouses standing near the docks, where the smell of the sea still lingered in the air. Inside, he found a woman going through piles of documents, her hands moving over the stacked papers as if she had been searching through them for quite some time. She could hardly believe that the young lord had accomplished so much in only a handful of days. Black Snow Operative Cleve felt a headache creeping in, especially since the top-secret situation in the archipelago was supposedly known only to those in Black Snow with a null snow rank. Cleve then revealed that her team had already been investigating what they suspected to be the Troivin's floating distribution hub, and one of their major sources of money. That meant they understood perfectly well that losing the archipelago would damage the war effort in the long run, and yet, despite knowing that, they had still chosen to do nothing. Before Theo could press her for more answers, another man suddenly shoved his way into the warehouse, interrupting the tense conversation without warning. The newcomer immediately asked about Theo Ragnar. It was none other than Baryon himself. The Great Nine Dragon Lords had been talking about this kid non-stop, so naturally, he had come in with high expectations. But now that Baryon was seeing the so-called boy wonder with his own eyes, all he saw was a handsome little brat who looked like he could not do a damn thing. Theo recognized him at once. This was the Tyrant Dragon, known among the Ragnars as Dante Roll, and known to others by the name Baryon. Theo immediately offered a polite salute, keeping his posture respectful, and Dante casually told him to relax and stand at ease. From the way Cleve reacted, it seemed she had been expecting him to arrive. The Tyrant Dragon, sounding only half sincere, offered a lazy apology for showing up late. Cleve did not let that slide. She sharply reprimanded Lord Dante for allowing the archipelago situation to deteriorate this badly without reporting anything back to Black Snow. From their exchange, Theo could tell that Black Snow and the Tyrant Dragon had both been involved in this supposedly top-secret operation. Cleve made it clear that Dante's silence had placed the entire organization in an extremely difficult position. Dante's expression darkened just enough to show that he did not appreciate her tone in the slightest. Without even raising his hand, he spread his suffocating aura through the warehouse, letting the crushing pressure roll outward like an invisible wave. In an instant, both Theo and Cleve were frozen in place, their bodies locking up under the weight of that overwhelming force. Instead of admitting his mistake or offering a proper apology, Dante simply forced them down, pressing them to their knees without moving a single finger. The pressure inside the warehouse grew so violent that the windows could no longer withstand it, and the glass shattered under the force. Theo had always known that the Tyrant Dragon was powerful, but feeling that strength directly made it clear just how absurdly far beyond normal he truly was. At that moment, Theo finally understood why, in his previous life, Ragnar had failed to liberate the floating archipelago. The man might have looked like a rugged, muscular vagrant at first glance, but the aura pouring out of him was no joke. It was heavy, brutal, and completely overbearing. After putting Theo and Cleve through what felt dangerously close to outright torture, Dante finally pulled his aura back and burst into laughter. He claimed he had only been messing around and had simply missed the right timing to report the new information. He insisted that he had been watching the movements of the Troivan camp the entire time, carefully observing how they shifted and operated. In Dante's view, the 9 dragons had no need to waste effort chasing after small scraps. He had planned to let the problem grow larger, then swoop in at the perfect moment and crush everything in one decisive blow. But then the Ragnar kid appeared and cleaned up the situation before Dante could make his move. Laughing lightly, Dante slapped Theo on the back, and the blow nearly knocked the young lord unconscious. The Tyrant Dragon might have been joking around and pretending to be relaxed, but Theo could tell that underneath that casual act, Dante was genuinely irritated. Dante Roll was not just one of the 9 dragons. Even among that terrifying group, he stood near the upper ranks. At core, he was a man driven by one thing above all else: the hunger for more power. The only reason he had joined Ragnar was to serve that desire. Every bit of authority he held would be used to gain even greater strength. And in Theo's previous life, Dante Roll had possessed a suspiciously enormous amount of financial power. Now it made sense. Back then, he must have taken control of the floating archipelago for himself. Among the 9 dragons, this man was without question one of the more troublesome opponents, so for the moment, Theo knew it would be wiser to play along. Theo lowered himself into the role of a modest soldier and apologized respectfully for interfering with the Tyrant Dragon's plans. Dante threw his head back and laughed loudly, telling Theo that no real harm had been done. During this first meeting with the 6th heir candidate, Theo Ragnar, Dante found himself rather pleased with the young lord's attitude. He then offered Theo his hand, giving him a clear sign of approval as a new heir candidate. Yet the more Theo dealt with this strange, muscle-headed man, the harder it became to read what Dante was truly thinking. Still, Theo accepted the offered hand with a polite smile and answered with even more humble words. Dante seemed to enjoy that modesty quite a bit. The exchange was interrupted when Cleve walked over and delivered Theo's next official directive. Now that the archipelago mission was finished and further deployment there was no longer necessary, all operatives were being ordered to move immediately to the central front line. Dante approved of the new assignment without hesitation. In his view, the kid belonged on the front lines, getting covered in blood while protecting the home base. But before Dante left, there was still one matter he wanted to settle first. The Tyrant Dragon's posture suddenly stiffened, and the air around him sharpened as he turned his gaze toward Cleve. In a low, dangerous voice, he asked if the order to question him about the archipelago scouting mission had truly come from the Black Dragon himself. His hostility was barely hidden as he spat out the name of Black Snow's leader, referring to him with open contempt as that damn Robert Ragnar. Cleve felt the pressure around her grow even heavier, as if an invisible weight was crushing down on her shoulders and chest, but she still forced herself to answer and confirmed it. Dante then told her to deliver a message to that black rascal. If Robert wanted answers from him so badly, then the bastard should have come all the way here and asked him face to face. Theo obeyed his new orders without wasting even a moment, leaving the archipelago behind and joining his comrades in the northern war against Troivan. At the central plateau, the main battlefield was already roaring across the Blade Mountain range. Steel rang out as soldiers from both sides clashed head-on, while explosions and bombardments thundered through the skies above them. Mounted on his trusted Umbra, Theo Ragnar wore the white armored dragon cavalry uniform and immediately threw himself into the battle without hesitation. He cut swiftly through the battlefield from above, tearing into the Troivan vanguard and throwing their formation into chaos. Alongside his brothers and sisters in arms, he struck without mercy, cleaving through enemy heads as the battle surged around him. High above the battlefield, where the wind whipped fiercely around the dragons, Captain Evelyn Nereville took command from the sky, reading the flow of the fight while keeping careful watch over the effects of the great fear weakening the enemy below. The moment Evelyn spotted an opening, every white armored dragon cavalry unit moved with her command, diving down from the sky in a coordinated strike. Far from the center of the carnage, another troop stood waiting, silently watching the aerial slaughter unfold before them. The commander of the Black Iron Cavalry, Thorkel Ragnar, smiled as he watched the flying units rip through the enemy with ruthless efficiency. His vice commander immediately shouted at him, scolding him for making their soldiers and horses feel inferior again. Thorkel only laughed it off, insisting that he had merely been teasing them. As he slowly fitted his helmet into place, Thorkel assured his vice commander that his men were not so weak-minded that they would lose confidence over something like that. In his eyes, the Black Iron Cavalry was far superior to those glorified birds circling around in the sky anyway. But the moment Thorkel's helmet settled over his head, the easygoing air around him vanished completely. His voice turned sharp as he called his troops to attention and gave them one simple order. They were to crush anything that stood in their path. Once every enemy before them had been thoroughly destroyed, only then would they be able to step forward into a better tomorrow. Led by the sharpest spear point in the Empire, the Black Iron Cavalry surged forward, charging into the battlefield with no regard at all for human life. Lord Thorkel immediately proved just how terrifying he was in an all-out war. Every sweeping motion of his free-flowing spear sent Troyvan soldiers collapsing by the dozens, and the battle maniac was actually smiling as he beheaded enemy after enemy. With Ragnar's aerial cavalry attacking from above and the ground cavalry smashing through below, the two forces working together brought that day's battle to a swift and brutal end. By the time night fell, they had pushed their lines forward, and the battlefield was lit by the flames of a great pyre where the dead bodies were being burned. From the temporary camps, the sounds of celebration carried through the night, rising over the crackle of fire and the lingering smell of war. Thorkel personally made his way to his little brother's tent to offer praise. Theo accepted the commander's compliments with humility, and as the two stood facing each other, their resemblance was almost impossible to ignore. Thorkel insisted that Theo should simply call him Big Bro from now on. He even invited his lil bro to share drinks with him sometime soon. Theo and his comrades remained respectful as Commander Thorkel left the tent. But the instant that monster of the battlefield was gone, Selford immediately bombarded Theo with jeers and teasing, mocking him for acting so brotherly with the commander of the Black Iron Cavalry. His senior pressed him hard, trying to force Theo to spill everything about what had happened on the archipelago. Thankfully, Aaron stepped in before the teasing could go any further, and delivered a brutal smack right to Selford's head. Senior Aaron was far more sympathetic to Theo's situation. The young lord had only just arrived on the battlefield that very day, so at the very least, they should allow him a moment to breathe. Theo then asked Aaron how the war had been progressing so far. Since he had only recently been deployed, there was still a great deal about the current situation that he did not know. Aaron explained that, overall, the war was moving in their favor, but there were still a few things that had been bothering her. They'd been gradually pushing closer and closer to the Troyvan base, yet the traitors showed no sign of making any major move. It felt almost as if they were quietly waiting for something. And by now, everyone around them had to be thinking the exact same thing she was. The strategists had likely read Troyvan's pure counterattacking tactics as preparation for some kind of trap. But Theo possessed knowledge from his previous life, allowing him to see past the conclusion most people had already settled on. Troyvan's true objective was to seize the White Tower ruins, the place where the relic of the primordial dragon lay sleeping. All the blood spilled across these battlefields had served one purpose, to distract everyone from what Troyvan was really after. And speaking of bloodshed, under the cover of the dark night, a lone fighter was already slipping through a Troyvan camp, silently and effortlessly killing unsuspecting soldiers one after another. The fighter looked up toward the night sky and wished he could run into one of the 9 servitors. After so many days of cutting down small fries, he was beginning to grow tired of the same easy slaughter. Together with a woman at his side, he wiped out an entire platoon as if it were nothing at all. For Ragnar candidates number 3 and 4, Anshio and Gueshar Ragnar, this level of carnage was simply routine. Anshio immediately called her brother out for lying. More than anyone else, she knew perfectly well that this maniac actually enjoyed picking on unsuspecting soldiers. Then a familiar figure strode into view, backing up her words without the slightest hesitation. It was the tyrant dragon Dante Roll. Dante had already scolded the unruly Gueshar before for swinging his blade around mindlessly, and he was clearly not pleased to see the young lord still clinging to those reckless and unpleasant habits. Gueshar addressed Dante as master. He also brought up the fact that someone else had taken all the credit for Dante's work in the archipelago, but the tyrant dragon had already moved on from the matter. To Dante, that little setback was nothing more than the ticket price for an entertaining show that was about to unfold. He warned Gueshar that someone would soon begin rising rapidly through the ranks. Gueshar assumed his master was talking about Thorkel. Anshio, however, immediately understood that Dante was referring to the sixth heir. The thought of fresh meat made Gishar's excitement flare up at once. In his mind, with the tyrant dragon as their master, there was absolutely no way anyone could surpass them. Dante Roll simply suggested, almost casually, that Theo Ragnar might be the chosen one. The moment those words left Dante's mouth, both Gueshar and Anshio turned deadly serious. Their master gave them no long explanation, no comforting words, and no room for doubt. He simply told them to stay ready, because the days ahead would demand action. And when the right opportunity finally appeared before them, their task was clear. They were to crush Theo Ragnar completely, leaving him no chance to rise any further. Several hours before Theo ever reached the battlefield, he was still inside a carriage rolling north, heading toward the front lines where the war was waiting for him. During that journey, the fairy dragon had been explaining the truth about the White Tower and how it housed the relic of the primordial dragon. Now that Theo thought about it, the area around the White Tower had been the very first region the Troivans seized for themselves. Thankfully, Guardians were able to sense one another's locations, at least roughly, which gave Theo and the others a way to track where the relic might be. The fairy dragon warned him that the Guardian of the White Tower had received the largest share of the primordial dragon's fractured power. His other Guardians agreed with that warning. Relics might share the same origin, but that did not mean they were equal in nature. Each Guardian relic had been given its own role, and with that role came different kinds of abilities and power. Some had been blessed with far greater strength than others, but that strength also came with responsibilities just as heavy. And among all of them, the Guardian of the White Tower stood as the most extreme example of that principle. The bad news was that the most powerful relic was currently deep inside Troivan territory, and no one could say for certain what those people intended to do with it. Theo had already seen what those bastards had done to the Leviathan. They possessed a method to poison Guardians and force out the primordial dragon's power for themselves. No matter what happened, they had to reach the White Tower before the Troivans could make their move, before those greedy hands of theirs could grab hold of the most powerful relic and twist it for their own purposes. Back in the present on the central plateau, Theo made his way to the demon dragon's tent. Once inside, he requested permission to move alone and investigate the Rocky Mountains, where the enemy forces were gathering in a strangely concentrated way. But Theo could not reveal everything he knew from his past life, and because his explanation sounded far too vague, Julius Ragnar immediately rejected the request. The demon dragon could not allow one of his strongest soldiers to simply leave the battlefront for some unclear personal mission. Even if Theo had recently become an heir candidate, that did not mean he could abandon his duties. Theo wanted to argue back because from his perspective he was not avoiding responsibility at all. In fact, he was trying to make up for the time he would be away. Seeing the young lord grow visibly frustrated, Julius let an amused smile tug at his face. In truth, he had only been messing with the kid. Theo had already proven over and over again that he could be trusted with dangerous matters like this. The commander promised to cover for him so Theo could leave without worrying about the consequences. Besides, the white armored dragon cavalry would not suddenly lose its strength just because one soldier was gone. Still, Julius made one thing clear before letting him go. Theo was not allowed to return empty-handed. Theo deeply appreciated the trust his commander had placed in him, and he vowed that he would never betray those expectations. Without wasting another second, Theo climbed onto Umbra's back and slipped away, quietly approaching the White Tower now crawling with Troivan forces. The enemy camps around the tower were packed with soldiers, and if he flew any closer in the open, there was no doubt they would spot him. So Theo had to use the surrounding mountain ranges as cover, keeping low and hidden as he searched for a safe place to land. Even now, he could not help being impressed by Umbra's ability to camouflage himself in the darkness. The unique traits of an evil shadow dragon mixed with viper blood were perfectly suited for moving through the night. Thanks to Umbra's abilities, they had managed to infiltrate enemy territory with incredible speed. But from this point on, Theo needed to continue alone. So he gave Umbra the order to turn back and fly to the base camp, leaving Theo to proceed on foot from there. Moving without making even the faintest sound, Theo began parkouring down the dangerous slopes of the mountain range, using the uneven terrain to his advantage. He made certain that his presence stayed completely hidden, and he had even equipped himself with spy gear to help him move undetected. As he studied the situation near the base of the tower, the security looked every bit as tight as he had expected. Theo was still a decent distance away from the entrance, yet some of the patrolling guards had already sensed the faintest trace of movement around him. One guard in particular grew uneasy and decided to investigate the rocks Theo had been using as cover. The patrol guard circled the ordinary-looking rock with slow, cautious steps, his hand tightening around his weapon as he gradually drew his blade. When he finally leaned in and peeked behind the rugged stone pillar, there was absolutely nothing there. After making a few more quick checks, the patrolman sheathed his sword and let his guard drop, convinced that he had been worrying over nothing. That was a serious mistake. While he had been focused on checking the rocks, his companion hanging back nearby had already been taken out by a silent intruder. The patrol guard realized something was wrong and tried to follow protocol, preparing to call out and send a warning to the others. But Theo moved faster. Before the man could alert anyone, Theo struck him down hard and sent him crashing to the ground as well. A few miles away from the tower, Ed Troyven stood before a shrine stained with a spreading pool of blood, admiring the ominous blob of flesh resting on top of it. From behind him, a hermit priest approached, his presence quiet but twisted. The priest giggled wickedly as he looked over the altar. He never would have imagined that the Troyvens would join hands with their holy demon church for a forbidden ritual meant to resurrect the dethroned Mad Dragon Emperor. Inside that grotesque mass of flesh, a fleshy figure sat curled in a strange fetal position, steadily absorbing the corrupted power. The entire thing throbbed and pulsed like an exposed organ, alive in the most unnatural way. Ed did not appreciate the priest's casual tone when speaking to him. And more than that, he absolutely despised hearing the word dethroned used for the Mad Dragon Emperor. In Ed's eyes, there was only one true Ragnar Master, and the one currently sitting on the throne was nothing more than an impostor. Soon, the Mad Dragon Emperor would reclaim his rightful throne. Ed Troyven and those he considered true Ragnars were merely servants of the true masters, and he expected the holy demon priest to remember that clearly. At that very moment, the resurrection ritual he had demanded was already nearing completion. But to bring their great and mighty master back from the underworld, the ritual still lacked one crucial ingredient. The proper material, the perfect vessel, a Ragnar body carrying the power of the primordial dragon. Ed was not worried about securing that final piece. In his mind, obtaining the vessel was only a matter of time. What truly concerned him was finding the key to conquering the White Tower. According to the latest reports, the power sealed within the tower was far too enormous. They had been flooding it with shadow demon toxin, yet the resistance from inside remained overwhelmingly strong. Even with the high priests of the Holy Demon Church pushing themselves to the limit and barely holding the ritual together, conquering the tower before time ran out seemed almost impossible. Ed did not like that report in the slightest. The slow progress grated on his nerves, and frustration twisted across his face. Unable to contain his anger, he released his aura and punished the messenger on the spot, forcing the poor man down until he was eating dirt. Ed had already gone far too far for the Mad Dragon Emperor's resurrection to stop here. All he needed was the primordial dragon's power to complete the ritual, and he refused to accept the word impossible. Ed Troyven warned his people to pull out every last option and use any means necessary to make it happen. Terrified that he might lose his head right then and there, the messenger quickly apologized for his lack of vision and swore that he would make it possible. In the end, instead of being beheaded for delivering bad news, he walked away with only a broken nose. Considering Ed's mood, that was practically a huge win. Then another messenger rushed in with an urgent report for Junior Clan head Ed. An intruder had successfully slipped into the White Tower camp. Whoever the intruder was, they had taken the clothing of one of the guards and used it to hide among the enemy. The moment the other patrolmen discovered one of their comrades stripped of his uniform and lying unconscious, they immediately rang the alarm bells and began organizing a full search of the area. From a distance, someone quietly observed the spreading chaos. Before long, they spotted a patrolman wearing a mask, moving so naturally with the search party that he blended in without the slightest mistake. Through his long-range vision, Gueshar was surprised to see the new air candidate slipping deep behind enemy lines. He figured Theo had killed only the bare minimum needed and then fooled the enemy with flawless ease. The method strongly reminded him of Black Snow, making Gueshar suspect that the kid must have worked with that sneaky group in his past life. He had to admit that the young lord was much more entertaining than he had expected, and he could hardly wait to get a taste for himself. Anshio told him to stop drooling and focus on tailing their target, reminding him that they had already messed up once with Thorkel. Gueshar understood the weight of this mission and promised that he would behave, but the warped grin stretching across his face made his words hard to believe. When Ed heard that an intruder had slipped past the White Tower security, he nearly lost control on the spot. Something like this should not have been possible at all. Only a tiny handful of people knew the true objective behind their operation. The entire war itself had been nothing more than a ploy to distract the Ragnars. And yet, deep in his gut, Ed felt a certainty rising. There was only one person who could possibly throw a wrench into his supposedly flawless plan. Again and again, Theo Ragnar had proven himself to be nothing but a thorn in Ed's side. But before rage and frustration could fully take over, the colder, more rational side of Ed Troyven forced its way to the surface. The messenger, still trembling, suggested increasing the number of guards to strengthen the search and capture the intruder as quickly as possible. Ed, however, had a completely different plan in mind. From this point onward, they would change their approach. He ordered a full retreat from the White Tower camp, leaving only the absolute minimum number of troops behind on the ground. It was a bizarre command, to say the least, since doing so would only increase the risk of losing the primordial dragon's power to whoever had breached their defenses. But that was exactly what Ed Troyven wanted. He was completely certain that the intruder was the troublesome Theo Ragnar. And judging by how quickly the kid had been progressing lately, Theo would surely conquer the White Tower on his own and emerge with the primordial dragon's power in his grasp. With a simple wave of his hand, Ed summoned the troops he trusted most, the noble servitors who served directly under him. If conquering the White Tower was impossible for them, then they would simply do what they did best and steal the prize from the kid after he succeeded. To make sure the job was carried out perfectly, Ed assigned the task to his number one, Ein. Standing beside the plague doctor was a massive Goliath carrying a ridiculously heavy warhammer, Ed's number 2, Sway. Completing the team was Ed's number 3, Dre, a dangerously domineering woman whose presence alone made it clear she was not someone anyone should carelessly approach. The moment they confirmed that the young Ragnar had obtained the primordial dragon's power, they were to kill him and steal it. That was their directive, and they would obey it without hesitation. Down at the White Tower camp, the clueless soldiers were still searching for the intruder, torches raised as they combed through the darkness. With only a small number of people left in the camp after the retreat, the captain decided to divide the remaining manpower into 2 groups. One would search around the tower, while the other would cover the southern side. Just as expected, Theo placed himself with the group assigned to search around the White Tower. These fools did not even stop to question why one of their supposed comrades was walking around with a mask on. Theo could not help feeling suspicious about how smoothly he had slipped through. Sure, it made his mission easier, but a nagging thought kept circling in his mind. These soldiers seemed well trained, yet they never used a password to identify friend from foe, and the reinforcements he had expected never showed up. In fact, compared to what he had seen during his initial scouting, the camp security had become noticeably worse. It almost felt as if someone was deliberately guiding him straight into the tower. And the moment he reached the area near the tower's entrance, the system alerted him to the presence of a primordial dragon relic. Even though there was a strong chance this whole situation was a trap, that did not matter much to Theo anymore. He reached out and placed his hand against the ancient walls of the tower. The tower's draconic origins immediately resonated with the blood flowing inside him. Even if he ended up trapped afterward, Theo was determined to seize the primordial dragon's power before Ed Troyven could claim it. Without hesitating for even a second, Theo let the torch slip from his hand and stepped forward, walking straight through the gate that the White Tower had willingly opened for him. At long last, the trial of the White Tower officially began. Outside the tower, the hunters who had been following his trail from the shadows finally began to make their move. Even though their master had already told them about the White Tower, Gizhar had never expected to stumble across a genuine primordial dragon relic in such a remote place. Now he understood why the tyrant dragon had been getting involved with the Troyvens lately. The moment Gizhar saw the Chosen One enter the tower so easily, he broke into a crazed laugh, his excitement spilling out without restraint. Anshio admitted that being called the Chosen One was a title worth envying. But in her eyes, titles meant nothing when someone was cornered inside an impossible situation. On the way, the twins picked up the uniform Theo had discarded. They could probably use it to stir up trouble later, though the whole thing felt a little too convenient, almost like bait. Still, whether it was bait or not, that hardly changed what they had to do. For now, they needed to pull back and prepare the stage before the Chosen One returned from the tower. But Gizhar had no intention of leaving. He wanted to wait right outside the tower for Theo, a decision that immediately made Anshio's irritation show. The battle maniac was simply too curious. He wanted to see what kind of face the so-called Golden Boy would make when he died by the blade of another Ragnar. After Theo stepped into the White Tower, the blinding light surrounding him slowly began to fade. Theo's eyes gradually adjusted to the brightness, and when he opened them fully, he found himself standing inside a vast superstructure built from pure white materials, with countless pillars and rooms stretching out around him. Knowing that the tower itself could pose a serious threat to his life, Theo immediately drew the white moonlight blade and kept it ready in his hand. Since the guardian of this place had inherited the greatest share of the primordial dragon's power, Theo expected something ferocious to appear at any moment. Right on cue, a draconic figure with burning red eyes emerged from one of the many doors. Theo tightened his grip around his blade, every muscle prepared to unleash his full strength if the creature attacked. So imagine his shock when the guardian of the White Tower finally walked out, only to reveal himself as a tiny little creature with round, cute, beady eyes. The little guardian was already in tears, grumbling about strange people trying to sneak into his domain and infect him with demon shadow toxin. Apparently, Stopping them had been unbelievably annoying. Theo wondered if someone was playing a joke on him. Completely speechless, he just stared at the flailing little lizard, wondering whether he had somehow entered the wrong tower by mistake. He even called out his other guardians to confirm whether this was truly the one they had all feared. The fairy dragon quickly urged him not to judge the little guardian by appearances alone. The griffin added that Theo had no room to talk, since he looked more like a pretty boy than some awe-inspiring chosen one himself. But when Theo saw his own guardians trembling with fear, his doubts eased just a little. The little guardian then apologized for getting distracted and properly introduced himself. His name was Keratosicus, though he went by Karato for short. He was the most loyal subordinate of the great primordial dragon, the one who had inherited the largest portion of his master's power, and he had protected the Gate of the Pantheon since ancient times. Theo had never once heard of something called the Gate of the Pantheon. Karato explained it casually, as if it were the most obvious thing in the world. It was the place where the gods dwelled. The relics of the primordial dragon were merely fragments that shared pieces of his power. Long ago, the master of all guardians had carried countless duties on his shoulders. One of those duties was guarding the gate that connected the Pantheon to the mortal world. And the one who had inherited that sacred duty was none other than little Karato, the big boss's most loyal subordinate and the upright vassal who preserved his power. Theo's knowledge of the gods came only from what he had read in ancient texts, so hearing that they truly existed was enough to shake him. He went to ask Karato for more details, but the cheerful little lizard only stared back at him with a blank, dumb smile. It looked as if Karato had completely spaced out, before slowly repeating his full name, Keratosicus. When Theo repeated it back to him, the little guy seemed to start up again, like someone had just restarted his engine. He really was a strange little creature. Every guardian Theo had met so far seemed incapable of being normal. Still, he pressed on and asked Karato directly whether God truly existed. Karato answered brightly that God did exist. In fact, according to him, the Chosen One should already be very familiar with them. After all, they had been sending Theo messages that only he could see. Every time Theo experienced a breakthrough, every trial he conquered, every reward he had received so far, and every notification that had ever appeared through the system were all messages sent by God. Meanwhile, up in the Central Highlands, where Ragnar's executives had gathered to discuss strategy, an important meeting was already underway. The Black Dragon led the discussion, and he wasted no time on greetings or pleasantries. Everyone present understood exactly why they had been summoned to the front lines, including Robert Ragnar himself. 7 of the 9 dragons had gathered for this meeting. With Troivin's 9 servitors appearing on the battlefield, the war had dragged on far longer than they had first expected. That was precisely why the 9 dragons had been called to take part in the fighting directly. The Black Dragon emphasized that everyone needed to be briefed on the current state of the war, and afterward, he would hear any questions or suggestions. But before Robert could properly begin, the Tyrant Dragon raised his hand and declared that he had important matters to deal with besides simply joining the battlefield. He wagged his finger lightly, signaling one of his disciples to come inside. Right on cue, Anshio Ragnar entered the tent. She politely apologized for barging in so suddenly, then brought an urgent matter before the gathered leaders. Anshio presented a white armored dragon cavalry uniform in front of the 9 dragons for all of them to see. She claimed that she had personally witnessed Theo Ragnar's betrayal, and the uniform she held in her hands, according to her, was the glaring proof that made his betrayal impossible to deny. Just as expected, the elder dragon seized the opening the moment it appeared, biting down on the chance to drag the heir candidate's name through the mud. Before anyone else could even settle on a response, he was already the first to point out that discarding a Ragnar uniform was not a small mistake, but an unmistakable act of treason. The rest of the dragons, however, did not react with the same eagerness. Instead of immediately joining in, they held themselves back, watching the situation with far more caution and restraint. That left the demon dragon caught in an extremely awkward position, forced to weigh the situation carefully from every side. He tried to read deeper into Theo's actions, wondering what kind of thought process could have pushed him to throw away his uniform in the first place. And while the higher-ups continued debating how they should deal with him, the very person at the center of that discussion was somewhere else entirely, quietly sinking into a crisis that shook the foundation of everything he thought he understood. If Theo was hearing Karato correctly, then that blue message window that had guided him all this time was not just some strange system. It had actually been the god's method of speaking to him directly. The little guardian simply lifted his shoulders in a casual shrug, wearing an expression that made it clear there was no room for doubt. To him, this answer was obvious. Still trying to process it, Theo asked whether every chosen one was able to see the same kind of message window. But Karato immediately shut that idea down, making it clear that Theo's situation was different. Whatever was happening to him, it was not something shared by all chosen ones. Then, just as the little guardian began explaining the reason Theo's ears were suddenly filled with a harsh, muffled screech. The sound slammed into him so violently that his balance nearly gave out on the spot. Corrado scratched the side of his head, looking almost troubled by the reaction. Apparently, the Chosen One was not meant to hear that information yet, and some higher power was forcibly filtering it before it could reach him. Theo, desperate for a clearer answer, pushed for more details. At that, Corrado's cute little smile shifted into something much more suspicious and unreadable. After all, he had been waiting for a very long time to finally carry out the duty entrusted to him. Then, without warning, the space in front of Theo changed, and a massive stone door rose into view as if it had been summoned from nowhere. According to that strange little guardian, if Theo truly wanted to uncover the truth behind this world, then he could not expect it to be handed to him for free. He would have to earn it himself. One of Corrado's sacred responsibilities was to grant the Chosen One access to the Trial of the Pantheon. Theo had absolutely no idea what this so-called Trial of the Pantheon was, much less what kind of danger or challenge might be waiting for him inside. Corrado explained that the trial was meant to make him look into the deepest layers of his own soul, forcing him to search within himself until he discovered what he truly was. By crossing to the other side, Theo would be able to follow the traces of his past lives buried inside his subconscious. But the subconscious was not some harmless dreamscape. It was another world hidden within the self, a place most people would live their entire lives without ever touching. If a challenger failed to complete the trial, or if they lost themselves too deeply inside their own subconscious, their mind would shut down completely. Once that happened, they would be trapped forever in the endless inner expanse of their own mind. But anyone who managed to pass the test would be recognized as someone qualified to confront the truth, and they would even be given the chance to stand before the gods themselves. By now, Corrado's playful charm had completely faded. His tone turned colder and more serious as he told Theo that the tower contained 12 tiers in total. That was all the explanation he would receive. Whether or not he accepted the challenge was entirely up to him. Once again, the message from the gods placed the choice directly in Theo's hands, asking whether he would enter the first tier of the Pantheon trial or turn away. Theo's hand tightened around the grip of his blade, his fingers locking firmly in place as his hesitation began to harden into resolve. More than anything, he wanted answers. So without allowing himself another moment to hesitate, Theo selected yes on the message window before stepping forward, walking straight into the unknown path waiting beyond the door. Whatever truth controlled the way this world worked was hidden behind the door Corrado had summoned. As Theo moved closer, countless questions kept racing through his mind. He wanted to know whether the Great War he remembered would end up happening in this life as well. He also needed to understand why he, of all people, had been judged worthy of becoming the Chosen One. With firm conviction, Theo shoved Corrado's door open, letting the mysterious light spilling from the other side swallow him whole. The moment Theo entered the first tier of the Pantheon, he was pulled into a space unlike anything he had seen before. It resembled a ruined Colosseum, broken and ancient, drifting alone in the endless darkness of outer space. As Corrado's door slowly faded away behind him until nothing remained, Theo looked around in silence. Wherever this was, it certainly no longer felt like he was inside the White Tower. Then his system informed him that, in order to fully enter the subconscious realm, he would need to suppress his own consciousness and open the gateway within himself. A short while later, Theo sensed something strange stirring beneath him, as if the floor itself had begun to boil. A mass of black goo started sizzling across the surface, spreading outward little by little as it slowly gathered together and took shape right before his eyes. Before long, the dark sludge had risen into a humanoid form. But even though it looked like a person, it had no clear features, no face, and nothing that made it feel alive in any ordinary sense. According to the system, this first trial was connected to Theo's consciousness. At first glance, the featureless humanoid did not look nearly as dangerous as Corrado's warning had made it sound. That relaxed thought vanished almost instantly when the humanoid blob suddenly lunged into action and attacked without the slightest warning. It sent a familiar throwing blade flying straight toward Theo's head. He barely managed to twist out of the way in time, but the sharp edge still sliced across his cheek as it passed. Theo immediately fixed his stance and prepared himself properly for battle. Whatever that figure was, it had made its hostility unmistakably clear. Then his eyes widened as the black sludge's form became clearer, and he finally recognized what it had taken the shape of. The guardian standing before the door to the subconscious was none other than the self. The entity known as I had appeared before him. The system gave Theo a simple and merciless objective: eliminate him. In every possible way, I was a perfect copy of Theo, recreated down to the finest details. The Chosen One and the manifestation of himself stood across from each other in silence, simply staring each other down. At first, Theo felt deeply unsettled by the thought of having to fight himself. But after thinking about it again, he wondered if this might actually work in his favor. Compared to some unknown enemy with abilities he could not predict, would it not be better to face someone he understood better than anyone else? It sounded like a reasonable way to look at it. But the moment I released his full power and spread that thunderous aura through the Colosseum, Theo immediately began questioning that confidence. With not a single wasted movement, I lifted his hand and began charging. His throwing blades with thunder dragon breathing, preparing thunder stab with unmistakable killing intent behind every flicker of energy. Theo had never once experienced what it felt like to be on the receiving end of his own techniques. His eyes followed the incoming attack as he quickly analyzed its path and timing. Then he swung his white moonlight blade into motion, deflecting most of the barrage while slipping away from the blades that were too awkward or dangerous to parry directly. But by the time Theo finally managed to steady his footing again, he realized he had been driven all the way to the edge of the Colosseum, with barely any space left for him to maneuver. Before Theo could fully reclaim his footing or move away from the edge, another storm of blades came screaming through the air. Each one was reinforced with thunder stab, cutting forward with a vicious sharpness that made the atmosphere itself feel like it was being torn apart. But Theo had no intention of being pushed around by the exact same technique twice in a row. This time, his eyes were sharper, his body was steadier, and he was already prepared to answer the moment the attack reached him. The instant those blades crossed into the range where he could strike back, Theo unleashed Quintuple Dragon's Claw with explosive force. The five-pronged attack ripped across the arena floor, shredding the ground beneath him and smashing through the incoming throwing blades until they lost all momentum. The violent aftermath of that counterattack tore through the already crumbling floating arena, carving even more scars into the broken Colosseum around him. Theo finally let out a small sigh of relief, though his expression remained tense. Ai's attack had been far too powerful for comfort, and even blocking it once had been enough to remind him how dangerous this fight really was. He looked back toward his perfect copy, and despite the pressure of the situation, a faint laugh slipped out of him in amusement. Theo had hoped that Quintuple Dragon's Claw would serve both purposes at once, protecting him while also damaging his opponent. But that hope had been far too optimistic. If I truly was a perfect copy of Theo as a fighter, then Theo had no choice but to admit something surprising. Somewhere along the way, he really had become much stronger than before. With frightening precision, I shifted his stance again, lowering himself like a beast ready to pounce at the first opening. In his hand was a copy of the white moonlight blade, and his lifeless eyes stayed fixed on Theo without even the smallest flicker of emotion. This time, I was the one who struck first, launching a supercharged Quintuple Dragon's Claw straight toward him with terrifying speed. Theo answered immediately with Dragon Flash, driving his blade forward to meet the five-pronged assault and knock it off course. The two attacks collided with equal force, and even their brief probing exchanges were destructive enough to shake the ruined arena. But when the violent energies finally scattered and the smoke-like force cleared, Theo's eyes widened as he realized his copy had vanished. I had quite literally gotten the jump on him. Using Theo's blind spot to his advantage, the copy launched another attack from directly above, dropping in from the sky before Theo could properly reset his guard. Theo only noticed the threat when the copycat had already prepared another Quintuple Dragon's Claw overhead. Even worse, I had cleverly layered two versions of the same technique together, unleashing the full brutality of the move all at once. The force crashed down like a real dragon tearing into its prey, with 10 claws descending straight toward Theo's head and forcing him to think fast. In the end, Theo relied on his blistering speed, pushing his body to move just quickly enough to escape the fatal range of the attack. Even so, he did not come away unscathed. The impact still tore into him, leaving noticeable damage behind and shredding his clothes into ragged pieces. Right after that, Theo charged straight at the expressionless imposter, closing the distance in a rush. Their blades slammed together, and with both of them possessing equal strength, neither side gave an inch. Theo took the offensive, swinging again and again as sparks burst from every collision between their swords. No matter what move Theo tried, I answered with the perfect counter. Every exchange felt like staring into a flawless mirror, with neither side gaining a clean opening. Neither of them had the advantage, and neither of them showed any sign of breaking. All their battle had managed to do so far was push the floating arena closer and closer to complete ruin. Even the copied white moonlight blade was shockingly durable and powerful, matching the original so closely that it felt almost impossible to tell the difference. Theo was beginning to understand just how troublesome he could be as an opponent. Their sword paths were identical, even down to the smallest habits and movements. I slipped away from most attacks with ease, as though he already knew what Theo would do before he did it, and even Theo's strongest techniques were neutralized by the exact same techniques used in return. Bit by bit, Theo pushed himself to think harder, desperately searching for even the smallest hint of how someone was supposed to defeat their own reflection. By almost every measure, this battle could have dragged on forever. But unlike Theo, who was burning through his strength with every clash and every movement. The copycat seemed to have no limit at all, fighting as if his stamina and mana would never run dry. Knowing he would eventually lose if the fight turned into a battle of endurance, Theo started to realize there might be a way to break this ridiculous deadlock wide open. While dodging another thunder-infused strike, his body kept moving on instinct, but his mind was working even faster, searching relentlessly for a way to bring down his evil twin. However, was not giving him any time to settle on a guaranteed method. Theo had already expected that kind of relentless pressure from himself, but experiencing it from the outside was another matter entirely. Because the copycat seemed to possess an endless supply of mana, he simply kept unleashing large-scale attacks again and again without hesitation. As a result, the Colosseum around them was no longer just damaged. It was beginning to look like a complete disaster zone, battered by repeated waves of destruction. Instead of trying to match the enemy's unfair advantage head-on, Theo shifted to smaller, sneakier attacks. And for the first time since the fight began, he managed to catch Ai off guard by throwing his sword at an oddly timed moment. For a tiny fraction of a second, the copycat visibly faltered, unable to immediately understand why Theo would do something so strange. But that confusion did not last long. I quickly recovered and knocked the sword aside without much difficulty. That was when Theo understood what he needed to do. He had to act in a way that would throw even himself off balance. Tossing away his main weapon for what looked like an ineffective attack would definitely do that, and that brief moment of confusion was all he needed to move in with his dragon-slaying sword. No one would expect him to waste a rare sword on a throwing technique, not even a perfect copy of himself. It was a technique he had learned back in his past life. With the copycat's flank exposed and wide open for a decisive strike, Theo drove his blade forward and stabbed his off-colored clone straight through the chest. Ai's body began to collapse little by little, the black sludge losing its shape as it failed to hold together after taking a fatal wound. Theo had to admit it had been an incredible match, especially against what was now, in a sense, his past self. The system acknowledged his victory over himself, declaring that he had cleared the trial of the first tier. Not long after the strange black goo dissolved completely, another one of Carado's stone doors rose up from the ground before him. The system then prompted Theo to decide whether he would accept the second-tier challenge of the Pantheon. Seeing that message, the young lord's expression shifted into a confident smile. After all, Theo had always been the kind of person who finished what he started, no matter how dangerous the path became. Without wasting even another second, he stepped forward and pushed open the door leading to the next tier. Meanwhile, back in the Central Highlands, the Elder Dragon was still loudly and enthusiastically going on about how Theo Ragnar should be slapped with a treason charge. The Demon Dragon immediately questioned Anshio Ragnar's claim, his gaze sharpening as he caught the weight behind her words. She was basically accusing Theo of abandoning his post and defecting to Troivin's side, and that was not some minor complaint. It was a serious charge heavy enough to destroy him if accepted as truth. Anshio stood firm and insisted that she had witnessed the whole thing with her own eyes. According to her, the young lord had crossed into enemy territory by his own choice, without being forced or dragged there by anyone. And in her mind, the uniform she had brought back was more than enough proof. To her, that discarded Ragnar uniform was undeniable evidence of a betrayal far too disgraceful to ignore. But the Sword Dragon, who had known Theo since his days as a cadet, could not bring herself to accept those accusations so easily. The image Anshio painted simply did not match the Theo she remembered. She quietly exchanged a few words with Julius through mental transmission, trying to get a clearer answer from him without letting the others hear. The Demon Dragon, however, could not resist gloating. He made it clear that he was the only one who truly knew what Theo was planning, and he seemed especially pleased to rub in the fact that the kid had trusted him more than her. Even so, Julius had never imagined the situation would grow into such a complicated mess. What had started as a private arrangement was now turning into a full-blown political storm. The last time he had spoken with Theo, Julius had only given the boy one simple reminder. If he was going to leave, he had better not come back empty-handed. Theo had responded with a confident smile, looking straight at him as he promised that he would not disappoint him. But before setting out on that solo mission, Theo had secretly used sound telepathy to tell his commander something important in advance. He revealed that air candidates number 3 and 4, Gizhar and Anshio Ragnar, had been following him for quite some time. In fact, according to Theo, the two of them were already positioned just outside the camp, observing every move he made from a distance. Julius was surprised to hear that the notorious twins had somehow gotten themselves involved with Theo, especially when there seemed to be no ordinary reason for them to do so. From Theo's own estimate, the twins had been sniffing around his trail ever since he returned from the archipelago and joined the front lines. Theo figured they were trying to create a situation that would push him out of the succession race. But he had already come up with a way to turn their scheme back on them, using this very opportunity to expose the weaknesses of his competitors. For that plan to work, Julius only needed to play along and follow whatever the twins tried to push him into doing. So Julius watched Anshio Ragnar stand there and hurl such grave accusations at Theo. He began to understand what the boy had chosen to set in motion. Theo really was an insolent brat, but Julius could not deny that he enjoyed this kind of drama. If the kid was confident enough to play games with people at this level, then Julius had no reason to ruin the fun. And to everyone's surprise, the demon dragon suddenly agreed with Anshio Ragnar's allegations with fierce conviction. Anshio immediately thanked him for believing her story, clearly pleased that the commander seemed to be backing her up. But the tyrant dragon was not comfortable with how little resistance Julius was showing. The black dragon also sensed that something was off when Julius took control of the discussion and suggested forming a pursuit unit to chase down the supposed traitor. Robert's spies had already confirmed that Theo had deserted his post right after meeting with the demon dragon, which strongly suggested that everything happening now might be part of a performance. Understanding the direction Julius was taking, the black dragon decided to go along with it as well, curious to see exactly how this entire situation would unfold. From that moment on, Black Snow would officially mark Theo Ragnar as a deserter. The Black Dragon even accepted the weak evidence supporting Anshio's claim and committed his organization to quickly forming an elite pursuit unit. The situation had become extremely messy, but one thing was becoming clear. Theo was not simply being swept up by the chaos. He was clearly making a move of his own. And without even standing in front of them, he had somehow forced the 9 dragons to start moving according to his rhythm. Meanwhile, the man they were calling a suspected traitor was nowhere near the kind of battlefield they imagined. Theo was facing otherworldly trials beyond anything they could possibly picture. When Theo stepped into the second tier of the Pantheon, he had no idea what kind of test would be waiting for him on the other side. What he definitely did not expect was to be transported back to the Burning Rose Palace, a place tied directly to the memories of his past life. Just like the first trial, the second tier also seemed to be part of the path leading into the depths of his subconscious. As if he had been dragged back into the past, Theo narrowed his eyes the moment a familiar, irritating voice reached his ears. Standing right in front of him were the scumbags who had killed him before, sneering as they called him the imbecile of Ragnar. The system gave him his objective: overcome the trauma that had tormented his mind for so long. But instead of flying into a blind rage, Theo simply smiled, almost as if he found the whole situation amusing. It seemed like whoever designed this second-tier trial had made a serious mistake. These bastards no longer stirred fear or trauma in him. The only thing they awakened inside Theo was cold, murderous intent, making the entire trial feel like a ridiculous joke. Yes, these men had haunted his dreams once before, but that time was long gone. Axion cursed at Theo's strange, almost comedic reaction, believing they could still cut him down whenever they wished. But before they could make fools of themselves any further, Theo moved like a flash of lightning, dashing behind them before they could even properly follow his motion. Then, with almost casual ease, he raised his blade and cleaved the first bastard clean in half. After all, Theo had already dealt with his corrupt instructor once before. Doing it a second time was hardly anything special. Theo even had enough composure to stand there with his aura blazing and his torso exposed, letting the enemy's blood splash over him as if he owned the battlefield. More than the killing itself, Theo simply wanted to see that bastard twist his face in pain and humiliation. And just like that, the second tier's fight against trauma ended in a quick and brutal clear. With the trial completed, Theo was allowed to move on to the next tier. As he pushed open the third door and continued climbing higher, Grotto watched him closely through his small, all-seeing eye. The little guardian's interest had clearly been caught. He wanted to see just how far this young one could truly rise if he kept pressing forward. And Corrado also knew there was another being who must have been watching Theo's ascent with great anticipation: the god of causality. From there, Theo tore through the next several floors at an incredible pace. Starting with the third tier, he fought the persona, then conquered the fourth trial by defeating his shadow self. The fifth trial was said to be a battle against the collective unconscious. But Theo overcame that one as well. At this point, his rise felt less like a possibility and more like something inevitable. By the time he reached the 10th tier, he defeated the ID, the primitive and instinct-driven part of the mind. Theo was a bit battered after climbing so quickly through the trials, but the damage was nothing he could not handle. In fact, the higher he climbed, the less time each floor seemed to take him. The only tier that had truly forced him to struggle was still the very first one, where he had faced that copycat version of himself. After clearing the 10th tier, Theo pushed open the 10th door and stepped forward, entering the 11th tier without the slightest hesitation. With his confidence riding high, he even taunted Corrado, telling the little guardian to give him something a bit more challenging this time. Corrado heard that cocky provocation loud and clear, and instead of getting offended, he calmly assured Theo that the real trial was only just about to begin. The 11th tier sent Theo into the Cave of Origin, a strange cavern meant to imitate the process of birth itself. To clear it, he would have to climb upward while moving against the very flow of life. Unlike the previous tiers, this place did not throw him into a nest of monsters or surround him with enemies waiting to strike. The challenge looked almost simple on the surface. All he had to do was make his way through the passage. But the atmosphere inside the cave felt completely different from every trial he had cleared before, heavier, quieter, and far more unsettling. The system gave him a cryptic hint, saying that anyone who wished to reach the source had to return to the void that existed before birth. As he retraced the path back toward his own origin, the senses he had gained after coming into life would vanish one after another. It was a strange and deeply unfamiliar kind of challenge, and it was definitely not the kind of trial Theo had expected to face after everything he had already overcome. Halfway through the damp passage, Theo suddenly lost his sense of smell. The world around him immediately became less real. With one more step, the fishy odor that had been lingering through the shallow waters of the cave vanished completely, as if it had never existed in the first place. A few steps after that, his hearing disappeared as well, cutting him off from every sound in the world around him. The slow stripping away of his senses continued the farther he pushed into the cave. Once his sense of touch was taken from him too, 4 of his 5 senses had already become useless. The final sense to leave him was sight. And with that, Theo could no longer perceive the shape, color, or appearance of the world at all. As if that was not bad enough, once all 5 senses were blocked, even his ability to use mana was restricted. Theo was completely caught off guard by the sudden disconnection from his mana. It felt as though he had become something without shape or weight, a formless existence drifting through endless darkness. In that condition, reaching the end of the cave felt impossible. And yet, this was not the first time Theo had experienced something close to this. It reminded him of the moment his father's heartsword had cut him in half. Maybe, just maybe, he could overcome this bizarre sense of nothingness the same way he had endured that experience before. Theo called out to Griffin, Fairy Dragon, Desert Worm, and Lesser Drake, asking them to lend him their strength and guide him through this darkness. But no answer came back. No voice reached him at all as he continued sinking deeper and deeper into the void. Eventually, even his own formless existence began to crack apart, scattering and dissolving into the endless darkness surrounding him. The only thing that still felt real was his consciousness, but even that was beginning to slip away frighteningly fast after his senses vanished. Without his guardian's help, Theo had no idea what to do. The only place left to search for an answer was deep inside himself. While Theo struggled to keep his very existence from being erased, his guardians watched over his body in pure worry. Even Griffin, who was usually sharp-tongued and unpleasant, showed genuine concern for him. To explain what was happening to them, Corrado entered the Cave of Origin and stopped the other guardians from pointlessly calling out to the catatonic Chosen One. In his utterly adorable way, Corrado explained that Theo's senses and mana were currently sealed off, so no matter how loudly they called, their voices would never reach him. Every living being depends on the senses to understand space and time, and once all of those senses are stripped away, one truth becomes painfully clear. Inside complete nothingness, the only thing that remains tangible is the primordial fear of being abandoned by the world one belongs to. For humans who enter the Cave of Origin, the self and the world are bound together as one. If things continued like this, Theo's sense of self would be erased completely, leaving him in a state that was no different from death. Corrado had honestly thought this new Chosen One might be different, especially after watching him climb all the way to the 11th tier so quickly. But in the end, it seemed he was just another disappointment. And just as Corrado was about to give up and leave Theo's lifeless body behind in the cave, the boy's mouth suddenly began to move. Again and again, Theo muttered a single word: kill. Some foreign power had taken over his catatonic body, forcing Theo's vessel to move again with sinister intentions. A thick, bloodthirsty aura burst out of the boy like a violent explosion as he demanded everyone's blood. Even Corrado was startled by the sudden change. Theo rose from the cold, hard ground with a posture more like a wild beast than a human. Seeing him like that, Fairy Dragon guessed that their boss had fallen into madness. The remaining ego of the Mad Dragon Emperor, which the Ragnar Patriarch had planted inside Theo, had seized control of the Chosen One's body. Considering the effects of the Cave of Origin, this outcome had almost been inevitable. But instead of feeling fear or uneasiness at the sight, Corrado found himself fascinated by what was happening. Theo was gathering the fragments of his rapidly fading consciousness through madness, and that method was strange enough to capture the little guardian's interest. Meanwhile, deep inside the void, the remaining pieces of Theo's sanity were being tempted, drawn in by the voice and presence of the Mad Dragon Emperor. In exchange for helping him overcome this trial, the old monster demanded that Theo steal, violate, and destroy everything in the Emperor's name. All Theo had to do was take that offered hand and surrender the entire world to the tiny wisp of ego lying dormant inside him. But instead of choosing the easy way out, Theo's willpower crushed the outside influence that was trying to lure him onto the path of slaughter. With a confident smirk, he forcefully smashed down the Mad Dragon Emperor's will. The old monster felt completely cheated. After all, Theo had only been able to wake up because of the power the Emperor had already injected into him. But no matter how fiercely the Emperor's ego tried to protest, Theo simply scraped that wisp out of his consciousness. He even returned every bit of that monstrous energy back to the Mad Dragon Emperor, almost as if he were doing the honorable thing, before crushing him completely. Theo told the old demon to consider that small bit of help from earlier as an act of kindness from grandfather to grandson. The Mad Dragon Emperor burst into a manic laugh at his defiant grandson. But even as he laughed, he warned Theo that he would remember this betrayal. Theo had finally overcome the void. The senses that had been stripped away from him returned one after another, and the mana that had been cut off flowed back through him once more. At the same time, his self-awareness changed on a level that felt impossible to put into simple words. It did not merely return to its former state. It expanded, deepened, and became something far more refined than before. Theo's sanity fully came back to him, and with that, the 11th tier of the Pantheon was cleared. He still had no idea whether waking up by using the Mad Dragon Emperor's power and then insulting him afterward would come back to haunt him later. But that was not something he needed to solve right now. If trouble came from it someday, then his future self could deal with it. Before Theo could sink too deeply into that worry, the anxious voices of his guardians rang out together and pulled his attention back to the present. All of his little relic guardians were overjoyed to see him conscious and standing again. They swarmed around their master all at once, crowding him from every side until they actually shoved him right back down to the ground. Desert Worm and Lesser Drake were much more honest about how relieved they felt, clinging to him without hiding a thing. Griffin and Fairy Dragon, on the other hand, tried to act like they had not been nearly as worried, even though their reactions gave them away. While Theo struggled to peel the little creatures off him and wrestle himself free from their affectionate pileup, the door leading to the next trial began to shine brightly behind him. At this point, all he had to do was complete the final stretch through the Cave of Origin by following that brilliant, resplendent light ahead. Knowing he had finally escaped the worst of the danger, Theo sat down for a moment and let himself rest beneath the refreshing glow, allowing the light to wash over his tired body. Once he felt ready to move again, Theo stepped forward and entered the 12th tier of the Pantheon's trial. To his surprise, Theo opened his eyes and found himself inside a body that was not familiar to him at all. He carefully slid out from the soft bed, and the moment his feet touched the cold wooden floor, the chill beneath him made the strange room feel even more real. On top of the bed, several plush toys sat scattered around, and each one oddly resembled one of his relic guardians. Theo looked around the room, but nothing in it was something he could recognize. Even so, the place gave him a strange sense of familiarity, as if some part of him knew it despite never having been there before. Then Theo spotted a mirror nearby and walked over to it, needing to see for himself what had happened to his body. The face staring back at him was the same man he had seen in that strange dream before. Theo still had no idea why this man kept appearing before him again and again. After searching for an answer and finding nothing, Theo was suddenly struck by a vicious headache, the pain crashing through his mind so intensely that it nearly overwhelmed him. After several agonizing moments passed, the system finally confirmed that he had cleared the 12th trial. Along with that, another notification appeared, informing him that the primordial dragon's relic, the White Tower, had been successfully conquered. As his reward, Theo was granted access to the 13th and final floor, the Pantheon itself. One moment, he was standing inside that bizarre bedroom, and the next, his vision opened onto countless stars drifting through the vast darkness of space. Almost without realizing it, Theo began walking up an invisible staircase, moving forward with only one destination in mind, an ornate gate standing ahead of him. Beyond that enormous doorway waited the Pantheon of the gods. As a reward for conquering the White Tower, Theo's mind gate had been strengthened, giving his inner world a sturdier and more powerful foundation than before. But before he could move any closer to that mysterious gate, a flirtatious voice drifted through the endless expanse of space and caught his attention. Lodbrok had been waiting there for Theo. The avatar of the ancient dragon stood before him, and his significant other under oath looked as stunning as ever. Her twins seemed as healthy as always too. Theo immediately asked how she had managed to reach a place beyond normal space when her real body was supposed to be trapped inside her nest. Lodbrok explained that her true body had never left her lair. What Theo was seeing in front of him was only a manifestation formed from her residual thoughts. Because Theo's mind gate had expanded, she could now wander outside through that residual manifestation, using the young lord himself as a conduit. Theo's latest change had also deepened his connection with Lodbrok, making it possible for him to communicate with her anytime, no matter where he happened to be. The strengthening of his mind gate must have raised his rank by quite a bit. Even so, Lodbrok had not expected him to climb all the way to the peak of the Pantheon this quickly. More than anyone else, she understood just how hard Theo had worked to reach these unbelievable heights. Theo, however, humbly brushed it off and said that what he had done was nothing extraordinary. He was simply fulfilling his duty as Lodbrok's significant other. Lodbrok was clearly impressed that the boy could say something so sweet without even blinking. In her eyes, he was just as bold now as he had been on the day they first met. Then Lodbrok reached out and placed her hand against the gate leading into the Pantheon, her expression turning complicated as she looked at it. She was certain that beyond this plane, Sigurd was waiting for her. But instead of opening into a radiant path of light, the Pantheon's gate suddenly trembled violently beneath her touch. From the tiniest cracks in its surface, the same black sludge Theo had fought in the first tier began to seep out. Everything happened in an instant. Lodbrok barely managed to retreat and raise a barrier in time, urgently shouting for the young Ragnar to stay close to her no matter what. Within mere seconds, the black sludge gathered together, swelling and twisting until it took the shape of a creature far beyond human understanding. With countless piercing eyes that seemed to see through everything, the nameless sovereign had appeared. The eldritch beast let out a low, twisted grunt and spoke of injustice, ranting that it did not deserve to suffer torment and swearing that it would destroy everything in existence. Every instinct in Theo screamed that this was dangerous. There was nothing more terrifying than the nameless sovereign, and yet something about the situation still felt strangely wrong. According to Lodbrok, the creature covered in endless eyes was one of the beings known as the Outer Gods. She had no time to explain all the details behind that name. Right now, her attention was better spent keeping Theo alive, and the only sensible choice was to get away from this place as quickly as possible. Then, without warning, a brilliant light exploded outward, cutting through the dim emptiness of space. To Lodbrok's shock, the manifestation of the Outer God was blasted back and completely vaporized. The all-consuming radiance pouring out from the now open gate spread everywhere, yet it did not touch or harm Theo or the dragon standing beside him in human form. A man stepped out from the 13th gate of the Pantheon and greeted Lodbrok, speaking to her after eons of separation. The moment she recognized that voice, Lodbrok slowly lifted her head and turned her gaze toward the man she had never been able to forget. With a body carved like something out of divine legend and a face that looked almost unnervingly like Theo after years of age and battle had refined him, the man finally revealed himself. Standing there with overwhelming presence was the myth, the origin, and the living legend himself, Sigurd Ragnar. The young lord did not rush forward recklessly. Instead, he held himself back, keeping a cautious distance while his eyes carefully followed everything unfolding before him. Sigurd Ragnar was said to be the very beginning of the Ragnar clan, the ancestor from whom their bloodline had first taken root. But despite carrying the weight of an ancient progenitor, he looked nothing like a frail old man. If anything, his flawless appearance was closer to that of a striking supermodel than some weathered relic of the past. The Outer God, which had been blasted apart and reduced to almost nothing, began restoring itself from the tiniest surviving fragments left behind by the light. Atom by atom, its ruined form started crawling back together, and this time the aura around it was far more vicious. It was no longer simply attacking, it was desperate, obsessed with reaching Sigurd and killing him once again. The nameless sovereign stretched out the tendrils it had just regenerated, each writhing limb lashing forward with a clear and murderous intent. Sigurd Ragnar did not flinch in the slightest. With the same calm expression, he simply raised his hand and brought it down in a clean chopping motion, a strike that somehow looked slow enough to follow and yet impossibly fast at the same time. Whether that motion was slow or fast no longer mattered, because the force behind it was terrifying. The simple downward chop tore through the tentacled Outer God with absolute precision, splitting its grotesque body cleanly into two. The nameless sovereign let out a shriek that twisted through the air. Sigurd's attack had not merely wounded it, it had made the creature's regeneration far more difficult, preventing it from easily restoring its complete form. With the crippled Outer God drifting helplessly above them, Sigurd paid it no further attention. Instead, he turned his focus straight toward Theo and spoke to him in a warm, welcoming tone. Then, one after another, more figures emerged from the gate, and every single one carried an aura so immense it felt almost divine. Sigurd could clearly see the questions piling up in Theo's mind, so he told him that he would answer whatever he was able to answer. Theo accepted his ancestor's offer, but the first question that rose in his heart was not simple. He found himself asking about the man from his final trial, the sickly man who had once appeared to him inside a dream. Sigurd's answer was straightforward. Since Theo was a regressor, he said, the man who appeared in that last trial might very well be connected to that truth. There was even the possibility that the man had regressed as well. But that answer only made Theo want to know more, and his expression tightened as he searched for a deeper explanation. Theo was desperate to make sense of the many mysteries wrapped around him, the strange clues that kept appearing, and the unanswered truths that seemed to follow him everywhere. Unfortunately, Sigurd could not reveal everything. At least for now, there was a clear limit to what he was allowed to share. Without wasting even a breath explaining himself to a mortal enemy, the ancestor raised his power and summoned countless swords made of radiant light. Each blade shone with such terrifying force that any one of them looked capable of wiping an entire continent from existence. Sigurd immediately sent those blazing swords forward, directing them to pierce straight into the main body of the nameless sovereign that remained trapped within the gate. The ancestor was genuinely sorry that he could not give Theo the full answers he wanted. But he told him that someday, when the boy finally earned the right to enter the Pantheon, he would surely uncover those truths with his own hands. When Lodbrok saw Sigurd turning back toward the gate, she could no longer stay silent. She shouted after him in protest, refusing to let him disappear again without telling her anything. The dragon rushed forward, trying to chase after the contractor she had once been bound to, but before she could reach him, another godlike being stepped into her path and blocked her completely. The moment Lodbrok sensed that presence, recognition struck her. The being standing before her was no ordinary divine entity. It was an existence beyond comprehension, the god of causality. Sigurd did not turn around to meet Lodbrok's eyes. With his back still facing her, he apologized, admitting that he was leaving her behind for the second time after thousands of years. But even then, there was nothing he could do. Lodbrok still could not enter the Pantheon. With Sigurd's back turned to both Theo and Lodbrok, the gate leading into the Pantheon began to close little by little. Lodbrok called out his name, trying to stop him, but Sigurd had far more urgent matters waiting on the other side. Just before the closing gate completely hid everything beyond it, the god of causality fixed its gaze directly on Theo. Those cold, calculating eyes seemed sharp enough to peer through Theo's flesh, his memories, and even the deepest parts of his soul. And just like that, Theo and Lodbrok were left behind with nothing but frustration, their most painful questions still hanging in the air without proper answers. Still, there was at least one thing Theo could confirm. After everything he had endured, Scenario Quest number 7 had finally been completed. According to what Lodbrok knew, the horrifying monsters beyond the gate came from outside their world, just like the nameless sovereign. For now, Sigurd and the other gods were holding those beings back. But Lodbrok made it clear that, one day, those same monsters would become Theo's enemies as well. Laws that governed their world did not apply to those creatures. And yet, despite being so alien and beyond understanding, they relentlessly sought to destroy something as delicate and fragile as this world. The only guidance Lodbrok could give the young lord was simple, but heavy with meaning. He had to spread his wings and become stronger. Theo needed to do everything in his power to protect the world he had slowly come to care for. Then, without warning, the system granted Theo an additional reward simply for witnessing the Pantheon with his own eyes. He had now become the rightful owner of the White Tower, the relic of the strongest primordial dragon, and with that authority he could freely wield Nirvana. And Nirvana was not the only thing he had gained. Theo also unlocked access to an ability known as dragonization, and in a strangely unusual tone, the system even wished him a splendid journey ahead. From that moment on, the system referred to him by a new title, Theo, the bearer of causality's blessing. After that overwhelming journey through all 13 tiers of the Pantheon, Theo was finally transported back to the White Tower, where Corrado was waiting for him with his usual cheerful energy. When Corrado saw Theo experimenting with the strange new power surrounding him, the little guardian could not help but look amused. Theo, however, had not even noticed yet that his body had changed in a very obvious and dramatic way. Draconic scales now covered his body like natural protective armor, wrapping around his frame with a hard, gleaming texture. His hands had transformed into thick, powerful dragon claws, and from his forehead rose a pair of intimidating horns. Dragonization had fully taken effect. Once Theo finally realized just how drastically his body had changed, he began stretching his arms and legs, testing the weight, reach, and movement of this newly transformed form. Corrado explained that because Theo had gathered so many relics of the primordial dragon, the dormant dragon blood talent inside him had grown much stronger than before. From Theo's first impression, dragonization had clearly boosted both his stamina and his raw physical strength. The sensation was so intense and unfamiliar that it felt almost like he had been reborn in a new body. But the most obvious change was in his magic. While he remained in this dragon form, cultivating mana felt effortless, as natural and instinctive as simply breathing in and out. Theo then deactivated dragonization and quickly discovered that switching the ability on and off was surprisingly easy. More importantly, he had complete control over it. With dragonization tested, Theo turned his attention to his other reward as well, the mysterious power known as nirvana. He might as well have been radiating the restless energy of a reckless youth. The moment Theo activated the newly unlocked power, something inside him shifted at once. His mental realm began spreading outward with terrifying freedom, expanding so far and so fast that even Theo felt a chill run through him. He had never once heard of an ability capable of strengthening the mental realm itself, which made nirvana feel strange in a way he could not easily explain. Using it was almost like gripping the surrounding space in his own hand, as if the entire area had suddenly become something he could feel, measure, and control. But his command over it was still rough around the edges, and Theo immediately understood that he would need a great deal of practice before he could truly master nirvana. On top of that, he could not afford to use it carelessly. Theo knew he had to choose the time and place wisely, because every Ragnar child had grown up hearing stories about their ancestor Sigurd ascending into the heavens and entering the realm of the gods. And now, Theo had seen with his own eyes that those so-called legends were not exaggerated fairy tales at all. They were real. Sigurd's words continued echoing in his mind, especially the heavy implication that if Theo wanted to uncover the hidden secrets of this plane of existence, he would have to hurry and rise high enough to become one of the gods of the pantheon himself. But Sigurd's mysterious task was not the only thing weighing on him. The fact that the god of causality had appeared in that same place had completely thrown Theo's thoughts into chaos. From where Theo stood, it almost seemed as though the Ragnar clan was not merely the ruling power of the north. It felt more like Ragnar was something far greater, an existence standing guard over the entire world against disasters too vast and too strange to even properly understand. Corrado confirmed that Theo's guess was almost exactly right. Protecting the world had always been Ragnar's duty, and with that duty came the burden of making the noblest sacrifice. In other words, the Chosen One was born with Ragnar blood, so they could one day ascend as a deity and stand alongside the god of causality in the battle against the vicious outer gods. Trying his luck, Theo asked Corrado whether these enormous truths had anything to do with the mysterious man and the foreign world he had encountered during the 12th tier trial. The little guardian admitted that Theo's 12th trial had fascinated him as well, but he honestly did not know the answer. If Theo wanted the truth behind that strange world, he would have to uncover it on his own. Even after witnessing all those overwhelming godlike sights throughout the 13th tier, Theo's thoughts kept drifting back to that foreign world, as if that mystery had left a hook buried deep in his mind. Now that the trial was finally over, Corrado quickly urged the Chosen One to leave the tower. But before sending him back to where he had come from, Corrado gave him a warning. An uninvited guest was already waiting for him outside. The moment Theo heard that, a faint smirk curved across his face. His bait had worked exactly the way he expected. And since a guest had gone through the trouble of waiting for him, it would be rude to keep them standing around for too long. With that thought, Theo cracked his knuckles. In the next instant, he was transported back to the material world, and one of the entrances to the White Tower erupted with a burst of brilliant light. Theo reappeared at the base of the tower, standing beneath the falling snow. Cold white flakes poured directly onto his bare skin, yet the freezing air did not bother him in the slightest. He did not even need to look around for the guest Corrado had mentioned. Gizhar was already striding toward him across the open field, approaching with an excitement that was almost unsettling. The maniac immediately complained that little brothers should never make their older brothers wait for such a long time. In Gishar's twisted view of the world, Theo should have been the one standing there waiting for him instead. He gripped a pair of strangely shaped double-headed scythes in both hands, taking an aggressive stance that left no room for misunderstanding. His intentions were written all over him. He deliberately kept calling Theo little bro, clearly hoping that the words would dig under the Chosen One's skin and provoke him. But Theo did not react with irritation. Instead, he lowered his head just a little and apologized, calmly saying that he had unintentionally behaved rudely toward his big brother Gizhar. Gizhar continued putting on his sharp-edged tough guy act, insisting that only a tiny handful of people alive could connect his name to his face. And to be fair, Theo would not have recognized him at all if he had not run into Gizhar once before in his past life. Back then, he had only caught a brief glimpse of this absolute freak at a friendly sparring arena meant for influential heir candidates. At the time, Theo had been operating as a spy, quietly blending into the crowd, while nearly every eye in the arena was fixed on the spar taking place on the main stage. On that day, everyone watching learned very clearly that not all heir candidates were built on the same level. Gizhar had been thrilled to hear that a new heir candidate was climbing through the ranks, but when he ended up sparring with Axion, did not even need to draw a sword to humiliate his so-called little brother. Overpowering Axion Ragnar with his bare hands alone had been an incredible feat at the time. But now, history had taken a completely different path. Theo kept wearing his easygoing, cheerful smile as he casually chatted with Gizhar, and he even managed to leave the man speechless by thanking him for traveling all the way to such a remote region just to save him. Gizhar froze for a moment, completely stunned by what Theo had just said. Then Theo's seemingly innocent words finally pushed him over the edge, and Gizhar burst into crazed laughter like a man who had found the whole situation absurdly entertaining. Unlike that annoying Thorkel, this newcomer clearly did not understand how the real world worked yet. After laughing until he had emptied all that madness from his system, Gizhar vanished in a sudden flash. His movement was brutally fast, and the control behind his blade was deadly enough to send a shiver through the air. As the curved scythe closed in on Theo's neck, Gishar's true purpose became obvious. He had come here to cut down a rival before that rival could grow any further. Theo calmly lifted his white moonlight blade and guarded his neck, letting the innocent act fall away in an instant. Then he asked Gizhar whether they had really fallen for the traces he had left behind for the tailing twins to find. According to Theo's calculation, the Troivan forces would be storming the tower at any moment. Those dogs would be practically foaming at the mouth for the chance to capture the conqueror of the White Tower. Theo had already realized ahead of time that escaping from that inevitable situation by himself would be almost impossible. So he had turned the twins into pieces on his board, leaving his uniform behind on purpose because he knew they would try to expose him. That, in turn, would naturally lead to a pursuit squad being formed. Gizhar admitted through his reaction that he had suspected something was strange about how conveniently the uniform had been placed earlier. Even though his sister had fallen for the trick, he clearly felt satisfied that his own instincts had been right. All the while, Theo kept blocking and parrying every strike Gizhar threw at him, their weapons clashing again and again as sparks burst between the blades. As frustration began creeping into him, the maniac poured more strength into his next attack, and the heavier blow forced his little brother back a considerable distance. Before Theo could fully plant his feet and regain his balance, Gizhar lunged after him like a hunting dog chasing down wounded prey. Gizhar listened to Theo's plan and, as much as he hated to admit it, the idea was undeniably clever. But even then, he had no intention of lowering his weapon. If Gizhar could cut Theo's head off before the Troivans and their pursuit squad reached the tower, then in his mind, the outcome would still be exactly what he wanted. Theo had never seriously believed that words alone would make it through the thick skull of a lunatic like this anyway. As far as Theo understood it, Thorkel was probably the only remotely normal person among those in the line of succession. Among the heir candidates, strength decided everything, and every single one of them carried a stubborn conviction that would never bend. Since Theo was now one of those possible successors as well, that same harsh rule applied to him too. So Theo finally stopped limiting himself to defense. His eyes sharpened, his grip tightened around his sword, and he swung back at his so-called big brother with a trace of spite in the blade. Before Theo's sword could actually reach Gizhar, a third figure crashed into the fight, interrupting them with a comically massive warhammer raised in both hands. The moment that warhammer came down, the impact tore through the ground with the force of a huge earthquake, sending a violent shockwave bursting outward. As expected, both Theo and Gizhar reacted in time, springing away from the center of the blast before the impact could swallow them. Even Gizhar, for all his madness, immediately understood that this was no longer the moment to keep bickering with his little brother. Zvi clicked his tongue in open disappointment, clearly annoyed that his perfect 2-for-1 strike had failed to land. Theo steadied himself and prepared for a real battle. The dangerous players had finally arrived. Dre spoke from behind her mask, her voice carrying a faint note of amusement as she praised Theo for raising his guard the instant she and her companion landed. She guessed that the young lord must have already noticed they had been purposely delaying their attack until the right moment. Still, she admitted that her pride was a little wounded. The Ragnars actually believed 2 inexperienced boys could stand against 2 of Troivan's 9 servitors. As the second and third servitors, Zvi and Dre had expected something more challenging, though from another angle, they had practically stumbled into a prize. After all, 2 heir candidates had just fallen right into their hands without them needing to chase very far. On paper, Theo and Gizhar were clearly at a disadvantage. These servitors had been trained to fight the 9 dragons themselves, so facing them head-on was anything but simple. Dre even let something slip about turning the 2 boys into a sacrifice. Zvi immediately snapped at his talkative comrade, angrily telling her to watch what she said in front of them. Dre, however, saw no reason to hold her tongue, especially when the 2 boys were supposed to die anyway. If the hulking fool really wanted her to keep quiet, then he should have landed his surprise attack properly from the start and finished the whole thing early. The 2 servitors started bickering and snapping at each other as if Theo and Gizhar were nothing more than an annoying detail standing nearby. It was difficult for Theo to admit, but pressure they gave off through magic alone was overwhelming. The only good thing was that the 2 enemies clearly did not work well together. Theo was already searching for a way to turn that crack between them into an opening when Dre suddenly moved. Without warning, she charged straight toward him, her claws lifted and ready to tear into him. It took only an instant for Theo to realize just how frighteningly fast that woman was. In the span of just a few seconds, Her claws slashed across Theo's body again and again as if she were carving into fresh meat. Fortunately, he managed to shift at the last second each time, keeping the wounds shallow instead of fatal. In that tiny moment of lost focus, Theo counted 30 separate attacks. Worse still, the final strike had come dangerously close to opening his neck with a far heavier cut than the others. Dre looked genuinely impressed that he had survived her opening move. She had not been testing him with that last strike. She had truly aimed to chop his head off. Only then did she remember that Theo was the boy who had taken down Noel on the archipelago. Dre clicked her tongue and grumbled that a failure like Noel should never have been sent on such an important mission. If she had been assigned to that job instead, things might have ended very differently. Hearing her casually dismiss such a fearsome servitor as a failure bruised Theo's pride more than he wanted to admit. After all, Noel had been the first opponent in a long time to truly push him into a real fight. Dre noticed right away that her words had gotten under the young lord's skin, and that only seemed to amuse her more. She enjoyed watching his composure waver, especially since she found him rather handsome. With a cruel, teasing confidence, the dangerous woman promised that she would at least leave his pretty face intact. But Theo did not shrink back, and he did not settle into defense either. Instead, he answered her aggression with his own and pushed straight back against her. Not far from their clash, Gizhar Ragnar spread his power through the shadows, creating identical copies of himself before rushing forward with them at his side. The moment he reached his target, Gizhar and his shadow doubles attacked together, releasing a coordinated flying sword strike from every angle at once. Unfortunately for the maniac, Dre was far too quick to be caught by such a flashy ambush. She slipped away with an effortless leap, dodging the entire attack without even breaking a sweat, while casually trying to provoke Gizhar into turning his blade on Theo instead. No matter how much bad blood they had between them, the two were still connected by Ragnar blood. In Dre's mocking tone, Gizhar had to treasure his little brother at least a little. Gizhar fixed her with a murderous glare and warned the woman to shut her mouth and stop stealing the prey he had already claimed. Dre did not take his sharp-edged threat seriously at all. She had no interest in getting tangled up in some ridiculous love triangle. She only wanted a little private time with her dear Theo. As for some other brat, she could not have cared less. To make Gizhar get lost, Dre closed the distance and started slashing at him with her claws. Her movements were inhumanly fast, and even Gizhar had trouble tracking her properly with his eyes. To make things worse, number 2 finally decided to join in and slammed that enormous hammer into Gizhar from behind. Dre was nearly caught in the reckless swing as well, but she managed to launch herself out of the hammer's path before it could crush her. After landing safely, she immediately changed her rhythm and shifted her target. At that point, friendly fire had fully entered the battlefield. Dre climbed right up onto the brute's shoulder, dragging her sharp claws along his neck as she warned him to stop messing around unless he wanted to be the first one to die. Zvi insisted that he was only trying to finish the job efficiently. After all, whoever claimed the kill first would be the one to receive the prize. Dre clearly hated her teammate's guts, but for the moment, all she could do was curse him out and throw a string of furious insults his way. Theo could only stare in confusion as the two servitors argued, threatened each other, and nearly tore into one another right in the middle of battle. Their ridiculous behavior reminded him far too much of a certain older brother who had a habit of causing the same kind of chaos. The older brother had been trying to kill him only a few minutes earlier, so the resemblance was honestly a little too familiar for comfort. Fortunately for Theo, Gisher's murderous anger had now shifted completely away from him and locked onto the servitors instead. Without hesitation, Gizhar unleashed a long-range technique from the Shadow Sword's killing arts, sending out the 1,000 ink daggers in a deadly black storm. There was pure murder in Gisher's eyes as he claimed the big one for himself, clearly deciding that Zvi would be his prey. Dre watched from a distance and teasingly warned the brute to be careful of the furious Ragnar brat charging at him. At the same time, she made sure to return the favor by keeping that huge wall of muscle right where he was, turning him into the perfect target. Once Gizhar closed the distance enough to release the full force of his 1,000 ink daggers, Dre lightly jumped away with a playful motion, leaving Zvi to handle the deadly situation on his own. The woman giggled to herself, clearly pleased that the interruption had been cleared away and that she could finally face the handsome young lord alone again. Now all they had to do was continue from where their fight had been cut off, letting their blades and claws do the talking. Theo had already adjusted his fighting style, keeping Dre's abnormal speed firmly in mind. When she came in with a direct attack, he raised his blade at the perfect moment and managed to block both of her claws at once. That exchange made Theo realize just how much harder this kind of high-speed battle was compared to a simple contest of brute strength. In a fight moving this fast, one bad read, one careless blink, or even the smallest lapse in judgment would be enough to turn him into minced meat. Theo could confidently say that this woman was faster than Naven. And despite moving at such breakneck speed, she still had enough precision to keep aiming for his vital points every single time. That was when Theo formed a plan so dangerous that it just might work. He deliberately left one of his vital spots exposed, making it look like the kind of tempting opening she could not possibly ignore. Just as Theo expected, Dre's body reacted almost on instinct. She lunged straight for the bait, stretching herself far too deep into his range. And now that she was exactly where Theo wanted her, he tightened his grip around his sword and poured mana through his body without holding back. Theo fused two of his strongest attacks together, Dragon's Claw and Dark Thunder, greatly increasing both the reach and destructive power of the strike. Unfortunately, even that storm of lethal slashes was still just a little too slow to land a direct hit on Dre. Even so, she did not escape completely. The secondary effect of Dark Thunder managed to graze her. And with that brief contact, Dre now knew that Theo could wield sword energy infused with the lightning attribute. Her dodging itself had been flawless, but the paralyzing shock still seeped into her body. Then, as the final wave of sword energy swept past her, Dre realized what Theo had truly been aiming for. The boy had stayed calm enough to destroy the terrain around them, hoping to slow her movements. It looked like a desperate last resort, but she had to admit it was not a bad idea. The pity was that rugged ground would not do nearly as much as Theo hoped when it came to holding back her speed. Whether the surface beneath her feet was flat or uneven, Dre could still use her agility at maximum efficiency. In fact, this time she used the jagged rocks jutting from the ground as stepping stones, launching herself from one surface to another and making her approach even harder to predict. From a distance, the third servitor deployed for this mission gave Dre a satisfactory evaluation for her performance. She might have been an incomplete specimen, but she still carried 30% of the Black Dragon's abilities. Ein furiously scribbled his observations into his notebook, treating the life-or-death battle unfolding before him like an interesting scientific experiment. What surprised the number 1 servitor even more was that Theo Ragnar had managed to stop Dre and counter her, even if only for a brief moment. Ein kept his eyes fixed on the battlefield as the young lord prepared yet another unexpected move. Ein could already tell that the next few minutes were going to be entertaining. Dre was currently building up more speed, slipping in and out of range while deliberately showing openings to lure Theo in. She was trying to trap him with the very same method he had used against her just moments earlier. But Theo did not take the bait. He stayed patient, hiding himself within the dust and shattered debris while Dre continued taunting him to come out. She complained that she hated men who made women wait, so Theo responded like a proper gentleman. He summoned his dragon Construct, Nibelung, and sent it lunging forward to bite her head clean off. Even without solid footing beneath her, Dre twisted her body with incredible flexibility and pivoted away from danger at the last possible moment. Then, as the dust began to clear, she saw Theo's transformed figure and froze in disbelief. Their master had warned them that this might happen. The boy was capable of using dragonization. Theo had clearly tried to catch her off guard in midair, and while the attempt failed, it had still been a clever move. Dre stared at his draconic form, and despite herself, a blush rose to her face as she took in that wilder side of him. In his current form, Theo no longer had trouble keeping up with her absurd speed. As the pace of their clash continued rising higher and higher, Dre jokingly accused him of dabbling in suspicious dragon experiments, just like the servitors themselves. Then she openly admitted that she liked this version of him far more than his ordinary human appearance. Looking like this, he was much closer to her type. Theo warned her that the fight was about to become even more entertaining. He infused his blade with a much greater amount of Dark Thunder, and with his boosted speed added on top of that, Dre suddenly found herself in a far more difficult position. Theo slashed forward again and again, forcing the speedy servitor to bear the full weight of his attacks. His draconic eyes stayed locked on her every movement while a mocking smile tugged at his mouth. And for the first time since their exchange began, Theo finally made Dre bleed. Ein climbed up a nearby cliff to get a clearer view of the battlefield, and from that higher position, he found himself impressed by Theo's performance so far. This was Ein's first time witnessing dragonization in action. Only moments earlier, Theo had barely been able to react to Dre's speed, but now he was clearly overpowering her. Ein acknowledged that in his current form, Theo was likely stronger than the 9 servitors in their normal state. The situation was becoming dangerously unstable, but to Ein, there was also a strange beauty in that kind of peril. After landing that wound on Dre, Theo became much bolder with his attacks. Kept pressing forward, worsening her injuries little by little, and Dre finally stopped running her mouth once she realized that taking this fight lightly could genuinely get her killed. Before the situation could spiral any further against her, Dre made the decision to end the young lord with a single decisive strike. If Dre's earlier strikes could only be called light scratches, then the attack she was preparing now was on a completely different level. This time, The force gathering behind her claws felt less like a slash and more like a bomb about to detonate. From his private viewing spot above the battlefield, Ein watched everything unfold and quietly muttered to himself. Theo Ragnar had exceeded his expectations by a ridiculous margin, far beyond what Ein had originally assumed the young lord could show. Meanwhile, on Zwei's side of the battlefield, Gizhar was proving that his title as an heir candidate was not just for decoration. Even against that hulking brute, he kept himself in the fight through pure skill. With every exchange, Gizhar kept throwing his own body into danger for the sake of landing even a single hit. The worst part was that he did it all with that manic smile stretched across his face, as if risking his life only made the battle more entertaining. But Ein was not worried about Zwei at all. Not even slightly. In Ein's eyes, the boy was simply unlucky. Out of all the opponents he could have chosen, he had picked the worst possible monster to fight at close range. Zwei's eyes followed the path of Gishar's next strike with sharp, careful attention. The moment Gizhar brought his blade down in a heavy slash, Zwei shifted aside with shocking speed, slipping out of the attack's path far faster than his massive body should have allowed. His warhammer was already raised, waiting to crush Ragnar flesh the instant an opening appeared. Zwei had kept that monstrous speed perfectly hidden until the exact moment he needed it, using the dodge to expose Gishar's overconfidence. The heir candidate had made the simple mistake of judging him by appearance alone, forgetting that a massive body did not automatically mean slow movement, and that unbelievable speed was backed by overwhelming strength. A single blow from Zwei's hammer smashed into the battlefield with enough force to reshape the surrounding terrain. Ein pulled out his notebook and began writing, recording his disappointment with the older heir candidate's performance. Zwei had been modeled after the demon dragon, yet at the moment he was only operating at about 20% of that potential. Even so, the deployment as a whole gave Ein plenty of ideas for improving the servitors, and that realization made him rather pleased. But Gizhar had not heard any bell calling the match over. He was still standing in the ring, though even he had to admit that he had been far too cocky earlier. The amount of damage that brute could unleash at any moment was far beyond what Gizhar had imagined. According to the newest intelligence, the Ragnars already knew that these servitors were counterfeits created to stand toe-to-toe with the 9 dragons. Even so, Gizhar had no desire to imagine a world where he was not strong enough to defeat a cheap imitation. The possibility that this might actually be true forced his ego down a notch. If his current strength was not enough, then he would simply have to use every hidden card he had been keeping up his sleeve. First, he launched himself into the air and began unleashing wave after wave of sword energy. It was a technique from the Shadow Sword's killing arts, Ink Orchid, and the attacks came pouring down in rapid succession. Zwei stood his ground and spun his hammer to deflect the flimsy sword energy strikes, handling the enormous weapon so smoothly that it almost looked weightless in his hands. He only stopped rotating the hammer when it looked as if Gizhar had finally given up. Zwei called the heir candidate pathetic, openly daring the boy to dig deeper, show more, and keep fighting. Gizhar did not look bothered at all. In fact, the real attack was only beginning. After flooding the area with Ink Orchid, he formed inky chains that extended from all over his body. Those chains were anchored by dark blades, each one stabbing deep into the ground and locking itself in place. The elaborate setup wrapped around Zwei and chained him to the very spot where he stood. This technique also came from Gishar's Shadow Sword killing arts. It was called Cosmic Web, and at first glance, it looked as though the muscle head was actually struggling against the thick inky restraints. Even so, Zwei did not panic for a second. To him, it was ridiculous that the kid thought some little toy-like web could truly hold him down. Without any arrogance in his voice, Gizhar admitted that the technique was nowhere near enough to keep a monster like Zwei restrained for long. But that was perfectly fine. Zwei had never been his true target in the first place. Gizhar used the chains as footholds, keeping himself suspended and preventing his feet from touching the ground. Zwei had finally had enough of Gishar's petty tricks. With one simple flex of his overwhelming muscles, he tore apart the cosmic web, trying to bring the boy down through brute force alone. That was exactly when the second part of the technique activated. The shattered chains triggered an explosive reaction, causing the battlefield to collapse and burying Zwei beneath an enormous mass of broken rubble. Meanwhile, on the other side of the battlefield, Theo had been doing more than well enough for himself. Once he fully adjusted to fighting while dragonization was active, he managed to cripple the speedy servitor with surprising ease. With both of Dre's arms rendered useless, tying her up against the loose debris became simple. Theo chose to spare her life for the moment, promising that he would return to his commander with his hands full. A living servitor prisoner would make a fine gift for the demon dragon. Dre's black heart skipped a beat. Even though Theo was not actually being sweet, the mix of strength and restraint he showed made her fall for him even harder. Theo then turned his gaze toward the other side of the battlefield, wondering how his brother was holding up. By then, Zwei had already dug himself out from beneath the annoying pile of rubble. Before he could fully gather his thoughts, Gizhar suddenly appeared above him out of nowhere, dropping down at the perfect angle for another attack. Zvai's instincts instantly screamed a warning, alerting him to the incoming assault. Gizhar did not give the musclehead even a single breath to recover. He closed in immediately and forced him into a fierce series of close-range exchanges. Surprisingly, Gishar's relentless assault managed to carve significant damage into the hulking beast's body. Even then, Gizhar clicked his tongue in frustration. He had poured everything into that last combination, yet all he had done was barely break through Zvai's absurd defense. Seeing his big brother struggle against such an unfair opponent, his little brother decided to make the situation unfair in the opposite direction by joining in for a 2-on-1 assault. The air around him crackled with power. With Bameng in one hand and the white moonlight blade in the other, Theo, armed with dragon eyes, looked like a walking cheat code. He smiled at his insane brother and offered his hand, silently making it clear that he was there to help. Gizhar looked almost ashamed as he instinctively cursed at the cocky kid. But the moment he saw Theo using dragonization, every lingering doubt he had about Theo being the chosen one disappeared. Gizhar shamelessly warned his little brother that the moment the servitor was properly cooked, their own fight would pick right back up where it left off. Theo didn't flinch at the threat for even a second. Instead, he met Gishar's challenge head-on, wearing a confident smile like he had already accepted the outcome. Before either of them started spilling Ragnar blood, though, there was something far more urgent in front of them. The traitors had to be dealt with first. Gizhar had the nerve to call Theo complacent, warning him that that exact carelessness would be the thing that got him killed. Gizhar judged at a glance that Zvai was operating on a completely different level from the woman Theo had reduced to an armless mannequin. And on that point, Theo didn't argue at all. He agreed with him completely. Meanwhile, far away from Theo's battlefield, the commander of the Black Iron Cavalry stepped forward before his troops. Thorkel Ragnar rallied the Black Iron Cavalry with a grim declaration. By the sacred laws of Ragnar, they had officially been deployed to arrest Theo Ragnar under suspicion of treason. But deep down, Big Bro didn't truly believe Theo would ever cast aside the family and betray Ragnar. For Theo to do something like that would be the same as denying the patriarch himself, and that thought alone felt impossible to accept. Still, the order was clear. If the accused chose to resist arrest in any way, then under Ragnar's martial law, they were authorized to carry out a summary execution on the spot. With that brutal command hanging in the air, the Black Iron Cavalry began moving out in full force, their formation rolling forward like a wall of iron. When word of Theo's supposed betrayal reached his comrades in the white armored dragon cavalry, confusion spread through the ranks, and all eyes immediately turned toward Evelyn for answers. Before the questions could spiral any further, Commander Julius cut through the noise with a firm order, shutting them all down and commanding the unit to move out at once. Captain Evelyn resisted the command with everything she had, refusing to calmly line up and capture someone who belonged to their own side. But the demon dragon reassured her that their unit didn't care about petty political nonsense. What mattered was simple. They had to trust their comrades, just as they always had. With that, Evelyn stopped hesitating and followed the commander's lead. She rose into the air behind him, and the entire squad followed close after, lifting off together as their formation cut across the sky. From a distance, the tyrant dragon caught sight of the wyverns departing, and the sight left a strange unease crawling through him. He wasn't just bothered. He was irritated, deeply, violently irritated. After all, the man leading those flying lizards through the sky was someone who would break an ancient dragon's arm just to save one subordinate. Julius Ragnar was not the kind of man who would treat a discarded uniform as enough proof of treason, much less personally lead a pursuit squad against Ragnar's golden boy. To the tyrant dragon, it was obvious. Those annoying little flies were clearly planning something. His frustration boiled over, and he pinched at the cliff beside him with enough force to crush the stone into crumbling pieces. Every part of him itched to throw himself into the chaos personally and tear his way into the situation with his own hands. Back on the battlefield, Theo and Gizhar Ragnar found themselves forced into an uneasy partnership. Gizhar glanced toward his little brother and warned him to keep his eyes open. This massive opponent was on an entirely different tier from the Nazi lady Theo had fought before, and treating them the same would be a fatal mistake. Theo tried to lay out a plan, but his unhinged older brother immediately refused to hear a single word of it. Gizhar simply hated being told what to do, especially by Theo. In fact, he would have been more than happy to smoke a noble servitor all by himself, then turn around and kill Theo afterward. So Lil Bro wisely backed off. After all, there were some lines you didn't cross, and trampling over the pride of a succession candidate was one of them. Gizhar shifted his attention back to the enemy in front of him, his posture tightening as the battle pulled his focus in again. Power gathered around him, and in the next instant, he launched forward so fast he seemed to vanish from view entirely. When Gizhar appeared again, His dark assassination technique unfolded in full, turning the battlefield into a deadly display of shadow and precision. Dark heavenly daggers formed around Zwei from multiple angles, surrounding the servitor and steadily boxing them in with no easy route to escape. Each troublesome blade detonated the moment it made contact, bursting with force as the attack closed in. Even with explosions going off around them, Zwei didn't budge. The massive servitor stood firm and smashed away every dagger that came near. Then, once the barrage finally came to an end, Zwei immediately shifted from defense into offense. Gizhar was suddenly forced to deal with speed that shouldn't have been possible, especially from something that huge. Facing Zwei felt like trying to fight prime LeBron James moving at full power with no warning at all. Taking that warhammer straight on would have been a guaranteed death sentence. Gishar's defense was strong enough to keep him alive for the moment, but only barely. He could deflect attacks for a while, but simply blocking forever would never earn him the win. So he kept his patience, watching every movement closely and waiting for that one brief moment when Zwei's stance would break open. And as if the pressure of the fight wasn't irritating enough already, Zwei began running their mouth, mocking the so-called Gale Dragon right in the middle of the clash. Theo respected Gishar's wishes and stayed cool on the sidelines, letting his brother handle the fight. But as the battle dragged on longer than expected, he figured he might as well use the time to question his prisoner. Standing before the captive Nazi lady was the plague doctor herself, the first of the 9 servitors, Ian. Ian's practically geeking out over Theo's chain and dagger mechanism, admiring how perfectly it had been built and how cleanly it functioned. But Theo couldn't ignore the feeling coming from her. He had never sensed mana so overwhelmingly ominous, so alien, and so deeply wrong. Ian admitted that even 30% of the Black Dragon's power hadn't been enough to overcome dragonization. The truth was that the 9 Servitors project had been created to modify humans into monsters capable of rivaling the 9 dragons of Ragnar. Each test subject had been numbered according to their power level. Dre, the 3rd subject, carried 30% of the Black Dragon's power within her. Theo found the whole 30% explanation pathetic, and he didn't bother hiding his disgust. His reaction clearly struck a nerve, upsetting the woman hidden beneath the mask. In response, Ayn didn't offer words, only a cold, decisive ruthlessness. She jammed a massive, terrifying syringe directly up into Dre's neck, plunging the dark fluid deep into her flesh without a shred of hesitation. Clutching at her throat, Dre desperately tried to beg for mercy, her voice trembling as she promised that she could still fight, that she could still be useful. But her desperate pleas fell on completely deaf ears. Her fate had already been sealed. Almost instantly, the foreign substance began to violently warp her body, twisting her muscles and bones into a grotesque, horrifying monstrosity that defied human anatomy. The agony lasted only a few fleeting, agonizing moments before her body reached its absolute limit, tearing apart and ending her life in a sudden, horrific explosion of blood and shredded tissue. Theo watched the gruesome scene unfold, immediately recognizing that the violent rupture was caused by a severe backflow within her mana hole. It was a horrific phenomenon he had unfortunately witnessed once before. Looking entirely unbothered by the carnage, Ayn smiled and casually explained that the serum she had just injected contained precisely 40% of the Black Dragon's catastrophic power. She boasted with absolute confidence that their research had progressed far beyond expectations, and they had already perfected a replicated power that could easily rival the strength of the original dragon. According to her, the only remaining obstacle in their grand experiment was finding a physical vessel sturdy enough to endure that immense burden. Locking her eyes onto Theo Ragnar, she purred that his body would be the absolute perfect specimen to fulfill her ambitions, promising that she could elevate him to a level of power surpassing even the patriarch himself. Before she could press her twisted offer any further, the heavy sounds of the ongoing battle echoing in the background abruptly cut their conversation short. To everyone's surprise, Gizhar had actually managed to push Dway to his absolute limits, aggressively tearing away at the freak's defenses until the formidable enemy was left utterly battered. Standing over his wounded opponent, the wild and arrogant warrior couldn't help but revel in his apparent victory, completely consumed by his own hype. Realizing the situation was sliding out of control, Ayn decided it was time to personally intervene and put an end to the sideshow. With a casual flick of her finger and a cold, commanding gaze, she ordered Zwei to get back on his feet and finish the job without further delay. Despite the horrific, bone-crushing punishment he had just endured throughout the brutal fight, the 2nd servitor slowly, unnaturally dragged himself back up to his feet, moving with the eerie, hollow mechanics of a reanimated corpse. Caught completely off guard by the impossible recovery, Gishar's focus wavered for just a single fatal second, and in that moment of distraction, Zwei's dark energy condensed into a razor-sharp spike, piercing straight through him in a flash. Ayn quietly reflected that while her primary directive was to eliminate Theo and claim the ancient dragon's power for themselves, she was perfectly content to retreat for today with a different, captured succession candidate as a consolation prize. The sheer, blinding speed at which the entire situation turned on its head left even the sharp-witted Theo completely stunned and frozen in place. Sensing the heavy approach of powerful forces entering the area, Ayn began to dissolve into the shadows, leaving behind a parting whisper to the young lord that her tempting offer would remain open. Bursting through the clearing, the very first person to successfully track down the isolated Theo was none other than his formidable older brother, Thorkel. With terrifying speed, he launched a fierce attack that came incredibly close to disrupting and canceling out Ayn's emergency escape teleportation magic. But despite his overwhelming power, the tip of his heavy spear missed the mark by a mere fraction of a second as she vanished. The sheer, explosive momentum of Thorkel's desperate forward charge tore through the area, leaving a massive, deeply gouged crater in the earth beneath him. Hoping to capitalize on the moment, Theo quickly stepped toward his brother to demand an immediate tracking unit to pursue the fleeing enemies. But Thorkel shut him down instantly with a cold, sharp glare. Instead of offering aid, Thorkel pointed his weapon forward and solemnly declared that Theo was officially under arrest under grave suspicions of committing high treason against the family. It didn't take long for the thundering sound of hooves to echo through the battlefield as the rest of the elite black Iron Cavalry arrived in perfect formation, quickly flanking their commander and securing the perimeter. Almost simultaneously, Julius and his gleaming white armored dragon cavalry swept into the clearing from the opposite side, bringing the two opposing factions face to face. With two powerful succession candidates standing their ground and locking eyes, a suffocating razor-thin tension gripped the air, making it hard for the surrounding soldiers to even breathe. Making an already volatile situation significantly worse, the overwhelming pressure of the tyrant dragon heralded the arrival of Dante Roll, alongside a visibly panicked Ancio Ragnar. Scanning the ruined battlefield, Ancio immediately grew frantic upon realizing that her brother was nowhere to be found among the debris. Clutching her weapon, she quickly deduced that the unexpected and chaotic interference of the notorious 9 servitors must have thrown the entire operation into absolute disarray. Fear tightening in her chest, she realized the worst-case scenario had likely come to pass, and Gizhar had been captured by the enemy. Yet, even with the grim news that one of his own students was in mortal peril, the tyrant dragon showed no concern. Instead, a wicked grin spread across his face at the prospect of using this disaster to completely crush the arrogant Theo Ragnar. Stepping forward with an arrogant, heavy stride, the tyrant dragon, Dante Roll, loudly asserted himself into the tense standoff, demanding immediate action. He barked that, in the brutal reality of an active wartime environment, a traitor deserves nothing less than summary execution on the spot. Theo firmly held his ground, desperately wanting to voice his side of the story and expose what really happened, but he knew there were far more critical, time-sensitive dangers requiring their attention right now. Refusing to listen, the aggressive tyrant lunged forward, reaching out a massive, heavy hand to forcefully subdue the young lord by raw strength alone. Fortunately, Commander Julius was already moving, stepping directly into the path of the attack to fiercely shield his young protege from harm. Julius drew himself up to his full height, fiercely declaring that he would never allow anyone to lay a hand on his boy based entirely on baseless accusations and flimsy rumors, especially when the undeniable evidence of a dead servitor lay right before their eyes, slain directly by Theo's own hand. When the stubborn tyrant refused to back down and continued to aggressively press the charges like an petulant child, Commander Julius firmly planted his feet and let his massive aura flare. He warned with absolute finality that anyone foolish enough to keep spouting nonsense would have to answer to the brutal, uncompromising discipline of the ancient dragon style. True to his chaotic nature, the tyrant's eyes lit up with excitement. He was always more than willing to trade devastating blows with a powerhouse like Julius. Just as the two monsters were on the absolute brink of unleashing a catastrophic clash, Theo stepped firmly between them, shouting out to shatter the deadly stalemate. He loudly proclaimed that Gizhar had been bested and taken alive by the enemy, meaning they still had a narrow window of opportunity to hunt down the retreating servitors and bring him back. The sudden, shocking revelation that a prominent succession candidate had actually been abducted sent a wave of murmurs through the ranks, quickly shifting the soldiers' sympathies in Theo's favor. Looking directly at his accusers, Theo solemnly vowed to face whatever charges they had in a formal court of law later, but insisted that saving his captured brother had to take absolute priority over family politics. Ellen had foolishly assumed that even a ruthless tyrant would have some baseline principles. She believed that when the life and safety of a fellow disciple were hanging in the balance, political schemes and petty power struggles would naturally be put on the back burner. But she could not have been more wrong. Dante didn't give a damn about any of that, completely shutting his ears to the mention of Gishar's perilous situation as if it were nothing but white noise. As a matter of fact, the tyrant was completely fed up with all the useless chatter and political maneuvering. His eyes flared with a primal aggression, making it clear that he would much rather skip the talking entirely and settle this with his bare fists right here and now. The air grew thick with immediate danger. If Theo couldn't present definitive, undeniable proof of his innocence at this very moment, Dante looked ready to completely ignore protocol, lose his temper, and brutally execute the young lord on the spot. Bracing himself for the devastating impact of the tyrant's impending strike, Theo gritted his teeth and dug deep within, actively triggering his dragonization as a powerful, shimmering aura began to envelop his body. Standing tall and unwavering right in front of the massive gathering of armed soldiers from both factions, Theo raised his voice to openly denounce the tyrant's reckless behavior, intentionally shifting the focus of every single person present toward the urgent matter of rescuing Gizhar. Looking Dante dead in the eye, he threw out a piercing question, demanding to know whether the preservation of their family's bloodline or the throne he so desperately coveted carried more weight in his selfish heart. As he spoke, the young lord's internal energy began to swell, surging violently and rising higher and higher like an unstoppable tidal wave crashing against the shore. At that exact moment, the chatter ceased as every single pair of eyes on the battlefield locked onto him, completely mesmerized by the majestic and terrifying spectacle of his rapidly unfolding transformation. Theo Ragnar was completely solidifying his status as the true, legendary descendant of the ancient dragon, deliberately manifesting the awe-inspiring presence of his mythical guardians right before the eyes of his deeply hostile family members. Above, Griffin narrowed his eyes, visibly annoyed and far from pleased about being summoned just to be used as a political prop in this family dispute. In truth, Theo had engineered a clever trick, finding a way to manipulate the pure energy of Nirvana to artificially mimic the visual properties of a highly advanced glass domain. However, given his current cultivation level and limitations, this was largely a bluff. The absolute most he could achieve right now was projecting the vivid, towering imagery of a guardian. Even though these colossal figures looked incredibly mighty, divine, and absolutely terrifying to the untrained eye, they lacked the actual physical substance and raw power required to permanently pin down a monster like the tyrant. Theo knew this well, which was why he wasn't genuinely looking to start a fatal war right here. He knew he didn't need to defeat Dante in combat. His actual goal was to completely neutralize the aggressor by swinging the crowd's perception and tilting public opinion decisively in his own favor. And this spectacular, overwhelming display of the true ancient dragon descendant, seemingly commanding legendary guardians with ease, was a calculated masterstroke that would play out perfectly against a martial family whose entire culture, pride, and history were built around the worship of dragons. Sure enough, a ripple went through the crowd, and soldiers from both rival cavalries began raising their weapons, letting out booming cheers of awe for the true descendant standing before them. They roared in approval, completely won over by his noble, honorable declaration to prioritize the rescue of a captured member of the Ragnar bloodline over petty squabbling. With the psychological momentum of the battlefield successfully shifted completely to his side, Theo now had the narrative leverage he needed to spearhead an immediate search and rescue mission without interference. But the illusion didn't last long, as the battle-hardened tyrant instantly saw right through the flashy, hollow deception of the projected figures. With a mocking sneer, Dante unleashed a single, devastating punch, shattering Theo's mimicked glass domain into a million glittering fragments that rained down upon the earth. As the structural foundation of the domain broke apart, the grand, illusory figures of the dragon guardians began to warp and melt away like smoke, completely exposing the trick. Standing amidst the fading light, the tyrant intentionally raised his booming voice, making absolutely sure that every single soldier present heard him loudly discredit Theo and mock those fading, imaginary lizards. Fueled by adrenaline, he went on a bizarre, aggressive tirade, shouting that the family had grown soft and full of pathetic, blind worms who still believed in childish fairy tales and allowed themselves to be easily tricked by basic stage magic. Dante was so consumed by his own arrogance that by the time he realized he was letting his tongue slip, the damaging words had already escaped his mouth. It was too late to take them back. He openly insulted his own men, calling the loyal soldiers stupid and easily fooled. A heavy, suffocating silence instantly fell over the entire area, and every man present stared up at the tyrant with expressions of utter disgust and bewilderment, looking at him as if he had just completely lost his mind and disgraced himself in public. Even the highly traditional and deeply proud Elder Dragon felt a surge of profound offense and anger at the sheer disrespect of Dante calling their sacred ancestral symbols mere lizards. Seeing the tides turn so spectacularly, Theo wisely kept his mouth shut, standing perfectly still and letting the hot-headed fool continue to dig his own grave with his arrogant mouth. Without Theo having to lift a single finger or make another move, the idiot's own massive ego had just made the young lord's job a whole lot easier. Dante Roll's deeply toxic, disrespectful true feelings had now been laid bare before the entire clan, and those sacred ancestral legends he had so carelessly dismissed as stupid might just end up being the very things that caused his absolute downfall. Realizing the sudden shift in the air but being far too proud to back down in front of his fellow 9 dragons, the tyrant decided to double down on his aggression, choosing to push through the backlash with pure, unadulterated intimidation. He let out a harsh, mocking laugh, loudly conceding that if these ancient legends and bloodlines were supposed to be so incredibly grand and impressive, then surely, a pathetic brat pretending to inherit that power should have absolutely no problem surviving a single serious strike from his fist. Theo's eyes narrowed slightly. Even he had slightly miscalculated just how utterly unhinged and detached from reality this man truly was. But just as Dante launched himself forward, right in the middle of his completely blatant, rule-breaking charge, the entire world suddenly seemed to grind to a violent halt, as if time itself had stood still. An unimaginably heavy, suffocating aura descended upon the battlefield, sending shivers down everyone's spines and freezing every single soldier completely in their tracks. A figure descended from the heavens, landing firmly on the ground with an effortless grace, before asking in a calm, terrifyingly flat tone why his elite soldiers were pointing weapons at one another's throats instead of bringing him the decapitated heads of their actual enemies. As he spoke, the entire dim battlefield seemed to instantaneously light up, completely overwhelmed by the pure, blinding radiance of his sheer pressure. The supreme ruler and patriarch of the entire Ragnar clan, Kyle Ragnar, had officially arrived on the scene, and looking at the chaos, he wondered how he could ever trust the fate of the Empire's front lines to a bunch of bickering, short-sighted children. The moment the armored ranks recognized that unmistakable, terrifying presence, the tension broke, and every single soldier simultaneously dropped to their knees in a synchronized, deeply formal greeting to their lord. Julius bowed his head in respectful silence without offering a single excuse, while Dante, breaking into a nervous sweat, desperately began stammering out a frantic justification, insisting that he was merely attempting to punish a blatant traitor to the clan. He pointed a trembling, angry finger at Theo, loudly citing that the boy was actively wearing the garments of their sworn enemies, a visual betrayal that was actively dragging the prestigious Ragnar name through the absolute mud. Using that single detail as his entire justification, Dante looked up at the ruler, loudly requesting the patriarch's official permission to carry out the boy's execution right then and there. Kyle didn't even look at him, thinking to himself that his lapdog must have completely forgotten its place, barking far too loudly and out of turn today. A vicious hound that thinks it can snap and bite at whoever it pleases, especially while its absolute master is standing right in front of it, is a beast that desperately needs to be broken and taught a severe lesson in discipline. With a mere twitch of Kyle's intent, the downward gravitational pressure in the air multiplied instantly, causing Dante's knees to violently buckle beneath him as he was forced to fold and crash heavily against the dirt. Completely ignoring the groveling tyrant, Kyle turned his cold, piercing gaze toward the standing high commanders, strictly demanding a clear, immediate status report on the actual situation. Commander Thorkel Ragnar was one of the very few powerful warriors present who could still find the breath to speak under the patriarch's suffocating aura. Stepping forward, he clearly detailed the grim news that the fourth successor, Gizhar Ragnar, had been successfully ambushed and kidnapped by the forces of Troyvin. Fully aligning himself with the strategic logic of Theo's earlier words, Thorkel firmly suggested the immediate authorization and formation of an elite pursuit squad to track down the enemy, rather than wasting another second wasting breath on petty, internal political squabbles. Kyle's gaze shifted away from everyone else and settled completely on Thorkel, as if the rest of the hall had vanished. In that cold, unwavering stare, he reminded him of one brutal truth that no Ragnar was ever allowed to forget. The Ragnar family was built on the law of strength above all else. In their world, those who lost had no right to complain, no right to mercy, and no right to keep living. But even with his complicated feelings toward Gizhar, Thorkel still couldn't accept the idea of simply abandoning his own brother. If they could throw away a sibling so easily, then what right did any of them have to speak proudly of the clan? Once again, the patriarch cut through that sentiment without hesitation, correcting him in a voice that carried the weight of absolute authority. Ragnar was not some warm home where everyone could gather around and pretend to be a happy family. It was a place where weakness was exposed, judged, and crushed. Even so, Theo stepped in and strengthened Thorkel's argument from a different direction. He wasn't appealing to brotherhood or affection, but to something far more important in Ragnar's eyes. If they refused to save Gizhar, the loss would not end with a single successor. What they would truly lose was the honor, dread, and overwhelming weight carried by the Ragnar name itself. The Ragnars had to carve a fear deeper than death into the hearts of their enemies, the kind of terror that would make even the boldest warriors hesitate before raising a hand against them. And that mattered now more than ever. Anyone reckless enough to touch a Ragnar warrior had to be punished so thoroughly that no one, friend or foe, would ever dare repeat the mistake. To Theo, terror was the only true shield against humiliation. As long as the world feared them, no one would ever look down on the Ragnar name again. Dante sneered at Theo's words, calling the entire argument nothing but clever bullshit dressed up as logic. Desperate and pathetic, he tried to drag the conversation back toward treason. The patriarch's patience snapped. With visible irritation, he struck Dante down again without even using his hands, forcing him to taste the dirt one more time. Kyle, watching the exchange unfold, found himself honestly impressed. Theo's tongue was sharper than most blades, and he knew exactly where to strike with his words. The boy spoke of Ragnar honor with such confidence that it almost sounded as though he were already standing at the head of the family. It was a fascinating excuse, carefully shaped and perfectly timed, all to push events toward the result Theo wanted. And because of that, Kyle decided it was worth indulging him, at least for the moment. With firm command, the patriarch immediately reorganized everyone present into rescue squads, sending them out at once to retrieve Gizhar before it was too late. As the soldiers began moving out, armor clattering and units rushing into formation, the atmosphere shifted from argument to action. Kyle then turned to his son and told Theo to remain behind for a while, saying there were a few things he wanted to discuss with the old man present. Thorkel noticed the way their father singled Theo out, giving him attention that felt different from the rest. For a moment, Thorkel's expression tightened with complicated feelings, but he swallowed them down and quietly returned to join his unit. Meanwhile, far from the Ragnar side, the first servitor, Ein, was facing the wrath of her own superior. Ed Troyvin had her by the neck, swinging her around like she weighed nothing, his anger boiling over as he berated her without restraint. He was furious that neither Theo nor the relic had been brought and laid at his feet as he had demanded. His number one servitor had dared to come back alive with nothing more than a consolation prize. Ein blamed her failure on the sudden arrival of the Ragnar main force. But the truth was far simpler. She had found Theo Ragnar far too interesting to kill so soon, and she had quietly chosen to let that curiosity survive a little longer. After slapping her around a bit more, Ed Troyvin finally accepted the failure with bitter frustration. Without the relic of the ancient dragon, the resurrection ritual was impossible. The priest who had been brought in to assist them then offered another option, suggesting they use the dragon sword in place of the missing relic. Among the rare weapon-type relics that existed, the dragon sword stood near the very top, powerful enough to serve as a substitute. But there was a problem. The Mad Dragon Emperor would need something of that caliber to stand against Kyle, which meant the dragon sword could not simply be thrown away as a sacrifice. As if the situation for Troyvin were not already desperate enough, the Ragnar main force finally launched their assault in earnest. They tore through the front lines faster than ever before, advancing with terrifying momentum while declaring that they had come to search for their successor. Ed knew Kyle well enough to understand how strange that was. The patriarch was the kind of man who could shrug off the death of one successor and simply cite the law of the strong. Then Gizhar, finally waking from his slumber, used whatever strength he had left to provoke Ed Troyvin with angry, mocking words. In Gizhar's mind, it had to be his master and his sister who were pushing so hard to rescue him. The priest warned them that discovery was only a matter of time. Their headquarters could not remain hidden forever with the Ragnars closing in. Even with the demonic cult's barrier buying them some cover, that protection could only delay the inevitable. But if they abandoned the site and fled, the ritual would be pushed back yet again. Worse still, the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor could only be performed in the northern territories. They had barely managed to cling to the very edge of the north as it was. If they retreated now, there was no guarantee they would ever be able to set foot on that frozen land again. Driven into a corner, Ed made a desperate decision. They would use Gizhar Ragnar as a sacrifice together with the dragon sword, an imperfect choice, but the only one left to them. When Gizhar realized he was being dragged toward a horrific ritual, panic erupted through him, but his desperate screams for help were quickly silenced. The demonic cult had to complete everything before the enraged Ragnars broke through. Becoming an offering to the Mad Dragon was a gruesome, blood-soaked fate. From the altar, fleshy tendrils writhed out and tore into Gishar's body, leaving deep, brutal lacerations across his flesh. Beneath the blood-red sky, his wounded body was presented as an offering to the dead. With Ragnar blood and a powerful relic placed into the ritual, Ed Troyvin began the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor, forcing the timeline onto a different path. Kyle's idea of father and son bonding was anything but normal. For him, it meant cutting open the very fabric of space and time with his own power. Then he stepped into that torn opening and brought his son along, showing Theo what waited beyond the impossible gap. For Kyle, this strange and isolated place was perfect for a quiet conversation, far removed from the noise and chaos outside. The moment Theo entered the gap between time and space, Lodbrok's soul sensed it and appeared at his side. What Kyle Ragnar could do with a sword had long since passed the limits of ordinary swordsmanship. At that point, calling it swordsmanship at all almost felt wrong. To Lodbrok, the sight before him was almost impossible to accept. Kyle no longer felt like a mere human standing there with a sword in hand. Kyle, however, clearly had no patience for the silent exchange passing back and forth between Lodbrok and Theo. He had brought his son into this severed space for a private conversation, and in Kyle's eyes, there was no place here for a lingering ghost from the old era. All it took was one sharp, merciless look from Kyle. In an instant, Lodbrok's thunder gate was forcefully shut, cutting her connection to Theo's mind as if Kyle had simply slammed a door closed. The sudden separation struck Lodbrok hard, leaving her damaged from being driven out so violently. Even Theo felt a dull ache pulse through his head. He had never truly understood the full scope of his father's power, and now he could only wonder just how far Kyle's eyes could see. Then, to Theo's surprise, Kyle's expression grew unusually heavy. In a low, somber voice, he asked Theo whether he had ever resented his own father for all those years of neglect. He also asked if Theo hated him for the endless bloodshed inside the family, bloodshed carried out beneath Kyle's absolute rule. Theo froze for a moment, caught completely off guard by a question he had never expected to hear from Kyle. But after that brief silence, Theo chose not to lie. He faced the truth directly and gave a quiet nod. Kyle seemed to appreciate that answer. Instead of panicking and flattering him with some desperate denial, his son had shown enough nerve to be honest. Then the patriarch extended a finger and slashed through the air, displaying the overwhelming strength needed to hold up the world itself. Throughout his life, Kyle had never hesitated to sacrifice the few for the sake of the greater whole. With cold ruthlessness, the clan had protected this realm from collapse. It was only half wrong to call him a mad hunter of regressors. What he truly did was eliminate the rats who brought chaos into the realm, and it just so happened that most regressors were exactly that. And among all those chaos-spreading rats, the greatest one had been his own father, the Mad Dragon Emperor. For the survival of the clan, Kyle had no choice but to strike down Geyser himself, even if that meant turning his blade against his own blood. His hands were already stained with the blood of family, all because he had chosen to protect the larger world beyond his own personal feelings. In his relentless pursuit of stability, Kyle Ragnar had grown far too powerful before even realizing it. Theo noticed the brilliant structure beginning to form behind his father's back. The last time Theo had seen a halo like that, it had been inside the Pantheon. On top of that, Kyle was partly wrapped in the chains of fate. The moment his power rose beyond the human realm, a vast calling from somewhere higher began pulling at him, summoning him toward a battlefield on a far grander scale. But Kyle refused to abandon the clan and leave everything behind. So he deliberately sealed away his own power, holding himself back to resist that overwhelming call. The more strength he allowed to show, the tighter those chains of fate would coil around him. That was why Kyle had ruled primarily through fear rather than constant displays of force. With fear alone, he no longer needed to draw his sword just to keep the family from falling apart. At this point, Kyle Ragnar felt less like a man and more like a god, or perhaps a monster wearing a human face. What he was showing Theo was the true weight carried by the head of the family. Whether the boy could one day break free from the shackles of destiny was something only Theo himself could prove. In truth, even Theo could not say for certain whether the road he was walking now was truly the correct one. So he used nirvana, expanding his mental realm for one brief moment and sharpening his thoughts beyond their normal limits. As his mind surged into that heightened state, the space around them trembled. With absolute confidence, Theo declared that when his time came, the clan, the calling, and even the realm itself would all fall under his care and responsibility. After all, his goal was not simply to become the family head. He intended to stand above his father and surpass him completely. Kyle loved that kind of audacity. The boy's arrogance was almost ridiculous, but it was also unmistakably familiar. Theo was truly his father's son. And with that, Kyle found one more reason to remain where he was, resisting the calling and fighting against it for a little longer. Now it was up to Theo to prove whether that confidence was nothing but empty noise or the real truth. Kyle would be watching him every step of the way. This was a direct challenge from the man at the top, demanding that Theo prove himself worthy of becoming a true successor. Back in the real world, Thorkel and his unit had been circling the area and widening their search beyond the boundaries marked on the map. But something felt wrong. No matter how far they moved, they had not encountered a single soul anywhere nearby. Thorkel realized the truth a little too late, and frustration hit him as he understood what had been happening around them. In the seemingly empty air ahead, he sensed a faint disturbance. Without hesitation, Thorkel raised his spear and thrust it forward, as if trying to pierce the invisible space itself. That single strike confirmed it. They had been running in circles inside a mirage barrier created by the demonic cult. The commander tore through the barrier by force, ripping away the false scenery and revealing the horror hidden beneath it. At the center of the exposed headquarters, the flesh-made altar looked as though it had burst apart from within. Tainted blood had splattered everywhere, staining the entire hideout in a sickening, unnatural red. The Ragnars immediately moved into action, spreading through the blood-soaked site and investigating every crevice for traces of what had happened. Soon, the identification results came in. What they had found were the withered remains of Lord Gizhar Ragnar, lifeless, drained, and barely recognizable. When Anshio heard something that absurd, she forced her way toward what remained of the flesh altar without caring who stood in front of her. Her anger was so fierce that she threatened to kill anyone foolish enough to block her path. The Black Snow investigators gave their report with the heavy tension of people standing in the middle of a nightmare, surrounded by blood, ruin, and the remains of a ritual that had already gone terribly wrong. Giving her the silence and space she needed to grieve for the brother she had just lost. Anshio Ragnar was shaken to her core by the death of her foolish, reckless brother. Gizhar had not been gone for long, and the wound was still raw. Thorkel could not stop tormenting himself with the thought that, if he had discovered that place just a little sooner, maybe his brother's life could have been saved. Fortunately, Julius was there beside him, quietly keeping him company through the heavy aftermath. All around them, the place was filled with disturbing traces of demonic cult rituals. Between the corpse of a successor and the faint residue of power left behind by a relic, the truth of what had happened was painfully clear. Anshio was drowning in grief, moving helplessly through each painful stage of loss, while her own master stood nearby looking as if the death of his disciple meant almost nothing to him. That cold indifference burned itself into her memory, and she would never forget this day. Instead of checking on his remaining student or making sure she had not completely fallen apart, the tyrant was far more interested in admiring the bold move that Ed Troyvin had just managed to pull off. By then, Kyle and Theo had already stepped out of that private rift in time and space, returning from the strange, isolated realm. The moment they emerged, both of them caught the same familiar, rotten stench hanging in the air. Kyle even joked with a crooked sense of humor about slicing off his father's head all over again. Sensing that something major in the world had just shifted, the atmosphere around them grew heavier. The patriarch urged Theo with firm intensity to stand his ground and handle what was coming. In this life, trials had a way of arriving far earlier than anyone expected. That much was becoming impossible to deny. The Mad Dragon Emperor had been dragged back from death and returned to the world. From the very beginning, Troyvin's true purpose in this war had been to resurrect the former patriarch. Ragnar could not prove it with certainty at first, but the mangled remains of the ritual altar left behind were enough to confirm the terrifying truth of the Mad Dragon's return. With that threat now looming over them, they resolved to bring the war to a complete end before Troyvin could fully unleash that resurrected power. Under an even fiercer and more relentless assault, Troyvin began losing most of its territory, forced backward again and again until it stood dangerously close to collapse. And yet, even after a full month of intense investigation, they still found no real lead on the whereabouts of the Mad Dragon Emperor. With the situation growing more uncertain, the 9 dragons gathered together to decide their next move. Julius believed their recent victories were not as clean as they looked, and that each win might be guiding them straight into a carefully prepared trap. The tyrant dragon arrived late to the meeting, swaggering in with the same foul mouth and hostile attitude he always carried. Fresh from the front lines, the tyrant brushed off the whole matter, insisting that some ancient fossil crawling back from the grave was nothing worth panicking over. His goal was brutally simple: crush the enemies standing right in front of them, grind their corpses into the battlefield, and let the outcome prove everything on its own. One of the other 9 dragons immediately scolded him, calling him a short-sighted fool who could not see beyond the fight in front of his face. She reminded him that the Mad Dragon's true specialty was mental manipulation. If that old monster began moving seriously, Ragnar could be torn apart from within before anyone even realized the damage had begun. Her words carried a sharp implication, suggesting that the tyrant himself might already be dancing under the enemy's influence. Dante fired back without hesitation, telling her to worry about that weak daughter of hers instead of sticking her nose into his affairs. The Black Dragon cut off their argument before it could spiral any further. Whatever dangers might be hiding in the shadows, the momentum of the war was still on Ragnar's side. If they seized the capital, Troyvin would essentially be finished as a power. Clinging tightly to the point the Black Dragon had just laid out, Dante pushed the others to give him permission to storm the Troyvin capital and crush it beneath his forces. 3 days before the final assault, the white-armored dragon cavalry was already deep in preparation, moving with the tension of soldiers standing on the edge of the last battle. By that point, everyone shared the same exhausted wish. They simply wanted this long war to finally come to an end. Selford teasingly told Aaron that she should wear that strange dress of hers for the victory ceremony. But making fun of a dress Aaron's own mother had made was definitely not the smartest idea. It was reassuring to know they were standing on the winning side, but Theo still could not shake the uneasy feeling that something unseen was moving beneath the surface. In his past life, this war was not supposed to break out for another 5 full years. That meant his own actions may have forced the enemy to move early, before they had fully gathered their strength. Theo had changed far too many things for the future he once remembered to remain dependable. When everything seemed to be going too smoothly, unpredictable variables always had a way of appearing. Even so, there was still one person he could turn to if he wanted a clearer read on the situation. While Theo was lost in those thoughts, big bro Thorkel came by to pay his lil bro a friendly visit. The two of them, brothers both by blood and by arms, began talking over just how strange their current situation had become. Thorkel jokingly teased his little brother for worrying so much about the enemy, saying he sounded almost like a traitor before laughing it off as nothing more than a joke. And as that familiar banter passed between them, Theo suddenly remembered that he had never gotten the chance to properly thank Thorkel for what happened last time. Even though one of their brothers, Gizhar, had met a tragic and painful end, Ragnar would still remain above everyone else. Commander Thorkel believed with absolute confidence that the strength of their bonds inside Ragnar would be the very thing that carried them to victory. Then Thorkel's playful air faded, and his voice settled into something much heavier. Looking straight at Theo, he tossed out one simple question. What kind of Ragnar did his little brother actually imagine for the future? Theo answered honestly without dressing up his words. The Ragnar he wanted to build was not one ruled only by the law of the strong, and he knew that, to some people, an answer like that might sound childish or far too idealistic. Even so, what Theo truly wanted was a new order where people stood together through trust, not one where everyone obeyed because fear had been carved into their bones. Hearing that, Thorkel looked genuinely satisfied, as if Lil Bro had given him exactly the kind of answer he had hoped to hear. After that, he headed back toward his own unit, leaving Theo with a simple suggestion to get as much rest as he could over the next 3 days. Every exchange they had shared, Theo realized that Thorkel was still the same man he remembered from his previous life. Their way of seeing the world overlapped more often than not. Sure, they were both rivals chasing the seat of family head, but when it came to having someone at his side, Theo could hardly imagine a more dependable ally. Now that a brief pocket of downtime had opened up, Hulchus invited Theo to a quick spar, almost like they were slipping back into old familiar habits. Unfortunately, Theo already had somewhere else he needed to go. Without wasting time, he called for Umbra, then climbed onto his partner's back, preparing to fly out and check on the uncertain future for himself. Left alone in the quiet, Commander Thorkel found himself turning Theo's answer over and over in his mind. In a strange but sincere way, he felt proud to have a brother like that, someone he would never want to truly stand against as an enemy. While Thorkel was taking a moment to relax, his eyes caught sight of an unfamiliar old man struggling to cross a wild, raging river. The old man's legs suddenly gave out under the force of the current, and for a moment, it looked like the rushing water was about to sweep him away. Luckily, Thorkel was close enough to move, and he stepped in just in time to save him from being swallowed by the river. The commander then suggested that the old man take the safer route, even if it meant going the long way around by the bridge. But from the old man's desperate tone, it was clear he could not afford to wait. He needed to get across that river as quickly as possible. Hidden away inside his pack were medicinal herbs meant for his sick grandson, who was waiting somewhere on the opposite bank. Known for his warmth and kindness, Thorkel did not hesitate for long. He simply offered the old man his back. With the old man clinging to him, the valiant commander stepped into the churning water, pushing through the river while the two of them talked as casually as if they were on a quiet road. After the old man spoke about his own family, he gently turned the question back on Thorkel and asked about his. But in truth, Thorkel had never felt close to his father. Kyle Ragnar had made one thing painfully clear to him. The clan was never a place for pretending they were some warm and ordinary family. The question from the old man dug into a tender spot, and the weight of it left Thorkel feeling unexpectedly down. When the far side of the river finally came into view, the old man warmly invited Thorkel to come to his home beyond the water and share dinner with him. The kind commander politely turned down the offer, but the old man clearly had something very different in mind. In that instant, the entire atmosphere shifted, and Grandpa's grip on Thorkel's warm, reliable back tightened just a little too much. Thorkel had made a serious mistake. He had shown a crack in his heart to the one man he should never have allowed anywhere near his weakness. The old man read him with terrifying precision, speaking aloud the very feelings Thorkel had been carrying deep inside himself. Once Thorkel's mind had been caught in Grandpa's manipulation, the Mad Dragon Emperor finally revealed his intent and formally invited him to step over to the dark side. While his brother was being pulled in by their grandfather's sinister grip, Theo was flying through the night sky near the boundary forest of the Demon Sea, north of Ragnar territory. His destination was the Ghost Castle, a hidden place sealed away behind a powerful barrier. Only at midnight, when the barrier's power weakened to its lowest point, would the castle finally reveal itself to the outside world. This elusive hideout belonged to the former family head from 2 generations ago, the mysterious and formidable Hilda Ragnar. Umbra and Theo arrived at just the right moment to slip inside the grounds. And despite being called the Ghost Castle, the entire estate looked surprisingly clean, orderly, and well cared for. As Theo passed through the gates, he actually felt a spark of anticipation at the thought of speaking with that enigmatic woman. Hilda had shown him both goodwill and curiosity during the nomination ceremony, so surely she would not try to kill him the moment he stepped inside. And even if things did turn dangerous, Theo had already prepared a possible escape route just in case. With that in mind, he entered Ghost Castle and began wandering through its quiet halls. Before long, the corridors around him began to reveal visions of a woman training herself with painful, relentless dedication. The image had no real body to it, almost like something he could see but never touch, which made it likely that what he was seeing had been created through illusion magic. It was reasonable to believe that Hilda had arranged these visions herself, deliberately showing Theo pieces of her past with her own hands. As he continued forward, the images of harsh training gradually changed, bleeding into visions of war, where the atmosphere turned violent and suffocating. In the next moment, Theo found himself standing in the middle of a raging battlefield, surrounded by the chaos of battle. The aura radiating from her was so overwhelming that Theo's body reacted before his thoughts could catch up, and his muscles instinctively tightened, even though the woman in front of him was nothing more than an illusion. For reasons Theo still couldn't fully grasp, the Grand Matriarch began pulling him into fragments of her former life, letting those buried memories unfold right before his eyes. And before Theo could even steady his thoughts, he suddenly found himself standing inside Hilda's throne room, as if he had stepped straight through time itself. All around the grand chamber, Hilda Ragnar's loyal soldiers stood in perfect formation, their heads lowered with deep respect, making it clear that this was another piece of the past being forced into view. What Theo was witnessing was not just some random memory, but one particular version of Hilda's life. In life, Hilda met her end inside her very own home, collapsing in the middle of a bloody nightmare that swallowed everything around her. For Theo, watching a woman with that much power fall before his eyes felt almost impossible to accept. The sight of her dying in such a brutal and grotesque way was so unreal that it left a heavy chill hanging over the entire vision. Then, just as quickly, the memory shifted again, looping back into images of Hilda training with relentless intensity. As one vision piled on top of another, Theo finally began to understand what Hilda had meant when they first met. With just a single glance, she had seen right through him and recognized that he was a regressor. Hilda had no problem admitting the truth either. She was a regressor just like Theo, except in her case, the number of lives granted to her had already been completely used up. Whenever a regressor dies, their life does not simply end. Instead, they are sent back to a fixed moment in time, forced to begin again from that same point. The illusions continued to flash before Theo, showing Hilda's growth again and again, each cycle pushing her farther than the one before it. In one of those lives, she seized control through sheer violence, cutting down her enemies, beheading them, and displaying their heads on spikes around her castle as a warning to everyone else. Back then, Hilda stood like an untouchable force, someone no enemy could overcome no matter how desperately they tried. But in the end, her only true defeat came from the man she loved. From behind the throne, that very man drove a blade straight through her heart, condemning her for all the sins she had committed. To him, Hilda had changed into something monstrous, something so terrifying that he could no longer even bear to look at her. Yet when the blade pierced her, Hilda did not drown in regret or grief. What rose inside her was pure fury, fury at herself for leaving such a fatal blind spot. And before her final breath slipped away, she made a vicious vow. The next time, she would crush the man she loved beneath an even greater terror. If he could no longer stand the sight of her, then she would accept that without hesitation. After that, the memories turned into an endless stream of slaughter, forcing Theo to watch one killing after another unfold like a long, merciless record of blood. Even though Hilda died over and over again, the number of people she killed only grew with each repeated life, until the deaths, screams, and destruction all began to blur together. From everything he saw, Theo realized that no matter how many times Hilda regressed, she had never once managed to escape the same tragic conclusion waiting at the end. At that point, it became almost impossible to tell exactly what had pushed her mind over the edge. Was it the endless loop of repeated lives that slowly ate away at her sanity? And if that was true, was Theo himself destined to break the same way as the regressors who came before him? Just as those uneasy thoughts began tightening around him, something interrupted Theo's spiral. The real Hilda finally appeared before him. The false world around him seemed to melt and fold away, and in the next instant, Theo found himself back inside that familiar throne room. Hilda looked at him with calm amusement, asking whether the child had enjoyed the little illusion she had prepared for him. Theo, careful not to show disrespect, lowered his head and offered Lady Hilda a formal greeting with the proper courtesy. The last time they had spoken was all the way back at the nomination ceremony, and Theo knew very well that Hilda was not someone he could afford to relax around. Hilda told him there was no need to be so stiff. After all, the two of them had already shared secrets far deeper than ordinary people ever would. Then, with nothing more than a small flick of her finger, the world immediately bent to her command, and the entire room began changing around them. The vast, empty throne room faded away as if it had never existed. In its place appeared a dining hall, arranged so they could sit down, share a meal, and speak more comfortably. What caught Theo off guard, however, was not the room itself. It was the familiar figure who stepped forward to escort him. The Ascendant Dragon himself was standing there in person. Theo had heard the rumors before, but seeing it with his own eyes made those whispers feel almost impossible to deny. People said Grand Matriarch Hilda kept the Ascendant Dragon at her side as a devoted servant, and now, right in front of Theo, that rumor appeared to be true. Who could have imagined that someone with such overwhelming power would personally serve Theo steak and wine at the table? Hilda noticed Theo's guarded reaction and calmly assured him that the Ascendant Dragon could be trusted, saying she had kept him by her side through countless lifetimes. But unfortunately for Hilda, her ability to regress had already reached its absolute limit. She admitted that she did not even know whether there was a clear method for measuring how many cycles a regressor had left. In her own case, she had simply started to feel it. It was more like a vague instinct than a number, an abstract sense that told her how many regressions remained stored away. One thing, however, was certain. Hilda knew nothing about Theo's system window. Unlike her intuition, the system gave Theo exact and concrete information. Theo then shifted the conversation and asked Hilda about his father, the Patriarch. He told her about his recent conversation with Kyle, including the moment when the Patriarch revealed his ascendant state. Instant Hilda heard the word ascension. Her expression darkened and the mood around her grew noticeably colder. Then she looked at Theo and asked whether he had already seen the Pantheon with his own eyes. Hilda simply could not accept it. To her, the idea that a brat still living through his very first regression cycle had already reached that point was almost too ridiculous to believe. Seeing her temper rise, the Ascendant Dragon quietly stepped in and tried to calm Hilda before her anger completely boiled over. And somehow, his words worked better than expected, even though Hilda's sharp gaze made it look like she was one breath away from tearing Theo apart. After a tense pause, Hilda admitted that when it came to anything involving ascension, she had a habit of becoming far too sensitive. Then Hilda confirmed the truth about Kyle Ragnar. At that very moment, he was using nothing but sheer willpower to suppress the call of the Pantheon and remain in the mortal world. Kyle would not ascend right away, but if he continued meddling in the affairs of the world, the restraints around him would only grow tighter, until the call of the Pantheon could no longer be rejected. That was the real reason the Patriarch stayed off to the side like a useless spectator, watching his own children tear each other apart without stepping in. Hilda did not bother softening her words in the slightest. If anything, she sounded as if she were daring the Patriarch himself to kill his own grandmother before finally leaving the mortal plane behind. For Theo, that answer gave him exactly what he needed. He finally had another confirmation about the truth behind his father's ascension. With that piece in place, Kyle Ragnar's decision to enter seclusion before the Great War in Theo's previous life suddenly made much more sense. Even so, Theo had not come all the way here just to hear information he had already started piecing together on his own. He had tasted enough of the appetizer. Now he wanted the real main dish, and Hilda, knowing exactly how regressors thought, did not seem surprised by that at all. Back in his days in Black Snow, Theo had managed to gather bits and pieces of information connected to Hilda. Among those stories, Hilda was worshipped almost like a god because of her parchments, prophetic records of the future granted only to those who offered enough profit or loyalty in return. In other words, those parchments were like divine foresight sealed inside a scroll. And once Theo understood that Hilda had regressed again and again through countless lives, the accuracy of those parchments became far easier to believe. After all, she must have collected an enormous amount of knowledge from cycle after cycle, gathering secrets across more lives than anyone could imagine. Now, with the resurrection of the Mad Dragon Emperor looming dangerously over the clan, Theo desperately needed one of Hilda's parchments, no matter how difficult it might be to obtain. Hilda made it clear that her parchments were not ordinary treasures. They had been created by burning through pieces of her own lives. And today, the records she had chosen to bring up were tied to the future magical empress, Cassandra. Of course, information that valuable was never going to be handed over out of simple kindness. Hilda said that, as one regressor speaking to another, she would offer him a fair and honest price for a glimpse into the future. All Theo had to do was become her disciple and willingly hand over every detail about his own regression cycle. Theo did not even wait for her to finish laying out the offer before rejecting it outright. Hilda's expression immediately tightened with irritation, making it obvious that she had not been turned down like this in a very long time. Theo explained that he had no intention of being dragged into her carefully laid political games. Even though decades had passed since Hilda stepped down as the family head, there was still one clear way for her to interfere with Kyle's era. She could become the hidden power standing behind the next family head. Theo understood then that Hilda had only shown him the memories of her past lives to create a sense of kinship between them as fellow regressors, but for him it had the complete opposite effect. Those visions only made him realize that her obsession with power was not so different from the Mad Dragon Emperor's madness. At that, Hilda's presence turned ice cold, and she realized that approaching him gently from the beginning had been a mistake. His family, kindness and persuasion meant very little, because the rule of the strong always came first. The space around Theo began to twist and press in on him, growing heavy and suffocating as reality itself warped under Hilda's control. In the next instant, Theo was pulled away and cast into her deadly domain. There, Hilda offered him one final chance, leaving no room for negotiation. He could either be spared and become the Grand Matriarch's disciple, or face whatever punishment came after refusing her. Inside that strange domain, Theo found himself surrounded by alluring apparitions that closed in from every side. They held him firmly in place, their presence pressing down on him as they slowly began taking control. The Grand Matriarch did not hesitate at all, unleashing her eerie glass-like domain from the very start, the kind of terrifying display that would have made most people surrender instantly. Hilda had lived too long and won too often to accept failure now. No matter what she desired, even if she had to crush it into pieces first, she would make it hers in the end. To her, a mere rookie regressor like Theo should not have been any different from all the others she had dominated. According to Farrell, exactly 1 minute had passed outside the domain. That was all the time that had gone by since Hilda trapped the young lord inside. But within the domain itself, Theo had already been struggling for an entire hour, and by that point, his spirit should have been completely worn down and broken. Instead, the first thing to break was not Theo's will, but Hilda's domain. With Dragonization and Nirvana both activated, Theo began forcing his way through the pressure that was meant to crush him. Theo's willpower and endurance surged to a completely different level, as if every second inside that crushing domain was forcing his body and spirit to evolve. But the apparitions created by the Grand Matriarch were unbearably persistent, clinging to him from every direction like they had no intention of ever letting go. No matter how many of those phantoms Theo cut down or destroyed, more kept appearing, their numbers swelling as if the domain itself was endlessly producing them. Theo had no choice but to use everything he had, squeezing out every last bit of strength while forcing himself beyond the limits his body should have been able to endure. After an entire hour of relentless struggle, he finally managed to fracture the domain around him. The opening was tiny, barely more than a thin crack in the suffocating space, but it was still enough for Theo to act before it sealed itself shut. Even as Hilda's domain continued dragging him down and trying to force him into submission, Theo called forth a slithering shadow from deep within himself. He pointed straight at the crack and released Umbra in covert form, sending the little shadow dragon toward that fragile opening. Umbra understood exactly what Theo needed from him, and without hesitation, he shot toward the crack as if he had been waiting for that single command. It was dangerously close, but Umbra slipped through at the very last moment, escaping before the gap could close completely. Outside the domain, Hilda noticed it immediately. A small shadow had snuck out through the crack in her domain, moving quietly but not quietly enough to escape her eyes. Hilda already knew about Theo's demonic shadow dragon, and when Farrell asked whether they should pursue it, she dismissed the idea, saying there was no need to waste effort on a beast that had abandoned its master. What mattered far more to her was the fact that Theo had actually cracked her glass domain. Even Robert, the black dragon, had needed more than 3 minutes to break out when he faced it for the first time. Since Theo had shattered that old record, Hilda decided she wanted to torment him just a little longer. Farrell obediently praised his master, calling it a wonderful idea with the proper devotion expected of him. But deep down, he was uneasy, worried that one of Hilda's dangerous old habits had begun resurfacing again. Whether Theo was a successor candidate or not, he was still only a young swordsman, and in Farrell's eyes, Hilda was clearly pushing things too far. Hilda's current cycle alone had already lasted 150 years, and when all of her past lives were considered, no one could truly know how long she had existed. Farrell did not want to see a promising young sprout wither away before it could bloom, but his loyalty to the Grand Matriarch remained absolute. Hilda only changed her mind when another uninvited guest suddenly entered her home. She ordered Farrell to step back, as if she already knew a dramatic entrance was about to arrive. And just as expected, the newcomer came crashing in with overwhelming force, tearing open a path straight through the ceiling. It was none other than Robert Ragnar himself, the Black Dragon. Robert looked at the glass domain before him, and the sight seemed to drag up old memories of the days when he had been tortured by that same power in his youth. Then, with only a light touch from the outside, he shattered the entire domain as if it were nothing more than fragile glass. Robert had never been fond of Hilda's cruel games, especially not when Theo Ragnar's survival was hanging in the balance. A few moments later, Theo coughed violently, spat out a disgusting black substance, and finally opened his eyes again. Umbra had come through for him. That little shadow dragon had managed to bring Theo the help he desperately needed. Theo had already known that Robert had been following him ever since his conversation with the patriarch. It was not exactly hidden, since the Black Dragon had hinted at his presence more than once. Most likely, Robert had been sent by Theo's father to watch over him from a distance. But to Theo, Robert had always felt less like a spy and more like a quiet protector staying close in case things went wrong. Theo tried to act as if he had no idea, but Robert knew far too well how sharp and calculating the boy could be. Still, Theo thanked the Black Dragon for saving him and made it clear that from here, he should be able to handle the escape on his own. Of course, Hilda had no intention of letting them leave so easily. From a distance, she unleashed flames toward them, all while complaining that she had only wanted to share a meal with her great-grandson, then teasing that perhaps her naughty grandson had come all this way to join them. Robert did not bother entertaining her twisted words for even a second. Instead, he immediately coordinated with Theo, focusing only on how to get them both out of there alive. For their escape to work, Umbra still had one more task to carry out. As Hilda Ragnar continued throwing out attacks that bent reality itself around them, Robert gave Theo the signal, and Theo broke into a run as if his life depended on every step. He matched the Black Dragon's speed as closely as he could, running side by side with Robert while letting the Black Dragon take the brunt of Hilda's devastating attacks. The moment Hilda realized what the two of them were trying to accomplish, she switched straight into close-range combat, but Robert read her movements immediately and blocked her attack with flawless timing. Even though the Grand Matriarch could no longer regress, the greed that had driven her through countless lives was still burning inside her. To regressors who possess the terrifying power to loop through time like her, this entire world is nothing more than a personal playground. It's a mere toy meant to be dominated and seized, completely regardless of the chaos, destruction, or collateral damage left in their wake. Back inside the looming fortress, Hilda lunged forward, desperately trying to intercept Theo and cut off his escape route. However, Robert moved just as quickly, shifting his entire weight to step directly into her path and doing a phenomenal job of completely blocking her from giving chase. Seizing that single, fleeting window of opportunity created by the distraction, the young lord didn't hesitate for a second. He threw himself forward, leaping blindly out of the massive window of the eerie, ghost-like castle and plunging straight into the empty air outside. The drop was dizzying, resulting in a terrifyingly long, wind-whipping freefall as the stone walls of the castle blurred past him at a breakneck speed. Fortunately, he wasn't falling alone. Swooping through the sky with perfect timing, Umbra was already cutting through the air underneath him, spreading wide to securely catch the young master right in the middle of his descent. And just like that, through sheer nerve and quick thinking, Theo Ragnar successfully slipped right through the fingers of his completely unhinged great-grandmother, leaving her far behind. The absolute very moment his figure shrunk into the distant sky and flew safely away, the heavy tension in the room instantly shifted. Hilda abruptly lowered her weapon, finally ceasing her relentless, aggressive assault against Robert's defensive blade, as she realized her target was long gone. Complete losing interest now that the main event was over, she casually dumped the entire chaotic mess onto Farrell's shoulders to clean up, dryly announcing to the room that she was going to head off and rest her eyes for a while. Hearing this, Robert couldn't help but look up in genuine surprise, fully expecting her to immediately order a massive manhunt for the boy. But as it turned out, Hilda had completely lost her appetite for the hunt. Seeing the kid literally throw himself out of her highest tower window just because he loathed her very presence that deeply had genuinely soured her mood. Yet, the moment she walked over to her desk and cast her eyes down at her scattered documents, her expression changed. Hilda didn't fly into a rage. Instead, a sharp, amused laugh escaped her lips. It turned out that right in the middle of all that absolute madness and flying blades, that incredibly cheeky little brat had somehow managed to covertly swipe one of her absolute most priceless pieces of top-secret intelligence. With the stolen documents safely in hand after his incredibly daring heist and breathtaking escape, Theo didn't waste a single moment, steering his course straight toward the desolate, crime-ridden streets of the Priamus East slums, located deep within the borders of the Edda Empire. Deep within the heart of those very slums, tucked away inside a fragile, weather-worn house that looked barely standing, a quiet scene was unfolding. A trembling little girl suddenly bolted upright in her small bed, tears welling in her eyes, as she frantically shook her mother awake after being jolted from yet another terrifying, vivid nightmare. The mother, looking exhausted but deeply tender, immediately pulled her close, softly stroking her hair and whispering reassurances that it was nothing more than a bad dream, a trick of the mind. But the little girl's chest heaved as she sobbed out the horrific details, explaining that in her vision, cruel, faceless monsters had broken in and brutally murdered her mother. Unnerved and chilled to the bone by the sheer, raw terror radiating from her daughter, the mother felt a cold shiver run down her spine. Trying to keep her own voice steady, the mother gently cupped her face, softly asking if those awful, bad people had done anything to hurt little Cassandra in the dream as well. The little girl weakly shook her head, choking back tears as she explained that they hadn't touched her. Instead, they had bound her tightly, forcing her to sit there completely helpless as she was made to watch her own mother's life fade away. Heartbroken, the mother tightly enveloped little Cassandra in a warm embrace, fiercely promising her over and over again that everything was going to be completely fine, desperately trying to soothe her trembling frame. As she gently tucked the frightened girl back beneath the thin blankets, the mother looked deep into her eyes, trying to instill a vital truth. She told Cassandra that even if these terrible visions somehow came to pass in reality, it was never, ever Cassandra's fault. No matter what darkness came across their path, they would always stand completely united, fiercely protecting one another as mother and daughter against the rest of the world. Tragically, on this exact night, those very monsters from her nightmares arrived at their doorstep. The horrific vision wasn't a mere dream at all. It was a glimpse into their impending reality. Meanwhile, Theo hadn't even found a single spare moment to change out of his travel-worn clothes. He had flown completely non-stop across the lands, pushing himself to the absolute limit based entirely on the secret coordinates penned inside Hilda's stolen parchment. It was truly staggering to comprehend that the future, legitimate heir to the absolute highest throne of the land, the legendary figure who would one day be feared and revered across the entire continent as the all-powerful magic empress, Cassandra Edda, was currently spending her tender early years living in absolute squalor deep within the slums. To put it into perspective, the entire Ragnar clan operates directly under the authority of the absolute greatest, most dominant superpower on the continent, the mighty Edda Empire. Centuries ago, the esteemed imperial rulers, the founding bloodline of the Edda clan, established their absolute dominance over the land. They successfully unified the fractured continent under a single banner, achieved almost entirely by leveraging their extraordinary, bloodline-exclusive gift, the terrifying talent of absolute future foresight. However, as countless generations came and went, the number of descendants inheriting this legendary foresight dwindled to a near-extinct crawl. It was almost as if the heavens had cursed them for relying far too heavily on that divine power, leaving the current imperial family as nothing more than a hollow, fragile shell of its ancient glory. At this exact moment in history, young Cassandra stands as the absolute sole individual left in the entire empire who truly possesses the pure, unadulterated gift of prophecy. Theo knew that if he could track her down and shield her from harm before anyone else noticed her, she would undoubtedly become the absolute most invaluable, powerful ally for all of his grand plans moving forward. The catch was that the girl herself wouldn't even realize her own royal heritage or true power for several years. Not until the desperate imperial family finally tracks her down. Until then, the labyrinth of the slums kept her existence perfectly buried from the rest of the world. As Theo stealthily approached the dilapidated shack indicated on his stolen map, his senses heightened. Suddenly, his nose twitched as the sharp, unmistakable metallic stench of fresh blood drifted through the cold night air. Putting his back against the wall, he cautiously slipped inside the front door, scanning the darkness, but to his slight surprise, there was no ambush waiting for him at the threshold. Instead, from the upper floor, the rowdy, obnoxious shouting of several men echoed down, completely unconcerned with their surroundings as they carelessly slammed down cards in a heated game. Moving like a ghost, Theo silently glided up the creaking stairs, pressing himself against the shadows of the second floor to get a clear, unobstructed view of the situation inside. A brutal gang of hooded criminals had completely taken over the small living space, turning it into a makeshift hideout. Over in the dim corner of the room, tied up like cargo inside a rough burlap sack, lay the terrified young princess Cassandra Edda, and right there on the floor in front of her was her beloved mother, collapsed in a massive, spreading pool of crimson, her body completely still and lifeless. Theo's mind raced, briefly considering the possibility that this might be an undercover operation orchestrated by the imperial family themselves, but he quickly dismissed it. The timeline was completely wrong. It was far too early for them to have found her. Realizing he needed immediate answers to figure out exactly what was going on, he decided his best course of action was to launch a surprise attack and thoroughly interrogate the heavily scarred thug who seemed to be directing the rest of the criminals. Positioning himself flawlessly just behind the frame of the door, Theo began quietly channeling his energy, spinning up a deadly crackle of concentrated electrical power. The sudden, sharp hum of the gathering lightning was so subtle that only the scarred leader's combat senses picked up on the imminent danger. The lead eyes went wide with panic as he screamed out at his subordinates, frantically telling them to drop their cards and draw their weapons for a fight. But his warnings were entirely in vain. Before his men could even wrap their fingers around their hilts, a blinding flash tore through the room, slaughtering them all in a fraction of a second. Desperate and seeing his entire squad wiped out instantly, the scarred leader lunged forward, trying to break through the smoke. But he didn't make it 2 steps before Theo's crackling, lightning-infused daggers slammed directly into him, pinning him ruthlessly to the floor under a wave of agonizing paralysis. Pinned and helpless on the floor, the scarred thug gritted his teeth and immediately pulled out the classic, arrogant, "Do you know who I am?" card, fiercely glaring up in a desperate bid to intimidate his captor. But that empty threat worked out absolutely perfectly for Theo, as it practically guaranteed the loudmouth was about to spill every single secret he was hiding just to prove his own importance. Right on cue, the scarred man's eyes widened in recognition as he stared at the young lord standing over him, pointing out that someone of his status should be far away serving on the front lines, revealing that he possessed an surprisingly deep amount of knowledge regarding Theo's identity and the current state of the war effort. It quickly became glaringly obvious that this thug was operating as a direct subordinate for Troyvin. Yet, even though the criminal was entirely clueless as to how their paths had crossed so disastrously in this tiny slum house, the man was none other than the feared 8th servitor under Troyvin's command, a loyal fanatic known by the name of October. Recognizing the legendary target before him, October desperately wanted to seize this golden opportunity to violently rip Theo's head from his shoulders by absolute brute force, hoping to claim the ultimate glory for his master. He poured every ounce of his remaining strength into a frantic, earnest effort to grapple with the formidable young Ragnar, but his explosive movement was cut short instantly. With a casual, lightning-fast flick of the wrist, a single gleaming dagger was launched through the air, striking with absolute pinpoint precision to stop the charging zealot dead in his tracks before he could even take another step. Considering that Theo had been constantly tangling with apocalyptic interdimensional threats in his recent battles, it was honestly refreshing to see him easily dismantle a complete, low-level scrub like this without breaking a sweat. Still, as a high-ranking servitor of darkness, October wasn't completely out of options and still had a few desperate, forbidden tricks tucked up his sleeve. Forcing his inner energy to boil over, his skin suddenly flushed a bright, blistering red, sending waves of heat radiating off his body like a second-gear Luffy pushing past his physical limits. With steam rising from his flesh, the fanatic lunged forward in a maddened frenzy, absolutely desperate to drag the young Ragnar heir down to the depths of hell along with him. In truth, October never actually intended to throw his life away in a dump like this. His entire mission had simply been completely derailed while he was trying to rendezvous with the elite Azure Peak Squad, the very unit assigned to arrive shortly and retrieve young Cassandra. Theo did look even remotely surprised by the number 8 servitor's suicidal, reckless dash toward him, well aware that these brainwashed cultists always resort to blowing themselves up the second things go sideways. Sidestepping effortlessly, the young lord gracefully danced right around October's entirely predictable, straight-line attack pattern, exposing a fatal opening, and, with a clean, merciless arc of his blade, he cleanly severed that crimson bastard's head, putting an end to his madness once and for all. The severed head and the heavy torso tumbled through the air independently, both hitting the wooden floorboards with separate, dull, lifeless thuds rolling slightly into the shadows just before. The remains abruptly erupted into a violent, crackling blaze of dark, demonic energy, burning into nothingness. Stepping away from the ashes, Theo quietly re-entered the quiet house, and knelt down with solemn respect, gently pulling a cloth over the tragic remains of the fallen mother. He frowned as he reflected on the situation. Hilda's secret parchment had detailed Cassandra's location, but it had never mentioned a single word about Troyvin actively targeting the girl. The only logical explanation was that the Mad Dragon Emperor's sudden, chaotic return to the world stage had triggered a massive ripple effect, throwing another wild, unpredictable variable into the timeline. Looking down at the shrouded body, a heavy weight settled in Theo's chest, making him feel partially responsible for this innocent woman's untimely death due to his own interference with time. Hearing the heavy footsteps nearby, little Cassandra shifted within her restraints, her voice trembling as she frantically asked if her mother was all right, begging the mysterious stranger to please say something to reassure her. Stepping closer to take a proper, careful look at the fragile child destined to become the future empress, Theo suddenly froze as he realized her unblinking eyes were completely clouded over. The young girl was entirely blind. It was an incredibly cruel, tragic twist of fate. The one child gifted with the supreme power to perceive the distant future was completely blind to the physical world right in front of her. He hesitated, heavily debating how to gently break the devastating truth about her mother. But, Before he could utter a word, the perceptive little girl's shoulders slumped as she quietly deduced on her own that the loving woman who raised her was already gone. She softly explained that she had already witnessed this horrific night play out perfectly inside her dreams, knowing all too well that every single vision she receives always manifests in reality exactly as she saw it. But as she raised her head toward him, she noted that tonight had broken the pattern. In every single one of her nightmares, she was always violently dragged away into captivity by those awful men. Yet, in this actual reality, a powerful savior had suddenly materialized out of the dark to slaughter her captors and keep her safe. A faint flicker of hope sparked within her, realizing that perhaps this mysterious older brother standing before her possessed the unique strength required to completely rewrite her grim destiny. At that exact moment, a familiar, glowing blue system notification materialized in his field of vision. The 5th scenario quest had officially commenced. Objective: locate and protect the future Empress at all costs. Morning sunlight slowly spills across the frozen slums, bathing the endless snow in a pale and solemn glow. At the center of that bitter landscape lies a freshly dug grave, marked only by a rough wooden cross. Resting beneath it is the fragile glass vase of red flowers once kept inside the cabin, now placed there as one final, heartbreaking farewell to a mother who sacrificed everything. Theo stands silently before the humble memorial, his hand wrapped gently around little Cassandra's trembling fingers. Several steps behind them, a massive white dragon waits in the cutting winter wind, its majestic body perfectly still and ready to carry the young Ragnar heir and the newly orphaned princess far away from this place of tragedy. Cassandra keeps her tear-filled eyes fixed on the grave while tightening her small hand around Theo's fingers. Crushed beneath a grief far too heavy for a child, she finally asks the question tearing at her heart. If Theo truly possessed the power to change the future, then why couldn't he have arrived just a little sooner and saved her mother? Theo lowers his gaze toward the devastated girl beside him. The moment he sees the pain written across her face, a dark and crushing shadow of guilt settles over his own expression, leaving the young swordsman unable to answer immediately. After a heavy silence, Theo quietly apologizes to the crying princess. His voice is filled with bitterness as he admits that he never expected the enemy to change the original course of events and launch their attack so much earlier than they were supposed to. When the time finally comes to leave the lonely grave behind, the unbearable strain of the morning suddenly overwhelms Cassandra. Without the slightest warning, all strength drains from her fragile legs. Her knees buckle beneath her, and her tiny body pitches violently backward toward the freezing snow. Theo reacts in an instant. Lunging forward with lightning-fast reflexes, he reaches Cassandra before she can strike the ground, catching the unconscious princess securely in both arms just inches above the icy surface. Real panic flashes across Theo's face as Cassandra hangs completely limp against him. Holding her tightly, he urgently calls her name and begs her to open her eyes. His gaze races over her pale face and motionless body, desperately searching for a hidden wound, a trace of poison, or anything left behind by the assassins. Yet nothing he sees explains her condition. The more carefully Theo examines her, the deeper his confusion becomes. There isn't a single visible injury anywhere on Cassandra's body. No wound, no blood, and no physical sign that could possibly explain why she collapsed so suddenly. At that moment, a tiny blue guardian dragon suddenly materializes beside them, its mystical body glowing against the white snow. After calmly examining Cassandra, the creature explains to the deeply worried Theo that the girl has simply exhausted every last bit of her strength. The death of her mother, combined with the terror of the assassin attack, placed such an unbearable burden on her mind that it finally shut itself down completely. The guardian dragon hovers gracefully in the frigid air, beating its delicate magical wings as it gives Theo a gentle but urgent scolding. It warns him that he cannot afford to stand there hesitating, because young creatures are especially fragile and can quickly fall into serious danger. The warning immediately strikes home, and Theo's eyes widen as he realizes how severe Cassandra's condition might become. Theo wastes no more time. Cradling the unconscious princess tightly against his chest, he springs onto the broad back of his enormous white dragon. Keeping Cassandra protected in his arms, he urgently calls out, "Move, Umbra! We have to hurry. She's seriously ill." Umbra answers with a thunderous beat of its immense wings and launches violently into the winter sky. The lonely grave and frozen slums rapidly shrink beneath them, but Theo has no time to look back. With Cassandra unconscious in his arms, he is forced to abandon his original route and change his entire plan in mid-flight. Theo glances down at the pale girl pressed against his chest. Her small body is trembling despite his warmth, and the sight makes the situation painfully clear. They cannot risk wasting precious time by flying all the way back home. Raising his eyes toward the distant horizon, Theo directs Umbra toward the nearest Ragnar military outpost instead. His only concern is getting Cassandra somewhere safe as quickly as possible, and he trusts that the Ragnar forces stationed there will immediately understand the seriousness of the emergency. Their desperate journey eventually brings them to an astonishing refuge hidden beneath towering mountains. Spread across the valley is an enormous field of glowing purple flowers, their vivid petals creating a breathtaking sanctuary amid the cold and rugged landscape. This secluded paradise is known as the Tulip Garden, a heavily protected territory placed directly under the authority of the Ragnar family. Few outsiders are allowed anywhere near its beautiful fields, and its security is treated as absolute. Inside one of the garden's warm and peaceful cabins, the strain of Cassandra's escape has finally caught up with her. The exhausted princess lies beneath soft blankets, sleeping quietly with a damp compress resting across her feverish forehead. A gentle caretaker leans over the bed and carefully pulls the thick blanket higher around Cassandra's small body. She makes sure every edge is tucked securely in place, keeping the frail child warm and protected while her mind and body slowly recover from the devastating shock. Once she is satisfied that her young patient is resting safely, the healer straightens beside the bed. Before leaving the room, she turns her head and casts a quiet, observant glance over her shoulder toward the balcony outside. Beyond the cabin walls, Theo remains stationed on the wooden balcony. Surrounded by the cold mountain air, he stands completely still, watching over the cabin like a silent and unwavering guard. Theo waits with his arms folded across his chest as the freezing wind sweeps over the balcony. The tense silence is suddenly broken by the slow creak of the cabin door. He turns sharply and sees the healer stepping outside, then immediately asks about Cassandra, unable to hide the anxiety in his voice as he waits for news of the princess. The caretaker quickly eases his worst fears. She assures Theo that Cassandra is no longer in immediate danger and explains that the girl has finally fallen into a peaceful sleep after receiving strong medicine for her fever. Theo releases a long breath and allows some of the tension to leave his shoulders, but that brief moment of relief ends almost immediately. Without warning, the caretaker plants one heavy boot firmly on top of a nearby wooden crate. Her relaxed manner disappears, and with a fierce look aimed directly at Theo, she loudly announces that now it is his turn to provide some answers. The woman is Aude Lemaire, the tough and uncompromising head of the Tulip Garden Cooperative. Leaning forward with clear suspicion, she demands to know exactly who the mysterious little girl is, and why a Ragnar heir candidate is showing so much concern over her. Theo looks somewhat guilty for involving Aude and the garden in such a dangerous situation. He sincerely apologizes for bringing trouble to her sanctuary, but even under her sharp interrogation, he firmly refuses to reveal Cassandra's true identity. Aude throws her head back and lets out a long, irritated sigh. She quickly dismisses Theo's secrecy as typical behavior from an heir candidate, complaining that every arrogant royal who passes through the garden seems to expect the entire world to bend around their wishes. Lifting a long brass spyglass to one eye, Aude scans the enormous glowing fields surrounding the sanctuary. Her tone turns serious as she brings up the immediate danger. The ruthless Troivan clan is already hunting them. Theo confirms that the enemy is pursuing their trail, though he believes the attacking force should not be especially large. Even so, he warns that the assassins will almost certainly follow their path directly from Priamus. Aude keeps one eye pressed to the spyglass, but her face twists in complete disbelief at what she has just heard. She sharply scolds Theo for having the nerve to lead a Troivan assassination squad straight toward the peaceful Tulip Garden, a sanctuary that was never meant to become a battlefield. Still muttering angrily, Aude assumes that a privileged royal heir like Theo has no understanding of how important this territory truly is. Theo cuts off that accusation at once. Without losing his composure, he tells her with absolute confidence that he knows exactly where he has brought Cassandra. Aude turns and stares at him in genuine surprise. Theo looks beyond the balcony toward the endless sea of purple flowers moving gently in the wind. In a solemn voice, he explains that the outside world mistakenly believes the Tulip Garden exists only as an ornamental display, created to enhance the Ragnar family's image. In truth, the garden conceals a sacred and highly classified purpose. Beneath those beautiful fields rest some of the most legendary and revered figures in Ragnar clan history. Hearing Theo reveal the garden's true nature so calmly and accurately, Aude falls silent for a moment, visibly stunned that he knows the secret at all. Her surprise does not last. Aude quickly regains her anger and snaps that Theo's knowledge only makes his actions more outrageous. If he understands that this land is sacred, then deliberately bringing Troivan assassins toward it is even more reckless and disrespectful. Yet in the middle of her furious lecture, Aude's intensity suddenly begins to fade. Her shoulders loosen, and she mutters under her breath that, considering her own circumstances, she may not actually have the right to criticize him so harshly. Looking thoroughly exhausted, Aude drops into a wooden rocking chair and lets her body sink against the backrest. With a dismissive wave of one hand, She tells Theo to stop standing there worrying himself sick over his mysterious young companion. Aude admits that she has already checked enough of Theo's unbelievable story to know he is telling the truth. After all, the brutal Troivan forces would never mobilize assassins and pursue someone this relentlessly if Cassandra were merely an ordinary child. Theo turns his attention back toward the cabin, where Cassandra continues sleeping peacefully beneath the blankets. Seeing that she is finally safe, relief softens his expression, and he sincerely thanks Aude for treating her and allowing them to take shelter in the garden. Then Theo places one hand respectfully over his chest and offers another formal apology. He acknowledges that his sudden arrival has violently disturbed the peace of the Ragnar clan's holy resting place and takes responsibility for bringing danger into the sanctuary. Aude lifts the brim of her heavy hat and studies him more carefully. A sudden smirk appears on her face, and for the first time since their conversation began, she seems genuinely impressed by the young swordsman standing before her. She remarks that meeting an heir candidate who actually possesses manners is surprisingly refreshing. With renewed irritation, she complains about another arrogant royal who recently barged into the garden uninvited while claiming to be carrying out an urgent mission. Theo's expression changes instantly. His eyes widen, and he quickly asks whether someone else is currently staying inside the sanctuary. Aude turns her gaze back toward the endless purple fields before casually revealing the truth. The rude guest who forced their way into the tulip garden is not merely some Ragnar noble, but another officially recognized heir candidate, someone standing in exactly the same position as Theo. The revelation immediately puts Theo on edge. A tense look settles across his face as his thoughts race through the dangerous members of the Ragnar family, trying to determine which one of his royal rivals could have come to this secluded sanctuary. Before Theo can reach an answer, the conversation is shattered by a violent crash above them. A figure slams down onto the cabin's snow-covered roof with enough force to shake the structure, a gigantic and terrifying scythe clutched in her hand. From her elevated position, an imposing woman peers down at Theo with a fierce, confident smirk. The unexpected visitor is none other than Rhys Ragnar, the infamous Black Reaper and the second official heir candidate of the Sword Clan. Rhys casually greets Theo as her little brother, as though dropping onto the roof with a massive weapon were perfectly normal. Looking him over from above, she remarks that he appears to be a genuinely capable fighter now that she is finally seeing him in person. The sudden appearance of another terrifying Ragnar heir completely destroys Aude's remaining courage. Her face goes pale, and she hurriedly retreats through the cabin door before the situation can become any more dangerous. Trembling, she promises to keep watch over Cassandra, while frantically telling Theo to handle his insane family dispute outside. Theo remains calm beneath the freezing wind, showing no fear despite the armed woman looming above him. Tilting his head toward the roof, he confidently assumes that Rhys has already been listening and heard every word of his conversation with Aude. Theo's fearless response only excites Rhys further. Her eyes begin to glow with wild, bloodthirsty anticipation, and a manic smile spreads across her face. Laughing openly, she tells her little brother that he should already understand exactly how members of the ruthless Ragnar family greet one another. Rhys gives him no chance to respond. Without even a second of hesitation, she launches herself high into the air, raises the enormous scythe above her head, and then swings it downward toward Theo with terrifying force. The descending strike unleashes a colossal blast of blazing energy. A blinding explosion tears violently through the snow-covered ground, swallowing the area in fire, light, and destructive force as the entire sanctuary trembles from the impact. As the devastating shockwave finally tears past and the shattered stones begin crashing back to the ground, Theo remains firmly planted at the center of the destruction. With nothing more than his blade, he effortlessly stops the crushing strike head-on. Still calm, he warns his completely unhinged sister that attacks this enormous will inevitably drag innocent bystanders into their battle. Rhys finally pauses, lifting one hand to her mouth as though she has only just realized what she has done. With exaggerated surprise and a playful expression, she casually admits that she may have gone too far, claiming she simply became far too excited about fighting him. Yet that tiny moment of restraint disappears almost as quickly as it came. A wicked smile slowly spreads across the Black Reaper's face, her eyes gleaming with open bloodlust. Without giving Theo even a second to breathe, Rhys twists her body and violently sends the enormous scythe cutting through the air once again. The moment her scythe moves, a colossal whirlwind erupts around them with a deafening roar. Fierce energy and countless purple petals spiral together, swallowing the entire battlefield in a raging vortex. Standing within that violent storm, Rhys maliciously declares that they should continue their fight at the very place where Theo originally fell. Trapped directly in the heart of the raging vortex, Theo raises his sword across his body and braces himself against the overwhelming pressure crashing in from every direction. As the wind claws at him, he silently curses the second heir in frustration. Somehow, Reese is even more recklessly insane than every terrifying rumor about her had suggested. Just as the chaotic whirlwind seems ready to close around Theo and swallow him completely, an unexpected blue glow flashes across his vision. A system window suddenly materializes before his eyes, shining through the storm and officially confirming that he has discovered the relic of a primordial dragon. Beneath the glowing notification, the relic's ominous name appears clearly before him. This primordial dragon relic is known as the Grim Reaper. The swirling destruction of the tulip garden abruptly disappears from view. Far beyond it, deep within a frozen mountain range, an enormous military encampment stretches across the white landscape. Countless armored tents stand beneath the bitter winter sky, forming the heavily fortified territory occupied by Ragnar's frontline army, the Frisia Great Snowfield. Deep inside the freezing encampment of the Frisia Great Snowfield, what begins as nothing more than a petty disagreement suddenly turns deadly within a matter of seconds. A rugged soldier angrily slams his hands into a passing stranger, shoving him backward while demanding that he watch where he is going. The stranger does not stumble or show the slightest fear. Instead, he slowly turns around, one eye pulsing with a sinister red glow, and coldly mocks the soldier for apparently being unable to see properly. The soldier's entire body begins trembling with barely contained fury. His face twists with rage as he steps closer and aggressively demands that the stranger repeat what he just said. The stranger meets his glare without hesitation, that demonic crimson light continuing to burn inside his eye. With a cruel and merciless expression, he taunts the furious soldier again, asking whether both his eyesight and his hearing have stopped working. The sharp exchange quickly draws attention from the surrounding camp. Nearby soldiers, bored by the endless cold and routine of the front line, begin turning their heads toward the growing commotion. Among those soldiers is a reckless young man named Selford. Immediately excited by the possibility of a fight, he grabs his companion Aaron and eagerly pulls her toward the crowd. Wearing a delighted grin, he declares that nothing is more entertaining than watching other people beat each other senseless. However, the moment they reach the gathering crowd, Aaron looks anything but amused. Clearly irritated by Selford's childish excitement, she sharply scolds him for acting so immaturely in the middle of a military encampment. Their casual curiosity vanishes the instant they see what is actually happening. The minor argument has already erupted into a horrifying bloodbath. All across the snow, Ragnar's own soldiers have drawn their weapons and begun viciously hacking at one another, slaughtering their comrades as though they were mortal enemies. Desperate to stop the madness, Selford charges straight into the chaos and wraps his arms around one of the crazed fighters, trying to physically hold him back. He screams for everyone to regain their senses and begs them to stop murdering their own allies. But completely consumed by the crimson madness, the struggling soldier only snarls that the other man was being unreasonable. Before Selford can restrain him or bring even a moment of order to the camp, a blinding pillar of fire suddenly erupts from the center of the battlefield. The enormous column explodes upward with catastrophic force, engulfing the surrounding area in flames as a deafening blast tears through the encampment. As the smoke and fire begin to part, a fierce warrior strides directly out of the raging flames. It is Ian Saucely, the Black Iron Vice Commander, better known as the Fire Goblin. Furious beyond measure, she glares across the battlefield and loudly condemns the crazed soldiers for slaughtering their own comrades, while they are still in the middle of an active war. Fiery energy surges violently around Ian's body, as she steps forward and openly challenges the entire camp. If any of those soldiers still have strength left after attacking their own allies, she orders them to come forward and face her personally. Watching the terrifying Vice Commander from the edge of the destruction, the blonde soldier Selford finally releases a small breath of relief. With Ian's overwhelming power and authority now bearing down on everyone, he confidently assumes that the chaos will finally be forced to end. But beside him, the bespectacled Aaron notices something Selford himself has overlooked. During Ian's explosive entrance, the spreading flames lightly scorched his hand, leaving a small burn across his skin. The instant Aaron realizes that her friend has been carelessly injured by their own superior, something inside her suddenly breaks. Whatever patience and reason she possessed disappear all at once. Her irritated expression twists into something far more disturbing. Aaron begins laughing with chilling, manic delight as one of her eyes pulses violently with the same sinister crimson light seen among the other soldiers. The terrifying force controlling the camp has now infected her as well. Completely overtaken by bloodthirsty madness, Aaron reaches for her weapon without hesitation. In one swift motion, she draws her dagger and lowers herself into an attacking stance, fully prepared to launch a lethal, and almost certainly suicidal, assault directly at the blazing Vice Commander. Selford immediately panics when he sees the dagger in Aaron's hand. Horrified that his own companion has suddenly lost her mind, he desperately tries to calm her down and stop her before she throws herself into a battle she cannot possibly survive. While flames, screams, and clashing weapons continue to consume the encampment outside, the turmoil fades away as attention shifts deeper inside the frontline base. Separated from the bloodbath stands a quiet command tent, where Ragnar's highest-ranking warriors have gathered. Inside, an imposing veteran hardened by countless battles listens to the chaos outside and scoffs with open disgust. One of the 9 dragons bitterly condemns the army's complete lack of discipline, furious that frontline soldiers could surrender their minds so easily. How are they supposed to fight a proper war when they cannot even stop themselves from killing one another? Wolfgang Ragnar, one of the 9 dragons, explains that the Mad Dragon Emperor's corrupting madness is surging outward with increasing violence from the main Troivin stronghold. Unless they act immediately, the damage to their own forces will become catastrophic. To prevent further losses, Wolfgang proposes withdrawing the frontline troops at once. Tyrant Dragon Dante Roll immediately rejects the proposal with fierce opposition. Their massive offensive is scheduled to begin in only 2 days, and retreating now would destroy their momentum. He insists that this is the greatest opportunity they may ever have to wipe out the Troivin faction once and for all. Before the argument can grow any more heated, Black Dragon Robert Ragnar cuts through the tension with a firm command. Only the strongest elite warriors, those capable of resisting the psychological corruption, will remain at the front. Every high-ranking swordsman and all lower-tier troops must retreat immediately while the leadership reassesses the now compromised military operation. Ice Dragon Neil reluctantly accepts that there is no better option, but her expression remains grim. Even their most powerful elites will not endure this pressure forever. She reminds the council of a terrifying historical example. Even the legendary warrior known as the Wind Baron eventually lost himself to this very same madness. Demon Dragon Julius Ragnar falls silent, visibly shaken by the scale of this unprecedented disaster. As the horrifying implications settle over the command tent, the frozen frontline fades away, revealing a sweeping view of the distant Troivin stronghold. The colossal fortress towers above the frozen landscape, completely engulfed by waves of sinister crimson energy. That ominous red radiance spreads across the sky and hangs over Ragnar's vulnerable encampments below like a looming curse. One terrible truth has become unavoidable. By the time Theo returns to the front lines, the entire tide of this deadly war will have turned violently against them. Back at the Tulip Garden, the new chapter explodes straight into the same violent standoff, with the battlefield already trembling under the pressure of the confrontation. Standing firm amid shattered stone and debris flying in every direction, Theo calmly raises his blade and effortlessly stops the devastating sideways strike before it can tear through him. Without losing his composure for even a moment, Theo warns his completely unhinged sister that attacks this enormous and reckless could easily drag innocent bystanders into their deadly crossfire. Reese pauses her relentless assault for barely a second, lifting one hand to her mouth in exaggerated surprise. With a playful expression, she admits she may have gone a little too far, then casually excuses herself by saying she was simply far too excited about finally reuniting with him. But that brief trace of restraint disappears almost instantly. Ree's expression twists into a wicked, bloodthirsty smirk, making it painfully clear that she has no intention of stopping. The Black Reaper tightens her grip and violently swings her enormous weapon once again, sending another wave of crushing power tearing across the garden. A colossal whirlwind suddenly erupts around them, roaring with fierce energy as countless purple petals spiral through the air. Standing within the violent storm, Reese maliciously declares that they should take this brutal battle back to the very place where Theo originally fell. Trapped directly in the center of the raging vortex, Theo lowers his stance and braces himself firmly, resisting the crushing pressure as purple petals and violent currents whip around his body. Even under that overwhelming pressure, Theo rapidly studies the terrifying opponent in front of him. The Black Reaper's speed is easily on the same level as Gisher's, yet her destructive power is in an entirely different league. Then an even colder realization strikes him. The massive blow she unleashed earlier had not even been delivered at full strength. Through the swirling storm of petals, Reese catches sight of Theo's intense, unwavering glare. Instead of feeling threatened, her eyes light up with absolute delight. Mocking fierce fighting spirit burning in his eyes, his bloodthirsty sister dives straight down from the sky. Her colossal scythe rises above her before crashing toward him with terrifying speed and devastating momentum. Theo refuses to retreat and meets the deadly attack head-on. The instant their weapons collide, a blinding explosion of raw energy bursts through the air, sending violent shockwaves in every direction. Neither sibling gives an inch as their blades remain locked together inside a dazzling storm of sparks. For a brief moment, the two siblings push against one another with immense force, each trying to overpower the other. Then they suddenly break apart, only to charge forward again and launch into another lightning-fast exchange of lethal strikes. Every impact tears through the surrounding air. Purple petals scatter wildly, while violent shockwaves burst outward from each brutal collision of their weapons. Theo keeps pace with his sister's relentless assault, reading each movement as it comes. Just as her enormous scythe crashes down, he smoothly flips backward out of danger, leaving the weapon to smash apart the stone where he had been standing only a fraction of a second earlier. Seeing Theo evade such a devastating blow with perfect timing only excites Reese even more. A wide, wicked grin slowly spreads across her face as her bloodlust continues to rise. With obvious satisfaction in her voice, Reese admits that the rumors were true after all. Theo really had undergone a sudden and astonishing increase in strength. Deciding that this violent family reunion has only just begun, the Black Reaper stops holding back and starts gathering a terrifying amount of fiery aura around her body. A massive ring of concentrated flames erupts around Reese with a thunderous roar. The blazing circle twists violently as she settles into position and prepares to unleash her next attack. Reese challenges her brother to survive what is coming next. Then she violently lunges forward, releasing a colossal hurricane of blazing destruction that surges straight toward Theo and consumes everything in its path. As the burning storm of projectiles closes in from the front, Theo moves his blade frantically, parrying one deadly strike after another. But in the middle of that desperate defense, a chilling realization suddenly washes over him. The fiery sickles he knocked away are not fading or breaking apart. Even after being deflected, every one of them remains fully intact. Instead, the burning weapons curve sharply through the air and come boomeranging back toward him. Within moments, they are circling Theo from every direction, forming a deadly rotating cage that cuts off every possible route of escape. With her brother completely trapped inside the glowing ring of lethal fire, the Black Reaper immediately recognizes the perfect opening. Reese leaps high above the swirling inferno, raises her colossal scythe over her head, and fixes Theo below with a cold, bloodthirsty glare. Reese fiercely mocks him for recognizing the trap a fraction of a second too late. Then, without giving him any chance to respond, she brings the enormous weapon crashing down toward the swordsman imprisoned beneath her. The descending scythe carries world-shattering force, crushing the air beneath it as though the entire battlefield is about to be split apart. Theo's eyes widen in sheer shock. Before he can escape, a towering tornado of roaring flames erupts directly beneath his feet, swallowing the young heir inside a deafening pillar of fire and blinding destruction. Yet deep inside the towering inferno, a burst of dark, overwhelming energy suddenly detonates. The explosion tears through the flaming tornado from within, violently shattering the entire column of fire outward. Completely caught off guard by the massive eruption, Reese snaps her gaze upward. She looks just in time to see a colossal blade of piercing blue sword aura plummeting straight down from the sky toward her. Rather than panic, the Black Reaper looks genuinely impressed by the overwhelming power her brother has unleashed. A wicked smirk spreads across her face as she plants her feet and prepares to receive the descending attack. Theo plunges through the falling purple petals at devastating speed, driving his blade downward with both hands. As he closes in, he fiercely declares that it is finally his turn to seize the offensive. The sudden challenge sends a thrill through Reese. With eager excitement written across her face, she swings her massive scythe upward, ready to meet Theo's attack with equal force. But only a fraction of a second before their lethal weapons can collide, an unknown and devastating force suddenly erupts directly between the two siblings. A tremendous shockwave tears across the battlefield in an instant, blasting the earth apart and carving a massive crater into the garden. Heavy debris and thick dust surge into the air, and when the cloud finally begins to settle, an astonishing new sight emerges from within it. 3 mysterious figures wrapped in heavy cloaks have appeared directly in the center of the chaos. They are elite members of the Black Reaper squad, and they have somehow stopped the world-shattering collision between the siblings. Now they stand inside the crater with their deadly blades pressed firmly against Theo's neck. The cloaked assassins hold their weapons steady against Theo's throat, surrounding him at close range while glaring fiercely at the young swordsman from beneath their shadowed hoods. One of the elite guards steps forward, menacing purple light glowing from his eyes beneath a wide-brimmed hat. With furious loyalty, he threatens Theo and vows that the fearsome Reaper squad will make him pay dearly for daring to raise a weapon against their precious Miss Reese. But before the fiercely loyal guard can finish his dramatic threat, Reese's colossal scythe suddenly crashes straight down onto the top of his head. The tense standoff collapses into chaos. Resting her enormous weapon casually across one shoulder, Reese furiously berates her own elite squad and demands to know how many times she must order them to stay out of her fights. She complains that she was only beginning to warm up, then angrily asks why they are making such a huge fuss over what she considers a simple family brawl. Standing silently in the middle of this complete circus, Theo can only stare as a massive sweat drop slides down his face. The sudden shift from deadly combat to absurd family comedy leaves him completely bewildered, and he silently admits that this was definitely not the reaction he expected. In an instant, Every trace of lethal tension disappears. Reese bursts into bright laughter while the battered guard beside her rubs the enormous lump rising from his head, completely lowering her guard. She sincerely apologizes to Theo and bitterly complains that her overprotective squad ruined the mood just when their fight was finally becoming fun. Theo takes a moment to catch his breath, then answers with a relaxed smile. He playfully dismisses the ambush and jokes that if her earth-shattering greeting had continued for even one more second, he probably would have passed out completely. Highly amused by his quick response, Reese laughs and gives him a playful punch directly in the chest. She remarks that his confident sense of humor makes her feel much better about the messy interruption. With their explosive reunion finally winding down, the Black Reaper happily declares that the brief fight was an absolute blast and casually invites Theo to go drinking with her sometime. Theo warmly agrees, looking calm and completely unbothered from the outside. Behind that confident smile, however, his thoughts are racing as he makes a grim assessment of his sister's true abilities. Ree's raw strength, blinding speed, and flawless technique are all monstrously powerful. Theo is forced to admit that if they ever fought a real battle to the death with nothing held back, he would need to activate his ultimate dragonization just to have a chance against the Black Reaper. As Reese cheerfully turns her back on him, Theo's thoughts shift toward an even more frightening conclusion. If his sister is already this much of a monster, then the other top-tier candidates competing to become heir must be even stronger. Cold sweat gathers on Theo's face as he thinks about Axion. With terrifying siblings like these standing in the competition, he cannot understand where that arrogant man found the sheer audacity to bluff so confidently about becoming the next clan head. Completely unaware of the crisis unfolding inside her brother's mind, Reese turns toward her trembling Reaper squad and begins barking orders. To compensate for ruining the fight with their reckless ambush, she commands them to prepare a massive celebratory feast immediately. The elite assassins straighten at once, snap into a rigid salute, and roar their absolute obedience. Theo watches the chaotic scene play out as another enormous sweat drop rolls down his face. Compared with the rest of their ruthless and calculating family, he genuinely likes how honest, direct, and easygoing Reese seems to be. Unfortunately, that very friendliness is exactly what creates the problem. Theo's gaze settles on the Black Reaper's enormous and terrifying scythe. After studying the overwhelming energy flowing from the weapon, he finally confirms his suspicion. The blade is radiating the unmistakable aura of a primordial dragon's relic. A heavy wave of dread settles over Theo. If his system quest eventually forces him to take that relic away from Reese, the task would have been infinitely easier if she had treated him like an enemy from the beginning. Instead, her warm and friendly attitude has trapped him inside a brutal moral dilemma. The explosive tension of the battlefield finally melts away, giving way to the peaceful, sunlit interior of the small cabin hidden within the tulip garden. Buried beneath several thick, heavy blankets, little Cassandra stirs weakly before her eyelids slowly flutter open. Still dazed from the severe shock to her mind, the tiny princess struggles upright on the bed, her movements slow and unsteady. Odd steps into the warm room and gently checks on the fragile girl, asking whether she is finally starting to feel a little better. Cassandra answers with a quiet nod. Seeing that small response, the tough caretaker pushes a heavy wooden cart into the room and declares that the sick little kid must be absolutely starving by now. With few quick movements, Odd spreads an enormous, mouth-watering feast directly in front of the little princess. Plates of sizzling meat, bowls of steaming soup, and loaves of freshly baked bread soon cover the entire table. Although Cassandra's pale eyes cannot see any of the food before her, the wonderful aroma captures her attention instantly. She draws in a deep breath of the warm, savory air, and a faint spark of hope brightens her face as she whispers that the meal smells absolutely delicious. Unable to see the steaming dishes or judge where everything has been placed, Cassandra eagerly stretches out both bare hands toward the hot food. Odd reacts before the little girl can touch it, firmly smacking her hand away and loudly scolding her for displaying such terrible table manners. But the moment Odd looks down and notices Cassandra's pale, sightless eyes, guilt suddenly twists inside her chest. She quickly hides that sympathy beneath her usual rough expression, bluntly warning the princess that the food is far too hot to grab and ordering her to eat only the pieces Odd cuts for her. Taking on the role of caretaker with surprising tenderness, Odd carefully slices the meat into manageable pieces and patiently feeds them straight to the little girl. Cassandra happily accepts the first bite, savoring the warm food. As she continues feeding her, Odd casually explains that after the meal, they will need to change her clothes so the damaged garments can be properly patched up. Then, revealing a much softer side than anyone might expect, Odd thoughtfully points out that Cassandra's mother was the one who made those precious clothes for her. The instant those tender words reach her ears, tears begin gathering in the little princess's unseeing eyes. With her voice trembling softly, Cassandra offers Odd a heartfelt thank you. Odd answers with a fond, teasing smirk and playfully calls the emotional little princess a crybaby. Suddenly remembering that she forgot to bring anything to drink, Aude rises from her seat. Before leaving, she sternly warns Cassandra not to start eating with her hands again, then quickly steps out of the room to fetch the drinks. But the very second Cassandra is left alone inside the silent cabin, every trace of that warm and comforting atmosphere seems to disappear. Her small fingers tighten around the fabric of her clothes as a crushing wave of anxiety washes over her. With dread settling heavily in her chest, the young prophet realizes that something about this situation is terribly wrong. Panic begins racing through Cassandra's thoughts. For some time now, her dreams have stopped revealing the future, and everything currently unfolding around her directly contradicts the visions she had already witnessed. Never before has she experienced such a frightening and complete blindness toward what lies ahead. Even so, while sitting alone in the dim cabin, the little girl desperately clings to one fragile thread of hope within this uncertain, broken timeline. After all, every future she had seen before was filled with nothing but unbearable sadness, suffering, and tragedy. Cassandra's heavy boots step onto the wooden floorboards, each footfall echoing through the cabin. Hearing someone enter, the blind little princess brightens and happily assumes that her tough caretaker has finally returned with the drinks. Yet as those threatening footsteps continue drawing closer, Cassandra's hopeful expression fades, and a cold realization suddenly grips her. The slow, calculated tread does not belong to anyone she recognizes. Trembling as fresh fear spreads through her body, the young prophet nervously asks the stranger to identify themselves, innocently mistaking the terrifying intruder for an auntie. Towering Archer stands menacingly in the doorway, armed from head to toe and blocking the only clear path outside. This woman is Sex, number 6 among Troyvin's 9 elite servitors. Sex immediately takes offense at the innocent greeting. The ruthless assassin lets out an irritated scoff, angrily criticizing the child's manners and harshly demanding that Cassandra address her as an older sister instead. Without showing even the slightest hint of mercy, Sex swings her arm and violently backhands the small, defenseless girl across the face. The brutal impact hurls Cassandra face-first into the warm meal in front of her. Dishes scatter as the little princess is knocked completely off the bed, crashing hard onto the cold wooden floor below. Sex looks down at the motionless princess with open arrogance, mocking how laughably simple this kidnapping mission has turned out to be. Grabbing the frail girl roughly by her clothes, the overconfident assassin prepares to carry her away and make a quick escape. Certain that no one is there to stop her, Sex has carelessly lowered her guard completely. Just as Sex hoists the unconscious child into the air by her collar, the dark shadows stretched across the cabin floor suddenly begin twisting, swelling, and spreading with violent force. A colossal, nightmarish creature bursts from the darkness directly behind the unsuspecting Troyvin assassin, its jagged teeth glowing inside a monstrous grin. It is Umbra, Theo's enormous dragon, rising straight out of the shadows and looming over the intruder with overwhelming, murderous bloodlust. Without warning, the silent cabin buried beneath the winter snow erupts from within, its wooden walls blown apart in a single violent burst. A savage shockwave tears straight through the roof, hurling shattered beams, splintered planks, and chunks of heavy debris high into the bitter, freezing air. Inside what remains of the cabin, thick streams of blood fall from above, striking the broken floorboards and slowly gathering into a dark crimson pool. The once arrogant Troyvin assassin has been utterly crushed. Sex lies thrown against the wreckage, one hand clamped over the enormous wound carved into her shoulder as blood pours between her fingers. She curses through unbearable pain, but the instant she raises her head, every trace of confidence disappears, replaced by naked terror. Towering directly over her is something pulled from the worst nightmare imaginable. A colossal dragon formed from writhing black shadows and blinding streams of white smoke. Umbra's sinister presence presses down so heavily that even the elite assassin finds herself frozen in place. With blood running across her face, Sex stares into the creature's hollow, glowing eyes and screams at the incomprehensible monster before her. Her thoughts race desperately through every memory and report she possesses, yet nothing explains how such a nightmarish beast could have suddenly appeared. Her eyes dart toward the shattered remains of the cabin, and Sex curses the scale of the destruction. This battle has already created far too much noise, drawing attention she cannot afford. Worse still, none of her intelligence mentioned that the target was protected by a guardian of such monstrous strength. Through the rolling smoke and crawling darkness, she finally sees the dragon's enormous body curled tightly around the unconscious little princess, shielding the child from every direction. The moment Sex realizes the creature exists only to protect the girl, a twisted, bloodthirsty smile crawls across her face. She has already wasted too much time. With madness burning in her eyes, she violently draws her blade and makes her decision. Kill the monster, seize the child, and disappear before anyone else arrives. Umbra, however, has no intention of yielding even a single step. The Shadow Dragon answers her challenge with a deafening roar powerful enough to shake the ground beneath the ruined cabin. In the next heartbeat, Sex swings, releasing an enormous crescent of crimson energy. The destructive slash tears through Umbra's smoky body, sending thick, dark blood spraying violently across the wreckage. When Sex sees the terrifying creature bleed, her wicked confidence immediately returns. She studies the dragon's strength, measures the damage from her attack, and lets out an arrogant scoff. Despite its horrifying appearance, she concludes that the beast is far more fragile and far weaker than she had initially feared. That brief return of arrogance proves to be a brutal mistake. Just as Sex raises her weapon to launch the finishing counterattack, a blinding flash explodes through the sky directly above her. She barely has time to look up before a crushing force strikes her steel blade, shattering it instantly and scattering razor-sharp fragments through the air. Descending from the heavens with the speed and force of a falling meteor, Theo crashes violently into the center of the battlefield. The bloodied assassin stares upward at the swordsman dropping toward her, and disbelief twists across her terrified face. She screams Theo's name, finally understanding that the man before her is Theo Ragnar, the infamous young warrior surrounded by countless horrifying rumors. Theo gives her no opportunity to recover or even finish the thought. Without slowing for an instant, he swings his sword and releases a merciless arc of blinding aura. Sex cannot react in time. Her entire left arm, still gripping the broken hilt of her weapon, is severed cleanly from her body as a towering fountain of blood bursts into the icy air. A mind-rending scream tears from the Troivan assassin's throat. Her face contorts beneath the unbearable pain, and her mutilated body crashes backward into the broken remains of the cabin. Theo pays no attention to her agonized cries. Calmly lowering himself from the air, he lands among the shattered beams and scattered wreckage without taking his eyes off the danger around him. His gaze immediately shifts toward Umbra, who remains curled protectively around the unconscious Cassandra. Seeing that the little princess is unharmed, Theo warmly praises his shadow beast for guarding her so perfectly. The dreadful dragon responds with a pleased rumble, affectionately pressing its massive head against its master. But their brief moment of relief lasts only an instant. A wet, unnatural sound rises from somewhere behind him, and every one of Theo's sharpened senses flares with sudden alarm. He whips his head back toward the mutilated assassin, his fierce eyes narrowing. Then a chilling understanding strikes him. Even cornered, disarmed, and bleeding to death, the desperate servitor has not surrendered. Sex has activated the forbidden reverse blood surge technique, a suicidal art designed to destroy its own user. Theo immediately braces himself for a catastrophic explosion, but instead of raw energy, an enormous cloud of thick red smoke erupts violently around her. Theo's eyes widen as the truth hits him. She has deceived him completely. This is not a suicide technique at all. It is an emergency signal. A metallic tube is clenched tightly between Sex's teeth, and a manic, blood-covered grin stretches across her face. Spitting crimson from her lips, she mocks his alarm and declares that she would never choose a pathetic death through reverse blood surge. To her, such a meaningless ending is utterly detestable. Theo moves to silence her, but he is already too late. The device clenched inside her mouth detonates violently. Determined to ensure the mission continues even after her defeat, Sex chooses a gruesome end and blows herself apart in a deafening blast. A savage wall of force, debris, and blinding smoke surges outward, forcing Theo to throw up both arms and shield his face. Many miles from the devastated cabin, the towering column of red smoke is clearly reflected inside the polished lens of a young scout's spyglass. Watching the emergency signal climb through the pale winter sky, the scout lowers her glass and reports to her superior with unsettling calm, confirming that their assassin has been discovered and killed. On a shattered landscape suspended unnaturally in the air, a sinister figure dressed like a plague doctor receives the report without displaying even the slightest grief. The ruthless masked leader coldly notes that Sex was merely a specialized experiment created for stealth operations. The young scout dismisses the assassin's gruesome death just as casually, admitting that her advanced concealment abilities were simply insufficient. To the masked leader, however, her failure has still produced valuable information they can use in the operation ahead. The masked leader turns his threatening gaze toward the distant horizon and announces that the experimental stage of their operation is officially finished. Now that the enemy's capabilities have been tested, he decides it is finally time to act seriously and gives the chilling order to mobilize. Behind him waits a force so enormous that it seems to swallow the entire landscape. Countless heavily armed knights stand in flawless formation, their armor gleaming and their weapons prepared. Troivan's elite cavalry is ready to march, carrying both the Empire's honor and its merciless hunger for blood. Back at the Tulip Garden, That same massive pillar of red smoke can be seen rising through the distant winter sky. Reese stares at the signal in complete bewilderment. The Black Reaper frantically wonders whether her brother was the one who launched it and what kind of disaster could be unfolding near the cabin. Feeling overwhelming danger closing in, she sharply orders the Reaper squad to spread out at once and search the surrounding area for enemies. Before any of her elite assassins can take even a single step, one of Ree's loyal guards calmly interrupts her. His expression remains grim as he watches the distance, and he solemnly tells his master that sending out scouts will no longer be necessary. Already tense, Reese turns on him and demands to know what he means. But when she follows the direction of his chilling stare, her anger vanishes. Her breath catches in her throat, her eyes spread wide, and a catastrophic realization settles across her face. Advancing relentlessly across the peaceful fields of purple flowers is a sight worthy of the end of the world. Troivin's colossal cavalry army has already reached the tulip garden. Thousands of heavy hoofs pound the earth in unison, their thunderous charge tearing apart the serenity of the beautiful landscape. At the front of that merciless advance rides Troivin's most heavily armored and highly trained cavalry division, the legendary Blue Mountain Corps, ripping straight through the endless purple fields. Even Theo is left stunned as he watches the overwhelming tide of knights approaching their position. He recognizes the famous unit immediately, yet cannot understand why the enemy would deploy an army meant for full-scale war over this single operation. In that instant, he realizes the situation has become far more dangerous and complicated than he ever expected. Moving quickly through the scattered debris, Theo returns to Reese with the unconscious princess secured safely against his back. Reese is visibly relieved to find her brother unharmed, but both of them immediately turn their attention toward the approaching invasion. Theo grimly admits that he has fought soldiers of this caliber before. What he cannot understand is how such an enormous military force crossed the area without anyone detecting them. Reese reaches the same horrifying conclusion almost immediately. The guards stationed around the outer boundary of the tulip garden must have been slaughtered before even one of them could raise an alarm. The ground begins trembling violently beneath their feet as the cavalry draws closer, but Theo senses that the massacre outside is only part of the problem. His thoughts race as he starts assembling the pieces of a far darker and more disturbing mystery. He already knows Cassandra's prophetic ability would be coveted by countless powerful forces. Yet the Troivan Empire is ruled by the Mad Dragon Emperor, a terrifying and bloodthirsty regressor who already possesses knowledge of the future. As Theo considers that contradiction, a chilling realization begins to take shape. An empire commanded by someone who already knows the future would never launch a full-scale military operation, risking an enormous number of soldiers, merely to abduct one blind little girl, unless Cassandra's hidden importance was greater than anything Theo had ever imagined. Theo tightens his hold around the unconscious princess, keeping her firmly against his back as he bitterly curses Troivan and whatever sinister plan the empire is concealing. His thoughts are abruptly shattered by a terrified cry from the perimeter. The cavalry is seconds away from breaking through their position. Amid the rising chaos, one of the defenders desperately calls for Miss Reese to issue her orders. The Black Reaper's eyes burn with fierce determination, and she makes her decision without the slightest hesitation. Reese refuses to retreat from an enemy charging directly toward them. Raising her weapon with violent resolve, she declares that there is no reason to avoid a battle they cannot escape. She orders the entire squad to charge head-on and tear down every Troivan knight in their path. Theo immediately cuts across her command before the Reaper squad can move. Firmly shutting down his sister's bloodthirsty plan, he tells her that engaging the cavalry in a direct battle would accomplish absolutely nothing. Holding the unconscious Cassandra securely, Theo reveals the terrifying reason behind his warning. Every soldier in the invading army has come for this one little girl. He urgently explains that although they may be strong enough to survive a brutal clash against the cavalry, Cassandra is far too fragile to endure such chaos. If they become trapped in a full-scale battle, the confusion will create the perfect opportunity for the enemy to seize her during the crossfire. Reese turns toward the sleeping child, completely shaken by the revelation. She demands to know who Cassandra could possibly be for Troivan to send an army of this size after her. Equally baffled, one of the Black Reaper members blurts out a wild guess, wondering whether the girl might secretly be the Emperor's illegitimate child. Faced with his sister's urgent questions, Theo offers no explanation. He simply looks back at her, his expression heavy and his silence darker than any answer he could give. Reese stares at him in utter confusion, unable to understand why her own brother would continue hiding the truth when an entire enemy army is already bearing down upon them. Beside her, the elite Reaper guards let out disbelieving groans, staring at the young heir as though they cannot comprehend what they just heard. His stubborn refusal leaves even these battle-hardened assassins completely speechless. Knowing they need a clear decision immediately, the Black Reaper makes a tactical choice in the blink of an eye. Forcing down every trace of warrior pride, she abandons the counterattack and sharply orders her squad to scatter and conceal themselves. Her loyal assassins obey without hesitation, vanishing across the snowy terrain as the freezing wind tears through the battlefield. Reese clenches her teeth until her jaw aches, tightening both hands around the shaft of her enormous scythe. Cold sweat gathers across her face as the terrifying cavalry thunders closer, and she curses bitterly under her breath. No matter how she looks at it, their situation has become dangerously complicated. Then, without warning, a heavy hand reaches from inside the shattered cabin and clamps tightly around the splintered wooden doorframe. The head of the garden coop stumbles violently through the doorway, barely managing to remain on her feet. Blood pours from a deep wound across her face, while dirt and debris cover her battered body. Furious and horrified by the unstoppable Troivan cavalry charging toward her home, she curses the group and demands to know exactly who they have dragged to her doorstep. But with the devastating army drawing closer every second, the terrified woman has no time to wait for an answer. She waves her arms frantically toward the cabin, screaming at the stunned group to stop standing in the open and get inside before the cavalry reaches them. Deep within the darkness of the ruined cabin, the battered woman hurriedly reveals the desperate escape route she has been keeping hidden from the outside world. Beneath an old bed resting on the wooden floorboards lies their only possible chance of survival, a concealed trapdoor built so carefully that no one would notice it at first glance. One after another, the group plunges through the hidden entrance and races down a narrow stone staircase. Thick cobwebs cling to the walls around them as they descend deeper into the cold, lightless passage. When the staircase finally opens into the cavernous depths below, Theo comes to an abrupt stop. His eyes widen as he takes in the unbelievable sight waiting before him. An enormous underground hall stretches farther than the eye can see, illuminated by countless torches burning along the ancient stone walls. Theo slowly scans the breathtaking sanctuary, stunned by its impossible scale as he begins to realize what this place might be. Before he can finish the thought, the bleeding head of the garden coop sharply tells him to show proper respect. This vast crypt is the sacred final resting place of Ragnar's revered ancestors. Still carrying the unconscious princess securely in his arms, Theo lowers his gaze and offers a grim apology. By coming here, he has brought an entire military invasion straight to the caretaker's home. The battered caretaker merely clicks her tongue and dismisses his apology without a second thought. She understood the danger from the moment she chose to shelter them. The only thing she asks in return is that Theo protect the child with his life. Motioning for everyone to follow her deeper into the shadows, she assures them that the Troivan cavalry knows absolutely nothing about this hidden sanctuary. And even in the unlikely event that the soldiers discover and breach the entrance, reaching them will be nearly impossible. The crypt was constructed as an intricate underground maze, deliberately designed to confuse, separate, and trap any grave robbers foolish enough to enter. The caretaker firmly explains that their destination is the Tomb of 299, hidden in the deepest and safest region of the entire underground labyrinth. The instant Reese hears that legendary name, her eyes widen in disbelief. She can hardly believe that such a mythical place has been lying directly beneath their feet all this time. As the group presses farther into the darkness, a heavy realization settles over Theo. Memories of Ragnar's grim history surface in his mind, bringing back the legendary and terrifying account of the 299 Suicide Squad. Many generations earlier, a nightmarish horde of colossal monsters descended upon the northern frontier. The creatures trampled everything in their path, threatening to break through the border and completely annihilate the entire continent beyond it. Against an enemy no ordinary army could hope to stop, only 299 of Ragnar's most elite warriors remained standing. Refusing to retreat, they threw themselves into a savage bloodbath and sacrificed every last one of their lives to halt the monstrous wave. Their final stand became a legendary tale of courage and sacrifice known to everyone born into Ragnar's bloodline. After navigating the seemingly endless labyrinth, the group finally reaches its furthest point. They step beyond the last passage and enter a magnificent sanctuary filled with brilliant, almost sacred light. Enormous monuments rise throughout the cavern, surrounding a colossal pillar that glows with overwhelming radiance and floods the entire chamber with light. Standing before the breathtaking sight, the battered caretaker proudly announces that they have finally reached their destination. This solemn sanctuary is the sacred burial ground of Ragnar's legendary 299 heroes, the warriors who once gave their lives to save the continent. Theo carefully examines the spotless, heavily protected chamber before finally releasing the breath he has been holding. Hidden far beneath the surface and surrounded by an impossible maze, this subterranean fortress seems untouchable. For the first time since the pursuit began, he feels certain that the unconscious princess will be safe from the invading army above. Theo openly admits that without the caretaker's expert guidance through those twisting, nearly impossible passages, none of them would ever have reached this place. Yet just as a brief sense of relief begins to settle over the group, their fragile peace is suddenly torn apart. Without the slightest warning, a glowing blue system window erupts into existence directly before Theo's eyes. An urgent message flashes across its surface, declaring that a massive anomaly has been detected and that his hatchling synchro skill has been forcibly activated. Completely unprepared for the sudden activation, Theo stiffens in place, staring at the alert in stunned confusion. Before Theo can even begin to understand the system's warning, an eerie supernatural glow spreads through the entire cavern. Dozens of mysterious hooded phantoms materialize from empty air, their luminous bodies appearing one after another throughout the ancient tomb. The ethereal figures float high above the group, silently filling the chamber with an overwhelming spectral presence. Theo stares upward in pure disbelief, only to realize that every phantom is now staring directly back down at him. The moment one of the towering shadows meets Theo's eyes, the spirit suddenly goes rigid with shock. It turns toward the others in utter confusion, unable to believe that a living human is looking straight at them. In a stunned whisper, the phantom reveals the impossible truth to the rest of the gathering. This young boy can actually see them. The ancient tomb falls into a chilling silence as both Theo and the dead remain frozen beneath the weight of that revelation. Deep inside the sprawling ancient sanctuary buried beneath the earth, Reese slowly tilts her head back and stares up at the towering stone monuments in open amazement. Her enormous scythe rests casually across one shoulder, yet even the usually unshakable Black Reaper cannot hide how impressed she is. Taking in the breathtaking scale of the silent crypt, she admits that she never imagined the Tulip Garden had been concealing such a vast and sacred place directly beneath their feet. As her gaze sweeps across the spotless stonework and carefully preserved surroundings, Reese gives the cooperative head her sincere respect. A sanctuary this ancient should have been buried beneath dust and decay long ago, so keeping it in such pristine condition must have required years of extraordinary care, patience, and constant attention. Aude continues leading everyone farther through the dim passageways, her battered figure moving steadily ahead as the surrounding shadows deepen. After several quiet steps, she glances back over her shoulder with an unusually heavy expression. Her eyes linger on the tombs around them, and beneath her breath, she murmurs something cryptic about the undeniable bond connecting her to this place. Reese catches the faint sound but cannot make out the words. Leaning forward slightly, she asks Aude to repeat herself and speak a little louder. The request immediately pulls the caretaker out of her distant thoughts. Aude stiffens for a moment, then hurriedly dismisses the remark, claiming she had merely been mumbling nonsense to herself. With no intention of leaving the sanctuary exposed, Aude quickly turns toward the enormous stone staircase leading back to the surface. Her expression sharpens with urgency as she begins climbing the broad steps, determined to personally inspect the upper entrance and make certain that no enemy has discovered their hiding place. Before disappearing into the darkness above, Aude looks back and gives the group a firm order to remain exactly where they are. She warns them that the underground sanctuary stretches into a dangerous maze, and wandering around carelessly could leave them hopelessly lost. Reese responds with an exaggerated, sarcastic salute, casually acknowledging the command as Aude vanishes up the shadowy staircase. Once Aude passes through, the massive stone door closes behind her with a deep, grinding rumble, sealing the group safely inside the crypt. In the sudden silence that follows, Theo remains near the center of the chamber, carefully supporting the unconscious princess in both arms and making sure her limp body does not slip from his grasp. Reese turns back toward the others and repeats the caretaker's instructions in a more casual tone. According to Aude, they are supposed to stay inside the ancient sanctuary, rest, and avoid causing trouble until she finishes checking the situation above and personally calls them back to the surface. Theo listens while standing in the middle of the enormous crypt, but his attention suddenly drifts away from Reese's words. His glowing, dragon-like eyes slowly widen, and an expression of complete disbelief spreads across his face as he finally notices what has gathered all around him. Dozens of pale, spectral figures are floating throughout the chamber, surrounding Theo from every direction. Their translucent bodies shimmer faintly against the ancient stone walls, while their voices overlap in a frantic storm of excited whispers. The entire crowd of long-dead spirits seems to be buzzing with restless curiosity. One astonished ghost blurts out that Theo's mind gate is already open despite his remarkably young age. Almost immediately, another phantom leans forward with equal excitement and nervously wonders whether the boy can truly see them, or whether his startled expression is only a coincidence. A third spirit quickly points at Theo, insisting that the young swordsman is obviously following their movements with his eyes. The phantom can barely contain its excitement, declaring that it has been an unbearably long time since any of them were able to interact with a living person who could actually sense their presence. Voices crash over one another from every side, leaving Theo trapped in the middle of a deafening wall of ghostly chatter. Unsure which spirit he is supposed to answer first, he shifts awkwardly, while still holding the princess, and mutters under his breath that these celebrated ancient heroes are far more talkative than he ever expected. Theo's bewildered remark does not go unnoticed. From within the crowd, an enormous and imposing phantom slowly glides forward, causing several of the smaller spirits to drift aside. His deep voice rolls through the crypt with a powerful echo as he offers Theo a sincere apology for the overwhelming commotion. The towering spirit gently explains that the ancient souls are not trying to trouble him. They are simply overjoyed after finally meeting someone among the living who can hear their voices and communicate with them. The massive phantom gradually lowers himself until he is floating directly before Theo. Carrying himself with the solemn dignity of a veteran commander, he formally introduces himself as Doma Ragnar, the legendary vice commander who once served in the 299 Suicide Squad. After welcoming the young swordsman, Doma studies him with open curiosity and asks what kind of disaster could have driven a living Ragnar descendant into their sealed burial ground. Theo tightens his hold on the unconscious princess and respectfully explains the crisis unfolding above. A massive enemy force launched a sudden assault on the tulip garden, leaving them with no choice but to retreat underground. They entered the sanctuary only because the cooperative head personally commanded them to seek refuge here. At the mention of another war, Doma's spectral eyes widen with genuine surprise. However, the shock lasts only a moment before the battle-hardened phantom gives a bitter, knowing smile. Endless fighting, sudden attacks, and bloodshed without warning all sound painfully familiar to him. In his eyes, nothing could be more typical of the Ragnar clan he remembers. Still supporting the princess, Theo lowers his head and places one hand respectfully over his chest. He offers a formal apology for entering the tomb without permission and explains that they never intended to disturb the dead. He then politely asks Doma and the other spirits to allow them to use this sacred resting place as a temporary shelter until the danger on the surface has passed. Doma suddenly breaks into a broad, hearty grin, clearly entertained by Theo's careful manners. With a booming laugh, the vice commander remarks that such politeness is almost suspicious coming from a Ragnar, a clan better known for producing savage warriors than courteous young nobles. Still, the unexpected visitors are a welcome change after an eternity of unbearable boredom. Delighted to finally have company, Doma warmly grants them permission to stay, and enthusiastically tells everyone to make themselves as comfortable as possible. Yet just as the atmosphere begins to relax, Doma's cheerful expression abruptly disappears. His broad smile fades, his glowing eyes narrow, and the air around the towering phantom becomes noticeably heavier. In a grave and solemn tone, he tells Theo that there is something extremely important he wants the young swordsman to see. The sudden change catches Theo completely off guard. He points toward himself with a confused look, asking whether Doma is truly making that request of him. The ancient vice commander confirms with a slow nod, though he warns that what he intends to show him may require some time. Doma politely asks whether Theo can spare a little while, then begins drifting deeper into the sanctuary. As he passes, the phantom adds in an ominously certain voice that Theo will definitely want to hear what comes next. Curiosity begins to outweigh Theo's uneasiness. After making sure the unconscious princess remains secure in his arms, he follows closely behind the ghostly commander, allowing Doma to guide him farther into the unexplored depths of the ancient crypt. The farther they travel, the more imposing the sanctuary becomes. When they finally approach its absolute center, Theo lifts his gaze and freezes mid-step. His dragon-like eyes widen once again as the astonishing sight before him leaves the young heir completely speechless. A roaring pillar of brilliant blue light rises through the center of the chamber, bathing the surrounding stone and flowers in an otherworldly glow. Directly beneath that light rests an ancient coffin. Despite the countless years that must have passed, the tomb remains untouched, flawless, and almost impossibly pristine. Doma comes to a solemn stop beside the glowing coffin, his massive spectral form outlined by the blue radiance. His voice echoes across the cavern as he asks whether Theo remembers Odd calling the dead within the sanctuary the 299 heroes when the group first arrived. Theo cautiously confirms that those were her exact words. Sensing something hidden behind the question, he asks whether there is a problem with that legendary title. A heavy silence settles over the crypt, swallowing even the restless whispers of the surrounding spirits. After a long pause, Doma finally reveals a secret that completely overturns the clan's accepted history. The old legend is wrong. There were not merely 299 heroes who fought and died on that final day. There were 300. Doma turns his gaze toward the radiant coffin and explains that the one resting inside was the supreme commander of their suicide squad, the true hero who stood above and led every one of them. Then Doma speaks the legendary commander's name. But the instant the forbidden word leaves his mouth, a violent eruption of unnatural static tears through the chamber, completely swallowing and censoring the name before Theo can hear even a single recognizable sound. At that exact moment, a piercing, high-pitched ringing detonates inside Theo's skull. The pain strikes without warning and immediately overwhelms every thought in his mind. He screams, nearly dropping under the pressure as both hands fly toward his ears. Yet covering them does nothing. The sound is not entering from outside. It is exploding directly within his head, threatening to split his consciousness apart. Unable to remain standing, Theo crashes down onto his knees among the blooming purple flowers surrounding the coffin. His breathing turns ragged as he struggles to recover from the mind-shattering burst of static. Still clutching his head, he looks toward Doma with panic and anger mixed across his face, desperately demanding an explanation for what was just done to him. Doma does not answer immediately. The ancient vice commander remains beside the flawless coffin, staring at it with a grief-stricken expression that has clearly endured for centuries. Only after the ringing begins to fade does he finally speak, revealing the horrifying truth behind the violent reaction. That psychic censorship is not a defensive spell or some mechanism hidden within the tomb. According to Doma, it is undeniable proof that their true commander was completely devoured by the terrifying outer gods. His existence was erased so thoroughly that every record, memory, and trace of his identity was torn out of the world itself. The moment Theo hears the words, outer gods, horror spreads across his face. His thoughts immediately return to the pantheon and to his own dreadful encounter with those nightmarish cosmic beings covered in countless watching eyes. Even now, remembering them sends a chill through him. Still shaken by the static, Theo struggles to comprehend how completely a person must be erased for the universe itself to prevent anyone from hearing, speaking, or even recognizing his name. Standing within the column of blue light, Doma explains the tragedy in a low and solemn voice. Their lord ventured far beyond any boundary a mortal should have crossed, descending too deeply into the abyss. There, he came dangerously close to an unfathomable existence feared as the nameless sovereign. The consequences of that encounter were catastrophic. The cosmic entity did not merely kill their commander or destroy his body. It consumed the very idea of who he was, devouring his identity so completely that his name, his history, and every physical record proving that he had ever lived were wiped away from reality itself. Doma explains that such total erasure is the natural price paid by anyone reckless enough to challenge a being of that level. The only reason the 299 phantoms can still remember their lost commander is because they are already dead. By leaving their physical bodies behind, their souls slipped beyond the ordinary laws governing the living world, allowing fragments of the forbidden memory to remain within them. There is one other exception: the extremely small number of direct descendants whose blood still ties them to the forgotten hero. As Theo pieces together Doma's words, he believes he finally understands the vice commander's purpose. He assumes Doma has continued struggling to influence the land of the living because he wants to honor the lord whose existence was stolen from history. Doma gives a vague acknowledgement, neither fully confirming nor denying Theo's conclusion. But then Doma's expression becomes painfully desperate. The strength and dignity of the legendary vice commander seem to drain from his spectral face as he confesses their greatest fear. These phantoms will not remain forever. If the 299 spirits eventually fade from this world, the final beings capable of remembering their beloved lord will disappear, and every last trace of him will be permanently extinguished. Doma slowly extends one enormous, glowing hand toward Theo. His voice carries the weight of centuries of helplessness as he makes a plea capable of changing the young swordsman's entire future. He begs Theo to become the person who carries their forgotten lord's legacy forward, preserving what little remains before it vanishes forever. Theo can only stare at him in complete bewilderment. He asks how he is supposed to preserve the legacy of someone whose name cannot even be spoken without reality violently interfering. Doma answers that the solution is far simpler than Theo imagines. He wants the young Ragnar to inherit their commander's forgotten swordsmanship and become the lost hero's true and officially recognized successor. The proposal leaves Theo utterly stunned. After a moment, he immediately points out the impossible contradiction at the heart of Doma's request. How can anyone learn a sword style that has already been erased from existence along with every written record of its techniques? Doma then reveals the one loophole the outer gods failed to close. The world and its system may have destroyed every physical trace, but fragments of their master's techniques remain burned into the souls of the 299 phantoms. Those memories are incomplete and faint, yet the spirits are prepared to gather every surviving piece and pass that legendary power down to Theo. Theo quickly grasps the true scale of what Doma is suggesting. This would not be ordinary training. They would have to reconstruct an entire lost martial art in real time using nothing but scattered memories from hundreds of dead warriors. No matter how legendary the result might be, Theo politely but firmly refuses. A massive battle is raging directly above them, and he cannot afford to spend precious hours assembling the fragmented sword manual of a forgotten ghost, while his allies may still be fighting for their lives. Doma's desperation overwhelms whatever pride he once carried as a commander. The towering phantom suddenly lowers himself all the way to the ground and bows deeply before the young boy. In a strained voice, he begs Theo to reconsider. None of the spirits knows how much longer their souls can remain tethered to this plane. Theo barely has time to absorb the weight of Doma's plea before the rest of the 299 phantoms surge toward him all at once. The entire army of legendary spirits abandons every trace of heroic dignity, crowding around the young swordsman in a frantic swarm as they begin shouting, pleading, and demanding that he accept their request. The ghosts use every ridiculous method they can think of to change Theo's mind. Some shamelessly attempt to guilt him by insisting that a proper Ragnar should help his own dead ancestors. Others abandon persuasion entirely and begin threatening him, loudly declaring that they will place terrifying curses upon him if he dares to refuse their final wish. The threats quickly become more absurd. One furious phantom declares that if Theo rejects them, he will turn himself into a ghost and haunt the boy for the rest of his life. Another spirit immediately points out that they are all already ghosts, leaving the first phantom speechless. As the ridiculous argument continues around him, a huge bead of sweat slowly slides down Theo's face. Completely surrounded by screaming, floating ancestors, Theo shifts uncomfortably beneath the pressure of hundreds of glowing eyes. Though the whole situation is becoming increasingly ridiculous, he awkwardly admits that being cursed by an entire army of dead Ragnar heroes genuinely does sound terrifying. Far above the sanctuary, the snowy cabin has already been reduced to a scene of absolute destruction, with the battle continuing in violent chaos across the surface. Deep underground, Theo silently weighs the urgency of the situation. He knows his allies may still be in danger, but he is forced to accept an irritating truth. Until Odd finishes checking the surface and confirms that it is safe to leave, he cannot actually go anywhere. For the moment, all he can do is remain inside the crypt and wait. Doma notices the hesitation in Theo's eyes and seems to interpret it as another refusal. His broad spectral shoulders slump, and his face sinks into a look of complete defeat. Releasing a long, miserable sigh, the ghostly vice commander quietly says that if Theo still refuses after hearing everything, then there is truly nothing more they can do. But less than a heartbeat later, Doma's sorrowful expression twists with terrifying speed. His spectral eyes blaze with blinding white light, and his booming voice erupts through the cavern at full force. Abandoning every trace of courtesy, he furiously threatens to invoke the curse of the 299 and permanently bind Theo's soul to the underground sanctuary if the boy refuses to cooperate. Under the crushing pressure of Doma's violent mood swing, Theo breaks into a heavy sweat. He nervously rubs the back of his neck, glances at the army of unstable ghosts surrounding him, and hastily gives in before their threats become even worse. He agrees to undergo the training, but immediately establishes one firm condition. They cannot waste time. The situation above may change without warning, and Theo makes it clear that he and the others might be forced to leave the sanctuary at any moment. In an instant, Doma abandons the terrifying, curse-spitting persona he had been putting on and drifts straight back toward the young heir. A huge, delighted smile stretches across the ghostly commander's face as he warmly thanks Theo for agreeing to inherit their teachings. Barely able to contain his excitement after waiting so long to pass down this legacy, Doma proudly explains that although their legendary lord never trained the phantoms directly, they spent years watching him from behind. Every principle, movement, and hidden insight they managed to steal with their eyes will now be drilled into Theo without mercy. The vice commanders immediately erupt into ecstatic cheers, loudly assuring the young heir that he could not possibly have found better teachers. Overflowing with anticipation, Doma declares that they will finally witness their lord's supreme technique once more, the legendary 10,000 shattering sword. The moment that absurdly magnificent name reaches his ears, an enormous bead of sweat slides down the side of Theo's face. His expression turns awkward as he silently wonders whether calling it the 10,000 shattering sword might be pushing the legend just a little too far. Doma immediately crushes that suspicion before it can grow, casually revealing that the legendary technique once succeeded in striking down the horrifying outer gods themselves. Theo freezes where he stands, his eyes widening in genuine disbelief. Unable to hide his shock, he asks whether this sword art can truly wound those incomprehensible cosmic beings that exist beyond ordinary understanding. A proud and utterly confident grin spreads across the ghostly vice commander's face as he confirms that destroying such entities is not merely something the technique can do. It is the one and only reason it exists. However, Doma then reveals a condition so bizarre that it completely twists Theo's understanding of swordsmanship. Because the blade was created solely to oppose those cosmic horrors, it cannot cut ordinary physical matter at all. Against anything belonging to the normal world, the supposedly ultimate sword is completely useless. The towering phantom leans over the young swordsman, his massive presence casting a heavy shadow across Theo, as he bluntly states that the true issue is not what the strange blade can or cannot cut. What really matters is whether Theo possesses enough natural talent to comprehend it in the first place. Theo falls silent, his brow tightening as he carefully turns the impossible concept over in his mind. A sword capable of slaying gods beyond reality, yet unable to leave even the smallest mark on the physical world. As Theo struggles to process that unbelievable contradiction, a violent memory suddenly tears through his thoughts. In the blink of an eye, his mind is dragged back to the terrifying moment when he entered the Pantheon and came face to face with something no mortal was ever meant to witness. The image returns with horrifying clarity. Theo once again sees that colossal blue eye belonging to the outer god, vast enough to swallow his entire field of vision as it stared down upon him from beyond the world. Then comes the memory of the mysterious cloaked figure standing against it, followed by the blinding, apocalyptic burst of raw power that exploded outward and forced the cosmic horror away. Elsewhere in the ancient crypt, Reese sits motionless on the freezing stone floor. Her shoulders hang low, and she stares blankly into the distance with the hollow, thoroughly exhausted expression of someone whose patience and energy have both been completely drained. Turning her weary gaze to the side, Reese sees Cassandra sleeping peacefully on the ground beside her, completely unaware of everything happening around them. As she watches the child breathe quietly, Theo's earlier words replay inside her head. He had casually asked his sister to keep an eye on the kid for a little while, as though he were requesting the smallest favor in the world. The request had immediately caught Reese off guard. Faced with such an unexpectedly heavy responsibility, she had frantically protested that she possessed absolutely no experience caring for a child. Theo, however, had brushed aside her rising panic without a second thought. Wearing his usual calm expression, he simply reassured her that it would only be for a little while and hurried away before she could object any further. Of course, that promise of a little while turned out to be a completely shameless lie. Trapped beside the sleeping child with no escape from her babysitting duty, the Black Reaper's exhaustion gradually boils into furious irritation. Reese curses her brother viciously beneath her breath, grinding her teeth as she remembers how he claimed he would be gone for only a second. The very next moment, he had thrown himself straight into an explosive, high-speed training session, not even leaving her enough time to argue or drag him back. Entirely unaware of the murderous frustration building inside his sister, Theo remains completely absorbed in the inheritance of the phantoms. His feet shift rapidly across the ancient floor while his blade tears through the air with astonishing control. One swing follows another with incredible speed and precision, releasing streak after streak of radiant blue sword aura that flash across the dark crypt like bolts of frozen lightning. Watching her brother enthusiastically carve glowing arcs through the air, Reese slumps backward against the cold stone wall and begins scratching at her head, with both hands in sheer frustration. Every explosive swing only makes her mood worse. She bitterly complains that her entire body is practically crawling with the urge to join the fight, yet she remains chained to the floor by the most ridiculous enemy imaginable, babysitting duty. Still grumbling, Reese turns her complaints toward the hidden members of her squad and genuinely wonders how anyone expects her to know what to do with a child. With a cynical laugh, she mutters that perhaps she might understand parenting if someone had ever bothered to raise her properly in the first place. One of her loyal guards cautiously brings up the fact that she was born as a direct heir, timidly asking whether her childhood had truly been that harsh. Reese responds with nothing but a dismissive scoff. Reese sticks out her tongue and sharply reminds them that the ruthless Ragnar clan lives by the law of the jungle. Strength decides everything, and weakness earns nothing. The very idea that a candidate competing to become an heir would ever be spoiled, protected, or gently pampered is so absurd that she shuts it down immediately. Reese lowers her gaze toward the makeshift bed and suddenly notices the little princess beginning to move. Her eyes widen as Cassandra slowly stirs from her sleep. Almost instinctively, the hardened assassin leans closer, and the irritation on her face softens into a surprisingly warm, gentle smile. Keeping her voice quiet so she does not frighten the child, Reese softly asks whether she is finally feeling any better. But the very second Cassandra pushes herself upright, that fragile warmth disappears. The atmosphere inside the crypt changes so violently that it feels as though the temperature has plunged below freezing, leaving an unnatural chill hanging in the air around them. Hearing those words come from the mouth of a small, seemingly defenseless girl, Reese feels her blood turn to ice. Cassandra speaks with the unbearable certainty of someone who has already lived beyond the present and is calmly looking back upon it. In less than a heartbeat, every trace of warmth vanishes from Reese's face. Her gentle smile disappears, replaced by a cold, razor-edged expression overflowing with pure and completely unrestrained murderous intent. Reese does not pause to think or ask another question. Her lethal instincts take control immediately. With a violent surge of power, the Black Reaper summons her enormous scythe into her hands, preparing to strike before the mysterious presence inside the child can make its next move. The Black Reaper rises over the tiny, glowing child like an executioner standing above her target. Both hands clamp tightly around the shaft of her massive weapon, while the scythe's razor-sharp steel catches and reflects the unnatural blue light burning inside Cassandra's cosmic eyes. An overwhelming aura of bloodlust spreads from Ree's body and floods the ancient crypt with deadly pressure. Glaring down at the girl without the slightest hesitation, she fiercely demands to know exactly who the hell Cassandra truly is.